Chapter 1. The Saiyan's Beginning. The Divine Elephant's resounding power in a parallel universe of Dragon Ball. 5 Saiyans departed from Planet Vegeta, engaging in reckless driving through the cosmos. Their veselosphere was remarkably smooth and inviting. Evoking an irresistible desire to touch its surface, the speed was exhilarating, capable of encircling the Earth multiple times in a mere second, and it only escalated further. Within the fourth sphere, Saiyan Sake awoke, his expression clouded with confusion. Ouch, my back. He exclaimed, only 60 minutes last night. How could it possibly hurt? Ouch, my head too. He lamented, but why is it the one on top? With each utterance, the boy's agitation was palpable. After an indeterminate amount of time, his bewilderment deepened. Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, Frieza the Great, elite warrior Bardock, the birth of Vegeta, middle-ranked warrior Sake of the 37th Combat Squad. So, I'm dead, but not entirely reborn in the Dragon Ball universe, starting as a Saiyan. No grand finale to celebrate. Damn my back. Why is there no anesthetic? What grudge do I bear? The youth murmured, suddenly inhaling sharply, the kind of pain that feels insurmountable not long after regaining consciousness. A throbbing headache and an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, prompting him to mumble a few words before succumbing once more to slumber. Fortunately, the spherical spacecraft sustained him with nutritional fluids, allowing for a faint breath of life. It appeared he had not yet perished, rendering any celebration premature. His consciousness, however, remained alert, adrift as a silvery orb within a nebulous sea of thoughts. In utter tranquility, unburdened by the corporeal realm, he floated until a golden, oval radiance pierced his vision. Sake, transformed into a luminous entity, rushed towards it without hesitation, touching, embracing, and ultimately merging into one, achieving a sublime union. Upon receiving the feedback from the golden light, the silver orb surged energetically, akin to galloping horses, rhythmic and powerful. After absorbing the knowledge, a white arrow of energy shot forth from the silver orb, vanishing into the infinite void. Sake felt invigorated, emanating waves of vitality. Exhilarating. The Divine Elephant's resounding power with spirit guiding energy, and energy shaping form. Every motion embodies the might of a colossal elephant, stirring oceans, causing stars to fall, plucking the moon, swallowing the sun, all within a single thought in the sacred king's realm. Energy is the essence of all life. The core principles of power in both worlds are strikingly similar. It's just that the Dragon Ball universe is somewhat lacking is advantageous. If I master 840 million divine elephants, wouldn't I be capable of suppressing the Omni King with but a gesture? Sake was entirely unperturbed by his inexplicable arrival in this new world. In fact, he felt a surge of excitement. Sake, originally known as Saxi, was an ordinary worker on Earth. He vividly recalled a stormy night, when he had deceitfully sworn an oath to entice a girl into completing a mysterious rite of passage. As I drifted into slumber and awoke, I found myself transformed into a Saiyan within a sphere, known as Sake. Subsequently, I succumbed to intense pain in my kidneys, coupled with a foggy mind that led me to faint once more. With a formidable consciousness, I manifested within my sea of awareness, discovering a brilliant, resplendent light. In my previous life, I had lived an unremarkable existence. But after mustering the courage to make a solemn vow, I was astonished to find it fulfilled. The fortunate news was my ascension to the status of a Saiyan, allowing me to depart from Planet Vegeta to embark on missions. Conversely, the unfortunate revelation was the absence of anesthetics for my kidneys, leaving me uncertain of their future viability. Regardless, I shall cultivate before addressing anything else. Fortunately, being a Saiyan merely involves a different lineage. Otherwise, I would have struggled with my training. Sake transformed into a silvery orb of light, soaring through the air while reciting the incantations of his techniques with a combat power exceeding 3,000. His internal energy surged abundantly as the techniques commenced. This vibrant energy coursed throughout his body, nurturing his form. Crackling sounds echoed as countless streams of energy converged within his energy sea, swirling and condensing into a singular mass. Before long, this multitude of energy took the shape of a plump young elephant, reminiscent of the mighty elephant referenced in the Divine Elephant Suppression Prison technique. The colossal elephant galloped within the energy sea, exuberantly stretching its legs and flapping its trunk. It continuously absorbed the energy from Sake's body, leaving him completely depleted. Yet, the elephant expelled an even more refined essence of energy, which swiftly integrated into Sake's form, rumbling as it transformed his physical being. Sake remained unaware of the changes occurring within his body. After all, Frieza possessed the finest scientific team, specializing in research on the Saiyan's cosmic voyages, and the hallucinogenic substances they employed were beyond his current capabilities to overcome us, he could only perpetually cycle through his techniques, hastening the maturation of the elephant within him, however. The delicate pink elephant within the energy sea hardly resembled a mature giant. Sake's consciousness operated the techniques, allowing his body to absorb the energy-laden nourishment within him. He also cultivated 100 miniature elephants, each vividly animated. The nutrient solution, originally intended to last a year, was soon consumed, entirely immersed in his training. Sake was forced to pause as his strength escalated. The lack of external energy sources began to awaken him. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, a tumultuous surge of power mingling with an overwhelming sense of fatigue overall. His physical form bore many changes in relation to the original information Sake possessed in summary. That change could be encapsulated in a single word: immense. Now, Sake found himself in a quandary generally. After a breakthrough, one would open their eyes to emit radiant energy and exhale forceful blasts. If he dared to open his eyes, what calamity might befall the spaceship? This was outer space, and Science could not survive here. Daring not to open his eyes, he could only endure in darkness. On a different note, my energy sea indeed houses a giant elephant, signifying my successful cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique, a technique of dominion. However, it seems to diverge from the descriptions provided. Could this be a mutation, or have I undergone a transformation? Moreover, I am but an intermediate Saiyan, endowed with such innate talent, and yet I am expected to succeed merely through practice. Sake was incredulous. While Ori lacked confidence, this technique, even for those of exceptional intellect, would undoubtedly pose insurmountable challenges at its inception. Could it be that by merely reciting the incantation and following the vague guidance of the cosmos, one could achieve success? Do not jest, he is not the protagonist Yang Qi, who, after being struck by lightning, harbored within him a golden figure and a colossal thunderous elephant in his dantian. As this thought crossed Sake's mind, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. At present, aside from certain discrepancies and the uncertainty of whether he had indeed been struck by lightning, there seemed to be little distinction. Well, at least there was a 1% resemblance. He did indeed possess a golden entity within his sea of consciousness, which he had even approached to touch. Beyond that, one could only ponder whether he had been struck by lightning. Unable to fathom it further, Sake resolved to cast aside his concerns and continue his cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique. The cosmos, too, was infused with vital energy, albeit considerably more diluted. His physique was capable of absorbing it through the spaceship. After 6 months of relentless training, Sake had successfully manifested a total of 110 colossal elephants and was in the process of condensing the 111th. It had already begun to take shape, albeit with a rather tender hue. The delicate giant elephant flickered like a flame in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, the spherical spaceship trembled violently. Sake was perplexed. The spaceship's intelligent voice system suddenly announced, "Attention, the spaceship is about to land. Members will awaken in 10 minutes, and the ship will experience significant vibrations." Sake's sea of consciousness surged with excitement. He realized that his opportunity had arrived. His eyes flew open, and a rush of ancient energy surged forth from his mouth and nostrils. Whoosh! Clang! Sake was astonished. He had not damaged the spaceship. Could it be that the ancient energy had been brewing for too long? His gaze darkened as he gathered all his strength. With a single punch, boom! The hatch could not withstand the force and burst open, sending him flying out. A tremendous suction from outside the hatch swiftly drew Sake into the void. Without hesitation, he soared forth, directing the energy expelled by the colossal elephants within him away from the spaceship. Sake's expression was icy and resolute. "Nos, if you dare to harm my kidneys without anesthesia, you are as good as dead." Chapter 2. A narrow path for enemies. The Nos that Sake spoke of belonged to the 37th Combat Squad of the Science. Just before boarding the spaceship, he had delivered a punch to Sake. Perhaps it was for the sake of concealment, or perhaps to avoid killing Sake and arousing suspicion among others. That ill-fated punch from Nos had struck Sake directly in the kidneys. Who could have known that the true Sake could not withstand it and perished on the spot? Had that not been the case, he would never have been able to take Sake's place here. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the assault on his kidneys was a fact. It was Sake who suffered the torment. To not retaliate would be to forsake his humanity. Gratitude was the furthest thought from his Mendes for the impending crisis with Frieza. He would take it one step at a time. Vegeta had only just been born, and there were still 5 years to go. He exerted himself, striving to surpass 3 million in power, hoping to transform into a Super Saiyan. If that proved unattainable, he would not blame himself for retreating. Could the future of the Saiyans compare to his own? Sake's profound life philosophy states, "When the wind is at your back, you sail smoothly. When against it, you cower ignobly." The ultimate interpretation of this dogma rests within his grasp. He could approach it however he pleased. Sake reached out, plucking the detector from his possession, and hurled it towards the blazing spherical spaceship. Witnessing it dissolve in a dazzling display of sparks, he swiftly departed. The detector issued by Frisia possessed capabilities for assessing combat power, as well as surveillance, eavesdropping, and tracking functions. It could no longer be utilized. He was left to rely solely on his instinctual mastery of energy perception. What once seemed impossible was now within reach, for with newfound abilities, nothing posed insurmountable challenges. I must conceal myself swiftly, he thought, urgency propelling him to accelerate by an unseen measure. Fortunately, the Divine Elephant Suppression technique granted him formidable control over the energy within him. Hiding his strength would pose no issue. Sake intended solely to remain hidden, harboring no intention to confront North. His power remained insufficient. Should the detector detect any anomalies, he would be in peril, not only from Frisia, but also from Vegeta, should he dispatch several combat teams. My current combat power hovers around 3,500. A single massive elephant contributes 30 to that total, which is already commendable. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique, in its nascent stages, adhered to the notion that the human body comprises 840 million particles. By harnessing the strength of these particles, he soon developed a protective layer capable of absorbing a substantial amount of energy for his own use. By condensing 840 million elephants, he could amass a staggering 252 billion in combat power. Furthermore, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power would exceed 1 trillion. Who could stand against him? The latter function of this technique was even more astonishing. To put it simply, any opponent who struck him would find their energy consumed and transformed into his own combat strength, aiding in his cultivation. Surprising, is it not? Unexpected, perhaps? Delightful. Indeed, this was merely the foundation. Should he progress further, he could cultivate a profound method of training, condensing a hellish furnace within himself. All of existence would become his nourishment, fueling his ascension. Was it not exhilarating? Sake sought a deep sea and plunged into its depths. As he practiced the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, he felt the presence of 111 elephants within him. While fasting might prove challenging, he resolved to hold his breath for 7 or 8 days, merely sprinkling water. Such were Sake's thoughts, and he prepared to act accordingly. He vowed earnestly, wishing to avoid provoking anyone. The Saiyan 37th Combat Team descended, 4 spherical spaceships hurtling towards the ground. 4 large craters appeared amidst the mountains. Dust billowed as 4 cold figures, encased within transparent shields, slowly emerged from the craters. The leader, a burly man standing at nearly 6 feet tall, exuded a bloody aura and bore a grim expression as he spoke. Where has Sake disappeared to? One man, distinguished by a scar across his neck and an alluringly handsome yet eerie visage, displayed a glimmer of delight in his eyes as he spoke. Without hesitation, Captain, Sake has fled. The sole woman present, her expression fraught with concern, retorted in anger. Norse, Sake is no coward. Do not speak such nonsense or cast baseless accusations. She then addressed the towering figure of a rugged man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3. Captain, Sake must have encountered an unforeseen circumstance. We should search for him. We cannot search. Our mission is of utmost urgency. Delaying will lead to failure. Our squad has never known defeat. A diminutive Saiyan, taught with tension and vigilant of his surroundings, interjected. Indeed, Reina, you ought to know that our team has never faltered. We cannot allow a liability to hinder our progress. Reina, a female Saiyan, trembled with rage, her face flushed with indignation. Do not forget, Sake has saved your lives numerous times. Most of his scars were incurred while protecting team members. Humph, that is only because that weakling always occupied the safest position. You, Reina exclaimed, her finger trembling as it pointed accusingly at Norse. The captain's authoritative voice cut through their bickering. Enough, Norse. Bardan is right. The mission takes precedence. As for Sake, we shall leave his fate to chance. The captain's tone was frigid, and his words pierced like ice. Such is the nature of the Saiyans, merciless, brutal, and unfeeling, both to their foes and to one another. Now we must redefine our targets for the assault. Norse, in high spirits, replied, Captain, there's no need for such formality lest anyone accuse me of being heartless. I will take responsibility for half of Sake's territory. The captain pondered for a moment. Very well, Norse and Bardan. You shall each take half. Reina, and I will join you after we conclude our tasks. Norse chuckled, but said nothing further. Harboring a sense of skepticism, how could such a small planet possibly lead to failure? Let's move, Norse exclaimed as he soared into the sky. Reina, feeling exasperated, suppressed her anxiety and hurried toward the designated location. Meanwhile, Sake was engaged in training when an overwhelming presence descended upon him. Norse, gliding at a high altitude, monitored the numerical readout on his visor. 50 kilometers, a battle power of 620. This may be the most formidable being on this planet. Fortune favors me, as I can truly enjoy myself. A wicked gleam flickered in his eyes as he accelerated further upon reaching the destination. Norse raised his hand, unleashing an energy blast into the ocean. With a cold smirk, he shouted, "Come forth." Sake, initially believing he was unaffected, soon realized his folly. Alas, the time has been too brief. I still do not grasp how to fully conceal my energy. Muttering to himself, he swiftly emerged from the water like a darting swallow. "It's you?" Two astonished voices echoed simultaneously. The Saiyans are incapable of sensing energy, nor can they discern individuals through the subtle differences in their energy signatures. As a thief, Sake is no exception. As this realization dawned upon him, a torrent of resentment surged within his mind. In an instant, he recognized the person before him. Was it not the very individual he had contemplated sparing? Norse? Sake was taken aback, and Norse was not in a much better position after the initial shock. Upon observing the combat power data of Sake on the detector, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Ha ha, kid, you're still alive after all. However, your luck has run out. Encountering me means that even if you don't die, you're certainly in for a world of trouble." Sake fixed his gaze on Norse, his eyes fluctuating between darkness and light. He had not intended to take action. Resentment aside, when weighed against his own life, the prospect of losing it was not something he could easily accept yet. This individual had chosen to confront him. To not seize this opportunity would be to disregard Nor's heartfelt intentions. Sake's troubled contemplation did not escape North's keen observation. Believing that Sake was paralyzed by fear, he lunged forward with a menacing fury. "For the sake of my happiness with Reina, it would be best if you were to perish." Chapter 3. The Saiyan Reina in a fit of rage. North relentlessly honed in on Sake, endeavoring to impose an invisible pressure upon him. With a heavy sigh, Sake realized that his opponent had launched a lethal strike, clearly intending to show him no mercy. Although outwardly arrogant and self-assured, the attack was a full-force strike capable of shattering mountains. Regrettably, to Sake, the 3,200 combat power of Nos appeared no more significant than that of an ant. He scoffed inwardly as he summoned the power of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, causing the massive figure to sway. The oppressive aura surrounding him dissipated in an instant. In this world, much of the struggle revolved around the clash of momentum and will, with psychological pressure being merely a byproduct. Here, strength and skill were equally matched. Even without the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, his own insights would allow him to effortlessly counter such tricks. As for Nas's lethal blow, the energy-infused punch seemed not only slow in speed, but also feeble in strength. Such an attack was something he could easily withstand with his physical prowess. With another sigh, he reflected on the fact that this world primarily revolved around the competition of speed and power, as well as the interplay of energy and techniques. Everything else was, quite frankly, beneath contempt. The overall training environment was appallingly inadequate. In a fleeting moment of thought, he raised his palm to meet the attack, while feigning terror and shouting, "Nos, I have treated you well, so why have you ambushed me? Now you seek to take my life?" As he spoke, he intensified his strength, though his face betrayed a look of anxiousness, with bloodshot eyes hinting at a frenzy. Nos let out a maniacal laugh. "Huh, why? It's simple. It's for Reina. With you around, Reina is utterly devoted to you, and you deserve to die. Once you're gone, Reina will be mine entirely." Sake curled his lip in disdain. Having anticipated such a scenario, this sycophant truly believes that without him, he can win Lena's heart? The fierce winds of the North's fist lashed against Sake's face like a steel blade. "Perish." The icy chill in Sake's gaze was palpable, and a fierce determination ignited within him, amplifying his strength by an additional 30%. There was no time to delay. Not only were 3 Saiyans still present, but the crucial element was Frisia's device. That contraption had the capacity to monitor and eavesdrop. Bang! Uffed. Sake, having forcefully engaged with Nos, found himself unharmed. In a moment of desperation, he inflicted harm upon himself, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, his entire body sliding downward as he grasped Nos's ankles. With all his strength, he pushed down, propelling himself backward, pressing against Nos's back. Nos's muscles tensed in response. "What?" Sake simultaneously cried out in terror. "What manner of beast is this? Help!" As he shouted, his hands transformed from claws into fists, landing a powerful strike upon Nos's back. Yet, this was merely the beginning. No sooner had his fist made contact with Nos than it morphed into an open palm, a surge of energy rapidly emanating from his being. In a flash of brilliance, A formidable wave of energy pierced through Nos. Ha! Nos stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom that his demise was imminent. You. In Sake's eyes, a chilling calmness resided, akin to a profound abyss. Yet, as he opened his mouth, a cacophony of terror, resentment, confusion, and unwillingness erupted forth. What manner of monster could lead to my demise in this place? The remnants of Nos's breath fixated upon him, wide-eyed. What kind of beast could possibly exist here? Was it not you who initiated this assault? Have you completely lost your mind? Before he could articulate any further emotions, his entire being creaked ominously before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The detector, inevitably caught in the turmoil, was rendered utterly inoperative, melting away and succumbing to the fate of Sake's own device. Sake emerged from the sparks in a disheveled manner, having resolved a minor inconvenience. He now needed to regulate his breath. Fortunately, he had gained some insight. With this thought, Sake maintained his battle power at 3,200 and flew directly towards the ocean. The other three Saiyans, upon noticing a brief fluctuation in the detection data, also registered a battle power of 3,200. Only then did they feel reassured enough to continue their slaughter of the planet's indigenous inhabitants. Thankfully, it was the ocean by the time they arrived. There would be nothing left, no trace, not even dead fish, as the currents dispersed them. Surely, they would find no evidence of my presence. Yet, I wonder if this ruse will be enough to deceive Frisia. Sake's gaze was indifferent as he soared toward the other side of the sea. During his flight, he meticulously directed the energy within him, gradually infusing it into the colossal elephant within. Just moments ago, when he instinctively harnessed his combat power, a portion of the energy exhaled by the giant elephant seamlessly integrated into its being. Remarkably, the external world was unable to detect this energy. Sake understood that he might have found his direction if all the energy within his body were to enter the colossal form. Neither Frisia's detection devices nor the martial artist's sensitivity to energy could perceive him. This was even more thorough than the suppression of energy employed by Earth's martial artists. Once engaged in battle, he could manipulate the flow of energy at will, catching his adversaries off guard. This rendered others completely oblivious to his true capabilities. Akin to a black hole, profound, enigmatic, and terrifying. The uncertainty of his combat prowess made it impossible for anyone to contend with him. At any moment, the unknown remains the most fearsome of all. Although Sake may still lack in strength, he has emerged as the most formidable presence. After leaping across 2/3 of the sea, Sake finally harnessed all the energy within him, channeling it entirely into the colossal elephant. Sake typically soars through the sky, fists clenched. My physical strength is formidable. While I may not reach 3,500, I possess at least 2,000. This endows me with an extraordinary combat capability, which is the key to my ability to easily vanquish numbers. Murmuring a few words, Sake plunges directly into the depths of the sea, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. He discovers a coastal cliff's base. Sake embarked on an intense period of cultivation, for he understood that strength is the essence of power. The immense pressure of the ocean depths caused his flesh to tighten, enabling him to absorb vital energy at an astonishing rate, exceeding tenfold. As he practiced the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, he continuously tempered and reinforced his physical form. The advancement of his physique facilitated the absorption of more vital energy. In turn, the influx of energy accelerated his training in the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. This rapid progression in his martial arts further enhanced his physical prowess, establishing a virtuous cycle. Ultimately, Sake condensed within himself 200 mature elephants and one young calf, achieving a combat capacity of 6,000. Sake surged forth from the depths of the sea, stirring waves that danced around him. His body brimmed with vitality, reminiscent of a vigorous stallion galloping with exuberance. Merely suspended in the air, he closed his eyes to savor the ceaseless power that surged within him. With a casual grip, the space around him quivered violently, as if a delicate child were unable to withstand the onslaught. His physical form had been enhanced. Even his once weak tail now exhibited remarkable strength. It unfurled gracefully behind him, each swing and slice resonating through the air with a sharp crack. Clearly, Sake's tail had transformed into a formidable asset rather than a liability. His overall combat prowess surpassed 10,000. In solitary combat, leveraging his body's resilience against exhaustion, he might even overcome King Vegeta. In this world, when one's energy is depleted, it is truly the end. Yet he was different, even without energy. His physical form could persist in the onslaught. My body, though not made of iron, felt as resilient as steel. With further cultivation in due time, I shall seek an opportunity to depart from this planet. Sake opened his eyes, a divine light shimmering within. A raspy cough lodged in his throat, while his expression reflected confusion, astonishment, and bewilderment. Before him lay the rugged coastline. A girl, clad in standard Frisia combat attire, standing at a height of 1.65 meters. With sun-kissed skin, mirrored his astonishment with surprise and excitement, tears welling up in her eyes. Beside her, a once flailing, robust tail now stood rigid in the air, motionless. The girl, with waist-length hair and features like a painting, possessed striking phoenix eyes and a delicate nose that quivered slightly. This Saiyan girl atop the mountain was none other than one of their squad members, Raynar. Chapter 4. Explanation, Trust. Raynar's unrealistic hopes in the joy of having broken through to his current strength, he had inadvertently neglected his surroundings, feeling a pang of self-reproach for his carelessness. However, he reassured himself that he lacked experience and could learn gradually, allowing his mind to settle. Raynar, have we not conquered this planet yet? He rasped after a few moments of silence, the air thick with an awkward tension. The reason his waist was in such a predicament was indeed due to Raynar. Although she was unaware, he still harbored some resentment within himself. It was not directed at Raynar, but rather at his own inadequacies. He had always understood Raynar's feelings. The original owner of this body had merely believed himself unworthy of her, feigning ignorance and lacking in romantic understanding. Now, he found himself contemplating whether he could still use his waist. If so, he certainly wouldn't mind. After all, it was something he had cultivated himself. How could he let such bounty flow to outsiders? If it weren't for his inability to use it, what did this ambiguous atmosphere signify? After her moment of excitement, the girl's expression returned to calm, her gaze sharpening and taking on a dangerous edge. You're not dead? Sake extended his hand to examine his own palms, shrugging slightly. It was evident that Raynar was taken aback by Sake's calm demeanor. Her face flushed with anger. Then why did you not accompany the main force? What of your spaceship? What have you been engaged in these past 2 weeks? She bombarded him with questions, then added, Are you gravely injured? Raynar gazed at Sake with anticipation, hoping that her assumptions were indeed correct. Sake had saved him on numerous occasions, and his imposing figure was indelibly etched in his heart. He could not believe that Sake was someone who would flee in the face of adversity. Moreover, this was a savage planet. What was there to escape from? Lena, harboring a mindset that demanded to see the living or the dead, found herself at odds with her companions and chose to remain. Now, with Sake before her, a tumult of emotions surged within Lena, leaving her uncertain of the feelings that stirred in her heart. Sake gazed at Raynar with an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was evident that the young woman's last statement held the utmost significance. Saiyans do not tolerate cowardice. Take Nos, for instance. His demise evoked little sentiment among the others. Should anyone dare to flee, Nos would not even be permitted to board the spacecraft, for the captain would swiftly intervene to subdue and eliminate him. He gestured towards the device that Raynar wore on her left ear. Have you activated that? Sake had no choice but to accept the situation. Having arrived, there was no turning back. With everything already exposed, any attempt to act now would be futile. Moreover, in the presence of Raynar, he could not possibly resort to the same lethal measures he would employ against North. Since embarking on her mission, she had followed closely in his footsteps until she surpassed him, becoming the second most skilled member of their team. This relationship was akin to nurturing a child, a process of gradual development. Just as Gohan managed to reform the malevolent Piccolo, and Krillin could render Android 18 utterly enamored, as a consciousness of Earth. How could Sake possibly act with such cruelty? Lena paused, reaching out to touch the detector, her tone softening. No, how does this relate to your response to my inquiry? Saxon's tone remained casual. The adverse outcome had not materialized, and the detector remained inactive, diminishing the likelihood that Frisia was aware. With Raynar not disclosing any information, he found himself relieved of any troubles. His demeanor lightened considerably. Remove the detector, and I shall reveal the reason, he proposed. Raynar rolled her eyes and huffed playfully. Oh, so you wish to negotiate with me? Do you truly believe you can best me? Sake could not help but chuckle with Raynar's current prowess. He could easily take on 3 of her, each bout lasting a minimum of 3 hours. The experience would be excruciating, leaving him gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. While Raynar spoke nonchalantly, her hands moved with remarkable decisiveness as she removed an object and tossed it effortlessly. The detector arced through the air, landing amidst the rocky terrain 300 meters away from her. Sake, still feeling uneasy, unleashed a radiant flash from his hand. The beam of light pierced through the air, striking the newly landed detector with precision. With a resounding explosion, the detector was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a moderately sized crater. Reina's exquisite eyes flickered momentarily, yet she remained silent. Sake nodded in satisfaction, while Jiuzhan began to explain, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon Reina. "Do you understand?" he inquired. Reina shook her head in confusion. It is indeed true that the Saiyans possess formidable fighting prowess, yet their lack of intellect is widely acknowledged. Although Reina is somewhat better off, she cannot be deemed exceptionally clever either. The notion of a Super Saiyan is regarded as mere legend, is it not? Furthermore, how is it that you were able to awaken ahead of time? And why did King Frisia seek to annihilate our Saiyan race when we were ostensibly his subordinates? Reina, perplexed, transformed once more into a curious child. A crow soared across Sake's forehead. He sighed. "Never mind, lead the way. Let us first address that potential danger at your spacecraft." Lena, perplexed, ultimately chose to trust Sake and turned to fly away. Sake hurriedly kept pace, articulating his thoughts in detail. The two shared an extraordinary rapport. At this juncture, Reina was acutely aware that, irrespective of whether Frisia would take action against the Saiyans, her return was momentarily impossible. She could only choose to follow Sake to the very end. Sake exhaled deeply, acknowledging that the current situation was indeed perfect. Otherwise, he would have needed to exert control over Reina for several more years. Nevertheless, Sake remained focused, his body tense, wary of Reina's potential betrayal before reaching the spacecraft. Understanding the fade of human nature, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Ironically, those who blindly trust everything and everyone should be regarded with greater suspicion. Such naivety is a perilous gamble. With no strength to reveal, both would meet their demise. Thus, do you believe Frisia will obliterate Planet Vegeta? Indeed. Without a shadow of a doubt. What shall we do after we destroy the spacecraft? Sake shook his head solemnly. No. The spacecraft is equipped with detectors that might relay messages to Frisia. We cannot reveal ourselves. Reina paused momentarily before resuming her flight. What shall we do? Even if we employ light techniques, we would still be detected. And what about after we destroy the detectors? If Frisia or his kin send someone, we would still be unable to escape. Sake flashed a mysterious smile. Rest assured, I possess my own ingenious plans. Even if I do not make an appearance, I have the means to resolve the matter of the spacecraft. Reina remained silent, her unwavering faith in Sake evident. After a moment of contemplation, she could no longer contain herself. Shall we not return to inform them? Sake gazed deeply into Reina's tear-stained eyes, his heart softening at the sight of her reddened gaze. His expression softened, and his tone became considerably gentler. Reina, he said, it is not that I do not wish to return and rescue, but rather that it is beyond my power to do so. Moreover, it is only you who believes my solitary word. Who else would lend credence to my claim? Sake understood that King Vegeta was a believer, but not in the same manner. King Vegeta rebelled against Frisia out of ambition harbored deep within his heart, and their paths diverged significantly. The Saiyans, proud and formidable, would never accept Sake's words. Frisia exterminated them. What an absurd cosmic jest. Without the Saiyans, how could Frisia's grand scheme of plundering the universe possibly succeed? Unless Sake demonstrated overwhelming strength, subduing the entirety of Planet Vegeta to proclaim himself the new king of the Saiyans, commanding them to flee for their lives. It was inconceivable that the remaining Saiyans would heed his orders. Reina also grasped the gravity of the situation, her fists clenched tightly, her gaze dimmed, and her tone tinged with desolation. Are we to scurry about like cowards, like mice, in every direction? Sake disregarded Reina and soared into the distance. Reina, your thoughts are profoundly misguided. Chapter 5. Addressing the Hidden Dangers. Reina was taken aback. Remember, the adage holds true. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. At times, fleeing does not stem from cowardice, but rather signifies a strategic pause in anticipation of ultimate victory. Sacrifices that seem noble may, in truth, be exceedingly foolish. We ought to safeguard ourselves and our companions as much as possible, all while striving for triumph. A true warrior does not recklessly charge into battle without thought. A strong individual is one who bears responsibility, not one who fights like a madman. Sakubin intended to utter a remark. Fearful that Reina might forget, he found himself unable to restrain his verbosity. Arrogance, however, is etched into the very essence of the Saiyan race. He emphasized the importance of being succinct, believing that elaboration would yield better results. Have you remembered? Reina lowered her head, pondering earnestly. Sakura nodded with a fatherly sense of satisfaction. If Reina were to agree without hesitation, it would be a cause for his concern. However, in this moment of contemplation, he felt a sense of relief. Now, Reina, consider carefully. Will you flee with me for the sake of the Saiyans tomorrow? Or will you choose the so-called bravery of recklessly facing death, disregarding the future of the Saiyans? Upon concluding his words, Sake commenced his flight forward, and shortly thereafter, Reina surged ahead with unwavering determination. The two traversed the vast expanse in silence, until Sake's gaze fell upon the spacecraft, causing his entire being to tense with anticipation. Energy surged within him, racing at an alarming speed. Should Reina disregard his commands, he would not hesitate to unleash an assault. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. With merely 5 kilometers remaining to the vessel, Reina came to an abrupt halt. In another 5 kilometers, they would undoubtedly be visible. Sake was well prepared. Thus, we descended, taking cover from the ground as we approached the spacecraft, now merely 2 kilometers away. Reina opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed, leaving her words unspoken. Leaning against the mountainside, the two stood at a distance of 2 kilometers from the spacecraft. Reina gazed curiously at the 4 large craters nearby, 2 of which housed the spacecraft, quietly stationed in place. She looked at Sake with intrigue, questioning, "If you act now, won't Frisia and the others become aware?" Sake let out a hearty laugh, his energy circulating throughout his body, emanating an unparalleled aura of strength. Sake's face flushed crimson as he concentrated his strength, gradually lifting a foot to stomp down. With a thunderous roar, the earth cracked open, creating a chasm over 80 meters deep that extended 2 kilometers towards the spacecraft. The sound of snapping and rumbling echoed as the spacecraft, lacking any leverage, plummeted directly into the crevice. The 2 spacecraft, situated not far apart, were swiftly engulfed by this gaping fissure. Renaer stood in stunned silence, gazing at the ground and then at Sake. "What is this?" Sake remained impassive, employing his old tricks once more. The fissures widened, and the walls on either side of the crevice crumbled in an instant, burying the spacecraft beneath the debris. Yet, this was not the end. Sake soared into the sky like an eagle, his form cutting through the air with grace. A surge of energy emanated from his palms, and with a swift motion, a brilliant light flashed before him. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a colossal crater, measuring 500 meters in diameter and 100 meters deep, manifested around Reina's spacecraft. Reina stood in stunned silence, taken aback by this display of power. When did Sake's strength become so formidable? Gazing up at Sake, who was soaring through the heavens, she inquired in a delicate voice, "Is it resolved?" Sake, with hands behind his back, possesses a surface combat power exceeding 6,000. Yet in reality, he harbors a formidable strength surpassing 10,000, all consolidated within himself, no longer exuding his former ferocity. Invincibility is indeed a profound solitude. With the resolution of this matter, the immediate threats have been temporarily alleviated. As Sake's voice fell, Reina suddenly erupted with a fierce aura. The currents of energy swirled around her, her figure darting like lightning as she soared towards Sake in the sky, with a whirlwind of power in her hands. She was enveloped in a formidable tempest of thunder. "Behold my attack." Sake let out a light chuckle, and within him, a colossal force surged, manifesting as a translucent barrier upon his skin. Without any unnecessary movements, he gazed with a serene smile at Reina's fierce yet non-lethal assault approaching him. Reina, momentarily dissatisfied, pouted and exclaimed, "Humph, you arrogant fool." The energy she wielded became even more profound, her momentum intensifying further. The surrounding air quickened in its flow, appearing almost as if it had solidified, oppressive and somber. Sake shook his head with a smile. With only 4,500 combat power, there's no room for arrogance. In the blink of an eye, Reina had already lunged forward. Noticing that Sake remained motionless, she tightened her grip with increasing force. Upon witnessing this, a warmth enveloped Sake's heart. However, he did not wish for Reina to misconstrue his intentions or underestimate him. With a swift movement, he proactively engaged Reina's assault, intercepting her attack midair. The impact reverberated with a resounding thud, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Reina's strike landed squarely upon Sake, yet a transparent shield rippled with the force. remaining entirely unscathed. Within the protective barrier, Sake emerged unscathed. Conversely, waves of energy radiated outward from the center of Sake's shield, surging violently in all directions. Reina's spirit trembled as she experienced the force of the backlash. Her delicate form quivered, and she executed a series of swift steps in midair, stabilizing her position only after traversing 30 meters. Breathless and flushed, she appeared somewhat disheveled, her gaze fixed in bewilderment upon Sake. What? In a swift motion, Sake appeared before Reina, embracing her slender waist with one arm. All right, let's go. We shall retreat for training. Like a marionette, Reina allowed Sake to lead her into the unknown. Among the Saiyans, such a raw and unrefined manner of interaction was commonplace, void of sweet nothings, gifts, or dowries. Their mutual understanding was instinctual and effortless. How is it possible? Reina inquired, her face flushed with astonishment as she gazed at Sake. You only possess a power level of 3,000 while aboard the spaceship, and everyone was in slumber. There was no opportunity for training. We've only been on this mission planet for a mere fortnight, yet you're strength enough, Sake interrupted. You will understand in due time. For now, we must focus on our training. If you wish to save them, you must first conquer Frisia. Strength is paramount. Sake, accompanied by Reina, chose to seclude themselves on this planet, dedicating each day to rigorous training. Defeating Frisia is not a feat that can be accomplished overnight or merely through idle talk. Without the formidable strength that arises from diligent practice, all aspirations remain but fleeting illusions. Sake remained unaware, treading carefully with utmost caution. Ultimately, Frisia succeeded in gathering intelligence. As a Saiyan, his understanding of technology was woefully inadequate. Aside from his martial prowess, every move he made on the planet was meticulously monitored by Frisia's engineers. This information was relayed through various channels until it culminated within Frisia's spacecraft. Upon learning the details, Frisia merely scoffed, a cold and indifferent laughter escaping him. He did not regard it as a matter of significance. He instructed his subordinates to take measures to conceal their activities and to observe the Scion's subsequent actions. Dodoria, with a face full of disdain, bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord, his eyes glinting with anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Sake, accompanied by Reina, sought a secluded haven surrounded on three sides by mountains and facing the sea. In this serene retreat, he delved into the profound and formidable practice of the Divine Elephant confinement technique. The more he engaged with this extraordinary skill, the more he perceived its vast depth and terrifying power, utterly beyond the realm of human capability. Were it not for the unique nature of the Dragon Ball world, where, aside from a select few deities, all beings cultivated a singular form of energy, combined with his Saiyan lineage, which endowed him with an innate and formidable aura, he would have deemed success in his training impossible, especially in light of past injuries. Sake admonished Reina to diligently engage in her training, while he himself closed his eyes and commenced his own practice. His path diverged from that of the other Saiyans, as he did not require physical exertion. Chapter 6. 3 years of training, 300,000 battle power, and the bottleneck. With his eyes shut, he activated his cultivation technique, channeling vital energy. Within him swirled like a vortex, voraciously absorbing the ambient life force. The colossal elephant served as a conduit, inhaling external energy, transmuting it into the vital essence of life, which was then exhaled, continually permeating Sake's blood, skin, bones, and fascia. This process did not adhere to the gradual progression typical of humans, but rather resembled a singular, harmonious amalgamation. The giant elephant acted as the hearth, the vital energy as fuel, and the essence of life as the flame, incessantly refining Sake's corporeal vessel. The 201 mighty elephants within Sake roared to the heavens, inhaling vast quantities of energy, which then transformed into life force. An endless supply of energy sustained the colossal elephants. The 201 tender young elephants relentlessly absorbed air, refining their essence, fervently aspiring to become the mighty elephant. According to the tenets of his technique, Sake persistently envisioned himself as comprising 840 million minuscule particles. Each particle represented an embryonic elephant, all uniting to coalesce into a divine elephant. In a hazy vision, Sake could scarcely discern its precise form, let alone comprehend the so-called head resembling a mountain, the trunk extending for countless miles, and the body eclipsing innumerable stars. As for the boundless abyss beneath, teeming with demons and malevolent spirits, he had yet to glimpse even a fraction. In the vastness, shrouded in clouds and mist, the minute details remained vividly clear. The 201 embryonic particles awakened, breaking forth to transform into elephants. Each elephant took on a unique shape, engaging in a myriad of movements. At that moment, silence was shattered by a thunderous revelation. Within the depths of Sake, it appeared as though the ancient roar of colossal elephants resonated. The 201st particle had wholly transformed into a giant, indistinguishable from the preceding 200. A primal, fierce, and profoundly robust aura emanated from within him. In the external world, 3 kilometers away from Sake, the spirited Reina stumbled and fell to the ground while exercising. Centered around Sake, within a radius of 5 kilometers, the flora and dust cascaded down to the earth under the immense pressure. The agitated dust, compelled by this formidable force, further embedded itself into the ground. Sake gradually opened his eyes, a pair of starry orbs filled with both confusion and exhilaration. After this period of cultivation, Sake realized that his practice of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique was far from complete. Even the first level appeared to be lacking. In this world, there is no need for the Divine Elephant to suppress hell. Perhaps it was merely the golden light in his mind, devoid of the golden little figures. Or perhaps the absence of the thunderous Divine Elephant's assistance. Alternatively, it might be that the rules of the world do not align, rendering his cultivation enigmatic. It resembled an empty shell, possessing the power and speed of an ancient behemoth, even exuding a ferocious and primal aura. Yet, it was missing an essential element, spirituality. Without spirituality, all is naught but empty discourse. If it were an ordinary technique, it would be one thing, but this was a self-cultivation method crafted by the supreme ruler. If power lacks spirituality, who would believe it? Furthermore, mystical cultivation is not akin to building with blocks, assembled piece by piece. A breath of turbid air was expelled, piercing the atmosphere like a sharp arrow, striking the ground not far away and creating a deep pit. Currently, he required no external assistance to discern the mosquitoes and flies 5 kilometers away, their fine hairs distinctly visible. The sound of their wings fluttering reached his ears with crystalline clarity. This was a level of physical development unattainable through mere martial cultivation. Sake gradually rose to his feet, mastering the vibrant energy within him, rendering himself unassuming and devoid of any discernible aura. Ignoring the tale behind him, he appeared to be an ordinary individual. As the essence of simplicity returns, the surrounding pressures dissipate. The grass and trees, once oppressed, experience an instantaneous resurgence, casting aside the dust and impurities. The air becomes unbearably polluted. Sake paid no heed to these matters. The 201 particles demanded continued effort. Reina rose, brushing off the dust from her attire. She cast an envious glance at Sake and persisted in her rigorous training. Following Sake's directives, she could only rely on various physical exercises to enhance her endurance through relentless practice. Without formidable healing methods, a severely injured Reina could only be courting death. A single misstep could lead her to an untimely demise. As the only Saiyan who trusted her, Sake would naturally avoid such reckless risks. He possessed a more advantageous strategy, albeit one that required patience. Remarkably, as she settled into a meditative state and diligently practiced, her strength began to ascend. Unfortunately, she lacked the ability to sense her own energy and remained oblivious to her true power. In the blink of an eye, 3 springs and autumns had passed. Sake and Reina have spent a full 3 years here. On this day, as the first light of dawn began to emerge, the surrounding air suddenly grew heavy. Sake, resembling an ancient ferocious beast, opened his fierce eyes. After 3 years of rigorous training, he had condensed 1,000,000 giant elephant particles. His pure energy combat power had surpassed an astonishing 300,000, unmatched and profound. His physical prowess had also advanced remarkably, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones with a mere gesture. With each breath, he could vanquish foes and provide protection. Even more astonishing was the fact that, regardless of his energy levels, his combat prowess remained unparalleled. His physical body could rival that of a warrior with 300,000 in combat strength. During this period, apart from Frisia, none could stand against him. Yet, even so, Sake had merely scratched the surface of the Divine Elephant Subduing Prison technique, still in the foundational stages. To truly grasp the technique, one must at least refine the primordial elephant. At that moment, Reina flew over, her face flushed with excitement. Sake's formidable presence was unmistakable to her. It was overwhelming. Sake, have you completed your training? Sake gazed at the agile Reina, a smile adorning his face. No, one should rather say that our training has reached a temporary conclusion. Reina's delicate face momentarily froze, her smile becoming even sweeter, akin to a ripe peach, evoking irresistible daydreams. Is that truly so? What shall we do next? Sake gazed at the sky. Naturally, it was time to depart from this place. Reina tilted her head, inquiring, "Are you suggesting we seize a spaceship from this planet?" With a snap of his fingers, Sake soared into the air. "Congratulations, you are correct, but alas, there is no reward. Let us proceed." Reina eagerly followed suit. As Saiyans, they possessed no notion of wrongdoing in taking things. Moreover, Sake, as a civilized being, viewed borrowing as far removed from theft. After all, he intended to return it. So, if we commandeer a spaceship, shall we return to Planet Vegeta? Sake rolled his eyes. Return to Vegeta? To accompany the dead? Mind your words. We are merely borrowing a spaceship. Reina crinkled her nose, expressing her displeasure with a soft huff. Are we truly required to return the spaceship? TCH, their spacecraft has quality issues. We certainly need not return it. Reina tilted her head and pondered for a while before playfully scolding him for his mischief. Half an hour later, a spaceship soared into the sky, heading deep into the cosmos. Within the vessel, after setting their destination, Sake and Reina devoted themselves to their training. Sake sat cross-legged in the room, furrowing his brow. He was not voluntarily emerging from his seclusion. The world of Dragon Ball is extraordinarily intricate, unlike other realms that are divided into numerous worlds and dimensions. Regardless of one's strength, all exist beneath the vast cosmos. It matters not whether one possesses a battle power of 1 or 1 trillion. Distinctions between ants and deities of destruction become irrelevant. All are mere pawns in the grand tapestry of the universe, integral parts of its essence. This duality brings both advantages and disadvantages. Every being absorbs vital energy to cultivate their skills, and ultimately, the measure of one's prowess lies in the total volume of energy amassed. More energy equates to greater strength. Less energy signifies weakness. Concepts such as physical strength or mental fortitude are rendered moot. Even a deity of destruction, formidable in their own right, is merely a manifestation of potent rules. The overall assessment hinges on the total energy and mastery of those rules. In the later stages, Sun Wukong, having mastered the art of, found himself unable to contend with Beerus in his base form. Yet, upon transformation into his Super Saiyan Blue state, he effortlessly overpowered Beerus, stripping the divine of its advantages. Ultimately, all beings are quite similar in this cosmic arena. Sake is no exception. He merely needs to continuously absorb vital energy to enhance his strength. Due to his practice of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, he is able to absorb this energy at a significantly accelerated pace compared to ordinary individuals. To this day, he is still capable of absorbing vital energy to bolster his power. However, the colossal particles of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique have remained dormant for half a month. This is the primary reason he intends to emerge from his seclusion. Chapter 7. Reflection, Culinary Mishaps, and Rumors. Sake is acutely aware that he has reached an impasse in his cultivation, unable to make further progress. Retreating into seclusion would be a futile endeavor. It is far more prudent to seek alternative solutions. In the realm of Dragon Ball, when it comes to the study of energy, the planet Yardrat stands as a prime destination. It is one of the essential stops for any traveler from another world. Sake, of course, cannot afford to bring shame upon his predecessors or become the subject of ridicule among the younger generation. Upon emerging from his retreat, he eagerly commandeers a spaceship and sets course for Yardrat. Meanwhile, Frieza is instantly informed of this development. Ah, that planet, is it? He muses. It is said to be home to beings with a battle power reaching up to 100,000. As he sits upon his regal throne, a smirk dances upon his lips. Will those two foolish wild monkeys be torn apart upon their arrival? He chuckles. Sabo wore a mocking smile as he slightly bowed before the retreating figure of Frieza. The king's wisdom was undeniable. The reputation of the Saiyans in the universe was far from favorable. Entering planet Adrat would undoubtedly mean certain death. Frieza turned around, a smile adorning his face, yet his eyes were as frigid as ice. Merely two inconsequential wild monkeys. Have those traitorous informants met their end? Sabo could not help but tremble, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. My lord, the group that was monitoring the back end has been completely annihilated, leaving no trace behind. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Frisia's lips. How fortunate for them. He abruptly shifted the topic. Do we have plans to assault the planet Adralat? Sabo's body trembled increasingly. My lord, due to the impending assault on the Scions 2 years hence, we have yet to identify a suitable candidate to infiltrate the planet Adrat. My lord, that planet is too formidable. It is the incompetence of us subordinates. Oh, let us defer this matter for now. Exterminating the wild monkeys is of utmost importance. A mere handful poses no significant threat and can be easily subdued with a mere gesture. Sabo lowered his head, his anxious heart finally at ease. Has the notice been conveyed? Yes, my lord. Frisia chuckled nervously once more. Sabo, my lord, in 2 years, I shall take you to witness the fireworks. The kind that illuminates the planet. Sabo's lips curled into a smile of rapture. Many years ago, he was fortunate enough to witness the magnificent display of the king's power. With a mere finger, a celestial body was born. The fireworks were resplendent, breathtaking, and utterly intoxicating. Now, he finds himself in the presence of such a spectacle once more. Grateful to the king. Ha ha ha, Frisia chuckled as he turned away, continuing to face the endless, exquisite cosmos. Little did Frisia realize that his disregard today would forge the giants that would loom over him in the future. Sake was oblivious to the fact that his life hung by a thread. His every move was meticulously observed by Frisia. Whether he lived or perished rested entirely in Frisia's hands. Sake found himself unable to cultivate, allowing the spacecraft to traverse the cosmos in solitude. Within the confines of the cabin, he engaged in deep contemplation. Although his spiritual practice had reached an impasse, it did not hinder his capacity for reflection. Who, among the divine, had sent him to this world? Which exalted being bestowed upon him this sacred methodology for cultivation? Why were the thunder apparition and the golden light diminutive figure absent from his journey? The first 2 were bearable. After all, he was but an insignificant insect, rendering it inconsequential. Yet, without any support, how could a mere mortal like himself aspire to master such divine arts? Sake possesses a profound self-awareness. Despite currently awakening 10,000 colossal particles, he has yet to even breach the threshold of mastery. In fact, he may not even step into the realm of the colossal itself. It is essential to comprehend that this is a dominion-grade technique, one imbued with exceptional capabilities. The foundation undoubtedly encompasses myriad intricate transformations, not to mention the realms that lie beyond the divine arts. Even at the current stage of colossal mastery, he should exhibit a degree of finesse. The rapidity with which he cultivates is primarily attributable to the superior essence of this world compared to that of the protagonist within the realm of the Holy King. Coupled with the relatively lax regulations and his superior bloodline, it is no wonder he has managed to condense 10,000 particles within a mere 3 years, all without any external assistance. In essence, it is the extraordinary power that yields miraculous results. He simply needs to continuously absorb vital energy. According to his observations, Sake is uncertain whether his cultivation has veered off course. Having not witnessed the complete vision, the risks are too formidable for him to navigate. It is indeed challenging. He hopes that the planet Adrat will provide a solution. At the very least, he wishes to breach the threshold of 10,000 colossal particles. With only 2 years remaining before Frisia's impending annihilation of Planet Vegeta, he is left wondering if this scant time will suffice. Sake does not lament his fate. The disparity between his battle power of 300,000 and that of Frisia is indeed substantial. However, had it not been for his extraordinary abilities, he would have never reached his current level of strength through self-destructive training. Setting off for Earth at the outset, with such limited power, he would stand no chance of evading the squad or embarking on a journey alone. It is essential to recognize that all technology utilized by the Scions is supplied by Frisia, all of which is equipped with tracking devices. Sake must dare to run. There is no need for Frisia to intervene, for King Vegeta has decreed it. He shall be reduced to ashes. One must learn to be content. Surviving such tumult is already a remarkable feat. Furthermore, he has ascended to the status of a mid-level Saiyan, accompanied by a stunning beauty. Moreover, he has mastered the art of the super divine technique and acquired a portion of combat skills. Sake found himself in a state of profound contentment, yet simultaneously plagued by a deep sense of dissatisfaction. The formidable powers of the Divine Elephant Town were overwhelming. Mastering this extraordinary skill was no small feat. The mere attainment of the elephant realm, not to mention the dragon elephant, could render one invincible within the Dragon Ball universe. With a staggering combat power of 25.2 billion, derived from the 840 million colossal elephants, Sake anticipated surpassing this limit to reach 1 trillion in strength through further transformations. Fast forward over 30 years, and the combat power of the lightning-infused cell would linger between 3 billion and 5 billion. Confronting such a formidable adversary would scarcely warrant a blink from him. Yet the presence of that deity stirred a hint of uncertainty within him. The notion of not attaining the divine realm, coupled with the inability to sense even a trace of the divine aura, was no trivial matter. Only the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo could discern the anomaly when the Kaioshin descended. Even Goku, with his vastly superior strength, remained oblivious to the disturbance. It appeared that reaching the divine realm necessitated more than sheer power and speed. One must also grasp the underlying principles governing such abilities. In retrospect, this world, seemingly robust, resembled an edifice built upon ephemeral clouds. Sake could not comprehend the origin of the Saiyan's explosive transformation energy. Furthermore, how long has Sun Wukong been training? A mere century pales in comparison to billions of years, and yet he easily surpasses the god of destruction. In this utterly chaotic world, it is perplexing how many have praised it in previous lives. One might argue that with more fortuitous encounters or guidance from formidable masters, it could be more plausible. Yet, with merely ordinary training in the gravity chamber, one swiftly transcends the god of destruction. Indeed, the more mindless it is, the greater the appeal to the audience. Sake forced a bitter smile. Damn it, I am biting the hand that feeds me, cursing while feasting, and shattering the very vessel that holds my sustenance. Surviving on Dragon Balls, what right do I have to critique this world? I am not worthy. That being said, I was once a fervent admirer of Dragon Balls in my past life, and it feels rather dishonorable to join in the cursing myself. Furthermore, the stronger the Saiyans grow, the better it will be for me, will it not? I would gladly unleash my fury upon the god of destruction at this very moment. Yet I find myself unable to do so. Sake grumbled irritably before promptly succumbing to slumber. Within the confines of the spacecraft, only Reina continued her vigorous training, her breath punctuated by rhythmic exertions. Over the past 3 years, she had not allowed herself a moment of complacency. The spacecraft sped through the cosmos, steadfastly pursuing its predetermined course. Sake remains uncertain, for within the cosmos, there exists a tale that Frieza dispatched Saiyans to assault the planet Adrat. Chapter 8. This is amiss. Diverging from others' narratives, seeking the limelight a month later, Sake emerged from slumber, realizing he was still adrift in the vastness of space. Sackman's gaze fell upon the troubled countenance of Reina. What could be amiss? Reina's expression was grave. Sake, she began, whispers have emerged throughout the cosmos, claiming that Frieza has dispatched Saiyans to assault planet Adrat. As it stands, we are a mere 30 million kilometers away from Adrat. As Sake awakened, an aura of chilling authority enveloped him. The Saiyans had never launched an assault on the planet Adrat. In fact, this celestial body ought not to possess any knowledge of their existence. At the very least, Vegeta was oblivious to it. He had always operated with utmost secrecy. The tempest stirred by his butterfly-like actions could hardly reach this far. Yet now, such rumors had inexplicably surfaced. There could be but one explanation. Someone had betrayed the trust. Sake gazed coldly at the distant starry sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. His breath swelled, and he resembled an active volcano on the verge of eruption. Aside from him, only Reina truly understood their destination. Was there any need for further contemplation regarding this individual? Reina stared at Sake, who was seething with barely contained rage. Shall we proceed? Sake remained silent. Could he take action against Reina? Sake felt a profound sense of confusion. Everything was utterly distinct from what others experienced. He was entirely at a loss as to how to proceed. Reina, unaware of Sake's thoughts, did not realize that she had already brushed against the threshold of death. She stood quietly behind him. Sake pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to take a gamble. Why not go? It was highly improbable that Frieza would be present here, otherwise such discourse would never have circulated. Adrat Star, at present, was merely home to self-proclaimed champions of justice. These individuals did not instill fear in him. With a battle power of 300,000, he felt invulnerable against anyone, save for Frieza. The prospect of a war of attrition or a collective assault was of no concern to him. Exercise caution, we are descending upon Adrat Star. Reina, bewildered, remarked. You once told me that as long as the green hills remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. How can you knowingly venture into the tiger's den? Sake did not provide an explanation, Having navigated through this moderate risk, Sake is acutely aware of the significance of concealing one's true capabilities. Henceforth, any plans shall remain solely known to him. Sake raised his hand, and a dazzling orb of light materialized in the palm of his hand. The orb continuously morphed, gradually contracting and consolidating, until a 3-meter-long greatsword erupted forth. It pierced the air with a series of explosive sounds. Lanier had no choice but to turn and maneuver the spacecraft. This was not akin to navigating the cosmos, where risks were minimal. This planet was rife with adversaries both inside and out. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. Beyond the planet Adret, countless spacecraft converged upon Sake's vessel. Discussions erupted across the United communication channels. Is that the ship? Knowing the dangers and still daring to approach. Are these Scions truly fools? One remarked, the Scions are a more malevolent race than Frisia. When they invade a planet, even the surrounding asteroids are subjected to energy blasts. However, this spacecraft was not akin to Frisia's spherical battlecruisers. Regardless, any entity that is not part of our Righteous Guardian Alliance or the Galactic Patrol could pose a threat. Should we issue a warning on the public channel to dissuade them? Another suggested, this is a hunt for monkeys. We certainly cannot let this opportunity slip by. Let them land. If they are not the barbaric Scions, then it is acceptable. But if they are, with such formidable presences here, they should be capable of vanquishing that Scion. The spacecraft's power engines belched flames as it lingered along various trajectories, while a motley assortment of extraterrestrials expressed their thoughts freely on the public channel. Had anyone been able to gauge their prowess, they would discover that the combat strength of this assemblage mostly ranged between 1 to 500. The spacecraft carrying Sake descended unceasingly, humming as it approached the planet Adretlat. Behind it, a multitude of vessels followed suit in their descent. On the ground, a throng of people surged toward the designated landing site. Sake's vigilance proved utterly futile as gusts of air expelled clouds of dust, and the spacecraft settled steadily upon the ground. With a creaking sound, the hatch opened, and Sake emerged, a smile adorning his face, his robust tail trailing behind him as he soared into the air. Behind him, Reyna exuded a palpable aura, her energies swirling around as she remained alert to her surroundings. Encircling Sake's spacecraft were layers upon layers of onlookers, a veritable throng. Among the crowd, a piercing, discordant voice rang out. Indeed, Scions, those accursed, savage apes. Sake's gaze sharpened, his energy coalescing as he raised his hand. A blinding radiance surged forth, striking the crowd with unparalleled swiftness. With a crackling sound, 3 lives were extinguished in quick succession. The final bolt aimed directly at the heart of the one who had spoken. The man's expression was a tumultuous blend of triumph and bitterness. Yet not a trace of fear flickered across his visage before he succumbed to death. The act was executed with remarkable speed, leaving no pain in its wake. With a single strike, Sake pierced through the ground, revealing an unfathomable abyss below. The crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by a restless surge. The expressions of those surrounding Sake were a tumult of terror, rage, and envy. No one could have anticipated Sake's audacity, even in the presence of so many formidable adversaries. He dared to strike first. Reyna's face flushed with admiration as she gazed at Sake, confirming her belief. She could never be attracted to a coward. It was precisely this boldness that captivated her. What did it matter how many there were? Scions fear nothing. With a fierce strike, Sake instilled fear in the onlookers, rendering them hesitant to act. Amidst the crowd, a bald figure with purple skin and pointed ears narrowed his pupils. He sensed a minimal presence of spirito. Before him stood a Scion whose mastery of spirito was exceptionally refined. Despite the bright sunlight overhead, he felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. The situation for the Utilitarians had become perilous. Sake maintained an expression of indifference, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His tone was cold as he surveyed his surroundings. What do you wish to do? It is of no concern to me, so do not disturb me. With that, he soared directly into the sky. Reyna, brimming with excitement, followed closely behind. The onlookers were incensed. What is this? This is blatant disregard. It is not mere contempt. It is profound disdain. Arrogant, wretched wild monkey. An angry roar erupted from the crowd once more. Around him, various cosmic races began to press in around him, wary of the lessons learned from past encounters. If they drew too close to this individual, would they become mere skewers? The one who dared to speak was unfazed by the cowardice of the crowd. He focused his energy, summoning a formidable wave of power. His expression was righteous, yet his eyes were filled with a sinister madness. To slay this individual in front of so many would undoubtedly elevate his own reputation. While this endeavor might not yield profit, it would certainly not result in loss. He was convinced that, after Sake, the Saiyan had stirred the hornet's nest, and none would dare to act recklessly. Did this fool truly wish to court death? This individual was resolute. After unleashing a single attack, he would rally the masses to strike in unison. At that moment, if the Saiyan could survive such a coordinated assault, he would willingly eat his own words. With a glint of obsessive madness in his eyes, he concentrated his energy wave to its peak and, in a fit of frenzy, launched it at Sake. The atmosphere trembled, howling as it hurtled towards him. The others turned pale. This individual possessed formidable strength, boasting a combat power of at least 1,200. This strike could move mountains and part seas. Meanwhile, the crowd relished the prospect of Sake being struck down. Chapter 9. Establishing Authority. Kill, shocking the aliens amidst the assailants. Voices of schadenfreude emerged. This fellow is doomed. There is no way he will survive. As these words fell, it was as if a dam had burst, and the crowd surged with renewed fervor. He deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant and obstinate? To kill him would signify the end of the Saiyan era. Friends, I believe it is not so simple. Saiyans are not fools. How absurd. With so many of us. Does he dare to stand alone? What else could he be but a fool? No, I have heard that when Saiyans conquer planets, they usually come in groups of no more than 5. Their strength cannot be so feeble. I agree that Saiyan is no ordinary opponent. That initial strike was not something just anyone could achieve. The attacker, whose anticipated reinforcements had not materialized, turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his voice hoarse. Friends, that individual is merely a fade. If we strike together, we can surely slay him. Having spoken, indifferent to the reactions of those around, he summoned all his rage, erupting with a formidable presence. Once again, he concentrated a powerful wave of energy between his palms. Damn this wretch, perish before me. Sake soared serenely through the sky, his mind filled with murmurs. It seemed as though he had become that very chicken. Yet, amongst this group of fighters, none possessed a strength exceeding 2,000, who bestowed upon them such audacity. Sake's expression was peculiar as he grasped Reina's arm, preventing her from making a move. His right hand, clenched into a fist, was taut with muscle, yet he refrained from harnessing his energy. With a seemingly ordinary punch, he unleashed a powerful blow. As he struck, a tempest arose, and the air, compressed by his physical strength, twisted into a spear of wind that followed in the wake of his fist. The force of his punch shattered the first wave of energy. Undeterred, it surged towards the second wave of attack. Below, those who dared to show themselves found most scattering and panic, while a few, filled with indignation, remained. This Saiyan had shown them utter disdain, and his assault encompassed them all. Unwilling to retreat, they foolishly chose to engage. Amidst the crowd, a purple figure stealthily withdrew. This was not tenable. He was far too formidable. I must inform the elders. Confrontation is unwise. Otherwise, we may face annihilation. The purple figure was indeed a member of the Ydrathians. Despite the multitude surrounding him, he navigated through the throng with ease, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Sake failed to notice the presence of the Yadrolite among the crowd, whose eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, fixated on his corporeal form as if preparing to strike. This assault was not merely a retaliation against the instigator. It was a declaration of power, an assertion of an invincible authority that commanded respect and deterred any potential affronts from all present. Those who ventured here harbored ill intentions. Sake harbored no feelings of remorse. As for the leader, within a radius of 200 meters, it was sufficient that no living soul stood upright. The force of his punch met the second wave of attack, and upon contact, the energy wave shattered immediately. The key wave emitted by that individual was utterly feeble, offering no resistance whatsoever to the oncoming punch. No, it was inconceivable. The leader trembled all over, his expression vacant as he gazed at Sake. As the most brilliant and formidable being of the planet, he had reached the pinnacle from the very beginning, never having tasted defeat. How could he fail so utterly against the casual strike of this wild monkey? The leader unleashed an attack, experiencing the depth of the encounter profoundly. The others, however, were not in despair. They unleashed their own formidable attacks. In an instant, the sky became a kaleidoscope of colors, with various energy waves, ki blasts, beams of light, and even extraordinary abilities flying in all directions. Yet, It was in vain. Upon meeting Sake's punch, all were rendered utterly powerless, some even annihilating themselves in midair. Damn it! Why are you attacking me? You fool, you clearly obstructed my attack. Idiot, stand further away while releasing your ki. It reeks. Reina's delicate face was filled with astonishment, which soon transformed into bewilderment, and ultimately into trembling as she pressed her lips tightly together. She was fearful. How inappropriate it would be if she were to laugh out loud. Sake emanated an ominous aura, standing defiantly in the air, his indifferent gaze fixed below, a hint of a sinister smile playing upon his lips. This group dared to provoke him, and he would unceremoniously claim their worthless lives. As for the other directions, that would depend on his mood. Should anyone dare to emerge, their fate would mirror the impending calamity. The force of his punch surged like a relentless tide, shattering countless energy attacks before descending directly towards the ground. It was then that everyone sensed the impending peril. The mere wind of his punch had not yet dissipated when it pressed down from above. What was the purpose of the air spears behind him? Panic erupted among many, particularly those within the attack's range, their faces paling in dread. Damn it, wild monkey. Do you dare to slaughter so many? One shouted. Indeed. We are the elite from different planets, with super warriors from the Galactic Patrol. If you dare to kill us, you shall face dire consequences. Amidst the curses, there were those who trembled in fear and begged for mercy. My lord, we were wrong. We underestimated you, emboldened by Frisia's arrogance. Please spare us. My lord, we erred, we were coerced. Direct your wrath at our leader instead. Release me, and I shall grant you a prestigious ranking for longevity, wishing you a long life. In the future, I shall avoid you. No, I shall avoid the Saiyan clan altogether. There were many voices pleading, and moral coercion was not absent. Indeed, my lord, you are immensely powerful. It would be unethical to hold us insignificant beings accountable. If you act thus, I shall expose you online, inviting universal condemnation. Yes, given your strength, it is only right that you spare us. Indeed, if you do not spare them, you must at least spare me. After all, I am a good person, countless voices echoed, yet Sake remained unmoved. Who was he? A Saiyan. What of earthly ideals? Embracing Sake's philosophy, he had long ceased to care about taking lives or annihilating planets. Moreover, this swarm of ants had chosen to provoke him. The universe was a realm of survival of the fittest. You consume me, I consume you, including in his past life. Many merely wore a thin veneer of civility. In essence, they were fundamentally similar. What talk of benevolence and morality? If his strength were feeble and he claimed to be here merely to learn, would this group have spared him? Not a chance. The most effective method to silence them was singular: kill. The punch surged forth, and amidst the babbling, the curses, the pleas for mercy, the moral coercion, the attempts to flee, and the counterattacks, all actions abruptly ceased. The earth trembled, dust swirling. Before anyone could react, Sake's punch struck the leader, splattering blood and leaving no trace of bones. Around him, those encircled suffered the same fate, limbs severed. Before any cries of lament could arise, the air spears whistled as they struck the ground. Thud, boom. A visible shockwave radiated outward, engulfing a radius of 200 meters. Everyone within this sphere was consumed in a cataclysmic explosion. Blood rained down, unable to descend before being thrust skyward once more by the force of the blast. A cloud of smoke and debris swiftly ascended, spreading outward and enveloping an area of over 500 meters in mere moments, with the rate of diffusion accelerating. Hearts raced, and before the stunned onlookers could regain their composure, the shockwave struck. Most people staggered, their balance compromised. Before they could react, the ground trembled violently, causing many to lose their footing and fall to the earth. Sake gazed indifferently, and in order to intensify the impact, he chose to strike once more. Chapter 10. Boldness. Infuriated and ruthless, the colossal elephant trumpeted, a powerful surge of energy coursing through its entirety. With a casual lift of his hand, palm facing downwards, Sake transformed it into a faintly white palm, coalescing between his fingers, perfectly encompassing his hand as it hovered over the dust-laden area. With a gentle press, the ethereal palm detached from his grasp, racing swiftly towards the ground. With each meter it descended, the palm of energy doubled in size. On the ground, the remaining extraterrestrials were seized by a profound shock as their pupils dilated. This Saiyan intended to annihilate them all. How could they dare? Damn it! Could one truly commit such an unspeakable act? Sake let out a cold laugh. What exactly are the Saiyans? They are a race that specializes in the slaughter of indigenous populations on planets, only to exchange them for profit. To speak of moral integrity in relation to them, one would have to be utterly deranged to utter such words. Moreover, if it means ensuring a comfortable life for future generations, I would not hesitate to colonize the entire universe, bearing the weight of ignominy. If my descendants can simply recline and draw sustenance from the cosmos without lifting a finger, I would gladly embrace that fate. Just imagine planets throughout the universe laboring for the Saiyan. Would their lives truly be difficult? Though morally questionable, it is an enticing thought nonetheless. Worthy of contemplation. Sake paid no heed, for this group was utterly depleted. Otherwise, they would never utter such words. The aliens, filled with indignation, yearned to rise in defiance. Alas, time was not on their side. As the colossal hand of vitality descended upon the earth, the feared harm did not manifest. Instead, the dust and debris surrendered under the weight of the massive palm, settling upon the ground. Those who besieged Sake were struck by the sight of the terrain, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A few collapsed outright, while others, having just risen, faltered and tumbled awkwardly to the ground. At the center, where the leader stood, a standard cylindrical depression, approximately 800 meters deep and 400 meters in diameter, emerged within their view. This individual, whose attacks were not only terrifying, but whose control was equally formidable, had withstood 2 assaults from the leader, each exceeding a combat power of 2,000. Yet he managed to suppress the chaotic remnants of their onslaught with precision. How did Sake accomplish this? Is it within human capability? Even those with a combat power of merely 5 are unable to achieve such precision. This clearly illustrates the extraordinary strength of Sake's combat abilities. The onlookers, with expressions rich in complexity, gazed at Sake in disbelief. Those who arrived here, to some extent, hold a certain prominence, belonging to the ranks of stellar figures. A single glance was sufficient to confirm this. Sake is a formidable individual not to be trifled with. A Saiyan of such incredible strength has emerged. Is there still a semblance of order in this universe? How many more years can we expect to live in peace? Sake gazed upon the assembled individuals in the town, his heart brimming with satisfaction. As he prepared to take action, a chilling aura enveloped him. With remarkable fortitude, he summoned his energy, and a transparent shield materialized around him. A resonant hum filled the air, encasing the bewildered Reina in an ethereal embrace. Within him, the colossal force stirred, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed to the heavens. On the ground, the surviving aliens, still reeling from the previous events, sensed the world tilt as an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Their expressions turned to despair as they looked up, eyes wide with horror. "Damn it, you wretched beings, do you wish to annihilate us?" They lamented. "You scoundrels, if you conspire against us, it is as if the Saiyans have come to slaughter us. Such cunning, such prowess. Curse it all, yet you refuse to let us escape. We shall be utterly obliterated." The aliens below trembled in fear, for they were not Saiyans, who faced death without trepidation. The 2 strikes delivered by Sake made them acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them from him. Enormous, colossal, even with a multitude of attackers, they could not hope to vanquish Sake. He could slay with a mere breath, dispatching foes in droves, while his own energy replenished faster than it could be depleted. How could they possibly contend with such a force? Now, an unmanned spacecraft hovered above, emitting advanced weaponry. Did they not realize the futility of their efforts? This was a ploy to lead them to their demise, inviting a universal manhunt for Sake. Alternatively, it could be an attempt to obliterate the entire planet, burying them alongside it. Such a ruthless scheme. Sake's gaze was frigid. He wielded his power to sustain a shield against the onslaught of the spacecraft. Reina emanated an immense aura, revealing a formidable combat strength exceeding 30,000. "I shall join as well." A wild grin tugged at the corners of Sake's mouth. "Very well. I shall eliminate them all." Reina froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Sake. "You plan to venture into space?" Sake stated that it encompasses everything, not solely the spacecraft that descends upon planets. There remain a few vessels lingering in the vastness of space. Sake shook his head. "I am not foolish. Combat necessitates intellect." Reina, bewildered, instinctively summoned a powerful protective shield. Just as she prepared to share it with Sake, he had already dashed forward. The words Reina intended to utter lingered on her lips as she gazed in astonishment at Sake, who boldly charged towards the spaceship, unadorned and exposed. She involuntarily swallowed hard. How fierce, how pristine, how sleek. Sake's physical form can withstand these assaults, but the battle suit cannot. Exposing his tail, he relentlessly pressures the spacecraft. It is not a matter of lacking energy. Rather, he must concentrate fully on devising a strategy to eliminate the spacecraft, unwilling to let distractions interfere. If Frisia does not emerge, what significance do you so-called champions of justice truly hold? Sake was filled with resentment. He devoted himself to his training, utterly unwilling to engage in conflict. Yet this group insisted upon forcing his hand. Since ancient times, heroes have wielded their martial prowess against prohibitions, while demons instilled terror through slaughter. Did they truly believe he was incapable of wielding a blade? On planets conquered by the Saiyans, none have ever managed to escape alive. This group, having enjoyed a prolonged period of comfort, had clearly allowed compassion to swell in their hearts, perhaps forgetting the notorious reputation of the Saiyans. His figure flickered as he gathered energy into a concentrated orb in his hand. With a decisive sweep, the energy orb hurtled towards the spacecraft. With a resounding thud, the vessel's protective shield offered no resistance, resulting in a gaping hole piercing through the entire ship. With a focused gaze, Sake commanded the energy orbs to curve gracefully through the air, redirecting them towards another spacecraft. Simultaneously, he conjured 2 additional energy orbs in each hand. The techniques in this realm were rather rudimentary, yet their destructive power was unmistakably potent. Murmuring softly, he released the 2 orbs towards the spacecraft. In an instant, the sky resembled a game of marbles, with new energy orbs continuously materializing. The scene was dominated by the spacecraft losing its propulsion, erupting in flames, and plummeting, painting a harrowing portrait of a hellish battlefield. Sake paid no heed to the spacecraft in the sky. The debris from the control section of the vessel hurtled towards him. The remnants melted gradually in the air, coalescing into a mass of molten iron. A cruel smile flickered at the corners of Sake's mouth. Was there truly no way in the vastness of space? He launched himself upward, a torrent of molten iron surging behind him. At the forefront, through the intense heat and friction, it molded into slender strands of iron. These strands would form the outer shell of the spacecraft. Ascending to an altitude of 30,000 meters, he gazed at the spacecraft, hundreds of kilometers away, with a fierce glint in his eyes. For no reason at all, you come to cleanse the so-called monstrosities. The malignancies, do you? Today, I shall make you experience firsthand what a true monstrosity is. Accompanied by a silent roar, countless fine iron wires, as if equipped with engines, surged upward, piercing directly towards the various spacecraft. The training system from the Dragon Ball universe could never achieve such feats. Yet, Sake possessed the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. While perfection and precision might elude him, breaching your colossal spacecraft would be a trivial endeavor. He was determined to prove that creating a hole would render your spacecraft incapable of flight. If it truly could, he would concede. Once he discovered a means to survive in the cosmic expanse, he would personally fly over to deliver a crushing blow. Sake remained oblivious as the spacecraft soared to its zenith, rapidly departing from the scene. Within the confines of the vessel, utterances reminiscent of the tyrant Gula echoed incessantly. Chapter 11. Grant me this favor, and I shall divert your troubles. In the sky, a continuous barrage of fireworks erupted in splendid displays. On the ground, people craned their necks, their muscles straining as they disregarded the aerial pyrotechnics, striving instead to glimpse the unfolding drama of the cosmos. Their curiosity was piqued regarding the fate of those distant spacecraft. The explosions reverberating through the universe were soundless, their brilliance diminished by the daylight. The extraterrestrial beings, once seething with rage, now exhibited a sense of schadenfreude as they confirmed the destruction of the vessels. They had only recently been within the range of the ship's assaults. Sake could not withstand it. There would be no opportunity for mockery. It is not the enemy's malice that instills fear, but the betrayal of teammates who stab from behind. Their eagerness to arrive only serves as a harbinger of doom. Who desires such a fate? Some even applauded in approval. Reina, who had only recently been liberated, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Is there something wrong with these people? Are they not comrades? Why do they laugh so heartily? Sake swiftly resolved all matters concerning the spacecraft and descended gracefully. Renaer smiled sweetly. Is everything settled? Sake cast a sweeping glance around the ground. Aside from this place, there were no survivors. Sake was oblivious when he uttered those words. The only spacecraft that had departed ahead of him, evading his scrutiny, was transmitting all the information he had just gathered to various factions. Before long, the news of Sake's brutal slaughter of the champions of cosmic justice would echo throughout the universe. Sake remained oblivious and indifferent. Ultimately, this world is governed by strength. Once he discovers a means to break through, he shall soon become unrivaled across the cosmos, even surpassing Beerus. From his lofty vantage point, he gazed down upon the terrified beings of the universe. Just moments ago, they had reveled in applause. Now, the tables had turned. Their lives rested entirely within Sake's whims. All eyes were anxiously fixed upon him. To this day, they could scarcely fathom that human potential could reach such heights. Yet, the evidence lay before them. With the flames in the sky still flickering, occasional echoes of explosions resonated through the air. This group dared not make any rash movements. The Reaper before them was no trivial matter. Though numerous, their spirits were scattered. Although gathered, their strength was feeble. No one dared to act out of turn, each one nervously observing Sake and Reina, who stood resolute in the sky. A glint of cold light flashed in Reina's eyes. "How do you intend to resolve matters with these individuals?" she inquired, her voice laced with an ominous tone as she summoned her energy, poised to strike at the slightest provocation. The onlookers below felt a chill in their hearts, and many of the weaker-willed or less powerful individuals fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. They were clearly overwhelmed, their minds clouded in confusion. Sake gazed down at the crowd below, clasping Reina's hand as they soared into the distance. There was no need to concern themselves with those people. They could not affect their fate. "Remember, should our spacecraft sustain damage, you all shall perish. Unless you manage to escape this planet and never encounter us again." The ominous threat lingered in the air. Sake and Rionar have vanished without a trace. The planet Adrat, home to the city with the most potent aura. Sake strolled through the city with Rionar, entirely disregarding the many curious gazes of the Adlatrians. Can we truly attain what we desire? Sake remained silent, lost in contemplation. At this moment, he was pondering a singular question. Had their whereabouts been divulged by Reina? If so, the subsequent events made little sense. Reina was well aware of his formidable strength and would not dispatch such expendable pawns to their demise. Each member of their combat team possessed knowledge of the artificial moon, and any one of them could wield a combat power in the tens of thousands. This motley crew did not appear to be meticulously arranged for the purpose of assassinating him, as they seemed unaware of his true capabilities. Rather, it seemed more likely that there had been a leak of information, leading to an impassioned gathering of individuals seeking justice. In the midst of contemplation, a being from the planet Adrat arrived before him. "Esteemed warrior, greetings to you." Gazing at the reverent purple-skinned figure, Sake surveyed him with a smile that bordered on irony. "What brings you here? Did you not flee? How audacious of you to reappear before me. Has my restraint emboldened you?" The visitor's expression darkened, opting to sidestep the matter. "Esteemed warrior, our leader from Adrat, Supa, invites you to the royal palace for a discussion." Sake did not impose any difficulty upon him, instead gesturing for him to lead the way. They traversed through the circular edifice, ultimately arriving before the most magnificent structure. Before them stood the palace where the leader resided. "I can escort you only this far. Please, proceed." Sake shrugged and stepped inside. The hall was vast, sparsely populated, yet it exuded an air of solemnity. The atmosphere was eerily still, a stark contrast to the bustling city beyond, enveloping everything in an unsettling chill. The clear sound of footsteps echoed, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere in the air. In the hall, 12 Adrelathians stood on either side, each possessing a combat strength exceeding 10,000. Perhaps due to insufficient prowess, they were unable to completely conceal their formidable abilities. Sake understood clearly the combat prowess of these individuals. Sake cast a fleeting glance before dismissing it, turning his attention to the 2 Adrelathians seated at the forefront. Their presence exuded a gentle warmth, their countenances serene, even adorned with a subtle smile, revealing little of their true intentions. Sake broke the oppressive silence and strode towards the hall, his expression unwavering. Yet, within his heart, he felt a profound sorrow for the Saiyans. Their self-proclaimed identity as a warrior race was nothing short of the perspective of a frog in a well, utterly laughable. The 2 seated figures before him could effortlessly sweep across the entire planet of Vegeta. Yet, they remained blissfully ignorant, reveling in their own arrogance, proclaiming themselves the mightiest beings in the universe. They claimed that without technology, Frieza was insignificant and boasted that their great ape transformation could obliterate the cosmos. What then? Is this place? What of Namek? Not to mention the formidable foes such as Super Broly, Moro, the ancient Saiyans, the dragon god Salam, and the fallen Angel Walker. These adversaries could be deemed powerful entities beyond the universe or formidable opponents within it. Sake advanced step by step towards the two seated figures, deliberately disregarding the 12 piercing gazes that felt as sharp as daggers. The hall was vast, yet inevitably, there would come a moment when he would reach the end of his journey. Sake stood still, a hint of a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Greetings, Supa, leader of the Adrelatants." As Sake's words fell, the atmosphere once more settled into a profound stillness. A subtle yet palpable aura of menace swirled around Sake and Reina, reminiscent of a razor-sharp blade gliding across bone. Reina's pupils constricted, her demeanor transforming with the intensity of a startled kitten. A formidable and unparalleled energy radiated from her. As Sake opened her mouth, she immediately unleashed her thunderous prowess, enlightening those ignorant Adretlations about the might of the Saiyans. The 12 guards were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had not anticipated that Renaer's Polito possessed such formidable strength, her combat ability subtly surpassing theirs. Sake appeared oblivious, fixating intently on the two seated individuals, awaiting their response. The one on the left, an Adration, spoke with a resonant voice and unflinching demeanor. Evidently, this gentleman possessed considerable familiarity with our Adration heritage. Sake remained silent, extending his hand with his palm facing upward, his gaze fixed intently on the speaking Odd-Arad alien. "Provide me with all your research on Spalito, and I shall assist you in diverting any impending trouble." Sake is not a caregiver. He cannot assist them without compensation, not even for a short while. Upon the utterance of Sake's words, the 12 could no longer contain themselves, erupting in unison with exclamations of arrogance. Chapter 12. An agreement reached, a pretense. A formidable aura, vast as the ocean, emanated from Cipolito, enveloping Sake. Reina's delicate countenance turned frosty as she prepared to unleash her fury. However, upon witnessing Sake's slow shake of his head, she instantly retracted her impending wrath, striving to maintain the momentum she had just established. Seeing Lena's compliance brought some comfort to Sake. He fixed his gaze upon the leader on the left, Supa. "What do you think, Supa?" Supa's expression remained unchanged, exuding a gentle warmth, embodying humility and elegance. "Esteemed warrior, do you truly believe you can seize the fruits of countless years of research by mere words? That is utterly impossible." Lena was on the verge of an outburst. The Saiyans were far from virtuous. Did they really think she was incapable of wielding a blade? Sake firmly restrained the frenzied Reina, while secretly lamenting the terrifying nature of the Saiyan evil gene. Not only did Reina provoke such thoughts within him, but he also found himself contemplating the notion of seizing power directly. This was all the more surprising given the foundational mastery of the Divine Elephant Town's prison technique he had attained. It seemed that the leader of Supa had no intention of concerning himself with the lives of his own kin. Sake spoke calmly, yet his words were profoundly infuriating. "Boldly, you may attempt it." As Sake's pupils constricted, a chilling aura emanated from him. Time and again, he had been patient and accommodating. Did they truly believe that Saiyans were devoid of temper? The two above, by their inaction, seemed to be testing his strength. As Sake was about to deliver punishment, the Adrelatrian, positioned to his right, spoke with grave seriousness. "Silence. Do not interject again. Otherwise, outsiders might perceive us Adrelatrians as uncultured." The guards' expressions remained unchanged as they reigned in their imposing presence, returning to a demeanor of tranquil indifference. Within the grand hall, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. The Adrelatrian who had spoken addressed Sake, saying, "I apologize for our lack of discipline, which has led to this embarrassing situation for our esteemed guest. I am Husu, a sage of the Adrelatrian people, and I extend my sincerest regards to you." Sake remained noncommittal. The Saiyans, renowned for their formidable reputation, have endured much without resorting to rebellion. To expect their respect is a fanciful notion. Who among you possesses the authority to dictate? Husu immediately fell silent, allowing Supa to take over the conversation. "Esteemed warrior, this is not a matter that can be resolved through mere words." Sake gazed at Supa with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Is that so?" Sake harbored disbelief that they were indifferent. Currently, he possessed no reputation. However, no one was aware that he had defected from Frisia. Throughout the cosmos, none dared to underestimate Frisia, the sovereign of the universe. Indeed, the more Sake exhibited such demeanor, the more Supa found himself engulfed in concern. He stood there in silence, as tranquil as an ancient pool. Is the gentleman truly so self-assured? Supa mused. Pausing for 3 seconds, his gaze laden with complexity before he spoke. Oh, Sake remained silent. Supa's words possess a dual significance. On one hand, there are those who may foolishly attempt to confront the Yadrit aliens. On the other hand, it implies that Sake possesses the capability to ensure their safety. Sake did not respond, while Supa hesitated instead. Sake chuckled lightly, as 10,000 colossal elephants stirred restlessly within him, their pure energy surging and circulating throughout his entire being. Sake's entire being erupted with an aura as profound as the vast ocean. A subtle smirk graced his lips, and his presence surged like a mighty hammer, charged with the force of thunder, rushing towards Supa and Hyusu. The 12 guards' expressions shifted dramatically. Just as they were about to take action, Hyusu's aura exploded forth. Boom! The two energies collided, and the air detonated, unleashing a sudden wave of force. A fierce wind swept through, causing the 12 guards to stumble and sway. Fortunately, the grand hall was spacious and largely devoid of furnishings, sparing it from any damage. Hyusu's complexion flushed, his breath becoming erratic. In contrast, Sake maintained an air of calm indifference. As the backlash of energy approached him, the colossal trunk of the elephant rose, inhaling deeply, absorbing the entirety of the force pressing against Sake's physical form. Supa's face was a tableau of disbelief. Sake had long anticipated the possibility of repelling Hyusu. However, it was utterly incomprehensible that Hyusu appeared to be at a disadvantage. Ostensibly, Hyusu was the sage of the Adrelatarians, yet in reality, he was the foremost master among his kin. His profound understanding of the intricacies of the Sepulito within his lineage endowed him with an arsenal of extraordinary techniques at his disposal. Sake's seemingly effortless defeat of Hyusu raises the question of whether he could obliterate their entire lineage. The individual before me is not the strongest, at the very least. The Saiyans represent a formidable race. Contemplating this, Supa felt a growing sense of urgency within. The infamous warrior race of Saiyans is indeed not to be underestimated. Should they choose to unleash their full might, we would find ourselves utterly defenseless. As the adversaries persisted in probing, Sake's patience wore thin. You have 3 minutes to deliberate, he declared, his tone noticeably colder. With that, Sake delivered his final, most lethal blow. I am aware that your clan possesses a technique known as fusion, which allows two individuals of similar strength to merge, resulting in an exponential increase in combat prowess. However, trust me when I say, while I may not be able to defeat you, you stand no chance against Lord Frisia. Sake remained unperturbed, boldly using the tiger's skin as a flag. As for how the Adration aliens would react upon learning of this, it was of no concern to him. Supa and Hyusu exchanged a glance, both acutely aware that today's affair would not conclude amicably. This individual had wreaked havoc on Adrat, and their inaction would only serve to alienate both sides, jeopardizing their standing in the cosmos. They desired everything, yet lacked the capacity to learn so extensively. That is not for you to worry about, but I assure you, if you grant my request, I can assist in resolving your recent troubles, he declared. Supa's face turned ashen, and he finally exhaled a weary sigh. I will comply. Sake felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained an outward composure. Are you all prepared? I shall seize it. The others were taken aback, as the 12 guards, who had just regained their footing, glared at Sake with fury. Sake wore a smile as he spoke leisurely. Only by seizing what belongs to you can you, as victims, adequately present your case to the other cosmic powers. Supa and Hyusu were momentarily taken aback, then turned their grateful gazes towards Sake. Their emotions surged, and for a fleeting moment, they had completely overlooked this perspective. Very well, we shall make the necessary preparations, Zhao nodded. He was unfazed by the potential tricks this group might employ. He had no intention of merely replicating the cultivation methods of Yadalat Star. He was merely drawing inspiration. His understanding of the essence of Qi within the Dragon Ball realm was scant, leaving him bewildered. Besides brute force, he had only the techniques of the Divine Elephant Suppression to rely upon. He had attempted the initial offensive techniques of the Divine Elephant Suppression, condensing the spear of the underworld god, but the outcome was predictably fruitless. Both worlds operated on Qi, yet there was a significant distinction between different forms of Qi. The more profound mysteries remained utterly beyond his grasp. Sake had no choice but to relinquish his ambitions and prioritize the pressing matters at hand. As long as he could continue to make breakthroughs, the means to achieve them were of no consequence. In the realm of Dragon Ball, what truly mattered were energy, strength, speed, and reflexes. As long as he possessed these attributes, The trivial details were utterly insignificant. Time is of the essence for Sake, compelling him to prioritize the matters of significance. Observing Husu's hurried departure, Sake gazed intently at the 12 guards. Leader Supa, if we do not take action, the consequences may not bode well for us. Supa, understanding the gravity of the situation, despite his grim expression, nodded slightly. I hope that the strong will show mercy. Upon witnessing the other party's perceptiveness and agreement, a look of teachable delight spread across Sake's face. Rest assured, there shall be no serious injuries. Just as Supa was about to speak, Sake let out a thunderous roar. How dare you refuse? Then I shall seize it directly. His voice resonated like thunder, causing the grand hall's ceiling to reverberate. Chapter 13. Successfully acquired with a fierce shout, Sake moved like a specter, swiftly closing in on a guard. Upon seeing this, Reina's face blossomed with joy, stretching from ear to ear. These wretched creatures. They had just been barking like dogs, attempting to suppress her with their presence, disturbing her peace and inciting her displeasure. Now, she could strike openly, her aura unabashedly surging forth, erupting with a deafening blast as she charged towards another guard. Within Sake's body, the colossal figure swayed, an overwhelming aura permeating throughout. He emanated a sense of ferocity, as immense energy coalesced within his palm, enveloping one individual in a shroud of air. The other person stood rigid, as if forsaken by heaven and earth, utterly unable to move. If the formidable force of Sake were to strike true, the guards would undoubtedly fall lifeless on the spot. Upon witnessing this, Supa's countenance changed dramatically. Just as he was about to act, the remaining 5 guards unleashed their fierce shouts and made their move. How audacious! Their voices reverberated, echoing through half the city with clarity. The might of Sake's maneuver was so formidable that they instinctively forgot they were merely acting. Coupled with the discontent of the 2 Saiyans towards Sake, they too yearned to take action and gauge their strength. The 5 erupted with an intensity as sharp as blades, their powerful energy giving rise to fierce gusts of wind. A smirk played at the corner of Sake's mouth as he sensed the approach of the 5 formidable energies. With a swift motion of his hand, he shifted his form through the air, unleashing a powerful wave of energy towards them. As the energy surged forth, Sake mockingly proclaimed, "I've been waiting for you." His muscles tensed, and disregarding the side of his attendant, he lunged at the 5 like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, the aura of bloodlust intensifying around him. If one must fight, let it be against the strong. If not, let it be against the many. Inflict injuries, instill fear, and weaken their resolve, ensuring they dare not emerge to bark defiantly. Within the grand hall, Sake's malevolent energy melded seamlessly with his overwhelming power, causing the very air to thicken and the sturdy structure of the hall to creak ominously under the strain of his abyssal presence. The 13 adrenalinarians in the hall gasped for breath, their faces flushed with apprehension. Sake appeared as an unparalleled malevolent force, akin to a celestial butcher poised to devour them. With a resounding thud, the first guard made contact with Sake's form, as if he had collided at supersonic speed with the most resilient of metals. Instantly propelled backward and collapsing limply to the ground, evidently devoid of combat prowess. The remaining guards trembled, their gazes fixed in disbelief upon Sake. One strike. Yet it seemed merely a commonplace collision. How could it be? A formidable warrior from their ranks lay defeated. It was utterly inconceivable. There had been no discernible surge of energy, yet the impact was devastatingly immense. A faint smile curled at the corners of Sake's mouth, reminiscent of death itself grinning. In a swift motion, Sake materialized behind another warrior. One cannot allow a comrade to endure solitude and desolation. A chilling voice echoed, followed by a thunderous command, "Die for me." With a swift strike of his hand, akin to a serpent weaving through the air, he struck the warrior. The sharp crack of shattered scapula reverberated throughout the grand hall. In agony, the warrior collapsed limply to the ground. Sakura stood before the warrior like a devil, head bowed and shoulders trembling. He appeared to be both weeping and laughing, as if possessed by madness. The remaining 4, with eyes ablaze, gritted their teeth and summoned every ounce of their energy. Sake suddenly raised his head, a formidable energy storm radiating outward, swiftly bursting forth from the great hall and spreading throughout the city. Fearless of the potential devastation to your city, feel free to strike. The adversary, fully mobilizing the energy within, glared with bulging eyes, his face flushed with frustration. "You, despicable one." Sake's smile was one of mockery. "Deceitful? Bring in other Saiyans, and they would demonstrate sheer brutality. The absence of savagery is what one might deem fortunate. What significance does treachery hold? It is treachery that embodies mercy. With a form as elusive as a specter, she swiftly approached the 3 remaining guards. Leaner chuckled softly, wielding formidable energy, and struck without a hint of compassion. Within the grand hall, energy erupted in violent clashes, resonating with thunderous explosions. Sake swiftly dealt with the guards, his form flickering as he approached the leader of the Yadrat Star, Supa. "You have offended," he whispered softly, gripping the leader by the neck. "Stop!" A thunderous command reverberated, instilling fear in all present. The 5 guards engaged with Lena momentarily froze, recalling the recent events, their frustrations momentarily quelled. Lena, with a delicate laugh, darted forward like lightning, delivering a precise strike to each guard. Supa's eyes flashed with a mix of shame and anger, his fists clenched and unclenched, ultimately surrendering to a sense of helplessness. As a leader, the preservation of his entire race took precedence over personal honor or disgrace. "Lena, come here." Lena licked her lips, flashed a sweet smile, and moved gracefully toward Sake. Sake lowered his head and whispered softly to the leader of Supa. "Supa leader, once I obtain your research on Spirito, I shall retreat. You may arrange for your men to pursue us. Remember, I will not hold back." With that, he clenched his fist, the veins on his hand prominently visible. Accompanied by Reyna, he strode purposefully towards the exit of the Great Hall. "Adelatrans, your leader is in my grasp. If you wish to see him unharmed, comply with my demands and surrender your research on Spirito." Sake wore a malevolent smile. "Remember, I desire everything in its original form." The Ardatian aliens, who had been gazing on, displayed expressions of disbelief. Many of them were enveloped in a surge of energy, causing the surrounding air to ripple outward in waves. As the situation grew tense and conflict seemed imminent, Husu fortuitously arrived. He glared at Sake with furrowed brows, gritting his teeth. "Stop. Spare our leader, and I will give you what you desire." The Ardatian aliens displayed their indignation, yet none dared to speak. It was evident that their leader enjoyed considerable support from the populace. Sake chuckled softly, lifting his chin in a gesture for Reyna to retrieve it. This had long been agreed upon. He trusted that Husu would not act recklessly. Even if he did, what of it? With a combat power of 300,000, augmented by the artificial moon, he could soar to an astonishing 3 million. Even Frisia had fallen prey to him unexpectedly. So what was there to fear from these Adratian beings? Reyna took the tablet-like storage device from Husu's hands and waved at Sake. "Here you go. May I be released now, my leader?" Sake lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. They were indeed allies, and severing ties entirely would not bode well for their reputations. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that they likely did not wish to engage in a conflict that would devastate their city. With that, Sake relinquished his grip. Supa's expression darkened as he soared away from Sake to join Husu. The other Yidlatrians were restless, the atmosphere heavy with tension, akin to the moment before a volcanic eruption. "Assistants, allow them to depart," Husu commanded in a deep, restrained voice, suppressing the crowd. The bewildered citizens stood frozen in disbelief, staring at Husu in astonishment. With a beguiling smile, Sake unleashed a surge of energy, swiftly appearing by Reyna's side. Grasping him tightly, he soared away with a fierce howl. "The wise one, the leader?" Husu disregarded the crowd, casting a glance at Supa. "Leader, are you unharmed?" Supa shook his head. "I am fine. Observe the guards. They are embroiled in battle." The populace, not pondering further, saw a handful of those skilled in healing rush into the fray. Husu turned to face the traces left by Sake as he tore through the fabric of space. "Obey my command. The guard must strike with full force, eliminating the malevolent science beyond the city. Remember, protect the items in his possession. They embody the entirety of our research from Planet Adrat. No one must forget. Once acquired, his combat power could ascend to an unprecedented 100 million. Instantly, numerous Adratans radiating intense energy and seething with animosity stepped forward. "Pursue them. Do not let them escape." A voice rang out, and they surged towards Sake. Chapter 14. Planet Namek Sake, is it truly necessary? After a brief distance, Reyna inquired softly. "Our race is quite peculiar. You must have sensed it too. Many formidable beings with combat powers exceeding 100,000 have yet to engage." Reyna nodded solemnly. "In the words of the artificial moon, Reyna, you must evolve. The Scion's blind arrogance and disdain for all must be reined in and concealed. This universe is replete with wonders." Sake comprehended Reneir's thoughts and interjected her musings. Reneir's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her once familiar master. now transformed in ways she could scarcely fathom. That obstinate fellow, King Vegeta, was inflexible and intolerant of dissent among the Saiyans, leading them inexorably toward a dire fate. This pattern was unsustainable, and there was no necessity to resort to violence against these individuals. Preserving them afforded us a glimmer of opportunity. Renaer, still in a state of bewilderment, fixed her gaze upon Sake, pondering the whereabouts of their pursuers. Sake chuckled lightly, his body quivering as he sliced through the air, doubling his speed. "Let them follow behind and eat dust," he remarked. Laughter echoed from Reina, her joyous sounds infuriating the pursuing adretlations. "No, he possesses the culmination of our entire race's research. A unique treasure that must not be lost. Pursue him." A sound erupted among the crowd, prompting some adretlations to unleash even greater energy in their attempts to catch up. The outcome was all too predictable. However, this commotion reached the ears of other races inhabiting the planet. Though they did not fully comprehend the situation, the significance of a unique treasure was clear. Observing the relentless pursuit by the adretlations, they recognized that Sake had stolen something of immense importance and singularity. Greed sparkled in their eyes as they retrieved communication devices, promptly sending messages to their respective factions. Unable to confront Sake on the ground, they were confident in their superiority in the realm of advanced spacecraft. Sake paid no heed to the individuals and matters behind him, displaying a carefree nonchalance reminiscent of a figure brushing aside their garments. All that remained were the Adretrians, seething with frustration and rendered speechless. He boarded the spacecraft and ascended into the cosmos. Where shall we journey next? Sark furrowed his brow. According to the storyline, he was most suited to travel to the planet Kinesa. There, Bardock fell victim to the illusionary spell of the surviving warrior Dwaro, which allowed him to glimpse the future, ultimately leading to the departure of Kakarot, who would later become known as Sun Wukong. If he were to go there and join forces with Bardock, perhaps he could alter this fate. To Namek, he stated. Reina gazed at him in bewilderment. Namek? What purpose would that serve? The gaze of Sake is profound. Whether or not Planet Vegeta can be saved remains uncertain, yet finding a way for the Saiyans to retreat is indeed possible. If memory serves, the current Planet Vegeta is not their original home. Their ancestral planet is known as Planet Salad, but due to internal strife rendering it uninhabitable, they have sought refuge on Planet Plant, which originally belonged to the Zafurians. He could first journey to Namek, harnessing the power of the eternal dragon Purunga to restore Planet Salad. Simultaneously, by dedicating himself to rigorous training, he might even unlock latent potential and significantly enhance his strength once more. Go forth to that place. Reynard swiftly operates the spaceship. What of the tale behind him? A glint of cold light flickered in Sake's eyes, his entire being exuding an aura of menace. Dispose of them, he commanded. Reina's lips curled into a smile, her excitement palpable. All right then. Having followed Sake for several years, her hands felt as though they could scarcely lift a blade, her energy nearly rusting. As she operated the weapon systems of the commandeered spacecraft, she gazed at the few scattered ships ascending into the sky. With a determined gesture, she forcefully activated the weapon launch system. Above a frigid planet, within the vast confines of Frisia's formidable spaceship, Frisia sat upon his throne, observing the starry expanse beyond the window. Oh ho ho, how intriguing, he mused. Dodoria and Zarbin stood respectfully in the center of the chamber. The insidious pink-hued Dodoria spoke first. My lord, that Saiyan seems rather unusual. Should we eliminate him? Oh ho ho, Frisia's chair turned, his demeanor shifting. Mr. Dodoria, a monkey endowed with thought. Don't you find that amusing? Dodoria bowed his head respectfully. My lord, could he become uncontrollable? What if, oh ho ho? Frisia's mocking laughter echoed through the chamber. Mr. Zarbin, you are aware of the one called Sake, Reina, my lord. Frisia's eyes narrowed, and the atmosphere within the chamber grew stiflingly tense. Sabo's forehead glistened with beads of perspiration, each drop cascading downward. Do not be anxious, Mr. Sabo. What is the combat prowess of that Sake? It surpasses that of King Vegeta, my lord. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Frisia's lips. Isn't this intriguing? Tell me, how do you suppose King Vegeta would react upon discovering this? Sabo's eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, he addressed as Frisia turned his chair around. Please proceed. Sabo bowed respectfully and retreated, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. It seemed he too anticipated the intriguing events that were about to unfold. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, time flowed swiftly. Sake's spacecraft encountered no obstacles, dissipating the fervent excitement that had been building. rendering the efforts of those who had tipped him off utterly futile. At that moment, Reyna entered, her voice delicate and melodious, her enchanting eyes shimmering with youthful vitality. This man was unlike those simian beings. While she exhibited no interest in the research notes on the Adrat star people, he perused them with great enthusiasm. During this time, he had been engrossed in contemplation and study within the confines of the spacecraft. Sake diverted his gaze from the monitor and rose to stand before the glass porthole, gazing at the 3 stars glowing with a silvery light, and the 4th planet, enveloped in green, that orbited steadily among them. Indeed, it was the planet Namek. Lena had silently approached his side. "How long must we remain here?" she inquired, her tone devoid of any trace of concern, as if oblivious to the fact that the Scions were universally regarded as outlaws across the cosmos. She had not even contemplated whether the Namekians would be willing to assist them. Sark narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly uttered 2 words, "half a year." A flicker of joy ignited within Reyna's heart, causing her lips to unconsciously curve into a smile. And then, Sake remained silent. 6 months was the deadline he had set for himself. The sensation of possessing the formidable power of the Divine Elephant, yet making no progress, was quite unbearable. After expending a year in futile efforts, if he still found no solution, he would have to pursue an alternative path, one uniquely suited to the extraordinary talents of the Scion race. His fists clenched slightly. "It is possible," he roared silently within, maintaining an impassive exterior. "Let us proceed," drawing closer to Namek. Sake was acutely aware that there was little significance in remaining on Namek, as he could not break through his current limitations. Despite having studied the knowledge of the Yardrat people for a considerable time, he found himself unable to arrive at a resolution. The Dragon Ball universe, after all, is distinct from that other world. Some things simply do not exist, and that is an undeniable reality. Currently, Sake's hopes can only rest upon Namek. Reyna pouted slightly before turning and making her way towards the spaceship's control room. Sark quietly observed. The energy within him, reminiscent of a divine being, began to radiate outward, faintly sensing the formidable presence of a powerful individual on planet Namek. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated in his ear. "Child, come forth." Chapter 15. Your defiance. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Sake's eyes. It goes without saying that this is the Grand Elder of Namek. Releasing his hands and slightly bowing his head, Sake murmured to himself, "Do you possess foresight? How intriguing. Are you aware of my affairs?" Standing by the porthole, he gazed down upon the myriad islands, both large and small, with much of the opposing side completely obscured from view. Most of the land, along with a few isolated hills, was adorned with an abundance of peculiar trees. As he drew closer, Sake could faintly discern some low, snail-shaped abodes. "A village, perhaps?" Sake murmured softly as the spacecraft descended gracefully onto the ground. Accompanied by a gentle creak, Sake opened the door, gesturing for Reyna to follow him as they departed. "Do we not need to safeguard the spacecraft?" Reyna inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Sake shook his head with a smile. The Namekian was a race of pure essence, and he harbored no concerns regarding this matter. Furthermore, Namek possesses advanced technological prowess. As they stepped outside, Reyna murmured, "Why is the sky green?" "Come now, such peculiarities are characteristic of these extraordinary planets." "Sake, does this planet hold any particular significance, being so remote?" Sake came to a halt, his tone tinged with a hint of seriousness. "Reyna, you must possess a discerning eye. Every life-bearing planet harbors its unique attributes. It is merely a matter of whether we can unveil them. Furthermore, one must maintain a mindset akin to an empty cup, perpetually learning and advancing. Any civilization that has thrived within the cosmic expanse holds invaluable lessons for us to comprehend." Reyna pouted, yet her countenance radiated a sweetness akin to indulging in candied fruits. How long has it been? Since surpassing Sake, she had not heard any teachings from him. On that mission planet, she had largely acted in accordance with his directives. Now, her mentor Sake had returned, and not only had he returned, but his prowess had once again eclipsed hers. She relished this sensation. "Understood," she replied, her final word elongated with a playful lilt. Sake's heart quivered. The gentle hum of the young maiden was perpetually evocative of tantalizing thoughts. Sake, feeling a sense of helplessness, could only fly toward the direction of the indistinct sensation. Before long, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a swift figure darted toward the two. The figure hovered majestically above them, casting a disdainful gaze downward. With green skin, clad in a white martial arts uniform, Adorned with two antennae on its forehead and pointed ears, it was none other than a Namekian. Despite his youth, Sake immediately recognized this individual as Nail. "Follow me," Nail uttered coldly, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. Rena's delicate face flushed with anger. As she prepared to charge forward in fury, Sake, with quick reflexes, seized her, signaling her to refrain from any rash movements. He had urgent matters to attend to. Offending others was not an option. Very well. Naru turned and soared into the sky, leaving behind a disdainful huff, as though acknowledging her discernment. Humph. Renaer was infuriated. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. Sake, this wretched planet, I could annihilate it single-handedly. Why? Under the piercing gaze of Sake, Reyna could only reluctantly seal her lips, inwardly lamenting the inherent brutality etched into the very essence of Science. The spirited young girl was no exception to this trait. With a determined breath, she followed suit. Ahead, Neru's ears twitched, and a palpable disdain flickered in his eyes, unabashedly displayed. Fortunately, Sake remained oblivious to this, or else he might have unleashed his fury. As a fellow Saiyan warrior, Neru's control over his impulses was not necessarily superior to Reyna's. They soared over vast oceans, glided past towering mountains, and traversed expansive plains, until the trio arrived at a serene mountaintop. There, structures of a similar architectural style stood in tranquil silence. "Let us proceed," Neru commanded, stepping through the main entrance, leaving behind yet another cold remark. Sake is indifferent to keeping pace. This time, I must entrust several matters to the Namekian. Young ones, you have arrived. As Sake stepped into the room, before reaching the center, the sound he had heard in space resonated beside him. "Greetings, esteemed elder of Mexstar," Sake respectfully remarked, and the previously stern countenance of Neru softened considerably. Upon witnessing the haughty and impudent Renaer standing proudly, her verdant visage deepened to a shade of dark green. "You have come for the Dragon Balls, have you not?" As the Grand Elder's voice faded, Renaer exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, how did you know?" Sake remained composed. "I wish to seek 2 wishes from the Dragon Balls, and I humbly request the Elder's permission." "Boldness!" Nelu suddenly bellowed, his eyes ablaze with furious flames. The request from the Scions ignited a fury within Nail akin to the spark of gunpowder. He was already displeased with the nefarious Scion's presence on Namek, and now they dared to make such outrageous demands. The Dragon Balls, crafted by their Grand Elder, had never been utilized by the Namekians themselves. Yet here stood these malevolent Scions, making such impudent requests. "Enough, Nail," he thought. "Both of you are kind-hearted friends. There is no need for such hostility." Sake cast a penetrating glance at the Elder. This old fellow was no simpleton. He was adept at manipulation. Sake could hardly believe that the benevolent Namekian could not perceive the murderous aura emanating from him and Reyna. The Elder's attempt to exert psychological pressure was likely to backfire. While other Scions might succumb to such tactics, Sake would not. Did the Elder acquiesce? The Elder smiled knowingly and nodded. There were still nearly 30 years until the impending crisis on Namek, and at this juncture, the Elder appeared vigorous and far from frail. "However, I have an unorthodox request." Sake was eager to express that, given the unwelcome request, he would refrain from making it. However, the words transformed into an invitation to speak as they reached his lips. After all, when one is presented with an immense favor, turning away so abruptly is hardly pleasant. Who would not feel discomfort in such a situation? This old fellow surely recognized this sentiment and wielded it to his advantage. Reyna could only watch in silence, her heart ablaze with indignation. On Yardrat, such humiliation was unheard of. She could single-handedly vanquish the entirety of Namek without Sake's assistance. Why should she be so courteous? In 30 years, would it be permissible to protect Namek? Before Sake could utter a word, Neru stepped forward, vociferously countering, "Great Elder, I can safeguard our planet without the aid of these nefarious individuals." Reyna scoffed dismissively. At that moment, Neru's combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Reyna pondered whether she could indeed best him. This time, Sake did not intervene to halt Reyna. A perpetual willingness to concede can lead others to perceive one as easy prey. It is the edge of conviction that constitutes true rationale. "Do you dare challenge me?" Neru cast a sidelong glance at Reyna, his tone dripping with scorn. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew increasingly tense with palpable contempt. Reyna remained silent, her fury manifesting through her actions. An immense energy surged within her, conjuring a tempest as the pressure bore down relentlessly upon Neru. He paled at the sight, his figure darting to shield the Great Elder, standing resolute like a mountain. Neru withstood the entirety of Rainer's oppressive aura. A glimmer of apprehension flickered in Rainer's eyes, recognizing that she faced a formidable opponent. Had it been prior to her training, she would have undoubtedly been at a disadvantage. Yet now, she was prepared to escalate her energy further when a resounding command broke the tension. Chapter 16. The lesson of Rainer. Neru's face turned a deep shade of anger. We shall step outside to battle. This is the great elder's sanctuary, and I will not allow your insolence here. Rainer tilted her head towards Sake, who gave a subtle nod. Her spirits soared with delight. The Saiyan's innate warrior instincts were stirring with anticipation. Follow me, Rainer declared coldly, taking the initiative as she soared out of the dwelling. Neru cast a glance at the great elder, who nodded in approval, before following her outside. My child, forgive me for the spectacle, he murmured. Sake suppressed a cold laugh within, deriding the old schemer's intention to use Reina to refine Neru. However, he maintained a facade of amiability and feigned indifference as he spoke. It's quite all right. My friend is simply too impatient. Let your warrior take their time with her. Is that so? The Grand Elder remarked with profound significance before closing his eyes. Sake observed the ostentatious elder, acutely aware that he could sense the external environment through his aura. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he turned and strode toward the exit. Despite possessing the research notes on Yadarat Star, his mastery over aura remained rudimentary. He was incapable of perceiving the battle outside from within the confines of the room. A genuine transmission of knowledge is far more valuable than a multitude of written texts. Many concepts eluded his comprehension entirely. The studies on aura from Yadarat Star leaned more toward the astonishing applications of aura itself, diverging significantly from the meticulous manipulation of energy characteristic of the Namekians. It was evident that without the artificial moon, Renaer would struggle against Nera. However, the use of an artificial moon bordered on excessive. It could potentially disrupt the fragile ecosystem that the Namekians had painstakingly restored, inciting their wrath. Outside, a mere 1,000 meters from the towering mountains, the sky was charged with tension. Renaer and Neru unleashed their auras, powerful energies radiating across the heavens, causing the air to tremble incessantly, with cyclones sporadically forming only to dissipate under the overwhelming force. Waves of energy surged and rolled, driven by Renaer's innate Saiyan ferocity, prompting her to strike first. With a tremendous punch imbued with vast energy, she aimed directly at Neru's head. Neru, with a grave expression, swiftly countered with a punch of his own while simultaneously generating a gust beneath him, propelling a fierce kick toward Renaer's chest. Renaer let out a delicate sound of exertion, her free left hand descending to meet Neru's kick, while her tail, reminiscent of a serpent, lashed out toward Neru's midsection. Sake gasped in astonishment. This fierce woman was truly relentless. Nairu's expression remained unchanged as her long legs elongated like rubber, bending to circumvent Reina's left hand. Aiming directly for her tail, Reina gritted her teeth in fury, cursing the monstrous foe. Despite the unyielding nature of her movements, the power she wielded intensified. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, producing a wailing sound that pierced the air. Just as Reina made her move, testing the strength of her strike, she unleashed her full force. Sake took a deep breath, yet found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. True to the Saiyan disposition, which revels in witnessing the anguished cries of their adversaries, they often prefer to torment evenly matched opponents before delivering the final blow. It was only through his persistent guidance and counsel that Reina's fighting style had evolved into what it was now. This instinctive approach was shaped after numerous battles with him. As she employed her combat techniques, Sake was left to ponder whether he should feel a sense of pride or sorrow. Meanwhile, Nella remained undeterred, his formidable aura enveloping his form as he chose to engage Reina head-on. A true man would never retreat. In the heart of the battle, a resounding thud echoed, followed by the rapid and forceful clash of their strikes. Cyclones of energy erupted in the air, creating a cacophony of ruptures. Sake stood outside the door, his battle attire resounding with each movement. The piercing sounds of the wind and the clash of combat incessantly filled his ears. With great effort, Reina exerted herself, completely devoid of the agility reminiscent of a monkey, while continuously matching Nairu's robust vigor. Nairu's form was nimble and ever-changing, retaliating with vigor in each strike. Sake shook his head in disbelief. Reina, fueled by her fury, unleashed a formidable energy that starkly contrasted with Neru's calm demeanor. At present, Their powers seemed evenly matched. Yet he understood that after 1,000 exchanges, Rena would ultimately succumb. Even the mightiest Saiyan merely harnessed the essence of energy, in terms of pure physicality. There was little difference from that of a Namekian. When the energy is depleted, one faces defeat. Yet, perhaps failure is a necessary step for her rapid transformation. In Sake's eyes flickered a glimmer of wisdom as he stood quietly atop the mountain, gazing out. Damn it, if only one could confront directly, slippery as snot. Neru's physique resembled rubber, constantly morphing after each clash, counterattacking Rena. At times soft as clay, at others hard as iron, it rendered her defenses utterly ineffective. With every strike Rena launched, she only accrued more injuries upon herself. This was the very source of her exasperation. Is this what you call the counter-armor? Sake shook his head in disapproval. In the midst of battle, one may exhibit courage and audacity, yet one must never forsake composure. Rena had never encountered such a formidable adversary, and her thoughts became disordered. Her breath quickened. Indeed, her excessive expenditure of energy was a sign of immaturity, compounded by her lack of steadiness. The longer the fight continued, the more relaxed Neru appeared. Rarely did he engage directly. He consistently evaded Rena's attacks by mere inches, subsequently countering with the unique advantages of his physique. Each time, he found his mark. Not only did Rena squander her energy, but she also unwittingly exacerbated her injuries. At this juncture, it was imperative for that girl to adopt a defensive stance. Sake shook his head, recognizing his lack of combat experience. He had previously only encountered overwhelming victories, and when faced with an equally matched opponent, he found himself at a loss on how to proceed. Sake appeared relaxed, yet a surge of energy coursed through his entire being. The closer he drew to this moment, the more he fretted about Rena's potential fury. Once the artificial moon transformation was unleashed, Neru would no longer stand a chance. Should anything go awry, and he were to inadvertently crush Neru, it would spell disaster. Before the thought of Sake could settle, Rena's exasperated voice pierced through the air. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Neru snorted dismissively, his expression laden with profound disdain. Rena, now seething with fury, glared intensely. You wretched fool, I shall teach you a lesson. The air, suffused with unspoken emotions, lingered within Sake's being, while the divine elephant raised its trunk, drawing every ounce of breath back into its essence, leaving not a trace behind. Rena's recent words were not solely directed at Neru. They were also meant for him. Sake understood her intentions and abandoned the thought of intervening. Within the confines of the room, the elder sighed deeply. He was acutely aware that Neru would suffer a significant blow due to his arrogance. Rena unleashed a punch, clashing once more with Neru in a fierce confrontation. Utilizing the recoil, her body soared backward. With both hands, she concentrated a formidable energy that radiated brilliance before shooting forth into the sky. The planet Namek, encircled by 3 stars, was devoid of night and moonlight, which would typically emit the buzz light waves. To transform into a giant ape, Rena had to summon an artificial moon herself. And so she did, releasing energy that simulated the artificial moon, capable of reflecting the buzz light waves to a considerable extent. After absorbing this energy, she would naturally be able to transform. Neru hovered silently in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon Rena's panting form. To teach him a lesson? The outcome was glaringly apparent. Even in such dire circumstances, he still sought to maintain his facade. Was he merely firing light waves into the sky? Was it a celebration? This wasn't a place for fireworks. Did he truly need to waste his energy? Rena glanced at the arrogant Neru, a wicked smile gracing her fair face. She opened her mouth, voicelessly uttering, "Wait for your demise." Chapter 17. The dragon wave Palunga Sake observed with crossed arms and a cold gaze. Rena, though superior to him as a mid-level warrior, could not master her violent thoughts and transform into a rational giant ape. Even after defeating Neru, the rage within her would continue to fuel her path of destruction. Sake refrained from intervening, for he understood that within Rena, a simmering resentment brewed. This pent-up emotion, if left unexpressed, would serve her no good. Although it exceeded his original plan, he deemed it inconsequential. As long as he continued to suppress Rena, he could later devise a means for her to grasp her inner state. The information he procured from the Adrelatarians provided him with abundant inspiration. Coupled with the energy manipulation techniques of the Namekians, he was certain he would uncover a path to breakthrough. Sake is confident that within 6 months, he will achieve further breakthroughs. Even if Rena were to transform into a giant ape, her combat power, which does not reach 30,000, would render her incapable of defeating him. Sake has reformed the colossal elephant, and his strides will be irresistibly powerful. This magnificent beast embodies a combat prowess of 30. With his remarkable ability to absorb energy, subsequent breakthroughs will undoubtedly come to fruition effortlessly. For Reina, surpassing him seems nearly impossible. Her form gradually expands, thick fur beginning to sprout from her body, fortuitously aided by her battle attire, which accommodates her growth, thus preventing any unfortunate exposure. Her high cheekbones and beautifully elongated visage morph into a fearsome countenance, with elongated teeth transforming into menacing fangs and a jutting chin resembling that of a formidable gorilla. Her palms swell tenfold, becoming exceedingly coarse, while her tail thickens even more, producing a piercing sound as it slices through the air. Akin to a century-old tree trunk, yet possessing remarkable flexibility. With a thunderous roar, she raises her foot, larger than a grinding wheel, stirring the air into a mournful wail as it descends upon Nailu with ferocity. The force emanating from her is potent enough to rend the very fabric of space, ensnaring Nailu in its grip. A flicker of panic crosses Nailu's eyes. The energy surging forth has increased at least tenfold, rendering him unable to withstand it. This female beast has held back her true power. With escape routes on either side blocked, Nailu, in a moment of desperation, chooses the most prudent path. Instead of retreating, he lunges forward, narrowly slipping beneath Reina's foot. He pivots swiftly to face her back, channeling all his energy into his right palm, determination flashing in his eyes. With a fierce roar, he unleashes his attack. Kamehameha wave. Sake was so embarrassed that he felt as though his toes might pierce through the very fabric of the universe. If a fight is to ensue, why must one announce their techniques? Bang! The energy wave struck with precision, hitting Reina's massive form. Roar! Reina, feeling the pain, swung her formidable tail towards Nairu. Nairu's expression changed in horror as he hastily descended towards the ground. Despite Reina's immense size, her agility was surprisingly commendable. That tail strike had effectively blocked all his escape routes. The only way to evade was to land on the ground. Fear flickered in his eyes as he gathered his strength once more, delivering a powerful blow to the earth, creating a pit over 2 meters deep, dust swirling around him. He barely managed to slip into the pit, narrowly avoiding the tail. Curse it! How could such a colossal body possess such remarkable agility, and the ability to amplify her power tenfold? What kind of monstrosity is this? Gasping for breath in the tainted air, Nairu cursed vehemently. He simply could not fathom how such a being could exist in the universe. Sake remained composed as he observed that Nairu was not yet at his wit's end, and the lesson had not been sufficiently imparted. Indeed, amidst the fray, Reina's immense form had already pivoted, leaning down as her left hand reached out towards Nairu. Startled, Nairu abandoned his attempt to regroup. With a surge of energy, he dashed forward at an angle. Targeting the side of the gorilla, he unleashed another wave of ki. Sake shook his head in disbelief. The Mikians exhibited an extraordinary mastery over energy. Despite enduring a prolonged battle, Nairu had still unleashed 2 energy waves, retaining a remarkable 60% of his power. Yet, their neglect of combat engagement rendered their energy manipulation capabilities rather underdeveloped. Faced with a formidable opponent like Reina, who disregarded conventional reasoning, they were rendered utterly helpless. A glint of fury flashed in the gorilla's eyes as it confronted Nairu's energy wave, opening its cavernous maw. With a fearsome roar, a robust crimson beam erupted forth from its mouth. Cold sweat trickled down Nairu's brow as he instinctively dodged to the right. This movement, however, proved disastrous. Reina's left hand remained embedded in the pit, her reflexes not quite swift enough to react. To her right, her hand was free, and she instinctively swung her arm outwards to grasp. Nairu felt the surge of pain as his veins bulged, his face contorted in agony, sweat cascading towards Reina's palm. It was evident that Reina intended to crush this insignificant ant. Her eyes gleamed with a blood-red fury, her arm muscles bulging with intensity. The lessons of restraint she had previously pondered were now overshadowed by a fervent thirst for destruction. Child, perhaps it is time to relent. Nairu had come to recognize his grave misjudgment. As Sake savored the moment, the earnest voice of the elder resonated in his ear. Sake was taken aback. As long as the Namekian's head remains intact, they cannot perish. The gorilla form of Reina did not crush Nairu's head. Why the urgency? Within Sake's heart, there was a silent lament. yet his body acted with unwavering honesty. He knew he must rely on the Mexians for assistance and remain in this place for a while longer. To create friction now would be unwise. The divine elephant within him let out a resounding cry to the heavens, its elongated trunk extending forth, as pure and immense energy surged into Sake's being. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a discrete energy projectile that soared silently towards the artificial moon above. That was the source. If he did not interrupt it, he would be at a loss on how to restore Reina. In a flicker, he appeared beside Reina, who had transformed into a colossal ape. Her eyes blazed with crimson light as she opened her mouth once more. A robust beam of energy shooting directly towards the energy projectile Sake had emitted. Simultaneously, her tail lifted, striking out towards Sake with fierce intent. Sake was at a loss for words. He pondered where to begin when Lena inadvertently presented her vulnerability, gathering energy around his palm. He swiftly expanded it into a colossal hand of force, firmly grasping Lena's tail. The energy surged wildly, and upon seizing her tail, he forcefully lifted it. Come to your senses. With Sake's thunderous command, Lena found herself suspended, her body lifted by her own tail. Her eyes swirling in dizziness as she lost much of her strength. A feeble roar escaped her lips, and her right hand slackened, causing Nuru to fall limply to the ground. Sake cast a fleeting glance, ensuring the hovercraft was positioned beneath Nuru to prevent his demise. And then he paid no further heed. Bang! The energy projectile launched by Sake initially pierced through the energy beam emitted by Reina, striking the artificial moon and resulting in a violent explosion. As the moon detonated, the reflected rays of the bruh's light diminished gradually until they vanished entirely. The tail in Sake's grasp began to diminish, and Reina's body also started to regain its strength. Reina, still in a daze, slowly opened her eyes and weakly inquired, "Where am I?" With a hint of irritation, she lightly tapped her head, applying just enough pressure to elicit a pained response from Reina as she wrapped her arms around her waist. The energy extended forth to seize Nuru. Thus, Sake carried one while the energy grasped another, soaring towards the residence of the elder. "Thank you, kind-hearted child." With a swift motion, Sake drew in a breath. The opposing party, with each utterance, seemed to wield the innocence of a child, taking advantage of the situation. As he reflected on the longevity of his counterpart, he realized that this individual in his grasp was likely older than even the father of his grandfather. Thus he acquiesced to such behavior. The words of the Grand Elder subsequently alleviated the turmoil within him. "Rest assured, I have already informed the 7 elders, who are now en route here with the Dragon Balls." Discarding Nehru with a resounding thud, Sake wore a smile. "I shall express my gratitude to the Grand Elder. You mentioned the impending crisis facing Namek, instigated by Frisia, did you not? I shall extend my assistance to the Namekians." The Grand Elder's countenance remained serene, seemingly unperturbed by Sake's commitment. "I am immensely grateful. They have just arrived. I have already apprised them that the second Elder, Muley, will be aiding you." Sake nodded, embracing a blissful sleep as he left the house with Reina, her eyes gently closed in tranquility. Outside, the Namekian, upon seeing Sake, promptly summoned their divine dragon, Purunga. Chapter 18. The Distorted Might of the Divine Elephant. Sake's lips twitched as he fixated on the grotesque dragon formed from the luminous pillar extending from the Dragon Balls. Was it truly this efficient? The Grand Elder's words proved far swifter than his own arduous search. As he listened to the babbling of Purunga, Sake gazed at the assembly of aged Namekians. The significance of foreign languages became profoundly evident at that moment. He was utterly perplexed. "Greetings, I am Muley, the second elder of the Namekians. What is your wish?" Sake blurted out, "Restore the original homeland of the Saiyans, Planet Salad." Upon hearing this, Elder Muley turned to speak to Purunga in a hushed tone. Soon, the Eternal Dragon responded, and Elder Muley's gaze shifted as well. "All right, the restoration is complete. You may now make your second wish." Sark lowered his head and ventured a suggestion. "Preventing Frisia from annihilating Planet Vegeta?" The elder nodded in silence, turning to continue his murmurs with Purunga. After a moment, the elder faced Sark, expressing difficulty. "I am afraid this wish cannot be granted. You must choose another." Sake was not particularly surprised. While the annihilation of Planet Vegeta was indeed influenced by Frisia, it was primarily the directive of the god of destruction, Beerus. The prowess of Borina could not possibly surpass that of this supreme deity within the universe. As for saving all the Saiyans, soon enough, the same news was relayed to Sake. Unfortunately, Rescuing Saiyan under the age of 3 was still unfeasible. Sark displayed no impatience. Thus, I shall acquire all knowledge pertaining to the research of the Yadralat aliens. The second elder conveyed his words once more. The divine dragon closed its eyes, awaiting neither its utterance nor the second elder's message. As Sake felt a sudden clarity in his mind, an abundance of knowledge regarding the Yggdrasians, both familiar and unfamiliar, flooded his consciousness, all of which he absorbed and comprehended with ease. Sake silently berated himself for his foolishness. Had he known sooner, he would have come directly to Namek. He had squandered 2 segments of cosmic travel time unnecessarily. With the fulfillment of this wish, Sake felt as though he had unlocked the gates of a dark realm. Without hesitation, he demanded to possess all knowledge pertaining to the essence of air on Namek. The second elder trembled slightly, resignedly turning to address the dragon once more. Sake did not concern himself with the mindset of the second elder, but instead devoted his attention to the profound knowledge of planet Namek. After the dragon's incantation, it transformed into a radiant light, dispersing into the ether, leaving behind 7 gleaming stones. The dragon had fulfilled its wish, and the next summoning would require a wait of 130 days. Sake gazed at Muley with a peculiar expression. "What is it?" Muley inquired, her face a mask of confusion. "Is it truly just 130 days?" Sake understood the essence of what Muley was conveying, yet the abruptness of the words struck him deeply. Such audacity. Muley, however, was oblivious to the intricate nuances of human emotions, nodding earnestly in agreement. "Indeed. So anyone can do it?" Muley remained perplexed, unable to discern the flaw in his own statement. Naturally, it pertained to the days on that beautiful planet. Sake chuckled inwardly. How remarkably open-minded. A torrent of knowledge cascaded through his mind, extinguishing his interest in jesting. "Well, I'm fine now," he declared, and without greeting the Grand Elder, he chose a direction and soared away. He arrived at a slender island approximately 10 kilometers long, selecting a sheltered valley where the wind flowed gently, stirring the air into a comforting blanket. He gently laid Renaer down and draped the blanket over her, then turned and flew toward the sea. Facing the vast ocean, he settled cross-legged upon a protruding rock and slowly closed his eyes. The essence of the divine elephant confinement technique vividly manifested in his mind, continuously clashing with the knowledge of energy he had explored with the Yggdrasians and Namekians. After a considerable time, he let out a deep sigh, his gaze becoming unfocused as he opened his eyes. The divine elephant confinement technique was awry. In that other realm, when the divine elephants were abundant, energy had already begun to crystallize, complemented by formidable skills such as the spear of the underworld, the wings of the demon, and the guardianship of the underworld god. The very essence of the hellish furnace had begun to coalesce. With further advancement, one could plunder the energies of heaven and earth, transforming them into sustenance for one's vitality. Yet here I am, still at the same stage with 1,000 heads. The disparity in the fundamental nature of energy between the 2 worlds likely plays a part, but the primary reason lies in the completely different laws governing existence. Fortunately, both worlds cultivate energy, had it been magic or some other peculiar phenomenon. Sake would surely find himself weeping over a mountain of treasures. Energy crystallization. How does one achieve that? In this world, the notion of energy crystallization is utterly absent. Previously, their energy was diffused throughout every cell, allowing for vast reserves, ensuring that even when planets were destroyed, their spirits remained undiminished, resulting in exhilarating displays of power. It did not operate within the confines of meridians and acupoints. The current energy of Sake is stored within the divine elephant's body, released as breath when needed. If the energy were to circulate through the meridians and acupoints within, he would undoubtedly be unable to cultivate effectively. There has been no research on this matter, and the data from both superlative research races is lacking. In this vast universe, where am I to seek such knowledge? Sake only comprehended that true energy could be transformed into liquid, which could then coalesce into crystals. Yet, his energy was not fluid in nature. Divine Elephant, perhaps you could refrain from expelling gas and merely spit? The thought of that scene sent a chill down his spine. 10,000 minuscule divine elephants within him howling to the heavens, incessantly spitting. He shook off the thought. It was best not to dwell on it, as it was beyond his grasp. Moreover, the process of liquefaction was futile, as it necessitated the consolidation of energy runes within the sea of energy, a skill he was utterly unacquainted with. Sake was in a state of agitation. As the divine elephants moved in unison, an overwhelming surge of power emanating from them, swiftly filling his entire being. As myriad sources converged, I pondered where I truly belonged. Moreover, the significance of cells far surpassed that of meridians and acupoints. Within Sake's body, powerful energy blasts surged forth, bombarding the sea with relentless ferocity. It was an experience as uncomfortable as a sudden, unwelcome interruption. "What is happening?" Reina, awakened by the commotion, flew over with a look of confusion, inquiring. Sake continued to unleash energy blasts, fervently venting the turbulence within him, disregarding everything around. Reina gracefully approached and quietly settled beside him, observing his actions in silence. It was not until 30 minutes had passed that Sake finally regained his composure. "Are you feeling better now?" Sake nodded, his voice husky. "Reina, do you think a battle power of 3 million is sufficient?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Reina's eyes. Sake possesses a combat power of 3 million at present. She is aware of Sake's formidable strength, yet the figure of 3 million is simply beyond imagination. "Are you familiar with Frisia's combat prowess?" Reina merely mentioned it in passing. Observing his troubled demeanor, she aimed to lighten his spirits. Little did she know, Sake casually remarked, 120 million. Reina's countenance shifted drastically, her entire being trembling with disbelief. "Impossible." Sake fell silent, and she gradually composed herself. There is no need for Sake to fabricate a number to intimidate him. His fists clenched tightly. "Does that mean we are utterly devoid of any chance?" Sake gazed upward at the distant waves surging upon the sea, his eyes regaining their tranquility. "Super Saiyan." Lena was taken aback, her eyes brimming with confusion. Tilting her head, she quietly fixed her gaze upon her master. This master, ever since the great battle 4 years ago, had transformed remarkably. Sake continued to unveil a secret. Chapter 19, Breakthrough, the Artificial World Furnace. A battle power of 3 million is the standard. Once attained, it would enable us to awaken the unique potential of our Saiyan lineage, surpassing even the might of the great ape transformation, capable of amplifying our strength by 50-fold. At that juncture, we would possess a staggering battle power of 150 million, eclipsing Frisia. Renaer offered a wry smile. While a battle power of 3 million may sound attainable, in reality, it remains an elusive feat for nearly all. Is Master troubled by this matter? Sake shook his head and nodded simultaneously. My strength cannot continue to grow. This state has persisted for a year. Reina furrowed her brow. What does the Master mean? Thus, I traveled to the planet Adrat to then proceed to Namek. Reina suddenly understood, and her previous confusion dissipated entirely. She glanced at Sake with a troubled expression, unsure of what his confusion entailed. On the path of cultivation, she was still but a fledgling, stumbling with her first steps, utterly incomparable to Sake. After a prolonged hesitation, Reina spoke hesitantly. Master, I believe that if this path is unfeasible, we could explore an alternative route. After all, it may simply take more time. We could merely train to enhance our strength. However, the gravity of this planet is merely 1/10 that of our Vegeta, so the results may not be as pronounced. Sake gazed upon the surface of the sea, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind as he repeatedly murmured Reina's words, his eyes shimmering with renewed brilliance. Ah, gravity, gravity. How could I have overlooked such a fundamental concept? Reina beamed with joy at the sight of Sake's revitalization, delighted to have been of assistance to him. Sake lifted his gaze gently towards her. Please wait for me for a while. Reina nodded emphatically. On this planet, she had no rivals and felt no fear whatsoever. To hell with the crisis on Vegeta. Was anything more significant than the matters concerning her master? Sake soared into the air, plunging directly into the depths of the sea. He descended relentlessly, sinking deeper and deeper until he reached the limits of his endurance. A brilliance erupted in his eyes, illuminating the dimly lit underwater realm. As an army of divine elephants stirred within him, their trunks exhaling powerful breaths, Sake hastily mobilized, exerting every ounce of strength within him. As the pressure intensified, the flow of energy within his body became increasingly arduous. The more challenging the situation grew, the more he summoned his energy to counteract the ever-mounting pressure. It had already surpassed the gravitational force of Planet Vegeta, reaching at least 20 times the pressure of Planet Namek, equivalent to 30 times the gravity of Earth. Sake was filled with excitement as the Divine Elephant absorbed the essence from both its internal and external surroundings, leaving not a trace behind. The only forces he could summon were those that remained within his grasp. Presently, under immense pressure, the energy began to undergo a transformation. Sake, having sensed the unfolding events and comprehending the potential for intrigue, descended with increasing swiftness. He continued until he felt he had reached his limits, at which point Sake came to a halt, remaining still in the profound depths of the ocean. Here, he was situated at least 3,000 meters beneath the surface, a depth he deemed sufficient. Sake does not seek to surpass limits. He merely requires the transformation of chi, allowing him to continue refining the divine manifestation. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the chi is significantly more advanced than that found in the world of divine manifestation and the prison of the gods, being derived from the absorption of external life energy by the human body, akin to the essence of life itself. All he needs to do is to develop the principle of the convergence of myriad sources and create an infernal furnace within his being. Whether I can indeed forge such an infernal furnace remains uncertain. Sake gazed into the darkness, attuned to the silence, feeling the frigid embrace of the sea water, and closed his eyes to commence his own experiment. The formidable prison technique of the Divine Elephant did not compel him to condense various runes, let alone the subsequent infernal furnace. Sake could only rely on the myriad of knowledge within his mind to envision the infernal furnace. The energy within his body did not necessitate further purification, as it was already the most refined essence that his corporeal form could transmute. This energy coursed rapidly through his physical being, adhering to the meridians and acupoints, rendering it increasingly difficult for Sake to exert control. The simple acts of compressing and releasing, transporting and igniting, were not enough. He needed to manipulate the energy to align with his envisioned design, first condensing it into a suitable structural framework, and then stabilizing it. Ultimately, he would employ these structures to construct the infernal furnace. Sake harnessed the immense pressure of the deep sea to suppress the gas's intense operation, rendering it more manageable, and gradually began to develop the concept of the Hellforge. On the coastline, Reina regained her icy composure and stood proudly, akin to a celestial goddess. "Master, you can do it." The three suns in the sky moved in a harmonious sequence, rendering the passage of time indistinguishable. Suddenly, a ripple arose on the ocean's surface, expanding into a small vortex that began to form. Upon witnessing this, Reina was taken aback, and without hesitation, she dove into the water. In the Grand Elder's palace, the Grand Elder abruptly opened his eyes, growing more formidable. Nera trembled, his expression darkening. "Is it that male Saiyan?" The Grand Elder nodded gently. "I cannot foresee that individual's future. He may very well ascend to divinity, becoming a war deity." Neru, astonished, replied, "Grand Elder, they are wicked Saiyans. How can they also attain divinity?" The Grand Elder gazed kindly at Neru. "Neru, this world is not merely black and white. The god of destruction is tasked with annihilating planets, yet he stands as a pinnacle deity of the cosmos. Do you understand?" Neru, indignant, retorted, "Can mortals be compared to deities?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "Their race harbors kindness, thus they encounter the outside world infrequently. For many matters, they rely solely on his teachings and natural insights. Their perspective on issues remains quite one-sided." As calm settled within the hall, a glimmer of determination shone in Neru's eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. Sake closed his eyes tightly. Within him a colossal, three-legged, dual-eared cauldron of chaotic hues gradually spun. This immense cauldron, though vast, navigated seamlessly between cells, and upon encountering the Divine Elephant, it silently merged within. Each instance of merging brought forth extraordinary transformations in the Divine Elephant, rendering it no longer rigid but vividly animated. The surface of Sake's body is enveloped in a thin, imperceptible, and untouchable transparent membrane, which does not affect him in the slightest, yet it is capable of absorbing the vital energies of the external world. As Sake manifests this membrane's ability to absorb, an immense force, vast as the cosmos, emanates from within him. Countless energies surge into his body, entering the chaotic, three-legged, double-eared cauldron, only to overflow and disperse into the form of the Divine Elephant, akin to how the creature drinks water. The cauldron and the Divine Elephant transform in unison, and Sake, wide-eyed and taken aback, refrains from intervening, allowing the phenomena to unfold freely. This is amiss. Shouldn't the hellish furnace be a viscous crimson, akin to lava, exuding a pungent scent of sulfur? Why does it instead appear grand and majestic, as if it encompasses all the universe? This transformation is exceedingly drastic. Sake gazed intently at the transformations occurring within him, unable to resist the urge to click his tongue as he spoke. Everything had become utterly chaotic. The cultivation path of the Divine Elephant's prison suppression was in complete disarray, entirely at odds with his current state. As Sake was taken aback, a sudden pop resounded within him, swiftly coalescing into a new colossal elephant. Before he could fully process his astonishment, a continuous cacophony ensued, culminating in the emergence of 1,000 more majestic elephants, which ultimately settled into a stable formation. In the realm of Sake perception, a new giant elephant is gestating. Once that cauldron absorbs sufficient vital energy, it shall awaken. My goodness, this would equate to a staggering battle power of 30,000, which is utterly extraordinary. This contraption is not merely a hellish furnace. It is akin to a man-made furnace of heaven and earth. Gazing at the grand cauldron within him, Sake could not help but exclaim once more in wonder. The shock of the event still lingers, and suddenly, an unforeseen change occurs. Chapter 20. The Ultimate Rescue of Reina. Sake's relentless breakthroughs are not only the result of accumulated strength, but also due to the continuous siphoning of the surrounding elemental energy. This extraction of energy creates a colossal vortex centered around Sake. In the heart of the maelstrom, Sake remained largely oblivious to the turmoil. However, Reina, who had chosen to plunge into the depths in search of him, found herself in stark contrast. As she descended into the water, an overwhelming force enveloped her entire being. Alarmed, she hastily summoned her energy to resist this formidable pull. Initially, she had intended to conserve her strength and protect herself by surrendering to the swirling currents, hoping that it might lead her to Sake. Yet, as she drew in her breath, she inadvertently disturbed the vortex, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. In an instant, Reina felt the pressure intensify, compelling her to exert even greater force in a futile attempt to counteract it. A vicious cycle ensued. As her body sank deeper into the abyss, the aquatic pressure mounting with each passing moment. Ultimately, Reina could no longer withstand the onslaught. The turbulent waters dragged her inexorably into the ocean's depths. The initial whirlpool had burgeoned into a multitude of swirling eddies, each clashing with one another, generating increasingly complex waves that wreaked havoc on the surface. Enormous waves, towering hundreds of meters high, erupted on the sea's surface. Reina resolved to conserve her energy, her breath clinging tightly to her body to mitigate further harm. In a moment of clarity, she continuously unleashed energy blasts, striving to locate Sake and awaken him from his slumber. Before Sake could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed Reina's hurried breath and swiftly pursued her trail. Sake's very essence serves as the driving force of the vortex. With this abrupt withdrawal, he violently thrusts himself back into the swirling maelstrom. As time progresses, it is hardly a challenge for Sake to augment his strength. However, it is poor Lena who suffers in her desperate struggle outside. A relentless series of powerful impacts assails her, causing her to spit forth a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. The vital energy that had once surged within her dissipates entirely. No matter how swift Sake may be, he cannot match the all-encompassing reach of the sea, which spreads its influence far and wide. Moreover, he must also search for the faint presence of Reina's aura. Reina lies unconscious, her energy so minuscule that it pales in comparison to the feeble fish swimming in the ocean. Sake is utterly unable to perceive it. Damn it, what is happening? Reina's energy just moments ago, bring it forth. I shall employ teleportation. Sake bit his lip, his mind roaring incessantly. Mastering the knowledge of 2 races and possessing a combat power of 300,000 was insufficient for instantaneous movement across the entire star system, yet within a planet. It posed no challenge at all. As he sensed the dissipating aura of Reina, panic enveloped Sake. Unbeknownst to him, the female Saiyan who had silently toiled behind him had insidiously entered his heart. It was unclear when she had become irreplaceable. Within the body of Sake, the Divine Elephant resounded with a celestial roar, as the newly forged furnace of heaven and earth trembled incessantly, erupting with a copious flow of pure energy. The transparent gas shield surrounding Sake's body shattered, unleashing countless streams of gas that surged forth, piercing through the whirlpools in all directions. The acrid scent of marine life's blood filled his nostrils, and Sake felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. Hurry, hurry! Atop the mountain, the elder's expression grew grave. If that fiery-tempered Saiyan were to encounter trouble on Namek, would Sake descend into madness? If he did not vent his anger on the Namekians, his overwhelming power could erupt uncontrollably, causing irreversible destruction to their planet, an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. Yet, among their clan, the strongest was Neru. Unfortunately, Neru was incapable of venturing more than 300 meters beneath the ocean's surface. While technological advancements could traverse those depths, the chaotic whirlpools at the storm's center posed a formidable challenge even for their innovations. The elder, sensing Neru's unease, inquired with a furrowed brow. Could it be that the impending crisis of the future was upon them? As this thought crossed Neru's mind, his aura erupted, creating a cacophony in the air, his gaze radiating an ominous threat. The elder swiftly intervened, knowing that provoking Sake at this moment could lead to catastrophe. Should Neru's fury spiral out of control, it could jeopardize Sake's efforts to save lives, and the repercussions would be dire. Whether life or death would ensue remained uncertain. The one who understood many secrets of the universe did not find the secrets of the Namekians particularly formidable. Sake's emotions surged, his complexion transforming into a scorching crimson, as an abundance of seawater began to bubble furiously. Astonishingly, he harnessed his solitary strength to evaporate the ocean depths. Countless bubbles ascended with a rhythmic sound, while a faint scent of various marine creatures' blood wafted into Sake's nostrils. His eyes sparkled with divine light, as energy coalesced within them, leaving traces of crimson that rapidly vaporized under the explosive force, drifting skyward alongside the evaporating seawater. There, in that ethereal realm, within Sake's body, energy surged forth with the velocity of a jet, concentrating and exploding with intensity. His form pressed against the ocean, swiftly propelling him toward the source of the sanguine waters. In his wake, a momentary vacuum formed, followed by an immense influx of seawater that generated colossal waves. This was indeed in the depths of the ocean. Upon hastening to the origin of the metallic scent, Sake flitted about like a headless fly, bewildered. No, how could there be nothing? I arrived here so swiftly. Sake's fury threatened to erupt in its entirety, yet he refrained. Renaer was gravely injured. Should he unleash his wrath, the tumultuous waters would surely spell her doom. No, he must remain calm, composed. Sake's heart was in turmoil, as she repeatedly urged herself to remain calm. Her anger subsided, yet the whirlpool was so powerful, with its sole fatal point remaining. Sake gazed down at the tumultuous sea below, the air tightly clinging to him as he plunged deeper. Delicate tendrils of breath emanated from him, weaving a net that continuously sought out its surroundings. After a considerable time, while enduring immense pressure, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. No, Reina could not have reached this place. She must have perished here or remained above. At that moment, a wisp of breath severed a strange creature frantically fleeing in the deep, revealing a familiar essence. Sake's eyes were filled with fury. Damn it, how dare you? The oppressive energy surged like a laser net, slicing through the creature's sides, unleashing a piercing wail that echoed through the air. As torrents of crimson blood stained the surrounding area, Sake, undeterred, swam across, positioning himself near the creature's abdomen, approximately at the location of its stomach, where the air coalesced into a spear-like weapon. Sake gripped the barrel of his gun, thrusting and twisting until a 3-meter-long gaping wound emerged. The firearm dissipated from his grasp as he forcefully plunged forward, tearing with both hands with ferocious intensity. Sake plunged into the depths of the creature's abdomen. Before long, a figure emerged from the sea, cradling a frail, boneless body. Damn it, I have yet to master the art of healing. As panic ensued, the voice of the Grand Elder of Namek resonated. Child, I have summoned the 6th Elder, the most skilled healer among our kin. However, he is slow in his movements. I shall guide you. Hasten and take flight. Sake's eyes flickered with a glint, and without uttering a word, he stepped into the void. With a resounding thud, he found himself already 500 meters away. In his wake, the space trembled momentarily before settling under the immense power of the heavens and earth. Within the grand hall, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally loosening as he murmured to himself, "There is still hope." That was perilously close. Sake moved with remarkable speed, soon catching sight of the sluggish Namekian. After a hurried treatment, Reina eventually stirred back to consciousness. Upon seeing Sake, a frown crossed her lips. I nearly thought I had met my end. Chapter 21. Rei's guidance unleashes Reina's potential, King Vegeta's fury. Sake felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he embraced Reina. How could this be? With me by your side. Reina nestled closer, seeking a more comfortable position. Indeed, having a master is truly wonderful. Sake gently patted Reina's back. It's all right, it's all right. He comforted her, and offered an apologetic smile to the sixth elder of the Namekians. The elder, smiling amiably, waved his hand. You carry on with your tasks. When you have the time, do seek out the elder. With that, he turned and soared into the sky. Sake chuckled lightly, clearly appreciating the fellow's insight. After listening to Reina's incessant chatter, he paid no heed to his own condition and accompanied her to meet the Grand Elder. Fortunately, they emerged from the encounter unscathed. Sake gazed at the Grand Elder, a smile gracing his face. He expressed his gratitude for the assistance provided by the Namekians, assuring that in the future, Namek and its people would encounter no issues. Upon hearing Sake's words, the Grand Elder visibly sighed with relief. He had been apprehensive that Sake might direct his ire towards them because of this matter. Thank you, dear child, he expressed. Grand Elder, there is one more thing I require your assistance with. As soon as Sake's words fell, Neru was filled with rage. They had already borrowed the most precious Dragon Ball. How dare they overreach? This is outrageous. They must not take advantage of the situation. Sake's gaze turned frosty, and the celestial furnace trembled as a formidable pressure descended upon Nairu. In a fit of desperation, Nairu struggled to resist, but how could he possibly contend with Sake? As their energies clashed, Nairu's eyes bulged, and a stream of violet blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Was the lesson not sufficient? Overwhelming Nairu, Sake retracted his imposing aura, standing serenely as if unperturbed by the chaos. Nairu, exerting all his strength to withstand, suddenly found himself bereft of pressure. His energies surged towards the ceiling, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered a gaping hole the size of a water tank. Debris and gravel cascaded down in a shower. In a state of turmoil, Nairu coughed up blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Sake expressed his apologies towards the elder, who gently shook his head. It is of no consequence. Nairu, this child, possesses a rather impetuous temperament and requires some refinement. This injury is not particularly grave and shall not pose any issues. Sake said little, for the strong naturally possess a certain pride. Although Nairu committed no grave evil, his repeated offenses warranted punishment. He exemplifies the adage of forgetting pain once healed. Great Elder, I kindly request your assistance in enhancing Reina's potential. A look of surprise flickered in the Great Elder's eyes. Do you not require it? Sake shook his head. He practiced the Elephant Town prison technique and did not require guidance to enhance his potential and strength. The Elephant Town prison technique was sufficient for his studies, and he had completely absorbed and mastered the energy within him. Any further elevation could likely yield counterproductive results. It was enough to assist Reina. Speaking thus, he steadied Reina with his hands. Confused, she could not comprehend the situation. Come here. I will guide you to awaken the latent potential within you and enhance your combat prowess. Sake gestured for Raynar to heed the elder's words. Reluctantly, Raynar approached, allowing the elder's aged hand to rest upon her head. In mere moments, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, her entire being trembling. A resounding explosion echoed, followed by a series of sharp sounds, as a formidable force surged through the air, producing an erratic cacophony. The ungrounded debris, caught in the wake of Raynar's overwhelming energy, whirled chaotically around the room, enveloping it in a shroud of dust. Remarkable, Raynar sensed an augmentation of her strength, feeling herself more than thrice as powerful, perhaps possessing a battle capability of 40,000. She unleashed her full might, while the pressure surrounding her escalated exponentially, causing the elder to breathe rapidly, drenched in sweat. Sake let out a light exclamation as the heavenly furnace within him churned. The pressure that had just begun to rise dissipated in an instant. Reina stared at Sake in disbelief, her delicate eyes radiating a dazzling brilliance. This was true strength, the kind that was unparalleled. The Grand Elder approached with ease. Gazing at Sake with gratitude, Sake chuckled lightly, bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, and swiftly departed with Reina. What shall we do? In Sake's eyes glimmered an air of dominance. Returning to Planet Vegeta, he found himself in a predicament where Barunga could offer no assistance. He must rely on his own capabilities. With approximately a year at his disposal, if he strategized wisely, he might be able to spare the majority of the Saiyans from the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. Perhaps, within that year, he could cultivate his power to a staggering 100,000 units, achieving a combat strength of 3 million and transcending into a Super Saiyan. Such an accomplishment would undoubtedly render his journey far more effortless. A year, indeed, was a generous gift for him. Upon entering the spacecraft, Sake once again immersed himself in seclusion. Since his breakthrough and subsequent departure from Namek, he had been incessantly occupied, neglecting to truly contemplate the transformations occurring within him. Now that he had the time, he was determined not to squander it. Logically, with the presence of 10,000 colossal elephants within him, he should have been able to harness the energy of the heavens and earth, sensing the myriad of chaotic energies surrounding him. However, while the energy within him flowed ceaselessly, he felt no deeper connection, and the notion of celestial resonance was utterly beyond his grasp. In the Dragon Ball universe, energy pervades every corner yet remains elusive. Furthermore, although he was only familiar with the first tier of his cultivation technique, he was entirely oblivious to the subsequent mysteries of the demon god's seal and the gates of hell. He had managed to conjure 10,000 colossal elephants solely through sheer willpower and formidable energy. There was no sensation of enhanced vitality or prolonged lifespan accompanying this feat. Others who mastered this divine technique awakened 21 colossal elephants, gaining 300 to 400 years of life, yet he seemed to have gained nothing. Wait, he mused. My physique has indeed grown significantly stronger. The combat prowess of Sake stands at an impressive 300,000. In actual combat, relying on his formidable physique, he is capable of contending with beings possessing a combat power of at least 500,000. Now that he has broken free from his constraints, with his giant elephant particles reaching 11,000 and his combat power soaring to 330,000, this is indeed a cause for celebration. However, the more crucial aspect lies in the transformation of his physical form. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the cultivation of energy, or chi, may be stored within the cells without significantly enhancing the physical body. Once a powerful warrior exhausts their energy, they are little different from an ordinary individual. Yet, he is entirely transformed. Previously, with 10,000 giant elephants, his energy was indeed altering his physical form, continuously refining and augmenting his foundation. However, to claim that it endows him with extraordinary powers or immense combat strength would be an exaggeration. At most, it serves to enhance his energy, resulting in a significant increase in his combat capabilities. The original giant elephant functioned merely as a conduit, specifically designed to refine energy, thereby amplifying its effects. For instance, it enabled transformations, healing, and even instantaneous movement, while subtly honing his physical form. Beyond that, it primarily served as an energy reservoir. Now, Sake is confident that he can utterly defeat Reina solely through the strength of his physique. The giant elephant has integrated into every part of his body like steel reinforcement, significantly augmenting his physical strength, transforming him into a substance akin to concrete, yet far superior. Moreover, it perpetually absorbs and converts energy, continuously refining his physical form. Vegeta, prepare yourself. Your position is soon to be mine. Sake, suppressing the urge to unleash his experimental thoughts, gazed at the ceiling of the chamber, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He sensed an opportunity, disregarding all caution, and with unbridled audacity, he was fully capable of shattering the earth and parting the seas. Defeating a King Vegeta would be effortlessly within his grasp. Sake hurried back, while far away on Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta seethed with rage. In the grand, icy hall of the Saiyan throne, King Vegeta sat imposingly, his piercing gaze fixed upon the Saiyans reporting below him. You say Frieza has conveyed news of 2 Saiyans who have betrayed me? He inquired, his voice cold and commanding. Yes, my lord, came the response. A fierce glimmer ignited in King Vegeta's eyes, his entire being radiating an aura of bloodlust as he bellowed in fury. Find out who they are. Those who dare betray me are irredeemable. I shall have their remains scattered to the winds. How dare they betray me and the Saiyan race? I will make them understand the true meaning of authority. Chapter 22. Return to Planet Vegeta. The shocked Saiyans. The Saiyan who entered the hall trembled, sweat beading on his forehead as he contemplated the treachery of his fellow Saiyans. Damn it, didn't I tell you to investigate? Are you deaf? Do you wish for your own demise? King Vegeta's furious roar echoed through the hall, akin to a mad dog barking wildly. The reporting Saiyan soldier shivered, suppressing the urge to flee, and quickly turned to rush outside. I shall give you 30 minutes. Fail to deliver, and you may as well be dead. As he crossed the threshold, the soldier stumbled and fell to the ground. Not daring to utter another word, he gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet, hastily continuing his escape. The investigation itself posed no significant challenge. They all utilized Frisia's equipment, which contained records. Yet, requiring 30 minutes to uncover the truth seemed an unreasonable burden for the soldier. Alas, with his limited status and insufficient strength, he could only bear the weight of the task. King Vegeta's anger remained unabated. After years of oppressive rule, it was intolerable that some Saiyans still dared to rebel. With his right hand, he concentrated a formidable energy to unleash a wave of ki, a brilliant beam striking one of the pillars in the hall. The explosion reverberated, the colossal pillar shattering under the force. But that was not the end. The light beam surged towards the wall, resulting in another explosion that carved a massive breach in the thick wall. The Saiyan Hall, a symbol of their pride, though constructed of stone, was far sturdier than ordinary steel, illustrating both King Vegeta's might and the inferno of his wrath. "Father," a cold voice cut through the air. A figure identical in hairstyle to King Vegeta entered with an icy demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the recent explosion. He strode confidently to the center of the hall and stood tall, raising his head with unwavering resolve. The previously furious King Vegeta's countenance shifted, revealing a satisfied smile. "My father, I am prepared to undertake a mission." King Vegeta paused, taken aback. "A mission? As an elite warrior, there is no need for you to embark on such duties so soon." Vegeta, with a stoic expression, replied proudly, "I have now attained a power level of 4,000. Most warriors are no match for me. I am fully capable of executing this mission." King Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid. This is the son of King Vegeta, the pride of the Saiyan race." "Very well," he replied. "Whom do you intend to partner with?" Vegeta's expression remained stoic. "I've made my choice, Nappa and Raditz." A glint of cold light flickered in King Vegeta's eyes as a thought crossed his mind. "Is he the son of Bardock? Very well, I grant you my approval." With the king's consent, Vegeta turned to depart. His visit was one of notification, not of inquiry or request. King Vegeta, observing the resemblance in their silhouettes, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "The legacy continues. I shall clear the path for you. What is Frisia compared to you? You, Vegeta, are destined to be the emperor of the universe." As soon as King Vegeta finished speaking, a surge of fury welled up within him, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Damnable traitor! Should I ever lay my hands on you, I will ensure that you feel the full weight of my wrath." A bright light emanated from his hands, but upon contemplating the potential destruction of his palace, he hesitated to act further. Before long, Vegeta departed in a spherical spacecraft, accompanied by Nappa and Raditz. Meanwhile, the recently arrived Sake and Reina observed in silence. "Shall we not intercept them?" Sake gently shook his head. There was no need. A profound sense of regret flickered in Reina's eyes. She yearned for the entire Saiyan clan to witness the formidable prowess she and Sake now possessed. With 2 members missing, it felt undeniably incomplete. "Should we inform the spaceship docking center?" Sake let out a cold snort. There was no need. This time he returned to clear obstacles, and it was only natural to unleash a devastating force. Reina's exquisite eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart entirely focused on Sake, her affection unmistakably evident. Sake felt the situation acutely. However, with formidable adversaries looming, there were numerous pressing matters to attend to. Matters of affection could be postponed for another time. "Let us proceed." Reina, with a charming smile, deftly piloted the spacecraft, descending thunderously towards Planet Vegeta. "Your doom is upon you, King Vegeta." In an instant, alarms blared across Planet Vegeta, and countless artillery pieces trained their sights upon them. Intruders on Planet Vegeta faced certain death. A cold, mechanical voice resonated throughout the sky, and an array of weaponry sprang to life. This was the automated defense system established by Frisia's subordinates on Planet Vegeta. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the atmosphere. As numerous Saiyans, disturbed by the commotion, emerged to gaze indifferently at the spacecraft amidst the barrage, seemingly unconcerned about the invasion, as if they were merely spectators. Sake's form flickered, manifesting outside the spacecraft, as the Divine Elephant descended, its body swaying like a furnace of the cosmos. Countless projectiles, akin to an elephant quenching its thirst, altered their trajectories and surged towards Sake, like a myriad of rivers converging into the sea. Sake's physique stood tall like a mountain, effortlessly absorbing all attacks. A flicker of light flashed in his eyes as radiant beams obliterated the technological weaponry that had just unleashed its assault. Gazing down upon the royal palace of Vegeta, he waved his hand nonchalantly, sending slender beams piercing through the fabric of space, striking the outer walls of the palace in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, the entire wall collapsed. The onlooking Scions gasped in astonishment. Known for their combative nature, Scions found it particularly challenging to restrain their transformations into colossal beasts under a full moon. Thus, the walls were constructed from a material far more resilient than that of the palace, forged from countless metals and cast as a single entity. Even the mightiest of apes, boasting battle powers in the tens of thousands, could not shake them. The slender beam unleashed by Sake has obliterated the entire city wall. Yet not a single shard of metal is flying about. Even the larger fragments lie quietly on the ground. How formidable must he be? He is likely far more powerful than King Frisia. Damn it, that is Sake. Is he a Scion? Indeed, it appears he is a Scion. But how could a Scion possess such strength? Our mightiest warrior is King Vegeta, who has attempted to unleash energy blasts with full force. Yet he could not even shatter the city wall. Indeed, even King Frisia might not be capable of such a single blow. When did the universe gain such a formidable being, especially a Scion? A 10,000 power level Vegeta in his great ape form could hardly achieve such a feat, certainly not. While he could break it, to attain this degree of destruction requires not only immense strength, but also absolute mastery over one's own power. It is astonishing that our Scion race has produced such a powerful individual. The transformation into a great ape does indeed amplify both energy and strength, but it significantly diminishes control. Even the elite warrior King Vegeta cannot evade this fact. As the Scions pondered, a hesitant voice suddenly emerged. Could it be that he is the legendary Super Saiyan? No way, right? Isn't the Super Saiyan merely an ancient myth? We have never witnessed it ourselves. But how do you explain that he has a tail? Have you seen any other humanoid races in the universe with tails? That is true. So could it be? I believe what he says is genuine. This must be a Super Saiyan, which implies that our Scion race may soon give birth to a super warrior. The gathered Scions stood in stunned silence, pointing and murmuring in discussion about Sake. Chapter 23. Submission or Death. This group of Scions, upon witnessing the destruction of their city wall, made no move against Sake. Instead, they engaged in speculation about his identity. Under the precise control of Sake, not a single stone was sent flying. The Scions, devoid of any intent to attack, regarded Sake with curious gazes. This vividly illustrates the utter depravity of the Scion race. They possess no sense of collective honor, a sentiment that can also be observed among Vegeta and his companions. As the number of Scions swelled, not a single one dared to confront Sake. His overwhelming strength, coupled with his ability to effortlessly withstand and obliterate their artillery, left them in sheer astonishment. Ultimately, that seemingly casual strike shattered their spirits completely. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Sake soared majestically through the skies, the wind sweeping past the multitude, capturing the essence of this assemblage of Scions. Should they find themselves unable to withstand Frisia, he could utilize instant transmission to rescue a portion of them. The majority here possessed power levels merely in the range of 700 to 800, while a lesser few barely reached 300 to 400. These were the Scions dedicated to logistics, responsible for cooking and nurturing the young. Additionally, there were some guards and resting combatants, predominantly numbering around 1,000 to 2,000, with only a rare few exceeding 3,000. Despite this, they were already notorious throughout the universe, exerting their dominance with impunity. This illustrates the profound depths at which the universe's true masters conceal themselves. Among this group of Scions, the skilled warriors remained collectively silent, rooted in place, their gazes fixed vacantly upon the soaring Sake. Sark shook his head, lamenting the low caliber of this group of Scions. They must be properly trained in the future. What purpose does it serve to save them if they possess such a lack of belonging? Are they merely to be seeds for a new generation of Scions? Amidst the chaos of Sake's musings, a voice, laced with shock and indignation, suddenly emerged from the crowd of Scions. Do not be deceived, for he is neither a Super Saiyan nor a formidable warrior. Two figures swiftly soared forward, leaping into the forefront. Pointing an accusatory finger at Sake, one of them declared, "Observe closely. He is not a Super Saiyan at all. He is Sake, a lowly warrior with a mere battle power of 3,000. Sake had long anticipated the arrival of the visitors, one towering at nearly 6 feet tall, his physique a tapestry of sinewy muscles and his visage rugged, while the other was diminutive, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. They were none other than his former captain and a fellow team member, Badon. Sake, your cowardly retreat during the mission has led to North's disappearance, and it forced Reina to abandon our squad, leaving her to search for you alone on the mission planet. Now, after 4 years, you dare to return. Upon your return, you audaciously employed despicable technological means to dismantle the very walls of our Saiyan lineage. What punishment do you deserve? The captain emerged, confronting Sake with an aggressive tone. Initially, both were taken aback, but Badon, perceptive and observant, began to voice his suspicions after scrutinizing Sake closely. Upon further examination, they confirmed it was indeed their comrade Sake, and in their minds, they conjured a narrative of Sake's cowardice and trepidation that had led him to flee in the face of adversity. Sake is merely a minor figure with a combat power exceeding 3,000. How could he possibly obliterate a robust energy barrier? It is evident that he must have employed some peculiar technological product. As a combat squad, they encountered considerable hardships while assaulting planets. Certain races, despite possessing merely dozens or hundreds in combat power, wield technology capable of threatening members with combat capabilities reaching 4,000 or 5,000. Naturally, the two are incredulous that Sake could attain a combat power in the tens of thousands within a mere 4 years of training. Instinctively suspecting that he resorted to unscrupulous tactics, much like his abrupt retreat in the face of danger, Sake cast a glance, remaining silent. Behind him, Reyna, having controlled the spaceship to descend automatically, emerged and stood behind Sake. Reyna? She let out a cold snort. Her faith in Sake was unwavering, and upon hearing others cast aspersions upon him, she felt an instinctive displeasure. Without uttering a word, she flickered and appeared before the captain and Bardan, one to the left and one to the right, launching a simultaneous assault with a punch and a palm strike aimed at the two. Damn it, Reyna. What are you doing? Reyna, we are teammates. How could you attack me? The duo retorted, yet they did not hold back in their response. Their formidable energy surged forth, meeting Reyna's onslaught with all their might. Reyna remained silent, her fierce aura stirring the surrounding air, the cold wind howling, and the atmosphere thickening, giving rise to a tempest that accompanied her strikes towards the two adversaries. Boom! They cried out in agony, blood spewing from their mouths, their arms falling limply at their sides as they were propelled backward into the crowd. The Saiyans scattered in fear, wary of the residual impact. Saiyans, once injured, would find no kin to aid them, only unending ridicule or ruthless retribution from those nearby. They needed a force to maintain their formidable combat strength. Yet, before this group could regain their footing, a fierce gale threatened to topple them. What? Everyone was left dumbfounded. With a single strike, the combined efforts of the two were rendered futile, the residual winds leaving them unstable amidst a swirling cloud of dust. Impressive. Some gazed at the unfortunate duo, witnessing their dire state, struggling for breath, and fell into a hushed silence. The term powerful hardly sufficed. It was a sheer obliteration. Both were warriors of considerable strength, one exceeding 5,000 and the other just over 4,000, both classified as mid-level fighters. Yet, under Reyna's casual strike, they found themselves gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Reyna surveyed the crowd with a disdainful gaze, her cold voice echoing throughout. Is there anyone who dares to dissent? The Saiyans averted their eyes, bowing their heads in submission. Reyna then turned, her icy demeanor transforming into a sweet smile. Sake returned the smile, propelling his energy toward the grand hall. He was aware that within, King Vegeta's gaze was filled with a sinister intensity. His teeth clenched and hands tightly balled in preparation. Reyna, satisfied, turned away, her expression once again icy, showcasing her unparalleled mastery of facial transformation. She announced that all Saiyans on Vegeta's planet should assemble, for Sake had something to declare. Upon finishing her statement, a fierce glint ignited in her eyes as her formidable energy surged forth. Those who did not comply would meet their demise. The Saiyans present trembled, swiftly dropping to their knees. Humph, what are you lingering for? Go notify others at once. The Saiyans hurriedly communicated through their devices, reaching out to friends and family. Reyna, radiating an overwhelming aura that could easily obliterate two mid-level warriors, instilled a sense of trepidation that rendered them utterly motionless, even their breath stifled. Sake disregarded the affairs behind him and soared towards the grand hall. With a thunderous roar, a pillar of light surged towards Sake. His eyes flickered, and with a casual wave of his hand, the celestial forge was activated, effortlessly dissipating the formidable assault before him. In truth, even if such a strike were to descend upon his form, it would pose no threat. The thin membrane beneath his skin could absorb it entirely. However, Such a thunderous display lacked the same profound impact. How could this be? King Vegeta, perched upon his throne, could feel the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes wide with disbelief. As the eyelid of Sake lifted, a piercing gaze met King Vegeta. Surrender or perish. King Vegeta gritted his teeth, intensifying the output of his energy wave to an even greater magnitude. As Sake observed his obstinacy, he descended to the ground, fixating on the energy wave, advancing step by step towards King Vegeta. With each stride, it seemed as though the specter of death whispered ominously in King Vegeta's ear, filling his eyes with anguish. The palace trembled, and numerous fragments of stone fell, some disintegrated into mere gravel before even nearing Sake, vanishing under the influence of his formidable aura. A fierce glint emerged in King Vegeta's gaze as he focused his energy, his complexion gradually turning crimson. Chapter 24. The Saiyans Submit, a bold plan. His entire being was ignited with energy, and a powerful pressure filled the grand hall. Sake twitched at the corner of his mouth. Whether to strike or not, he always adopts a posture reminiscent of straining during defecation. Sake had never been accustomed to playing the villain. He would not wait for him to exert his full strength. With his right hand extended and palm facing King Vegeta, a flash of light flickered momentarily. King Vegeta cried out in agony. The onslaught from Sake, compounded by the turmoil stemming from his own volatile emotions, inflicted a dual assault upon him. His pent-up rage surged uncontrollably within, threatening to lead him to self-destruction. Sake's figure flickered as he pressed his palm against his forehead. King Vegeta's entire being brimmed with energy, surging towards Sake like a gentle stream. Sake audaciously employed the Divine Elephant Suppression technique to infiltrate King Vegeta's very being, ruthlessly siphoning his energy. This manner of absorption appeared to directly ravage King Vegeta's cells. As if devouring his flesh, the might of King Vegeta diminished drastically, and he raised his head in agony. As Sake perceived the malice in King Vegeta's eyes, his gaze turned icy. With a surge of strength, he pressed his palm against King Vegeta's forehead, driving it into the stone beneath. The solid ground fractured like a spider's web, splintering into numerous cracks. Do you dare to defy me? King Vegeta struggled in vain, ultimately resigning to his fate. In his prime, he would have stood a chance against Sake, but now, with his diminished power, resistance was futile. If it weren't for me, you would have met your demise long ago. Sake coldly remarked that King Vegeta must not perish just yet. Before Frieza's arrival, it was essential to utilize him as a mere puppet. The affairs of the Saiyans still required King Vegeta's oversight. Without surpassing Frieza, Sake dared not to relax. Even if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, he would need to awaken at least 100,000 giant particles, a feat he was still far from achieving. Upon concluding his thoughts, he extended his energy perception across the entire planet, as the giant within him bellowed towards the heavens. Countless energy waves erupted from Sake's being. He intended to eliminate every soul on Planet Vegeta, save for the Saiyans. These individuals were mere pawns planted by Frieza, and he could not afford to trust them. As for technology, with his mastery of instant transmission and the continual awakening of the giant within him, he found it unnecessary. Their attacks would be sudden. That group of technologically reliant imbeciles would likely remain oblivious to his intentions. Sake seized King Vegeta's severed head and departed from the ravaged palace. Upon reaching the exterior, beneath the brilliant sun, he held King Vegeta aloft, casting a chilling gaze upon the Saiyans below. His aura radiated outward, revealing the presence of numerous non-Saiyans, causing his expression to harden. A murderous intent surged forth. As the Saiyans present shuddered in unison, bewilderment washed over them. Could it be that he intended to annihilate them all? Just as they pondered this, anguished cries erupted around them. It was only when clarity dawned that they realized all the non-Saiyans had perished. Many Saiyans trembled uncontrollably, their eyes wide with shock. How dare he? Sake cast a cold, sweeping glance over all the Saiyans present. According to tradition, I have vanquished King Vegeta. The faces of the Saiyans in attendance were still awash with shock, frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend Sake's intent. Upon witnessing this, Reina's eyes brimmed with lethal intent. What? By our customs, Sake is now the leader, the sovereign of our Saiyan clan. This revelation jolted the dazed Saiyans back to reality, and they stared in disbelief at Sake. Their gazes flitted between Sake and King Vegeta, as if seeking confirmation of the truth. Noticing the crowd merely murmuring, Reina was infuriated that no one dared to address Sake. Veins bulged on her forehead, and a surge of energy dispersed the clouds overhead, as if threatening to obliterate the very stars themselves. Do you seek your own demise? Perhaps it was Reina's aggressive tone or the belief that law does not punish the multitude that prompted a hidden Saiyan to speak out. Humph. There can be only one king among the Saiyans, and it is he who led us to conquer the current planet Vegeta. Hearing this, Reina's eyes turned icy. Her already volatile aura surged towards the speaker like a divine force suppressing malevolence, an unstoppable tide of righteous fury. Having fought alongside Sake numerous times and embraced certain teachings from Namek regarding energy, Reina was far above these primitive Saiyans. The Saiyan who had just spoken found himself collapsing under Reina's immense pressure, unable to even prostrate himself. He gazed in terror, wishing to kneel and thus evade attention, to escape the weight of the moment. But some invisible force held him upright. Even closing his eyes was beyond him, leaving him to stare wide-eyed at Sake and Reina. As Reina regarded the silent crowd, she ceased to restrain her energy, allowing it to surge outward in all directions. The great hall groaned ominously, unable to withstand the pressure, shattering like fragile porcelain. Many feeble Saiyans could not endure Reina's overwhelming force, collapsing and frothing at the mouth. All the Saiyans stared in panic at Reina. Such an overwhelming aura, unrelenting. Did she wish to annihilate them all? Reina's fury escalated, believing the Saiyans would soon submit to Sake. She completely disregarded their inability to speak under her oppressive force. Seeking death, her chilling words, like the winds of a boundless inferno, assailed the souls of the gathered. Reina's body radiated brilliance, her eyes flickering as she unleashed a searing beam of light towards the standing Saiyans. Terror gripped them as they envisioned their impending doom. Sake's eyes flickered, yet he remained motionless. He had the capability to intervene, but deemed it unnecessary. Even if Reina made a mistake in her actions, he could bear the consequences. This concealed monarch must be established today. With a sharp sound, the standing Saiyan found himself paralyzed, helplessly witnessing Reina's beam strike him. The excruciating pain obliterating his consciousness, rendering him insensible. A thud, his body collapsed to the ground, and the surviving Saiyan trembled. Reina cast a haughty glance over all the Saiyans. Today, defiance equated to death. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, each desiring compliance, yet her overwhelming pressure silenced their voices, leaving them unable to speak. Sake discerned the predicament of the Saiyans. Reina, enough, he commanded. Reina retracted her aura, subduing the turbulent energies of all the Saiyans, restoring an air of tranquility. Her gaze remained cold as she fixed her eyes upon them. The kneeling Saiyans felt the weight above them dissipate. A heavy stone lifted from their chests, allowing them to move freely once more. They needed no leader to guide them. They willingly acknowledged Sake as their new sovereign. Sake nodded. Henceforth, I shall continue to heed the words of King Vegeta, while Reina will convey my sentiments from the sidelines. In the serene atmosphere, the dignified gaze of Sake suppressed the entire assembly. My combat power is 100,000, while Reina stands at 30,000. Those who dare to contest may step forward. Indeed, the recently unleashed energy of Reina was merely 30,000, a fact I had informed her of beforehand. The detector is utterly incapable of discerning the extent of her power. As for myself, no one can accurately gauge my strength, especially not with the inferior technological devices at their disposal. The Saiyans submit, and I fear no trivial disturbances. However, there may be die-hard followers of Frisia present, and undoubtedly some individuals have activated their detectors, making it impossible for me to conceal my true strength entirely. Frisia is certainly aware of this now. This contemplation arose after I exited the Grand Hall. Since concealment is unfeasible, I shall deliberately propagate some false information. In his heart, Sake harbored a wild ambition. Should it come to fruition, it might bestow upon him immeasurable advantages. Chapter 25, The Hidden Monarch, a bold idea. All the Saiyans exchanged bewildered glances, including Reina, who could not fathom the purpose of keeping King Vegeta around. Sark offered no explanation, casting aside King Vegeta. Reina, your strength is sufficient to quell all unrest. As soon as the words were spoken, a beam of light soared into the sky from the distance. Sake's gaze was fierce and unforgiving. How dare anyone attempt to flee? With a mere lift of his hand, a radiant beam of energy soared forth, hurtling towards the luminous point in the sky. The Saiyans, prostrated on the ground, glanced up in bewilderment, only to be met with a blinding explosion that shattered the air. A collective shiver coursed through them, compelling their eyes back to the earth. King Vegeta was known for his brutality, yet his long reign had instilled a sense of familiarity among the populace, ensuring they did not act recklessly, thus sparing their lives. However, this individual before them had recently usurped the throne, having mercilessly slain many, including those appointed by the tyrant Frieza. His audacity was truly staggering. While some among them harbored thoughts of rebellion, the true mightiest warriors were absent, leaving no one brave enough to oppose the ruthless Reina. Having dispatched a mere insect, Sake shifted his gaze back. You may flee, but I shall devise a new set of rules. Should you fail to comply, the entire Saiyan race shall hunt you down. The Saiyans buried their heads even lower. Sake held these Saiyans in utter disdain. Should the combatants return, some would undoubtedly have begun to rebel. Now, Renaer, according to our plan, summon a few trustworthy individuals to join us. Upon finishing his words, Sake soared towards his former abode, guided by the echoes of memory. The palace had collapsed, rendering it uninhabitable. It could only serve as a temporary refuge. En route to Planet Vegeta, he had already conveyed to Reina that he required a portion of trustworthy individuals, or perhaps those with whom she was familiar. Sake also possesses such abilities, yet he is reluctant to engage directly. With a combat power exceeding 400,000, he is far from capable of executing instantaneous long-distance teleportation and requires a contingent of individuals to serve as beacons across various planets. Upon returning to his dwelling, Sake delved into a meditative state, immersing himself amidst the 840 million colossal particles. The domain formed by these grand entities sees over 10,000 particles continuously rising and falling, glimmering with luminescence and unleashing formidable energy storms. Cursed be my predicament. I remain at an impasse. The heavenly furnace is an unforeseen anomaly, and the myriad subsequent techniques are utterly beyond my capacity to cultivate. In this vast universe, there are simply not enough formidable beings for me to absorb and train upon. What am I to do? Sake glanced around, sensing that he could indeed advance. Yet the pace was far from satisfactory. The essence of heaven and earth was abundant, yet lacked depth. I must devise a plan. It would be too late to eliminate those individuals. Frieza is already aware, and within no more than 6 months, he will undoubtedly descend with overwhelming power. Sake's heart burned with frustration. After enduring great hardships, he had finally made a breakthrough, yet he had only awakened fewer than 2,000 particles. He was still over 80,000 particles away from achieving the foundational battle power of 3 million required to transform into a Super Saiyan. There remained another avenue, mastering the power of the rules. Sake gazed at the rapidly consuming energy of the particle embryo with a wry smile. The rules of the Dragon Ball world are exceedingly difficult to comprehend. He possesses the ability to instantaneously move, yet it certainly does not conform to the laws of space. The challenge posed by Frieza is truly daunting, even when adhering to the original narrative, as he is indeed a formidable boss. What shall I do? The heavenly furnace swirled within him, absorbing and expelling various forms of energy. Sake gazed quietly, his mind fervently rummaging through every detail of the Dragon Ball universe. Ah, yes. Sake contemplated briefly before vanishing from the room in a swift motion. He reappeared in a technologically advanced hall, where he observed various extraterrestrial beings bustling about. Allowing himself a moment of relief. Gather around. Who dares to command us? Do you even comprehend? One of the extraterrestrials began to speak, but before he could finish, a beam of light flashed and struck him down instantly, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh scattered about. You. Sake narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the strength of this group. With a mere gesture, immense energy coalesced into a projectile. As it ascended, guided by Sake's will, it sought out its intended targets with precision. 12 beams of light erupted forth, instantly annihilating 12 extraterrestrial beings. The remaining individuals, paralyzed with terror, gazed at Sake in disbelief. How dare you? One stammered. We are emissaries of King Frieza. You dare to kill us? Another exclaimed. What about your King Vegeta? I shall inform him of your demise. Sake's gaze turned icy. It seemed that the execution of these few individuals was insufficient to instill fear in them. The colossal wrath of the giant elephant permeated the entire space, and in an instant, a tempest howled mournfully. The Saiyans struggled to withstand Sake's overwhelming pressure. How could these frail aliens endure it? They collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth, saturating the hall with a pungent metallic scent. With a swift motion, An energy sphere spun, unleashing 3 beams of light. The aliens knelt in submission, their bodies trembling as they heard the anguished cries of their comrades. A viscous fluid escaping from within them. Now, activate the healing apparatus. Having spoken, Sake retracted his imposing aura. The trembling aliens rose unsteadily, paralyzed by fear. Do you wish to perish? The tone of the speaker was chilling, reminiscent of a harbinger from the depths of hell. No matter how powerful Frisia may be, he cannot save you now. Upon hearing these words, the extraterrestrial beings hurriedly rushed to activate the equipment. Sake gazed at the central apparatus of the hall, which was rumbling with activity. This was the first time he had witnessed such a contraption, and his curiosity was piqued. Sir, it has been activated. Whom shall we treat? Sake's eyes glimmered with contemplation. His aura extended outward, summoning Reyna to approach. I, the extraterrestrial, was rendered utterly speechless. Why waste countless resources on such trivial matters? Sake paid them no heed, his body gliding like a swift swallow returning to its nest. As he entered through the opening of the central apparatus and settled himself in a meditative posture, he proceeded to close and activate the therapeutic device. The extraterrestrial beings hurriedly bowed their heads to operate the machinery. The hall still reeked of blood, and the acrid scent of urine lingered, with the air sharp and biting as a blade. They certainly did not wish to gamble with their own lives. Soon, Reyna entered, gazing at Sake, her mouth agape. What was this all about? Sake remained silent, casting her a significant glance. A fierce determination surged within him, causing his immense strength to tremble and stir. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, visibly weakening before their eyes. Reyna clenched her fists, her overwhelming aura once again dominating the scene. The extraterrestrial beings knelt in despair once more. King Vegeta had already been vanquished. The fate of the Saiyans now rested solely in my hands. If you wish to survive, ensure that he receives proper treatment. Reyna's gaze, filled with a murderous intent, fixated on the aliens, whose malice rivaled even that of Sake. Sake's current actions undoubtedly carry profound significance. One merely needs to adhere to his meticulously crafted plan. The extraterrestrials could only tremble in agreement. Why delay any further? A leading alien gritted his teeth, rose unsteadily, and activated the apparatus, from which a gentle green liquid erupted, enveloping the entire device and ultimately submerging Sake. In his pursuit of advancement, Sake inflicted severe harm upon himself, intending to significantly amplify his strength through the grievous injuries sustained from battling a Saiyan, thereby aiding his training in the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Meanwhile, Frisia received word of this development. Observing the quaking Dodoria and Saibo, he mused, "Excellent, truly excellent. A wild monkey has managed to command the Saiyans. Is it the inept King Vegeta, or is this individual named Sake truly formidable?" Chapter 26. Frisia's Schemes. Sake finds his path. Saibo knelt on the ground, sweat pouring down like rain. Trembling, he spoke, "My lord, it is all due to King Vegeta. We clearly informed him. Yet he failed to dispatch the Saiyans to hunt down Sake, allowing Sake to seize the opportunity and strike at the heart, thus gaining control over our Saiyan lineage." Frisia gazed at Saibo with a chilling expression. "Is that so, Mr. Saibo?" Saber hung his head in disquiet, in the lofty tone of command. King Vegeta would undoubtedly refuse to comply, let alone heed the orders with seriousness or regard for their execution. Consequently, Saber's intentions were naturally fulfilled. The splendid spectacle that Lord Frisia anticipated did not materialize, and he would certainly direct his wrath towards the Saiyans. There was a possibility that he would seek to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. Faced with Frisia's fury, Saber could only deflect blame, never admitting fault. "My lord, King Vegeta must be dissatisfied with your orders, which is why he feigns compliance, leading to this astonishing reversal, even to the extent of jeopardizing his own throne." Frisia narrowed his eyes. "Pray tell, what is the battle power of Sake?" Saibo's body trembled violently, akin to a sieve. He was uncertain. The Saiyan race possessed the ability to transform into colossal apes, and their reluctance to resist indicated that Sake was far more formidable than the mere 100,000 he had boasted. Upon deeper reflection, it was conceivable that he could withstand the might of King Frisia. Frisia paid little heed to Saibo's inner musings. "Dodoria, my esteemed servant, go and inform the Saiyans on their mission that a traitor has emerged, and they must return at once to eliminate Sake." Dodoria paused, startled, then hastily raised his gaze. "My lord, even King Vegeta was no match for them. How could the remaining Saiyan warriors possibly contend with Sake?" Frisia discerned the implication in Dodoria's words, and the atmosphere grew chillingly tense. This was a command. Dodoria, drenched in sweat, hurriedly exited. Frisia regarded Sabo with a smirk. Ah, these unruly monkeys. Let them turn on each other while we remain in the shadows to reap the rewards. Such a scenario seems quite favorable. Sabo hurriedly offered his compliments. Frisia, however, remained silent before uttering words that left Sabo in a state of shock, to inform the Jinyu force to take action in 6 months to eliminate those 2 monkeys. Sabo was taken aback. Even King Frisia found himself at a loss regarding that group of fools, whom he had always despised, relegating them to battle on the front lines while seldom allowing their return. In the past, as long as the moon was not full, he could easily annihilate the Saiyan race. Yet, the Jinyu force was exponentially more powerful, each member possessing unique and formidable abilities, capable of overcoming even greater adversaries. The fact that King Frisia had mobilized this elite squad was astonishing. Was that damn Saiyan truly so formidable? Sake was unaware that Frisia had indeed acted 6 months earlier than he had anticipated. However, he merely commanded the Jinyu force to take action, and their mission was solely to eliminate the 2 of them, surprisingly sparing the Saiyan race from annihilation. At this moment, Sake does not realize that Beerus has yet to arrive at Planet Vegeta, and there is no reckless behavior from King Vegeta that would incite anger towards the planet itself. Consequently, there would be no orders given to Frisia to annihilate the entire Planet Vegeta. Frisia still requires a compliant Saiyan race, thus his murderous intent is not as fervent. Sabo departed with a sense of reverence. He understood that the situation had become quite troublesome. Should he falter again, allowing Sake to roam freely, his days of prosperity would likely come to an end. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Planet Vegeta was markedly different. 10 Saiyans had vanished from the planet. Aside from Reina and themselves, no one knew their whereabouts or intentions. Those who remained on Planet Vegeta could only envy the fact that this group had seen their battle power surge to over 5,000 in a short span of time. Such a level was the standard for elite warriors, and achieving it merely by aligning with Sake was a prospect that no one could resist. They were indeed fortunate to advance to the status of elite warriors so effortlessly. Should they progress further, their battle power might even reach 8,000. One Saiyan gazed at the departing spaceship, expressing envy to his companions. What is there to envy? Sake is audacious enough to invade only when our warriors are on missions, leaving the planet vulnerable. The returning warriors will surely exact their vengeance, and those who betray will not have a favorable outcome. You are all aware of King Vegeta's methods. The Saiyan's eyes glinted with murderous intent and resentment, lamenting that he was not among the 10. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate Sake to obtain such means. A voice rose in immediate rebuttal. Nonsense. King Vegeta is our strongest, and Sake entered the palace without unleashing a fierce battle before incapacitating him. The other warriors will return in the same fashion. A warrior, standing at 161 meters, had eyes that sparkled with fervor. What good is following King Vegeta? It is nothing but brutality. Look at how Sake handled them. After subjugating them, he did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Any violations were met with severe punishment. They deserved what they got, he declared. Conversely, Sake had promoted over 10 warriors with a battle power of 5,000 at a whim. He believed that with diligent effort and performance, he too could achieve such heights. The dream he had once thought unattainable was now within reach, and he was determined to seize it. Ridiculous. Even if we warriors cannot defeat that demon, King Frisia will intervene, he stated. Dabo remained silent. No one knew the true strength of King Frisia, only that he was currently invincible. After years of building his reputation, he could not easily be overthrown by Sake. No, if Sake could effortlessly defeat King Vegeta, he would surely be capable of defeating Frisia. That is preposterous. If he could easily conquer King Vegeta in his great ape form, I would believe it, but he only triumphed over Vegeta in his normal state. How could he possibly stand against King Frisia? Another Saiyan interjected, expressing his dissatisfaction. We shall see, replied another Saiyan. However, you do not wish to betray me and have Reina eliminate me, do you? Yeba remained vigilant and cautious towards them. A heart tainted with malice perceives only impurity. As matters stood, I placed my trust in King Sake, Dabo remarked coldly, his dissatisfaction with Yeba evident, yet he would not stoop to such ignoble behavior. Deep down, he believed that King Sake would not take action against Yeba due to these remarks. It was trivial, merely a matter of insignificant individuals. Among the 5 of them, There stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, who silently observed, refraining from uttering a word. Everyone had grown accustomed to this silence, and no one inquired. In the treatment hall, Sake endured his agony, steeling himself to attentively monitor the turmoil within. The colossal upheaval within him caused his internal organs to writhe in chaos. Truly a matter of life and death. Fortunately, Reina was providing support from the outside, and the mysterious liquid engulfing him was gradually mending his wounds. Power indeed surged forth. Yet it was curious, from whence did this strength arise, as it was not derived from the absorption of external energy? Sake mobilized the celestial furnace, encircling the emanating life force from certain human tissues, just as he was poised to delve deeper into his research, when, from another region, a fresh surge of vitality emerged. Sake hurriedly abandoned this place as the furnace of heaven and earth shifted elsewhere. Damn it, it's everywhere, not confined to a single location. However, the furnace of the world erupted, expanding with a thunderous roar, enveloped in a transparent aura. A surge of elation coursed through me. I had discovered the key, the spine. Chapter 27, Bardock's Phantom Fist, the Invisible Storm. Within me, the cacophony of 1,000 colossal elephants surged forth, their roars echoing through the cosmos. The furnace of the world constricted, encasing the spine, while an immense, pure energy imprisoned the vertebrae, with countless ethereal currents swirling around the spinal column. Cursed be this anomaly. It must be a different dimension, where conventional cultivation cannot apply. The divine might of the elephants surged forth, violently suppressing the otherworldly space around the spine. The transformation of a Saiyan into a Super Saiyan hinges on the spine, and the explosive increase in power following grievous injury also resides there. In essence, the death of numerous cells due to severe injury allows the spine to regenerate, augmenting it with more potent stem cells and facilitating the absorption and fusion of greater energy, thus naturally enhancing strength. Divine seals, the gates of hell, the body of the sovereign, the sanctum of the gods, the fist of heaven. Cursed be this predicament, cursed indeed. This cannot stand. The faint breath of the Sake emanated intense fluctuations. Reina gazed with concern. Accelerate, hasten the treatment, quickly, or I shall make your existence a living hell. A powerful aura radiated from Reina, her murderous intent rampant, casting a heavy atmosphere over the entire hall. The extraterrestrial beings hurriedly moved about. Those who lagged were instantly obliterated by the rays of her skill. The survivors fell into a hushed silence, compelled to expedite the delivery of medical supplies and hasten the operation of the equipment. The fluctuations of the Sake spirit have become increasingly intense. What he has received is not entirely complete. Apart from a sphere of golden light, there are no divine marks within him. In that realm, cultivation is utterly impossible. While he can evade it here, he also lacks the opportunity for wholeness. Aside from the fundamental cultivation methods, the first 3 tiers of cultivation techniques are entirely absent. It is already a tremendous stroke of fortune to have inadvertently concocted a semblance of a heavenly furnace. Eternal Song of the Heavens, Wheel of Destiny, Flame of Hope. Gospel of the Master. As the mighty elephant once again trumpeted towards the heavens, the powerful force tore through its body, causing Sake to expel a copious amount of blood. The air is heavy with despair, yet within, a tempest of emotions surges forth, causing the battle attire to resonate with a thunderous sound. Veins pulse upon the face. A tumult of anguish and rage intermingles with disappointment and hope. There is no choice but to fight, otherwise, the opportunity will forever elude. With each missed chance, the next will become increasingly arduous. Sake, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly let out a roar. The equipment emitted a series of crackling sounds, unable to withstand the frail intensity of Sake's outburst. The cosmic being, drenched in distress, wore a sorrowful expression. Please, do not exert your force. Our strength is feeble, and we are struggling to support it. The burden on the equipment is immense. We must focus all our efforts on controlling it to prevent an explosion. Should the treatment device detonate, the consequences for our esteemed counterpart would be unimaginable. Reina's complexion grew increasingly pale upon hearing the final words. Startled, she hastily reined in her aura, concealing her presence. How much longer must we endure? The cosmic being felt the moisture within him nearly evaporate. Damn it! How could he possibly know? Inside, that insufferable creature was rapidly absorbing the healing liquid while inflicting harm upon himself, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. If this continued, even the resources left by the Saiyans might not suffice for his singular treatment. Such resources belonged to a powerful race and were insufficient for just one individual's consumption. Who could fathom what mischief Sake was up to within? My lord, we are also uncertain. The esteemed individual within should be in a state of cultivation, and we need to continuously supply resources. We are nearly at the point of having to transport reserves. Reno was unfazed. Sake's safety was paramount. Then go and fetch them. Bring everything here. The cosmic being had no choice but to comply. Rena spent the majority of her time observing, departing only when Sake's condition stabilized momentarily. Sake's irresponsibility has placed the entire burden of Vegeta's star upon her shoulders. Fortunately, her formidable strength enables her to crush any obstacle in her path. Additionally, Sake's furious outburst resulted in the demise of a significant portion of the universe's inhabitants, leaving Vegeta's star in a relatively tranquil state for the time being. Nevertheless, Reina does not dare to let her guard down. With the warriors away, the potential for unrest looms should they discover their home has been compromised. All under her and Sake's control. King Vegeta has ruled over Vegeta's star for many years, undoubtedly accumulating a loyal following. In a race such as theirs, stability is impossible to maintain without steadfast supporters. Juggling concerns on both fronts, Reina also strives to find time for her own rest and training, leaving her in a constant state of busyness. Thankfully, she is not Na'vi and has arranged for a portion of the Saiyans to keep watch. There is no need for her to expend excessive energy on this matter regarding Sake. As the energy within Sake's body swelled, his physical form remained unchanged, suggesting an impending explosion followed by a rapid decline. Bubbles continuously emerged from the nutrient solution, accompanied by flickering lightning that danced and collided across Sake's physique. Dabo was fortunate to find himself in this place, joined by his comrades, all except for Naba. The sight of their legendary idol filled Dabo with exhilaration. He secretly resolved to protect Sake. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, countless Saiyans were dispersed across various planets, executing their missions. Bardock, your wife is expecting, one of them remarked. Bardock unleashed an energy blast, annihilating the alien before him. Indeed, she is about 6 months along. After this, you should be able to take a break for a while, another chimed in. Indeed, once we deal with Planet Kanasha, I'll rest for a bit. Bardock, with your power level at 10,000, you're still a low-class warrior. I truly feel for you. Silence. Bardock suddenly roared, silencing the complaints of his teammates. There's nothing to discuss. Strength is what truly matters. His assertion quelled further chatter among the squad. Let us move. We should be finished here. The return journey will take another 5 months. Just as they prepared to depart, the scanner emitted an alarming sound. Upon examining the information, disbelief washed over them. Our home is gone. No, it's the evil Saiyans. What does that mean? Ridiculous. There are no good Saiyans. Bardock pondered deeply, suddenly recalling a troubling thought. Oh no. Jine is on Planet Vegeta, and she is pregnant. Before Bardock could turn and board the ship, the seemingly lifeless warrior from Planet Kanasha, Dwaro, suddenly sprang to attack. Damn monkey, perish. Illusion Demon Fist. Bardock, watch out. Be careful. His team members cried out in alarm, unable to prevent the impulsive Bardock from falling into the trap. A flash of light pierced through, striking Dwaro directly in the heart. Our planet Kanasha has fallen to you Saiyans, and your planet Vegeta will meet its doom at Frisia's hands. Soon, you will witness the destruction of your home, powerless to intervene. Dwaro let out a sinister laugh as he succumbed to death. Bardock, are you all right? Bardock shook his head, troubling visions flashing through his mind, his expression growing grim. I'm fine. Let us hurry back. Jine is in danger. Bardock, one of the few Saiyans who truly cared for his family, was desperate to return to save his wife. He paid no heed to the haunting images in his mind, yet Dwaro's words lingered heavily in his heart. Do not worry, Bardock. We are the farthest away. The other warriors will return before us. Bardock, still uneasy, hurriedly soared towards the spherical spaceship. How could he remain calm while others ventured out to rescue their wives? One well-placed energy blast could spell disaster for the frail Gene. The remaining 4 had no choice but to follow closely behind Bardock, swiftly making their way to the spacecraft. Similar to Bardock and his companions, numerous Saiyan warriors engaged in various missions received the order to abandon their tasks and return to aid Planet Vegeta. An invisible tempest surged among the Saiyans, leaving the fate of many uncertain as bloodshed loomed. Chapter 28. The Warriors Return, the Escape Plan 2 months later. Sake emerged from his seclusion, utterly weakened. His power had dwindled to a mere fraction, and and the once radiant star-like essence within him had dimmed. In pursuit of developing his unique technique, he had incurred significant losses. He summoned Debo and the others and met with Reina. Sake, what has happened to you? Sake, however, was filled with joy. It matters not, Renaer. I have succeeded. I merely need to endure a few years of weakness, which exceeds my initial calculations. I cannot remain on Planet Vegeta for long. The creation of my own techniques demands a price, and my price is to maintain my energy continuously around my spine without falter. My physical constitution will also gradually weaken for several years until the technique is perfected. During this time, it is unwise to engage in combat. Very well, I shall take all the Saions with me. Sake shook his head slowly. His brow furrowed in confusion as he spoke under the watchful gaze of the four bewildered companions. It is not feasible to take them away. If we attempt it, Frieza will pursue us relentlessly, and the remaining Saiyan warriors will not spare you either. However, Reina, unwilling to accept this, seemed poised to voice further objections. It is an insurmountable task. Sake remained composed, harboring no sense of resentment. His sole objective was to preserve the essence of the Saiyan race. Even in the absence of this incident, he would have been unable to elevate his combat power to 3 million and achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Taking a portion of the Saions with him, whether in the past or present, was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Fortunately, with this breakthrough, should that vision come to fruition, he and the entire Saiyan lineage would emerge as invincible. The four Saions appeared bewildered, yet they discerned that Sake and his companions seemed to possess knowledge of something significant, striving to salvage their kind. Here lay over 100,000 Saions. Should we truly abandon them? As Sake closed his eyes, contemplating the success of his research into martial arts techniques, it became evident that the greater the number of Saions, the better. Just as his thoughts swiftly transitioned, an influx of formidable presences suddenly emerged outside, accompanied by countless spherical spacecraft descending upon Planet Vegeta. The planet's technological defense system appeared oblivious to the intruders, allowing them to land unimpeded. Reina's expression shifted dramatically. Through her keen sense of energy, she discerned that at least over 10,000 Saions were simultaneously returning. What could be the cause of this? Sake shook his head with a bitter smile. Frieza was the only one capable of summoning all the Saions from afar. What should they do now? Leaner was in a state of great anxiety, and the four Saions within the room shared her trepidation. Did this mean they now served as Sake's lackeys? Sake, you truly cannot intervene? She implored. Outside, there are elite warriors of the Saiyan clan. The weakest among them possesses a battle power of 2,000, while the strongest even reaches 8,000, with the majority lying between 5,000 and 6,000. I alone cannot withstand such overwhelming numbers. The absence of a substantial power gap makes it plausible for many ants to bring down an elephant. Sake wore a contemplative expression. Reina, you have mastered the art of instantaneous teleportation. Haven to you? My abilities are insufficient. I am incapable of traversing between planets as you do. A radiant light erupted from Sake's eyes. No worries, there is a solution. This time, my power is restrained due to my focus on researching new techniques, rendering me unable to intervene. Thus, it is prudent to proceed as follows. My emergence from seclusion should remain unknown to others. You shall venture forth to attract their attention, attempting to withstand their onslaught for a while. 8. Baku and Wooly, you three will escort approximately 100 Saiyan infants. Debo and I shall seek out a spacecraft. We will board the vessel and depart from the planet, first entering the vastness of space. Sake offered them no opportunity for hesitation. Remember, these infants are yours to choose at will. Their strength is inconsequential, for I shall nurture them. It is preferable to maintain a balance between genders. Having delivered his instructions, Sake exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the Saions selected as a transit point were evenly distributed by gender, making them suitable as seeds for future endeavors. His progress was swift. Perhaps he could rescue a portion before Frieza obliterated Planet Vegeta. It all depended on whether time would permit. Reina said little, casting a deep glance at the four individuals. These were hastily chosen, lacking both formidable strength and reliable loyalty. Upon seeing this, Debo immediately responded with resolute vigor. He recognized that his opportunity had come. By closely following Sake, his own strength could surge dramatically after this crisis. In comparison to the faint hope of ever surpassing a battle power of 5,000, he was determined to take a risk. Leader Reina, rest assured, I will fulfill the mission and staunchly support King Sake. Reina nodded, turning and striding purposefully towards the exit. Once outside, she quickened her pace, dashing forward. She needed to distance herself from this place and seek a suitable battleground to avoid disrupting Sake's plans. With a battle power of 40,000, she held a glimmer of hope, albeit a slim one. As a mid-tier warrior, she believed that if not for her conscious control over the great ape transformation, she would be unafraid of them. Reina understood that she was no match for the elite Saiyan warriors, but she must devise a way to buy Sake more time. Like a specter, she swiftly arrived at the densely populated drop zone of warriors. Gazing at the throngs of Saiyan fighters, a peculiar light flickered in her eyes. Had she not been following Sake these past few years, she would have unhesitatingly slain this group of Saiyans. However, under Sake's tutelage, she had learned to employ strategy. Killing the Saiyans was not an option. Instead, she sought to alleviate the pressure for the challenges ahead. Energy gathered in her hands, intensifying with ferocity. Enemy attack. Many Saiyan warriors equipped with power-level scanners began to shout in chaos. 8,000, 12,000, 30,000. Boom. It was Sake, surpassing 30,000, undetectable by the scanners. The warriors roared, channeling boundless fury, their rage erupting. In an instant, the winds surged, a chaotic tempest bursting through the clouds, and fierce gales whipped the air. Reina scoffed. Attacking, are we? The powerful energy sphere she had amassed shot forth with a piercing howl. Defend! Defend! Damn it, they are formidable. I can't withstand this. My power is merely 2,000. The Saiyans, utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation, erupted into chaos upon receiving the onslaught. Energy blasts in the air suddenly fragmented into countless diminutive projectiles, all aimed at the spherical spacecraft present. The Saiyan warriors, still in a state of bewilderment, were met with the relentless barrage of these tiny energy orbs, resulting in violent explosions. Many warriors, unable to evade in time, were caught in the shockwaves and were helplessly hurled into the sky, only to crash down heavily. In this expansive area, dust and debris ascended, accompanied by incessant crackling sounds. Damn it, Sake has destroyed our spacecraft. We are bound to face reprimand. Such audacity. Does he intend to ensnare us all and monopolize the Saiyans? Spread out, encircle him. One or two individuals are certainly no match for him. A few stray energy blasts veered toward Reina, but they were few in number and posed no real threat. With a flick of her hand, Reina effortlessly dispelled them, summoning her energy to ascend high above, surveying the billowing clouds of dust below. Witnessing the panic-stricken demeanor of the Saiyans, a mix of pride and disappointment welled within her. This was the Saiyan race led by King Vegeta, disorganized and unrecorded, a mere band of ruffians, far from resembling a formidable clan. Chapter 29, Reina's Defeat. Can you hold me back? These were once known as the elite warriors of the Saiyan race. Disheartened, Reina muttered in frustration, "Humph, all of this will change under Sake's command." The Saiyans should not be reduced to this. With supreme power, even Frieza would be compelled to kneel and plead. As the dust gradually settled, Reina was taken aback to observe that several spacecraft remained unscathed. 80 destroyed, yet over 1,000 still stand. Without mercy, Reina raised her hand once more, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy directed at the intact spacecraft. Damn it, it's a woman. We were deceived. This Reina possesses a combat power exceeding 30,000. Don't panic. Protect the spacecraft. Withstand Reina's assault. Strike, strike. In the air, some Saiyans ascended, launching a thunderous offensive against Reina. On the ground, a faction of rational Saiyans gathered their formidable energy, unleashing energy blasts, waves, and beams toward Reina and her assault. Unperturbed, Reina did not consolidate her power. Their attacks bore no effect on her. Without a glance, she swiftly dodged, retaliating with her energy-infused punches and kicks against the attacking Saiyans. Cries of anguish erupted as the Saiyans plummeted to the ground at an even greater velocity. Simultaneously, over 600 spacecraft erupted in flames. All present gazed in awe at Reina, who resembled a battle deity against the backdrop of the sky. With strikes from 3 directions, she achieved a resounding victory, remaining unaffected and effortlessly in control. It took the onlookers a moment to regain their composure, gasps of astonishment echoing through the air. Various expressions of shock, gloom, and contemplation mingled as they directed their gazes toward Reina. Such strength. Even King Vegeta could not achieve this. Nonsense. Vegeta's power level is merely 10,000, came the voice, trembling with excitement. Let us see if they are alive or dead. Some rational and composed scions wore somber expressions. Reina's strength is formidable, which bodes ill. A few scions obediently soared towards the remnants of their fallen comrades. They're merely gravely injured. Humph, worthless, kill them. A cold-hearted scion barked in discontent. He was one of the strongest here, his power level nearing 9,000. What an imposing presence. Reina was initially unfazed by such remarks, but upon hearing these words, her gaze pierced through to the speaker. Simultaneously, she felt a deep sorrow for the mindset of the scions. With such behavior, there could be no trust among comrades. How could their race ever evolve? A handful of strong warriors could hardly be deemed a race. In stark contrast to their pillaged planets, as well as planet Adrat and Namek, where unity prevailed, she found herself disheartened. A murderous intent radiated from her being. This mindset must be reformed. Humph, you traitor. What right do you have to speak? The scion with a power level of 9,000 remained undeterred, gazing at Reina with unflinching calmness. We have over 10,000 elite warriors here, and many more are converging, alongside the warriors you threaten with force. Do you truly believe you can prevail? Upon finishing, this high-ranking warrior took to the skies. Today, you two shall surely perish. As for the other one, has he turned into a coward? Or does he know he cannot defeat us and has fled in advance? Reina's murderous intent could no longer be contained. She unleashed her energy, her form flashing to stand before the speaker. Topa, you seek death. Humph. To her surprise, Topa did not evade or flinch, instead channeling a punch to meet her head-on. Bang! How could Topa withstand Reina's furious strike? He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his expression waning as he fell to the ground. Bang! Before the shockwaves could dissipate, he had already plunged into the earth. Reina's gaze was cold and her demeanor striking. Now, you are gravely injured. Are you going to end your own life? Amidst the swirling dust, Topa's feeble voice emerged. Cough, cough. I am a high-ranking warrior. How could I possibly die? Have you forgotten King Frisia's orders? No matter how strong she is, she cannot surpass King Frisia. Hurry up. Despite the excruciating pain, Topa managed to utter a lengthy statement. It must be said, scions are remarkably fierce in battle. As expected, once Topa finished speaking, numerous warriors with power levels exceeding 5,000 surged towards Reina in a fit of rage. Reina was alarmed. Just as a rift began to form, granting Sake more time to escape, Topa's words had utterly destroyed it. You seek death? Then I shall grant it to you. With a flick of her wrist, the air wailed as a powerful energy sphere coalesced in the palm of Reina's hand. Whoosh! A flurry of minute beams of light surged towards her. Reina swiftly maneuvered her form, evading the assaults of the scions. With a flick of her hand, an energy blast soared towards Topa. Her crimson eyes glinted with a mix of sorrow and understanding. Even before Frisia's arrival, her kin were eager to strike against her. In her moment of despair, Reina comprehended the reason behind Sake's incomplete rescue. Crossing her arms, she concentrated her energy, forming a protective shield around her. Since it has come to this, do not blame me. With her left hand, she unleashed a barrage of beams, clashing with the various attacks in the air. Her right fist clenched, she plunged into the fray. A powerful Kamehameha wave erupted, accompanied by a unified shout, as countless robust beams shot towards her. Reina was compelled to turn and defend herself. Quickly, she is not as formidable as imagined. Fury surged within her. Despite her restraint, these individuals showed no mercy. After following Sake for so long, if she too succumbed to rage, how was she any different from these uncivilized brutes? The consequence was an intensifying drain on her energy. Sweat pouring down her forehead, gasping for breath like a beast. Damn it! A fierce glint ignited in her eyes, feeling stifled. Had it been before the mech star, she would have been a force to be reckoned with. Sake, what must I do? A drop of blood trickled from her brow as she steeled herself. Overwhelmed by the cacophony around her, in a moment of distraction, various attacks rained down once more. Like a serpent, she evaded some, but was struck anew. The surrounding scions erupted into laughter. Oh, a battle power over 30,000? I am so frightened. And who would have thought you were all show and no substance? Leaning against the wall, Reina panted heavily, casting a cold gaze at the encircling scions. She had anticipated their ruthlessness, yet their complete denial of any respite astonished her, especially after she had shown them mercy. Just then, a point of light streaked across the sky. 8 and his companions had exceeded their mission, returning with over 150 individuals. Most were infants, between 6 months to 2 years old, brimming with potential for cultivation. Reina chuckled darkly. Do you think you have me cornered? Humph. Do you believe you can escape? Unaware of your own mortality. Indeed, you still dare to conspire, even to defy Lord Frisia. Reina erupted with fury, causing the Scions surrounding her to scatter in disarray. They had over 10,000 Scions attacking her, and now more than 5,000 lay severely injured. Remarkable ferocity indeed. At the brink of death, Reina unleashed her full power. None dared to confront her formidable prowess directly. She gazed at the spaceship hovering not far above, sensing Sake's effort to project his energy. I can hold on for another 3 minutes, buying time for our escape. In her heart, Reina calculated meticulously, with Sake rendered powerless. She needed to account for every ounce of strength. Aboard the spacecraft, Sake's complexion turned ashen. Chapter 30. Escape. What do you intend to do? Reina pondered her next move. With merely over 40,000 combat power, and after such protracted conflict, should she wait 3 more minutes? She would be unable to teleport to my location. Sensing the 4 individuals behind him, Sake grew increasingly anxious. Without Reina's suppression, if these 4 harbored malicious intentions, it could spell peril. Sake gripped the cockpit chair before him with both hands. As the piercing gazes of the 4 individuals behind him felt like needles pricking into his back, sweat began to trickle down slowly. Given his current strength, even in a weakened state, it would be impossible for him to perspire, which underscored the extent of his anxiety. Sake felt utterly powerless and consumed with rage. He could not comprehend how a mere flurry of chaotic meddling had led to such a dire situation. His entire strength seemed to have evaporated, his physical prowess sealed away. Was this fearsome new technique derived from the study of Saiyan physiology truly so devastating? There was not a shred of leeway afforded to him. Reina, hurry. Sake felt a surge of anxiety as 3 fervent gazes bore down on him, seemingly intent on melting him away. Just as the situation appeared dire, a celestial voice resonated through the air. Your Excellency, Sake, should we pause here to await Miss Reina? Debo stepped forward, interposing himself between the 3 eager onlookers, and spoke gently. In that moment, the oppressive atmosphere within the spaceship's chamber dissipated like mist in the sunlight. Saxon secretly exhaled in relief while pondering deeply. They had yet to escape the gravitational pull of Vegeta, and if they were to decelerate at this moment, the spherical spaceship would swiftly catch up with them. However, there was no need to slow down. Renaer was quite judicious. Debo silently nodded, casting a resentful glare at the 3 individuals. It was evident that the benefits of aligning with Saxon were far greater. Sake has triumphed over King Vegeta, liberating the Scions from the oppressive reign of terror. How is it that this group fails to comprehend the situation? If they simply follow in the footsteps of King Sake, their strength is bound to escalate swiftly. Serving their own kin is undoubtedly preferable to serving Frisia. As time slips away, with only a second remaining, Reina is on the verge of being lost forever, while she continues to battle the elite Saiyan warriors. Hurry, there is no time left. Sake clenched his fists in silence, his heart filled with anxiety. In a desperate moment, Reina forcefully teleported, braving the impact of a Saiyan strike. Sake suddenly rose and hurriedly approached Reina. Are you all right? Reina's complexion was pale as she replied, I'm fine. I must avenge this grievance. Her gaze was filled with a sinister intensity, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. She had held back at every turn, only to suffer grave injuries in the end. Had she unleashed her full wrath from the outset, most of the Scions would have already perished. Yet, out of kindness, she had shown mercy, and how could she not harbor resentment in her heart? Sake sighed softly. Sake, this time you cannot thwart me. Sake gazed at the gravely wounded yet resolute Reina with a bitter smile. There is no opportunity left. Reina, filled with indignation, lifted her head defiantly. I am certain that those Scions can only pursue us for a short distance before Frisia recalls them all. Subsequently, he will send the remainder of his forces to hunt us down. Why, that cannot be. Sake closed his eyes and shook his head. Reina, if you can recover in 6 months, I will permit you to return to Vegeta and seek vengeance. Reina fell silent. Following Sake, she was no longer the Saiyan consumed by thoughts of brute strength. Is there truly no salvation? Sake and the 4 members of Debo, along with the dozen or so Scions you dispatched who are willing to believe in us, along with the more than 150 Scions aboard the spacecraft, are but seeds. Planet Vegeta is surely destined for destruction. The 4 members of Debo are filled with confusion. How is it that they continue to speak of the impending doom of Planet Vegeta at this late stage? Reina's expression remains impassive, revealing the relentless blows she has endured from the Scions. Regardless of that, what shall we do now? You must first tend to your wounds. I will take responsibility for what comes next. The spherical spacecraft of Planet Vegeta, intact and unharmed, ascends sporadically, pursuing the spacecraft that Sake occupies. Sake remained indifferent and uninformed. The Saiyans, lacking technological understanding, posed no threat to him. The pressing concern was how to evade the assassination orchestrated by Frieza. At present, it seemed that Frieza had not yet contemplated the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. However, it remained uncertain whether King Vegeta could maintain his reign amidst the watchful eyes of the Saiyans. It could be said that King Vegeta's strength had been significantly diminished, though it was uncertain to what extent he could recover. Frieza, with a combat power of 100 million, was indeed a formidable challenge to surpass. Sake's gaze was profound, his mind racing with thoughts. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Salvation was undoubtedly unattainable, as his strength had nearly evaporated, rendering him incapable of utilizing instant movement. Perhaps he should venture there instead. A place suddenly emerged in Sake's mind, but he quickly shook his head to dismiss it. No. With so many Saiyans in the past, it would be unbearable. He must evade Frieza's pursuit and then lead them to the planet Salad. Only by seeking boundless energy could he swiftly transform and escape his weakened state. Sake was acutely aware that he had become the enemy of the universe and needed to find a place to conceal himself. Both the virtuous and the malevolent, each driven by their own motives, were in pursuit of him. He had to evade their relentless chase. As time passed swiftly, the first Saiyan soon caught up. Ifa, how are you? My king, I have heard about the situation on Planet Vegeta. Are you all safe? Sake's heart shuddered. Yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he shook his head. The trustworthiness of this group remained uncertain. He had to exercise utmost caution. My lord, is Miss Reina unharmed? She is in the midst of recuperation. As Sake responded, his gaze remained fixed intently on Ifa. Should anything amiss arise, he needed to contemplate his escape route in advance. Ifa let out a sigh, her body relaxing. Phew, that was a relief. Sake also relaxed, feeling that as long as a few individuals were unharmed, it was a good sign, even if only temporarily. I have already rescued a portion of the Saiyans. They are the seeds of our race and the harbingers of our future. Within 6 months, you shall hear the news of Planet Vegeta being struck by a meteor and obliterated. Yet, I am acutely aware that this is merely a ploy of Frieza, who has annihilated Planet Vegeta and our entire Saiyan lineage. Now that we have escaped, they cannot extinguish us. Let us proceed to gather everyone and then take you to a safe haven. However, Ifa appeared troubled. What troubles you? Sake inquired. Sake, I have heard on the planet that the entire universe is currently searching for us. Ifa replied cautiously, casting a wary glance at Sake, accompanying Reina and the others. Her battle power had surged from a mere few hundred to over 5,000 in a short span, and her loyalty to Sake was unwavering. Naturally, she now considered the welfare of the entire team. Sake furrowed his brow, fully aware of the situation. However, these individuals must be brought back, for they represent the hope of educating the Saiyan children. I can serve as bait, he declared. Suddenly, Reina emerged from the cabin, visibly weakened. Miss Reina, exclaimed Alpha with delight. Reina nodded in response. Sake, various factions are pursuing us. If we manage to escape, it will undoubtedly lead to complications. Reina stated with a grave expression. Sake furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you intend to do? Chapter 31. The Golden Cicada's Shedding of its Shell, a first encounter with the Ginyu Force. Sake is not one to be pretentious. His current prowess has yet to reach a level where he can effortlessly overcome all obstacles. The limitations of the Divine Elephant's prison power are substantial. Until he fully assimilates it and transforms it into a universally applicable cultivation technique within the Dragon Ball universe, his strength remains precarious, and the likelihood of rapid enhancement is minimal. This conclusion has emerged from his relentless experimentation. Within the entire team, it is only now that Reina has become the primary combat force, executing a strategic retreat with finesse. Sake gazed silently at Reina. True to the nature of the Saiyans, Reina turned her attention to Ifa. Despite my admonitions, she was certain that their presence would be known across various planets. Ifa hung her head in shame. While she may be unaware of others, her own planet was well aware of the existence of this Saiyan among them. It was their flamboyance that defined them, yet now, this very trait had plunged the entire future of the Saiyans into a state of despair. Sake clenched his fists in secret, filled with self-reproach. As a Saiyan, and one with prophetic insight, He found himself in such a humiliating predicament. Damn it, this is the template for a tragic protagonist. I have picked up the wrong script. Sake never anticipated that such a predicament would arise from a moment of arrogance during an auspicious beginning. Had he chosen to venture to Namek from the outset, everything would have unfolded differently. Unbeknownst to Reina, who was oblivious to Sake's inner shame, she continued her discourse. We will undoubtedly face resistance, aside from the Frisia force. We must also contend with those self-proclaimed champions of justice. A glint of cold steel flickered in Reina's eyes as she declared, I shall teleport in, eliminate them all, and then use my teleportation to bring our comrades aboard their vessel. Reina leaned against the wall, burdened by her anguish. Subsequently, I returned to make my presence known. Sake felt a surge of excitement within. This was a splendid strategy. Like a golden cicada shedding its shell, it would go unnoticed by all. I shall inform the Saiyans, providing them with the route to create a diversion across the cosmos. I require some time to recuperate, and I anticipate that in approximately 2 months, I shall be ready to act. Sake struck the cabin with a hammer. Very well, this plan is feasible. However, you cannot do it alone. We must make an appearance together. No, Reina countered without hesitation, resolutely dismissing the idea. Reina, Frisia's primary target is me. If I do not make an appearance, he will undoubtedly pursue others, attacking their spacecraft, and news of such events will inevitably spread. Only then did Reina, albeit reluctantly, nod in agreement. The facts stated by Sake are inescapable. Very well, let it be so. I shall reach out to them. Sake was curious. Could Reina still engage with technology? To his surprise, she turned her gaze towards Ifa. Understood, Miss Reina, she said. We have proactively acquired universal communicators and have all mastered their use. Sake was utterly astonished. So this is how it is. He held no objections to the Saiyans heeding Reina's words. The once fervent desire for carnage had been extinguished. For now, survival took precedence. Should the Divine Elephant's prison-breaking technique be developed following the heavenly furnace, he would indeed be able to impart valuable lessons to the Saiyans. But for the moment, he must prioritize his own well-being. He found himself in dire need of energy, as he was sorely lacking in that regard. Sake made a resolute decision. After this, he would undoubtedly venture there. The narrative of the Dragon Ball universe predominantly unfolds in that realm, of which he is most familiar. Everything proceeded methodically according to their meticulously devised plan. The sudden departure of a dozen Saiyans alerted various cosmic factions to their exposure. They did not conceal their movements, quietly following along. With ample fuel, Sake and his companions traversed the cosmos, even as Frisia's spherical spacecraft failed to find an opportune moment. Lena, with utmost stealth, successfully relocated all external Saiyans, 14 in total, undamaged, and gathered aboard their spacecraft, while over 150 naive young Saiyans remained. Our plan is ready to be executed. With a multitude of tails trailing behind him, Sake remarked coldly. Debo had made significant strides during this period, achieving a combat power of 1,500, making him the strongest in their squad. The remaining trio, 8, Bagu, and Wooly, hovered between 1,200 and 1,300. Debo immediately interjected with a query. Shall we descend to the planet? Sake pondered for a moment. Landing on the planet seemed inappropriate. Land, Reina suddenly declared. Her commanding presence instilled awe among the crowd. After enduring significant injuries, Reina's combat prowess had surged to an impressive 50,000, and she felt confident in her ability to eliminate all adversaries. Yet, in alignment with the shell exit strategy, she was compelled to suppress her urge to kill. Everyone complied obediently. Sake remained silent. In the Dragon Ball universe, strength reigns supreme, and he could only trust Renaer by his side. Sake had no choice but to descend upon the planet. Only then would they believe there was a chance. A glint of cold light flickered in Renaer's eyes as she contemplated gathering some members of the human race and acquiring severed limbs aboard our spacecraft. Sakshin felt a sense of relief, as Reina's thoughts became increasingly comprehensive. His hesitation stemmed from the matter of the corpses. Despite the flaws in Reina's arrangement, the overall issue was not significant. I ought to eliminate a few Saiyans and then bring their remains, thus achieving a more perfect scheme. Reina's words, laced with a murderous intent, sent a shiver through all the Saiyans present. Let us proceed. The personnel are assembled. It remains to be seen if this step can be successfully concealed. Indeed, they are poised for boundless possibilities, with a developmental period of 20 years ahead. Jin should have given birth by now, and the concurrent emergence of Broly and Son Goku will herald the commencement of a grand narrative 12 years hence. Sake gazed at the increasingly discernible surface of the planet. In a mere 12 years, I shall surely attain success. If I can execute that technique, there should be few who can confine me. The next step is to delve into the rules governing this realm. Although the laws of this universe are rather peculiar, I believe I can utilize teleportation and collaborate with that fellow from the Ginyu Force to explore the intricacies of time and space. Once accomplished, I shall be as a fish leaping into the vast ocean. Bang! In the realm of the Saks, the spacecraft had already touched down upon the terrestrial ground. Reyna let out a soft chuckle, her form vanishing silently. She set forth on a quest to seek out humanoid extraterrestrial beings, with the intent to conquer and seize their vessels. The sky was thickly populated with countless spacecraft, densely scattered across both the heavens and the cosmos. Reminiscent of the scenes from the planet Adrat, Sark sighed. Had his strength remained, he would not find himself in such a predicament. He was unconcerned about Frisia's absence. Yet if Frisia were to emerge, retaining his power, Sark would still be able to make a graceful escape. Sake stood silently within the spacecraft, 100 Saiyans anxiously gazing behind him. A single misstep could lead to their collective demise. Such a brutal blow is not something everyone can endure. Above, the main cannons of countless spacecraft were charged, the sky roiling with ominous clouds, as if poised to unleash destruction upon them in the next moment. The Saiyans wore expressions of intense trepidation. Even their formidable strength would be insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. There were simply too many. My lord. Sake remained still, his gaze unwavering. He had unwavering faith in Reyna. There could be no doubt. Suddenly, a series of violent impacts echoed. 5 emblematic spherical spacecraft of the Frisia Force crashed into the ground. The sound of metal creaking and groaning filled the air. Hee. Those heads belong to Lord Frisia. You'd best be on your way. Sake's gaze sharpened. Chapter 32. A critical moment? Unflappable in crisis. Emerging were none other than the Ginyu Force. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, they hurriedly revealed their identities, barely having time to showcase their signature team dance. Hey! Exclaimed Captain Ginyu, taking the lead in addressing the matter. In the heart of Sake, anxiety surged. Only a synchronized assault from the spacecraft could facilitate their escape. Engaging Ginyu individually would surely spell doom for them. As Ginyu commenced his intricate dance, the urgency escalated, prompting Reyna to teleport back. She had pinpointed a complication that necessitated the assistance of 2 individuals. Ifa promptly stepped forward. The other 2 male Saiyans, quick to react, hastened to follow suit. Reyna acknowledged them with a nod, stating that they required 5 older, more composed Saiyans to accompany them. Dabo, understanding the implication, recognized his role in overseeing the Saiyan children. One should not underestimate these young warriors. Those merely 2 years old boasted a minimum combat power exceeding 80, with the strongest among them reaching 200. He swiftly selected 5. Reyna instructed them to place their hands upon each other's shoulders, forming a sword gesture with their right hands, positioned against their foreheads, as they focused their energy. With a swift motion, Reyna led her companions away from the spacecraft. Outside, the Ginyu Force was nearing the completion of their dance, and the situation was exceedingly precarious. With less than a minute remaining, they would finalize their routine, and none could ascertain whether their adversaries would afford them the luxury of time. Sake's gaze was steady, yet his heart raced with trepidation. Damn it! Within him resided 840 million particles, their brilliance dimmed, each possessing the capacity to annihilate the world. A force magnitudes greater than that of a single star. Alas, Sake had yet to awaken, unable to summon even a trace of their might. His physical form was equally formidable, yet he could not wield that immense power. Master, shall we proceed? A Saiyan inquired softly. He too perceived the gravity of the situation, yearning to venture forth and fight against fate. Following Sake always offered invaluable lessons, and they were no longer mere brutes. Do not act rashly, wait. Sake spoke in a deep voice to halt the commotion. The Saiyans stood helplessly behind him. Sake appeared devoid of strength, yet an overwhelming aura of power enveloped him. It was the presence of a king whose prowess had reached its zenith. Hey, you worthless fools, come forth. The 5 members of the Ginyu Force stood aloft, disdainfully surveying Sake and his comrades from their celestial vessel. Suddenly, a spacecraft in the sky began to gather energy, unleashing a formidable blast toward the Ginyu Force. Oh! The towering blue giant, Berta, smirked, channeling a potent energy wave to counter the incoming beam. To the incredulous gaze of the onlooking extraterrestrials, Berta single-handedly repelled and redirected the assault back, toward the spacecraft. Was this truly a human? Such terrifying power was beyond comprehension. Berta chuckled sinisterly, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before the very spacecraft that had just launched its attack. The spacecraft hastily activated its shields. A flicker of disdain crossed Berta's eyes as he unleashed a surge of immense energy, sending forth a beam that pierced through the entire vessel. This was the fate that awaited those who dared defy the mightiest team under Lord Frisia, the Ginyu Force. Without a glance back, Berta plunged downward. The onlooking extraterrestrials, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless. How formidable! One individual had obliterated an entire spacecraft. It was astounding. Was Frisia's army truly this powerful? How could they possibly contend with such strength? Oh no, we are still within the blast radius. In the distance, the sound of pipes echoed, followed by a resounding explosion. The first spacecraft erupted, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. It took more than 30 vessels before they finally managed to distance themselves, avoiding the fallout of destruction, albeit exhausting their energy reserves in the process. Sake's delight was palpable. This delay captivated the attention of all present, not only facilitating their acquisition of the spacecraft, but also granting them ample time. The sudden appearance of Reyna, with several grotesquely disfigured corpses in her hands, signified success. As Sake turned around, he observed that, apart from the coccyx, the corpse bore no signs of damage. He felt a sense of joy for having thoughtfully considered Reyna. Indeed, it was time to act swiftly. Reyna nodded in agreement. Form groups of 10 quickly, she instructed before dashing towards the Saiyan children, seizing a portion of them and vanishing. With her mastery of instantaneous movement growing, she found that it no longer required intense concentration. Sake observed quietly the restless Ginyu Force across from him. You shall proceed and operate the spacecraft to bombard this location. Debo was taken aback. How could they manipulate the spacecraft? Were they not merely awaiting an assault from the Ginyu Force? Sake's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was utterly unconvinced that the recent spacecraft activity was orchestrated by Reyna. As the Bard approached and the shields were raised, it became evident that the spacecraft was already in a state of descent, clearly without any pilot. Otherwise, Bart would not have been able to effortlessly dismantle the vessel. Sake arrived before the control room. The minion of Frisia, if it were not for my pressing matters, I would surely descend upon you. Uttering these words, he once again activated the spacecraft. Hurry, he intends to flee. Indeed, it is the demon Sake. We have witnessed and heard of him on Adralat, and there is no doubt. While some remained skeptical, upon hearing this, they immediately reassembled their weapons. In contrast to the distant threat posed by Frisia, the treasures of Adralat that Sake possesses are of utmost importance. With so many individuals present, how could Frisia possibly capture him? The faces are too numerous to recognize. All that is required is to eliminate Sake and then focus our fire on that grotesque team. In the heart of Sake, a sense of delight surged forth. He had not anticipated that such an unintentional act would resonate so profoundly with everyone present. The allure of wealth stirred their hearts, awakening the latent murderous intent within these individuals. In a fleeting moment, Reyna had already evacuated all the Saiyan children. In the skies above, their commandeered spacecraft blended seamlessly with the myriad of vessels, gathering formidable energy. Reyna chuckled with a delicate laugh, mocking, with a motley crew like you. Do you truly believe you can impede our progress? What a fanciful delusion. Behind her, Debo and the others clamored, signaling that more Saiyans remained in their midst. Observing this scene, the Ginyu Force grew anxious and surged forward, unleashing their formidable energy toward them. The spacecraft under Reyna's command retaliated with beams of light, prompting the remaining vessels to unleash their own energies in a torrential assault directed at Sake and his companions. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force dared not withstand the onslaught and scattered in all directions to evade the impending doom. Very well, let us take our leave, Reyna declared, stepping forward with a triumphant smile. It was astonishingly simple to deceive them. These individuals were truly foolish. Sark's gaze was austere, and he could discern that the formidable energy of Ginyu and his companions was concentrated on their spacecraft. This won't do. Your frequent use of instant transmission has aroused their suspicions. Reyna was anxious. What should we do? Sake waved his hand, interrupting, his eyes gleaming with frenzied calculation. Sake is about to take a bold risk. In the moment of impending explosion, the energy of Ginyu and his companions will undoubtedly become chaotic. After that, as long as there are remnants within the spacecraft, it will suffice. Debo and the others are sweating profusely with anxiety. They are clearly capable of escape, yet they remain. This is a gamble with their lives. What if something goes awry? Chapter 33. A perfect escape. Departure after arrangement. The spacecraft shook violently as countless powerful energy beams struck their vessel. Now is the time to act. The group, already prepared, immediately touched Rena's shoulder. The Scion roared in fury. Quick! Do not concern yourselves with the infant Scions. They are doomed. We must escape, destroy the skybound spacecraft, and seize one for our flight. The voice resonated loudly, intentionally transmitted through the spacecraft. The Scions, following suit, began to wail in despair. The ship had twisted and erupted in flames. The anguished cries were difficult to convey. Yet, a few formidable beings, empowered by their immense energy, could still hear them, instilling a profound sense of conviction. Such was the only way it could be. The Scions, driven by an overwhelming fury, created an illusion of valiant resistance. A smile graced Rena's lips. United, the Scions embodied their true essence. What was it that King Vegeta once ruled over? A realm of mutual strife. The Scions had no need for the weak to be gravely injured, for they would deal the fatal blow themselves. In a flash, he vanished at the heart of the explosion. In the sky, Sake and his companions found themselves aboard a strange, verdant spaceship. In the center of the cabin stood a group of young Scions, gazing at them with wide-eyed admiration. Sake chuckled lightly, gently ruffling a child's hair. How do you feel, Hamburger? Hamburger replied in a sweet yet chilling tone, I am well, my king. When I grow up, I shall eliminate them all. Sake crouched down. No, Hamburgers, murder can only eliminate individuals, but it does not address the root of the problem. Then let us eradicate them all. Sake coughed slightly. Well, it is indeed possible, but if we were to annihilate everyone, this vast expanse of the universe would be devoid of life, devoid of vibrancy. It would surely become rather dull. Do you wish for such monotony? Hamburger shook his head. Sake tenderly pinched his cheek. If you wish to avoid such troubles, you must learn to master your emotions and diligently enhance your abilities. When your strength reaches formidable heights, others will be unable to challenge you, and thus will not dare to approach. Once you attain the pinnacle of power, they will only admire you and treat you with utmost respect, refraining from any hostility. Therefore, strive to cultivate yourself and continue to grow until you reach that zenith. At that point, you will not even need to lift a finger, for they will fear you. Do you understand? Hamburger drowsily nodded. Yes, great Sake, I comprehend. Sark chuckled lightly, rising to his feet and turning away, his gaze turning icy. He, too, was a man who harbored a desire for vengeance. Though he could not eliminate the Ginyu Force at present, he could certainly inflict some discomfort upon them. Rena, take control of the ship's weapon systems and obliterate the Ginyu Force's spacecraft. Ascend and distance ourselves from them. Rena, eager and ready, dashed to the weapons control panel. Energy coalesced as 5 beams of light extended outward. Everyone was taken aback, questioning the intention behind this action. With their own ship in ruins, shouldn't they be contemplating escape rather than risking annihilation at the hands of the Ginyu Force? The 5 beams shot forth, targeting the spherical spacecraft occupied by the Ginyu Force. Without a glance back, Rena commanded the ship to ascend rapidly. The other extraterrestrials, not lacking in intelligence, immediately comprehended their purpose. In a surge of excitement, they activated their own ship's weapon systems, adjusting angles to unleash their assaults upon the spherical vessel. The members of the Ginyu Force were livid. How dare you? They exclaimed, unleashing powerful energy blasts in a desperate attempt to thwart the onslaught of numerous spacecraft. Yet, with only 5 of them, they were utterly powerless against the overwhelming barrage. They could only watch helplessly as the spherical spacecraft faced its destruction. Very well, you shall all perish, growled Ginyu, his eyes aflame with fury, as he gathered a torrent of energy in his hands, vowing to annihilate every ship in sight. After the Sake army launched their attack, the remaining members of the spacecraft were not foolish. They too ascended swiftly after the onslaught. Only by rapidly breaching the atmosphere could they evade danger and subsequently enter the vast expanse of the cosmos. In that moment, what could the Ginyu Force or Frisia do? It was splendid. Victory was achieved. Inside the new spacecraft of the Sake, the Scions erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet, Sake remained unperturbed. This was merely the beginning. Next time, he vowed to annihilate the Ginyu Force and capture the diminutive member, Gudo. As the spacecraft ascended, the explosions on the nameless planet bore little relevance to them. They were now relatively safe, with their sights set on settling on planet Saiyan. After an arduous journey, Sake could no longer endure the sense of impotence. Rena, I intend to depart. You shall lead them to settle on planet New Saiyan. At this juncture, Planet Vegeta had met its demise, a fact that reverberated throughout the cosmos, prompting jubilant celebrations as various beings rejoiced over the complete eradication of the malevolent Saiyans. Yet here, a somber silence enveloped them, precisely as Sake had foreseen. The planet had suffered a meteorite assault, resulting in its destruction, coincidentally while the Saiyan warriors had returned home, leaving no survivors. Such a coincidence was evident even to the most naive. Moreover, what manner of beings were the Saiyans that meteorites could strike their planet? The inhabitants of the universe, indifferent, were simply satisfied with the obliteration of the Saiyans, regardless of whether it was by human hands or celestial bodies. Among them, being Saiyans themselves, they were acutely aware that the true orchestrator was Frisia, and a collective anger simmered within. Sake, you must depart. Sake gazed at the starry sky. For 2 decades, we have been ensconced in our own world, unable to conquer Frisia. I must seek a path forward. However, you only need to recover. Renar's impatience was palpable. No, we are still far from our goal. 3 million is merely the foundation. Do you remember my words? Renar fell silent. After a moment, she made a significant decision. I will accompany you. Sake's countenance darkened. Nonsense, if you follow me, what will happen to them? Without a leader, chaos will ensue, and the Saiyan race may face annihilation beneath the stars. Reina clenched her fists in defiance. My lord, I shall accompany you. Debo suddenly stepped forward, resolute in his declaration. He remained steadfast in his original conviction. Only by following Sake could he possibly discover a path to salvation, a means to transcend the limits of possibility. Remaining with the Saiyan team was indeed favorable, yet it was far too tranquil, ill-suited for the Saiyans' quest for strength. Sake nodded in agreement. Having someone accompany him would indeed be more convenient. As for whether Debo would betray him, he could not yet ascertain. But he was certainly a better option than the other 3. Sake cast a glance at Reina, subsequently presenting her with the star chart and the trajectory. We shall depart aboard the small escape vessel. Reina opened her mouth to speak. For all these years, the two had been inseparable, and Sake's impending departure left her feeling utterly unaccustomed to the prospect of solitude. I shall return in no more than 15 years, he assured her. Reina's expression grew solemn. 15 years, a span of time so profoundly distant. Sake, resigned to his fate, acknowledged that 15 years was the bare minimum. He could only seek out a source of energy to absorb vitality on a grand scale, thereby awakening the colossal particles within him, completing the transformation of his techniques, and attaining formidable strength. Reina, aware of the inevitability of the situation, could only acquiesce. Follow me, she said, casting a glance at Debo before turning to depart. Sake likewise departed, making his way towards the small escape spacecraft. 3 hours later, all was prepared, and Sake, accompanied by Debo, left aboard the escape vessel. Chapter 34. Bold Ideas, Harnessing the Power of the Stars. My lord, where shall we go? Debo inquired with unwavering respect, setting aside the ominous warning from Reina. He recognized that he could never turn against Sake. What could he possibly gain by eliminating the weakened Sake? His sole desire was to grow ever stronger. Only by following Sake and Reina, 2 individuals who transcended their understanding, could he hope to achieve that strength. Sake gazed at Debo, sensing the fervent anticipation burning within the heart of this seemingly frail Saiyan. Follow me, Debo. In 10 years, I shall render you invincible, surpassing even the divine. Debo's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration as he clenched his fists and replied earnestly, to follow the great king is indeed an honor for Debo. Sake's smile radiated like the stars in the night sky. He was not a child. He understood that sheer strength alone could not inspire trust and unwavering loyalty. The age-old adage of employing both the carrot and the stick remains the most effective tool for governance. We shall journey to Earth, he proclaimed. Debo, brimming with excitement upon hearing Sake's words, instinctively moved to activate the spacecraft, only to halt awkwardly, scratching his head. My king, where is Earth? I have no knowledge of piloting a spaceship. Just follow my lead, Sake replied. Sake, with an air of detachment, deftly maneuvered the cockpit, even with knowledge of the route. It was inconceivable to traverse it in this escape pod, as it would consume an exorbitant amount of time. Throughout the journey, Sake continuously elucidated to Debo methods to enhance his cultivation efficiency, resulting in a remarkable acceleration in the youth's progress. Sake's spirit largely descended within. His form seemingly transformed into 800 million particles, coalescing into an immense elephant, which in turn resembled an entire galaxy. Sake understood that if he could undergo endless transformations, each minuscule particle of the colossal elephant could metamorphose into the primordial form, ultimately becoming the divine elephant. At that moment, he would embody an entire universe, perhaps even surpassing the cosmos itself. Presently, however, the colossal elephant merely equated to the stars, with a mere 13,000 shimmering with a faint luminescence, perpetually rising and falling. Remarkably, I have awakened over 1,000 additional colossal elephant particles. This is truly astonishing. Could it be that within that heightened pressure of the alternate space, my colossal elephant particles can voraciously absorb energy and continually awaken? Sake's heart was filled with astonishment, yet his body remained incapable of exerting any strength. That alternate dimension was overwhelmingly powerful, likely connected to the origins of the Saiyans. The Saiyans' extraordinary abilities are unparalleled across any universe or multiverse. Furthermore, they do not draw energy from their surroundings. Upon restoration, their combat prowess significantly escalates, allowing them to transform into Super Saiyan forms at will, whether Super Saiyan 1, 2, or even Super Saiyan Blue. The source of such energy remains a mystery. The notion of enhancing one's strength out of thin air defies all reason. Sake was resolute. He believed that the absolute space where he sealed and even attempted to control the body with the Divine Elephant Suppression technique harbored profound secrets. The transformation into Super Saiyan and the unique S-cells within him originated from this very place. Without secrets, he would consume planets upside down. In this manner, by mastering that singular technique, upon my recovery, my combat power could soar to 600,000, and my physique might evolve even further. However, it remains uncertain whether I could survive in the cosmos. Sake gazed longingly at the stars streaking across the sky, and a bold resolution suddenly ignited in his mind. 3 days hence, a spacecraft would emerge from a life-bearing planet. Those on the ground could only fret, cursing at the vessel soaring above. Haha, my lord. You are truly astute. By annihilating all their spacecraft, they will be rendered incapable of pursuing us. Sake's expression remained serene. He had not revealed his identity, had he? My lord, my combat power has now reached 2,100. How could they possibly uncover the truth? Debo was filled with excitement. For following King Sake was undoubtedly the most prudent path. After merely a few days of casual guidance, his training had propelled his combat prowess far beyond that of Wally. What meaning did a stable life hold when loyalty had been exchanged for strength? Debo reflected deeply, further solidifying his resolve to follow in Sake's footsteps. Sake piloted the spacecraft, gradually approaching the periphery of the northern galaxy according to the star chart, with Earth situated somewhere within. Debo, still basking in the joy of being able to seize planets like his esteemed predecessors, received a command from Sake. After a moment of bewilderment, Debo quickly spoke up. My lord, are we not in search of other planets? Sake gazed calmly at Debo, genuinely believing them to be mere bandits, still intent on continuing their plunder. Sake's gaze was piercing, while Debo scratched his head awkwardly. Understood, my lord, I shall seek it at once. A month later, Sake gazed into the distant stars, his eyes profound. My lord, we have arrived. Let us dock here and secure the outer chamber. Sake paid no heed to Debo and proceeded directly towards the outer chamber. The outer chamber was separated from the inner chamber, ensuring that cosmic radiation could not penetrate into the interior of the spacecraft. Sake aspired to harness stellar energy to expedite the control of the colossal elephant in the alternate dimension. Upon reaching the external chamber, everything was meticulously prepared. With trepidation, Debo opened the control door of the chamber, his hands firmly gripping the sealed operation lever. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as countless rays of stellar energy surged forth. Sake, with a look of rapture, appeared utterly at ease. The body of Sake resembles a sponge, continuously absorbing various energies from the cosmos. The furnace of heaven and earth sways with excitement, as it devours energy and transforms it into vital essence, perpetually nurturing the awakening giant. In an instant, the giant shows signs of reigniting. Sake felt a surge of joy, realizing that he had made the right choice. As long as he succeeded, he would soon regain his strength. Unfortunately, just as the giant elephant began to show signs of resurgence, the tempest within the alternate dimension intensified, forcing him to employ even greater power to suppress it. The newfound strength of Sake has once again been swiftly depleted, vanishing almost entirely. Sake gasped for breath. an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, only to be followed by an unbearable emptiness. The sensation was 1,000 times more distressing than that of a free-fall ride. My lord, Debo was in a state of urgency, perplexed by Sake's condition, and hastily pulled the external cabin control lever in an attempt to close the outer chamber. Sake's veins bulged, and sweat streamed down his forehead. Don't close it, just like this, I'm fine. After uttering these words, Sake seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing limply to the ground. Had it not been for the various equipment securing him, he would surely have been drawn away by the vacuum of space. Lying on the floor, Sake felt the exhilaration of controlling and refining the alternate dimension, his face revealing an expression of ecstasy. It was as if he were awakening from a profound darkness, infused with boundless hope. He continued to advance towards the star until the spacecraft could adapt to its position. Debo gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with intensity. He reopened the outer hatch, tears welling in his eyes, as he steered the spacecraft forward towards the star. The image of Sake continually resurfaced in his mind, accompanied by a profound sense of resilience and an indomitable spirit. A fierce determination began to blossom within him. My lord, I shall not let you down. Sake could not fathom these phenomena. As he drew closer, an array of rays and energy storms surged with increasing ferocity. Sake trembled violently, his body beginning to decay, and a strange, intoxicated expression emerged on his face. The alternate dimension was rapidly refining, its pace exceeding threefold. In this manner, he harbored no confidence in mastering the alternate dimension within a decade or in perfecting that ultimate skill. A miscalculation. The alternate dimension proved far more formidable than I had anticipated. Unexpected, yet within the realm of reason. Chapter 35. Bring on the trash, watch me outlast you. Within Sake's body seemed to dwell a primordial beast, an invisible pressure radiating outward. The moment Debo made contact, he trembled violently and collapsed within the control room. His eyes glazed. Such formidable power. Could this truly be the might of King Sake? Even in a state of weakness, this mere aura could overwhelm me. How could there exist such a powerful individual? Would Vori and the others come to regret their choices? As Debo struggled to breathe, a fervent flame ignited within him. Burning ever more fiercely, each inadvertent display of strength by Sake appears to serve as a potent tonic, enveloping him in a robust shield of trust. The celestial forge continuously engulfs and releases formidable energies from the cosmos, his eyes shimmering like stars, while a powerful aura saturates his entire being. Sake harbored no attachment, continuously infusing the colossal particles and awakening the titanic entities within him. He understood that to master his craft, one must first hone their tools. Once that ultimate technique was perfected, a smooth path would lie ahead. Yet, he was unsure of the rules, uncertain if he could truly wield them. What if he could not? He was also oblivious to whether he could merely amplify his strength and charge forward recklessly. Great surges of energy flowed into the particles. Within Sake, it felt akin to frying beans as Tin Titans awakened anew. Just upon awakening, the Titans transformed, shrinking infinitely, entering his spine, rampantly suppressing the otherworldly forces. He must subdue them, bending them to his will. The speed of their transformation was astonishing, and before his physical form could strengthen, a fierce internal conflict erupted. The overwhelming energy accumulated within him reached a point of rupture, causing explosive bursts. In an instant, Sake's body was drenched in blood. The entire outer chamber suffused with the scent of blood, neither foul nor acrid, but possessing a subtle fragrance, indescribable in nature. If only it could liquefy. He recalled that during the explosive phase, several Titans had already crystallized. Having reached such intensity, perhaps he too could crystallize and produce offspring. Before long, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones, his body gradually growing stronger. The wounds rapidly scabbed over, fading and healing, until not a single scar remained. Sake adjusted his direction, infusing 99% of his energy into the awakened giant elephant to aid in suppressing that. The remaining 0.1% of energy was evenly divided into two portions, one dedicated to infusing particles, while the other nourished the body. Thus, Sake and Debo temporarily lingered in this expanse of starlit sky, continually advancing. Every day, Sake retreats into the inner chamber of the spacecraft to rejuvenate. Once he regains his vigor, he emerges into the outer chamber to endure the myriad energy storms of space. Within his formidable form, resounding echoes occasionally reverberate. When confronted with powerful tempests, he releases a considerable amount of gas, which the spacecraft's energy conversion system autonomously detects and absorbs, transforming it into usable energy for the vessel. In the region of the Sake spine, over 13,000 colossal elephants encircled the alternate dimension, while above, the celestial furnace acted as a magnificent canopy, firmly suppressing the alternate space to prevent its closure. This relentless pressure allowed the energy of the colossal elephants to continuously infiltrate the dimension, vowing to transform it entirely. Sake's strength is ever increasing, yet tragically, he remains unable to wield any power. Meanwhile, Debo exerts himself relentlessly, subjecting his physical form to intense strain, resulting in a significant boost in his combat prowess. 2 light years away from Sake, a fleet of 9 spacecraft slowly approaches. This time, they are set to undertake a grand heist, haha. Hey, boss, those clueless galactic patrol officers must be utterly bewildered, one of the crew chuckles. Indeed. The cunning of this passerby far surpasses those fools, another chimes in. Our leader is formidable. Our leader is robust. Suddenly, a subordinate speaks up. What did you say? Passerby glares menacingly at the one who dared to interrupt. The subordinate, with utmost seriousness, replies, Boss, the horse lassoing man is indeed mighty and strong. And you dwell in my heart. The leader's expression softens, revealing a grin of satisfaction. Not bad. You possess a talent for performance. In future entertainment endeavors, you shall take full charge. The young subordinate, overjoyed, nearly kneels in gratitude. Boss, with this batch of energy blocks, our fleet can expand to 30 ships. Excellent. And we will have surplus to sustain our fleet. We shall grow stronger and achieve new heights. The subordinates reply in unison, their voices reverberating through the ship. All right, let us set forth. We shall rest in the neighboring star system. Yes, the crew responds, eagerly getting to work. 6 days later, the ships arrive at the star where Sake resides. Boss, there is a spacecraft ahead. The flamboyant leader jumps up in alarm, his face contorted in worry. What? Is the galactic patrol on our tail? No, boss, it is just one ship, and it does not belong to the patrol. The leader breathes a sigh of relief and smacks the reporting subordinate on the head. You startled me for nothing, with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Passerby adds, although there is little to gain, we are cosmic marauders. Even passing meteors deserve a shot from us. Let's go, let us rob it. Perhaps we might find some lovely ladies. Woohoo, our boss is mighty. Our boss is robust. Our boss is the horse lassoing man. My king. 9 swift spacecraft are approaching us. They appear to be cosmic bandits. Sake opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. What worthless beings dare to trouble me? Just wait, I shall eliminate you all. Fear not, I will handle him. Debo was taken aback, having been here for 2 years. Could it be that the king's strength has been restored? Is he now capable of dealing with this group of petty thieves riding their spacecraft? Sake remained silent. For 2 years, he absorbed a vast amount of energy within the celestial furnace, accumulating an astonishing 30,000 massive orbs within him. Upon recovery, his power would commence at a staggering 1 million. In other realms, he might face limitations, but in the cosmic environment, the celestial furnace continuously adapted to various cosmic rays, making it effortless to contend with this band of star thieves. Just then, a tempest swept through, as the celestial furnace exhaled energy, bestowing Sake with an abundance of vitality. Sake was overjoyed, feeling as though the universe itself was aiding him. How could this band of star thieves continue their mischief? Harnessing the potent energies, he manifested a primordial furnace outside his body. The body of Sake erupted with a rhythmic resonance, activating the external energy furnace through the interconnected movements of his entire being. The furnace twisted and trembled, drawing forth an infinite cosmic tempest. Like iron to a magnet, it grew denser and more concentrated with each passing moment. As the approaching spacecraft drew nearer, their myriad weapons unfurled, aiming directly at Sake's vessel. The public channel within the ship even echoed with cries of surrender. A smirk curled at the corner of Sake's mouth, a wicked grin illuminating his visage. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in such endeavors, and he was uncertain of the consequences that would follow after unleashing this strike beyond his capabilities. Go. The vitality furnace surged forth, brimming with the tempestuous energy of countless storms, howling as it erupted from the spacecraft's outer shell. Brother, they show no respect for your prowess as a lasso-wielding warrior. Humph. The elder brother's expression turned grim. Deploy the smaller ships. We shall provide remote fire support to assist you. I shall make them aware of the might of the lasso-wielding warrior. Oh yes, brother, display your grandeur. Let them witness the colors of defeat. The opposing party had not severed the public channel, allowing Sake to overhear their conversation with clarity. A sudden pang of compassion surged within him, dissuading him from annihilating them. How endearing they were. How delightful it would be to let them wander amidst the boundless starry expanse. Alas, his own energy reserves were insufficient to manipulate the vitality furnace. In times of abundance, he could exert some control, but now, with so little, he could only stare in frustration. Chapter 36. Vast Energy, Symbols of Power. Suppressing the hopes of an alternate space. How unfortunate it is to encounter such delightful beings. Aside from Pilaf, it is unlikely he would meet anyone like them again. Perhaps it is best for this charming bunch to settle here. Sake closed his eyes. Outside, the starry sky was filled with numerous small spacecraft emerging from 9 colossal ships. As they ventured forth, they had not yet traveled far when the energy furnace of Sake unleashed a cataclysmic explosion upon encountering the small vessels. Propelled by an immense cosmic storm, the cosmos remained silent, yet Sake seemed to hear the tumultuous roar of the energy storm sweeping through. Oh, brother, a cosmic storm. Help! It's a cosmic storm. The small spacecraft cannot withstand it. Impossible. How could there be a cosmic storm here? Exclaimed bystander A in a fit of rage. Damn it. Didn't we activate the energy detection system? Why did it not detect the energy storm? He watched, horrified, as the ships teetered precariously in the tempest. The brilliant energy shields, barely raised, were extinguished in an instant. Brother, the ships are all lost. No, I must go save them. The others gasped in alarm. Understanding that the undetected storm of unknown intensity was not to be trifled with, should its level exceed a certain threshold, they too could find themselves ensnared. Brother, please don't. We will honor our fallen comrades. If you go now, we are all doomed. Yes, brother, do not act recklessly. Brother, let us fire the main cannon of our ship at that spacecraft, avenging our brothers. With bloodshot eyes, the elder brother struggled against their hold. Brother, one of the younger men interjected softly, if you go, we will lose the energy core. The elder brother hesitated, his strength waning as he allowed his companions to restrain him. Indeed, if we lose the energy core, it would all be for naught, he muttered, cursing. Retreat. We cannot face the storm head-on. Upon hearing that the energy core would be lost, bystander decisively issued the order to withdraw. Is it really that simple? The younger men were left bewildered, and soon scrambled to operate their ships, prioritizing their own survival. Other matters were of no concern to them. Sake inhaled deeply, adhering to the old custom as he was ushered into the colossal elephant. Would it be timely? How splendid it would be to rest here altogether. As the words of Sake reverberated, the vitality furnace quaked, unleashing the entirety of the swirling energy tempest. Gravity accelerated, and the ferocious energy surged forth, piercing through 9 spacecraft, as if they were mere chaff. The occupants within those vessels, inevitably, succumbed to the relentless ravages of the storm. Sake remained indifferent upon witnessing the scene, while Debo was stirred with excitement. The king's strength was astonishing. Capable of executing precise strikes on a spacecraft situated hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the vastness of the cosmos. If the king were to regain his full power, how formidable would he become? Debo's spirit surged with fervor, intensifying his desire to attain the king's might. Gazing at Sake's dismal appearance on the monitor, Debo found himself increasingly exhilarated. The external world held no sway over Debo's focus. Sake's power has been increasing at an accelerated pace, as the colossal force within him awakens rhythmically, enhancing his perceptive abilities. Gazing at the distant flickers of fire, Sake felt an insatiable yearning. Something was amiss. Several spacecraft had exploded, a magnitude of destruction beyond comprehension. Debo, move closer to that area. Debo's heart raced with exhilaration, yet his face turned ashen with fear. My lord, that place is experiencing violent explosions. We cannot approach. Trembling uncontrollably, Debo steadied the spacecraft as he drew nearer to the site of the devastation. Sake found himself in a predicament. He could not launch an attack from such a distance and had to approach in order to devise a plan. The energy in that vicinity was immensely powerful, densely concentrated. Even in the event of an explosion, he could absorb and condense it back through the heavenly furnace. Energy does not simply appear or vanish. It merely transforms from one form to another. The heavenly furnace has the capability to absorb all forms of energy in the world. Very well, let us pause here. The spaceship approached at a rapid pace, and Sake felt it was time, commanding Debo to halt. With a grave expression, the heavenly furnace suddenly erupted from within him. A muffled groan escaped his lips, as blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth. This was the residual force exerted upon his body by the colossal elephant within him, clashing with the fluctuations of a different dimension. Sake wore a fierce expression. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, restrain me. Heaven and earth melting furnace, absorb, fervently absorb. Within his body, the colossal elephant stirred, and the immense energy coalesced into a singularity, subtly resembling the form of a mystical talisman. In a moment of desperation, Sake finds himself at the brink of a perilous gamble, yet it also presents an unexpected opportunity. The formidable elephant, a symbol of immense power within the confines of the Divine Elephant Town, appears to be undergoing a spontaneous evolutionary process under immense pressure. Should he succeed in crystallizing a unique rune and effectively suppressing the anomalous space, he would not only gain a new approach to his cultivation, but also liberate the celestial furnace from its stagnation, allowing it to re-enter his being. At that juncture, he would regain a portion of his abilities. To elaborate, as long as Frisia does not transform into his complete form, Sake could rely on the celestial furnace to secure an invincible position. The mighty elephant trumpets, seemingly urging Sake to channel more energy. Sake, too, dared not linger. He channeled his mental energy, establishing dominion over the celestial furnace. Draw it to me. The celestial furnace suddenly expanded, continuously absorbing the abundant energy from its surroundings, transforming it into a torrent of primal essence that nourished Sake. Sake was acutely aware that the rules of this world were disparate. The colossal elephant was devoid of spirit, and the primordial energy lacked essence, necessitating his direct guidance. He could not afford to continue awakening the elephant particles. His pores opened and closed incessantly, allowing a torrent of energy to surge into his being, crashing violently into the massive elephant's form, which then swiftly coalesced into a substantial mass, suppressing the spine into an alternate dimension. In Sake's eyes, a radiant light blossomed, his body growing increasingly frail, yet his spirit soared with fervor. Hope emerged, a possibility. In this world, where the rules remain obscured, even the great elephant stands undaunted. As a deity among the heavens, suppressing the boundless infernos of other gods, the unconscious will not allow a mere minuscule realm to run rampant. In that moment, the entire situation reached a stalemate. A pang of anxiety gripped Sake. If the furnace of heaven and earth could absorb sufficient energy and transform it into vital essence, he would emerge victorious. However, if it failed, he might succumb to eternal silence, leading to his demise. This cannot be allowed to happen. He withdrew a portion of his mental strength, entering the colossal elephant's body to connect with its surging life energy. The rift to the alternate dimension opened, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. Coalesce for me, Sake. Undeterred by the expenditure of the primordial essence of the colossal elephant, was resolute in his endeavor to forge the inaugural rune, intending to suppress the otherworldly realm. Boom. Sake's body trembled, as the immense energy pulsating from his spine began to liquefy, dripping down in rhythmic drops. Before he could react, a multitude of crystals emerged from the liquid energy. These crystals, exquisite and translucent, pure and flawless, coalesced into a colossal mountain of crystal. Countless tiny crystals surged forth. Yet the crystal mountain diminished at a visibly rapid pace, soon transforming into a slender, transparent rectangular prism. The prism was adorned with intricate, interwoven patterns, while the energy from above rushed in, vanishing within the prism in the blink of an eye. A wave of hunger-like energy surged forth. Sake was taken aback, realizing that the runes were devoid of substantial energy. His complexion flushed red. Heaven and earth furnace, maximize the power, draw it in. In the past, witnessing someone proclaim their moves and shout their ultimate techniques would have earned his disdain. Yet now, faced with such a predicament, he found himself shouting in excitement, as if vocalizing could enhance his efficiency. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chapter 37. A Decade, Breakthrough of the Divine Elephant's Prison Power. Sake is capable of perceiving the myriad and chaotic energies of the starry sky, some of which surge with a ferocious intensity. Upon absorption by the furnace, these tumultuous energies are immediately shattered, leaving no opportunity for resistance. After undergoing refinement within the furnace, they transform into vapor, lacking the time for thorough purification, and subsequently flood into Sake's being. A vast expanse of energy envelopes Sake once more, prompting his mouth, nose, and every pore to open wide in eager anticipation. Like a whale drawing in water, the vital essence is converted into a current that flows into Sake's form. Debo stands in awe, after years of study. He too has gained the ability to sense energy. Though faint at first, the current now surges forth with relentless vigor. A force so potent that even the king can absorb it. What immense power must this possess? The rectangular crystal block within the sack has received a gaseous supplement. Rapidly absorbing and merging, the spirit of Sake sits resolutely within the colossal elephant, resembling a war god, gazing imperiously upon all directions while quelling insurrections. The gathered crystalline runes act as the vanguard, one side receiving supplies while the other gradually advances into the to impose suppression. Over 30,000 awakened elephants remain lethargic. Yet they continue to expel vital energy towards the crystals. The spiritual force of Sake surged forth, electrifying the gathered runes. With my consciousness, I connected with 840 million colossal elephants, merging the Saiyan bloodline to suppress the fabric of space, intertwining with the very essence of the Saiyan race, Seal. As Sake's spiritual energy resonated, the runes emanated an immense aura. The chaotic patterns on the surface gradually became orderly and distinct, culminating in the clear manifestation of a sealing character. Once the sealing rune took form, it plummeted with a resounding thud, anchoring itself within the Sake trembled as an immense force surged forth from another dimension, instantly enveloping his corporeal form. The colossal elephant trumpeted in exhilaration, rapidly absorbing the energy to restore itself. And in the blink of an eye, it stood tall, its long trunk raised towards the heavens. Sake was filled with immense joy as he allowed the colossal elephant to consume a vast amount of vital energy, with the remaining essence being entirely infused into the elephant's particles. Boom, boom, boom. Within him, 20,000 particles instantaneously transformed into the giant elephant, radiating an aura of elation. Sake himself was exceedingly exhilarated, having achieved a remarkable feat, although the situation remained somewhat unstable. He now commanded an impressive force of 50,000 colossal elephants to suppress at his spine, in conjunction with the sealing talismans, rendering his success virtually assured. With the release of the Celestial Forge, Sake was capable of harnessing the primordial energy of the universe, seizing various attacks unleashed by others. Ha ha ha, it is accomplished. I have sealed the alternate dimension. My technique is already halfway complete. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. The talismans have proven effective even within this universe. In Sake's heart, a fervent cry resonated as the Celestial Forge soared back, perpetually whirling beside him. Sake exerted tremendous force, causing the various chains that bound him to shatter. The king, Debo, was filled with anguish. The outer chamber lay open, exposing the formidable gravitational pull of the cosmos. Without the support of the chains to stabilize the king's form, he would be swept away in an instant. Just as Debo finished his exclamation, the onlookers within stared in disbelief. My goodness, this is astonishingly powerful. Sake stood tall in the outer chamber, resembling a solitary feather gliding through the ethereal waters of the cosmos, seemingly impervious to the gravitational pull of the starry expanse. Sake inhaled deeply, and a visible tempest of energy surged into his body. Within him, a colossal force stirred as the energy transformed into a vital essence, coursing throughout his being. After nourishing his physical form, it ultimately converged within the mighty force, subsequently infusing the seal's inscriptions. The tendons and bones of the sacrum were fully unleashed, emitting a series of crackling sounds as energy swirled around, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force field, impervious even to the penetrating energies of the universe. Sake laughed heartily. Debo, very well, seal the outer chamber, then open the inner chamber. Debo, with an inkling of understanding, felt a surge of joy as he rose to his feet, diligently executing Sake's instructions. The sound of creaking and footsteps echoed. Sake entered the inner chamber and stepped into the control room. My lord. Seeing the excited expression on Debo's face, Sake's calm demeanor once again broke into a smile. Let us approach the stars, he declared. Yes, my lord. Debo replied eagerly as he settled into the pilot's chair, his heart brimming with anticipation. He was filled with curiosity about the monumental feats that the restored King Sake would accomplish. As they drew nearer, Sake stood within the cabin. Shall we proceed, my lord? Debo inquired with utmost caution. Sake shook his head, a tremendous aura emanating from him. Outside the spacecraft, a translucent seal character materialized. Upon its appearance, it soared directly into the heart of the star. The aura of Sake once again waned, rendering him powerless upon the cabin floor. Yet, an undeniable thrill radiated from his being. As he beheld the seal of characters entering the star, the corners of his mouth nearly stretched twice as wide. Let us depart towards Earth. Debo, utterly perplexed, gazed on in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. What was happening? Was it a matter of poor eyesight, compelling him to scrutinize the star more closely? They hadn't even commenced their journey yet, and already they were set to leave. Moreover, following that peculiar maneuver, King Sake had once again succumbed to weakness. What on earth was transpiring? Within Sake's body, a faint stream of energy permeated his being, delicate yet ceaseless. As the stellar seal was completed, a fissure opened within him, allowing a continuous influx of energy transmitted through the sealing symbols. Now, Sark found himself liberated from the need for sustenance or the so-called elixirs. He could sustain his life solely through this star. As long as the star endured, he had no need to consume food. The seals at his spine primarily served to suppress, rendering it impossible for them to provide an endless supply of energy. Unless he could continue to forge new, grander, and multifunctional runes, achieving such a feat would be far from simple. Sake remains undeterred. This unexpected fortune serves as an additional boon in his efforts to seal and control the alternate dimension. In fact, this acquisition might even surpass the mere sealing of the other world. Initially, he had no inkling that such talismans would manifest. Thus, Sake harbors no dissatisfaction whatsoever. His subsequent focus must be on exploring ways to enhance his life energy. Curiously, the 30,000 giant elephant particles in that realm would at the very least embody the legendary metamorphosis of 3 transformations, existing in a void with a lifespan that could nearly reach a millennium, and possessing the ability to grasp the essence of space. However, here, he feels none of that. Aside from pure strength, he neither commands the rules nor experiences any elevation in life energy. Sake cast a glance at the distant stars, yearning for the ultimate attainment of celestial heights. His corporeal form traversing the cosmos, radiating unparalleled energy throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, Sake and Debo occasionally ventured to planets to seize the latest spacecraft. Most of the time, their course was set towards Earth. Along the way, whenever Sake encountered lifeless star systems, he would linger for several days, casting seals upon the stars. Sake now awakens a colossal particle every hour, and this pace of cultivation continues to improve. He has never experienced such a delightful and seamless awakening. The crucial aspect is that this process does not require him to expend mental effort. Numerous seals absorb stellar energy, which is transmitted into his body through the void. Within him, the furnace of heaven and earth transforms this energy into chi, the majority of which Sake then bestows upon the colossal entity to subdue the. Currently, Sake has yet to fully dominate the alternate dimension. He has merely sealed his powers, able to draw upon a fraction of his energy at intervals. Time, indifferent yet relentless, has swiftly passed, marking a decade. My lord, we have surpassed planet Namek by 10 days. Did you not claim that we would glimpse Earth in merely 6 days? Why have I yet to see it? Chapter 38, Encountering Earth, the remarkable talent of the Saiyans. Debo now possesses an impressive combat power of 100,000. Yet he diligently adheres to Sake's commands. It is only due to his mounting impatience that he finally inquires. Sake slowly opened his eyes, enveloped in an overwhelming aura akin to a prison. After a decade, I have finally awakened the 200,000 colossal elephants. Upon arriving on Earth, I shall consolidate the 4th sealing symbol to expedite my mastery over the Saiyans in this alternate realm. Sake had not anticipated the extraordinary difficulty in mastering the alternate dimension. The 3 sealing symbols proved insufficient to subdue this enigmatic realm, let alone to control it. He sensed that the 4th sealing symbol might assist him in initially gaining a semblance of control over the alternate space. However, it would be more accurate to say it could merely restrain the dimension, preventing it from unleashing further turmoil. Only through the suppression of this alternate realm could he establish a foundation for his ascent to greatness once his new techniques were devised. It has been 10 years. How coincidental. As it has been 14 years since the explosion of Vegeta's planet. This should align with the period following Goku's triumph at the first World Martial Arts Tournament. The extent of the unfolding narrative remains unclear, yet a glimmer of excitement flickered in Sake's eyes. This was indeed the moment the Grand Era commenced, and he yearned to partake in it. That group of aberrants, the Celestial Forge, should be capable of consuming ample energy. The king? Debo's expression remained unchanged. With a combat power soaring to 100,000, Sake had not yet fully unleashed his might. and thus, he was not significantly affected. Sake currently possesses a combat power of 6 million, and I firmly believe that in 10 years, you will be capable of utterly overpowering Frisia. At present, he is unable to showcase his full potential, but a decade from now, the scenario will be entirely different. Sake made a rough estimation that there are approximately over 2,000 lifeless stars in the galaxy bearing his seal. Each day, 24 colossal elephants can awaken, augmenting combat power by over 700, which amounts to a staggering 263,000 in a year. This reflects the current progress. Once the alternate realm is activated and he transforms into a Super Saiyan, it is uncertain to what extent his power will amplify. There is no need for concern. Simply continue advancing toward the intended goal. Sake did not elaborate. Their spacecraft's performance is significantly inferior to that of the Namekian vessel. Namek is located a little over 6 light-years from Earth, and they have traveled for 10 days. In another 10 days or so, they should arrive. Dabo, with no alternative, could only comply with Sake's orders and continue the journey. After another 15 days, he inquired, "Great King, is that planet you mentioned Earth?" Sake opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining within them. He gazed intently into the distance, rising with excitement. Indeed, it was that. Dabo looked toward the distant planet, filled with confusion. It was merely an unremarkable life-bearing planet, so remote. What could possibly be causing the king's exhilaration? How much longer must we wait? A day should suffice, my lord, but what shall we do? Sake remained silent, gazing at the familiar, identical planet. Can we pull the probe in? I want to take a closer look. Dabo hesitated. My lord, this is the ship's built-in detection system. I cannot operate it. Sake remained silent, as he always did. Very well. Choose any iconic structure to descend upon, and in due time, we shall ensure your relaxation for several years, teaching you the art of teleportation and other techniques. Dabo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, brimming with vigor. All right, my king, watch me. Dabo eagerly set off for a distant planet for the first time. Sake settled back into a cross-legged position within the cabin, uncertain of how far things had progressed. According to the timeline, Big should not have emerged yet. Sake pondered meticulously over the next steps. The inception of Dragon Ball, in truth, encompasses little in terms of significant events or formidable warriors. If one were to insist, it could only be characterized by its humor and its allure to certain enthusiasts. Aside from the celestial beings, it seems that Sake has little else to gain. Currently, he possesses the ability to harness his energy, rendering the celestial beings unnecessary for his personal needs. Within the depths of Sake's body, near the vicinity of the spine, a tumultuous mass of energy coalesced, manifesting in an array of peculiar and intricate patterns. Sake endeavored to explore the emergence of new runic powers within his own being. For the past decade, he has been relentlessly pursuing this goal. Should he succeed in manifesting a life force rune, not only would his own lifespan be significantly extended, but the Saiyan race would also reap substantial benefits in longevity. Regrettably, my current strength is insufficient to initiate the metamorphosis of flesh and blood. The disparity in rules between the Dragon Ball universe and that of my own is too pronounced. In the realm of mere death, the Dragon Ball universe treats demise as a trivial matter, with the powers of the afterlife proving rather feeble in later stages. Even the Tournament of Power can only select warriors from Earth. Sake murmured to himself, fully aware that the notion of selecting warriors solely from Earth was utterly nonsensical. In simpler terms, it was merely a reflection of Beerus's laziness. Even the meal of rib stew in hell seemed to outshine Master Roshi in strength by a considerable margin. Regrettably, he lamented that he had yet to discover the method to condense the runes of life. Perhaps, when Majin Buu and the Supreme Kai made their appearances, such a breakthrough would be within reach. Sake's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the current trajectory, a decade hence, the formidable Frisia will possess merely over 9 million in battle power, and after his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he will only reach approximately 450 million. Furthermore, 4 years later, during the android crisis, his power will be less than 600 million, making the outcome against the first generation of androids 17 and 18 uncertain. I hope the mastery of the alternate dimension proceeds smoothly. Perhaps then I may return to Planet Salad and reunite with Reina and the others. Sake may also opt to prioritize awakening the colossal elephant. However, the pressure from the alternate dimension is exceedingly formidable. Currently, even with 200,000 colossal elephants and 3 seals, control remains elusive, and the timeline for mastery is uncertain. During this period on Earth, Circumstances are undeniably favorable for Sake. With the Celestial Forge in his possession, he can absorb any disparate energies, affording him the opportunity to recuperate thoroughly on Earth. Furthermore, with Debo by his side, he is free to traverse any locale on the planet. Sake possesses the remarkable ability to perceive that the alternate dimension is far more profound than the ordinary universe. The Saiyans exhibit a peculiar nature that diverges significantly from that of individuals within this universe. Should he master the intricacies of the alternate dimension, he might transcend the confines of the Dragon Ball realm, not merely in terms of unparalleled combat prowess, but by transcending the Dragon Ball universe itself and venturing into other realms. It is as if the alternate dimension embodies a void, teeming with varied energies, each emanating from disparate worlds and universes. The Saiyan bloodline is capable of absorbing the energies present within that dimension for their own utilization. Just as Superman can harness the rays of an orange sun to augment his strength, the Saiyans draw upon the innate energies of the alternate dimension bestowed upon them at birth, albeit with effects that fall short of Superman's capabilities. However, Sake, having established a foothold within the alternate dimension, does not perceive the Saiyans as inferior to Superman. While the final outcomes may suggest such a conclusion, the Saiyans, in their later stages, seem incapable of fully harnessing the energies of the alternate dimension. It appears that once they reach a certain threshold of growth, the efficacy of the alternate dimension diminishes. This phenomenon is evident in their inability to exponentially increase their power after recovering from severe injuries, despite their continued transformations. The various forms, such as Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and the ascended forms, including Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, along with Gohan's unique state, the combined forms of Super Saiyan transformations, and even the transformations stemming from the Transcendent Saiyan bloodline. All of these abilities are fundamentally rooted in the S cells within the Saiyan physiology, intricately linked to the alternate dimension. Chapter 39, Arrival on Earth, Goku's Awe. Sake understood the reasons and was eager to delve deeper, even at great cost to himself. Rendering himself a mere shell of his former self, he found himself imprisoned on several occasions before finally grasping the truth. The others remained entirely oblivious. This was both a blessing and a curse, a pathway to transcendence or a descent into chaos. Truly, it could be said that the divine and the demonic are but a thought apart. Sake is no fool. He does not believe that he can master the alternate dimension in a short span of time. Such a feat requires a profound understanding of the world and the universe, as well as a grasp of the very rules of time and space. Even a century may not suffice to achieve this. Only after maintaining the connection with the alternate realm does he redirect his focus towards enhancing his own life energy and facilitating cellular metamorphosis to prolong his lifespan. To live longer is to embrace infinite possibilities. Time slips away in an instant as the spacecraft encounters atmospheric friction, causing the external temperature to rise and plasma igniting the air, revealing numerous crimson flames. The vessel roars through the sky, descending not far above the earth. Upon observing the scene, Sake was rendered utterly speechless. Debo, indeed obedient, descended in accordance with the designated markers. The vessel landed adjacent to Kalinta, mere meters from the base of the towering structure, which loomed majestically into the clouds above. My lord, you are awake. Indeed, let us proceed downward. What shall we do about the spacecraft? Sake's gaze flickered momentarily. It was lost. Debo was taken aback. What does it mean to lose it? Are we not leaving? This planet evidently lacks the capability to venture into space. It doesn't even possess a spaceport. What if the spaceship is left here and sustains damage? With over a decade of operational experience, he still encounters difficulties, and he feels powerless to repair the spacecraft. Without the ship, are they destined to be trapped on this planet for eternity? Sake's gaze sharpened as he raised his fist, channeling an unparalleled might. With a single punch, the spacecraft was pierced, creating a gaping hole. Debo stared in bewilderment. Well, there's no need to ponder any further. It was utterly shattered, and even his body could not contain such force. Let us proceed. With a smile gracing his face, Sake left Debo momentarily stunned. After years of camaraderie with the king, whose combat prowess had reached an astounding 100,000, it was rare to witness such a carefree expression. The situation appeared peculiar from any angle. Upon returning to the familiar earth, with its largely unchanged surroundings, his spirits naturally soared. These past years had afforded him the opportunity to unwind, and thus, joy enveloped him. As for the spaceship, he possessed only his physical strength in the furnace of heaven and earth, lacking any skills for stowing items, and without a universal capsule. Retention was impossible. Additionally, he was acutely aware of his current location, at the base of Corinta. Meanwhile, the assassin Tao Bai was grinning maliciously at UPA. I won't cry. I must be strong. You are the one who killed my father, and I shall avenge him. UPA sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he brandished his axe in the air. Foolish creature, then perish. By killing you, I can still acquire the Dragon Ball, Tao Bai mused. Convinced that Goku was already dead and that the last Dragon Ball was hidden away by the small boy UPA. Just as he prepared to strike, Sake's destruction of the spaceship triggered a violent explosion, drawing Tao Bai's attention. Who dares? Tao Bai sneered, disregarding UPA's frantic weapon waving. His gaze dark and fixed upon the skies. As the world's foremost assassin fulfilled his mission, he was astonished to encounter such oblivious beings nearby. Halt! Do you dare? Suddenly, Goku descended riding his flying Nimbus, soaring past Sake's vessel and swiftly reaching the ground. He snatched up UPA and flew away. Tao Bai was taken aback by Goku's survival, his pupils dilating with shock. What? You're still alive? Goku landed, cradling UPA before placing him down and flashing a fierce grin at Tao Bai. You scoundrel! I will avenge UPA's father. Tao Bai shifted his focus to Goku, astonished. You survived? After a moment of surprise, he dismissed the notion. This little brat was indeed powerful, but was no match for his signature technique, the Divine Finger technique. Yet, the enormous creature soaring above piqued his interest. Capturing it would surely yield a fortune. Tao Bai's eyes gleamed with avarice as he schemed to seize Sake's spaceship, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes darting with fervent contemplation. Sake let out a light chuckle. Dabo, did you see that? Someone is taking notice of the spacecraft. Dabo's expression was icy. My lord, they are merely ignorant of their impending doom. Their meager combat capabilities are inferior even to our 5-year-old Saiyans. They are truly abysmal in battle. Sake was poised to descend when he heard Dabo's disdainful remarks, nearly losing his footing. To his astonishment, such words were not exclusively uttered by Raditz. Dabo could express the same sentiment. Was this the arrogance of the strong? Indeed, one could not deny the truth in his words. Steadying himself, Sake stepped out from the gaping hole, advancing toward the ground step by step. Behind him, Dabo, with a grim expression, hovered slowly, his tail conspicuously visible under the sunlight. Wow, he walks in the air, and that one is flying. UPA, did you see that? Sun Wukong took an attack stance, hand on his forehead, exclaiming in astonishment. Even Tao Bai's countenance grew considerably grave. Was it a technique of aerial maneuvering? How intriguing. Suddenly, the spacecraft tore through the air with a deafening roar. Unable to maintain stability, plummeting toward the ground and producing a heavy sound as it compressed the air. Wow, a large aircraft is falling. With limited experience, Sun Wukong could only perceive the metallic shell in the sky as merely an airplane. Tao Bai's expression darkened, his fist clenched tightly. It was evident that he was displeased with the complications arising from something he was determined to acquire. Unlike Sun Wukong, who was oblivious, he understood that such a colossal object effortlessly soaring through the sky was undoubtedly of immense value. The recent explosion, coupled with the erratic descent of the craft as if intoxicated, made it clear to Tao Bai that the vessel was malfunctioning. Damn it, my treasure. Destroyed just like that. You too shall pay. A ruthless glint flashed in Tao Bai's eyes, brimming with murderous intent. As a Saiyan, Dabo sensed the shift immediately. Snorting coldly, ready to take action. Hold it. Do not strike recklessly. Sake sensed that Dabo's intentions were amiss and promptly halted him. What a jest. If you strike, how am I to maintain my facade? Dabo could only retract his actions with a sense of reluctance. Sake inhaled deeply. As the heavenly furnace coalesced the moisture in the air, forming ethereal steps beneath his feet. As he descended, the humidity intensified, making the ladder in the sky distinctly visible. Under the refraction of sunlight, it shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a breathtaking spectacle. Wow, how remarkable. You can actually conjure a ladder in midair. This is an impressive skill. Could you teach me? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he turned to Sake. Sake, with a stoic demeanor, slowly descended to the ground, while behind him, Dabo stood silently. As Seiko observed, Sun Wukong completely disregarded Tao Bai, his fervent gaze firmly fixed upon himself. Chapter 40. Sun Wukong discovers the organization, astonishing the crowd. Sake silently extricated the tail coiled around his waist. Upon witnessing this, Dabo unhesitatingly released his own tail, following Sake. The two robust tails unfurling and dancing gracefully in the air. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement surged. "Wow, you both have tails. And I have one too," he exclaimed, turning to grasp his own tail and extending it before him, gazing at Sake with eager anticipation. It seemed he yearned for their acknowledgement, a confirmation that he belonged to their kind. Yet, why is my tail so diminutive? Sun Wukong pondered. Glancing between Sake's tail and his own, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. UPA, emerging from his shock, chimed in, "Brother Wukong, it's because you are a child, while they are adults, hence their tails are much larger. It must be so. My father said that when I grow up, I will be as strong as him." Sun Wukong, deep in thought, turned to Sake for confirmation. Is that truly the case? Dabo, naturally aware of Sun Wukong's curiosity, paid him little mind. Having grown up on Planet Vegeta, he understood well that there must still be a handful of Saiyans scattered throughout the cosmos. During King Vegeta's reign, those deemed lacking in potential were exiled shortly after birth. Although these infants were feeble, some fortunate ones would eventually thrive. The Saiyans were far from foolish. The planets to which the low-potential infants were banished were often remote and insubstantial, provided they were not exceedingly unfortunate to encounter a full moon. They could transform into mighty great apes, wreaking havoc and gradually maturing. Once they had eradicated the indigenous populations, they would naturally return to Planet Vegeta for further training. Clearly, Sun Wukong was one such individual, likely exiled a year or two before King Sake's usurpation. All Saiyans remained in a juvenile state until the age of 18, and even he could not discern Sun Wukong's true age. Above Corinta, 3 pairs of eyes were intently fixed on the ground. The cat sage held his breath, an expression of urgency on his face. How formidable! This sensation is so malevolent. The Saiyans, known for their ferocity, were indeed involved in acts of plunder alongside Dabo and Sake, and it was no surprise that the cat sage harbored such perceptions. As a sage, his primary concern was to assess whether a being's aura was malevolent. Within the heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai gazed solemnly at the mirror before him. "Bobo, these must be extraterrestrials," he remarked. "Yes, Supreme Kai," came the reply. "Earth has been discovered, and a group of malevolent extraterrestrials has arrived. This marks the first appearance of aliens on Earth. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse." Bobo's expression was intricate, revealing a myriad of thoughts. Without delving into the celestial beings who arrived on Earth centuries ago, it is well known that over a decade prior, a cosmic patrolman named Gak ventured here aboard a spacecraft. Setting aside distant tales, it is clear that these beings are extraterrestrial. Thus, one must question whether that impish figure named Sun Wukong is merely an indigenous alien of Earth. Such reasoning is fundamentally flawed. The individuals before him are not the initial wave of extraterrestrials. Bobo refrained from uttering a word, silently observing Corinta. These individuals, akin to that small fellow, should not pose a threat to Earth, yet their overwhelming aura suggests they possess the capability to annihilate an entire planet single-handedly. Given Earth's remoteness, the notorious reputation of the Saiyans remains unbeknownst to them. On the ground, a furious Tao Bai shattered the tense silence. "You fools, do you believe this is a reunion? Hand over the Dragon Balls." Dabo's fierce glare caused the surrounding air to solidify. Tao Bai became rigid, his breath quickening, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. How could this be possible? Dabo's intangible assault left the old fool utterly astonished. Sun Wukong found himself immobilized, his eyes darting wildly. "Wow, how impressive. I wish to learn that technique." With a sense of helplessness, Sake pondered over Dabo's inability to discern his true desires. Suddenly, the heavenly forge trembled, and Dabo's intangible aura vanished without a trace, restoring normalcy to the 3 present. Such strength! The primordial energy of the universe was under his control. In the Divine Hall, the aged deity abruptly rose, his eyes wide with astonishment, gripping his staff tightly with his right hand. Bobo maintained his usual calm demeanor, as their manipulation of energy appeared rather rudimentary. If Sark were to know, he would surely burst into laughter. He was not even angry, after all. He had exerted considerable effort to extract a modicum of excess rage, only to have it swiftly snatched away by the colossal elephant. Tao Bai's eyes darted chaotically. As an assassin, he sensed impending doom. The two before him were unfathomably powerful, resembling deities who looked down upon mortals with disdain. But why would deities meddle in the affairs of the earthly realm? Furthermore, who is this little imp named Sun Wukong? As the unrivaled assassin in the world, he felt a twinge of fear. Stammering, he inquired, Who exactly are you? Sake maintained a serene demeanor as he gently approached Tao Bai. Is your malfunctioning bomb ready? What? UPA was startled, hastily scrambling to his feet and dragging Sun Wukong to hide behind him. Debo stood quietly, refraining from further impudence. The king's breaking of his oppressive aura served as a warning. Should he remain obstinate, he would undoubtedly face retribution. Sun Wukong appeared perplexed. Bomb. What is that? Trembling with fear, UPA anxiously replied, Wukong, a bomb is a weapon of immense destructive power. A single bomb can create a substantial crater in the mountains. It is exceedingly dangerous. We should keep our distance. Sun Wukong tilted his head, still not comprehending, and pointed at Sake. Then why is he not afraid? UPA paused. Then furrowed his brow, a sudden realization illuminating his expression. Of course, they can fly. If they take to the skies, the bomb should pose no threat to them. Sake paid no heed to the two young ones murmuring, advancing step by step towards Tao Bai, unwilling to relent. Tao Bai, taken aback by Sake's insight into his hidden cards, gritted his teeth. You think I'm afraid of you? He retorted, as a faint current of energy surged within him. His fist clenched and aimed at Sake's face, the force of his punch formidable, accompanied by a howling gale. A cold smirk graced Tao Bai's features. Arrogant fool, I shall make you taste the bitterness of defeat and understand the prowess of the world's foremost assassin. Sun Wukong, witnessing Sake's refusal to evade, leapt from behind a tree, urgently warning, be cautious, that guy is formidable. Debo glanced sideways, noting this individual was unlike a Saiyan. The pristine appearance of this planet was one thing, but the fact that the young one could harmoniously coexist with the natives suggested no catastrophic consequences had ensued. Before his descent, he had observed the planet's satellite, which was vast. The full moon should have been capable of reflecting 17 million hertz of Bruz light waves. It was improbable that it had never undergone a transformation into a great ape. As exiles, their spacecraft was equipped with knowledge designated by the Saiyans. These individuals should be acutely aware of their mission. Judging by his demeanor, he had been here for at least a decade, and the planet bore no signs of devastation. This was decidedly abnormal. Moreover, the aura he exuded was purer and cleaner than that of someone steeped in bloodshed. Boom. Tao Bai's fist struck Sake's body without hindrance. Before the sound of the collision could dissipate, the unmistakable crack of bones echoed. Tao Bai cradled his injured arm, crouching helplessly on the ground. His right arm had suffered a catastrophic fracture, enduring a severe blow in an instant. The flow of air suddenly accelerated. Chapter 41, Slaying Tao Bai. The first encounter with the cat sage hiss. Suck. Sun Wukong and UPA stood agape, astonished. They had witnessed Tao Bai's might. Yet here was this tall, handsome figure, who had done nothing, not even generating a ripple of energy, and with mere flesh and bone, had shattered Tao Bai's assault and pulverized his arm. This strength was undeniably beyond the realm of the ordinary. Within the body of Sake, the furnace of heaven and earth endeavored to consume and absorb. Yet only a mere wisp of energy penetrated the furnace, which even seemed too lethargic to respond with a breath. Sake was not surprised. The Earth's current strength remains feeble. A lack of energy is indeed to be expected. Should Tao Bai possess the capability to unleash a force strong enough to fill the furnace with a single punch, he would not dare to confront such an assault with mere flesh. However, the sealing talisman absorbed sufficient stellar energy and subsequently transmitted it to him. As the furnace operated, vast amounts of energy permeated his body, infiltrating his flesh, blood, and bones, converging within a colossal particle. The particle swiftly expanded, and soon, respiration manifested. The limited energy within Sake was swiftly depleted. With a resounding crack, the particle shattered, and a giant elephant materialized within Sake's being. Sake trembled with excitement. His spirit ignited as he gazed upon the newly birthed pink giant elephant. Rather than feeling despondent as it absorbed energy from within, he fervently hoped for its swift absorption and transformation into a mature behemoth. Unlike previous occasions, this majestic creature did not immediately plunge into the spinal region, but instead remained tranquil in its place. Indeed, it was as he anticipated. All that was required was for him to forge the fourth sealing talisman, allowing him to master the otherworldly realm, thereby swiftly enhancing his own power. A faint tremor reverberated within Sake, accompanied by a subtle aura. Debo, who had been closely following Sake for an extended period. Immediately sensed the anomaly and gazed at Sake with equal delight. He was acutely aware of his lord's long-held aspirations. The current aura was entirely different, imbued with a harmonious essence. The lord had achieved his goal. He was poised for a complete return. Debo was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes brimming with tears. Apart from Sake, no one understood the hardships endured by the lord over the past decade better than Debo, nor did anyone grasp the lord's hopes more profoundly. Within the body of Sake, the plump giant elephant voraciously inhaled the gentle stream of air, causing ripples to cascade around. The furnace of heaven and earth swayed vigorously, ravenously consuming the essence of the cosmos. Winds of all varieties, gentle breezes, soft zephyrs, strong gales, and tempestuous hurricanes whirled about. UPA clung desperately to the trunk of a tree. Tao Bai, your doom is upon you. Even the divine shall punish you. UPA shouted with all his might, fervently venting the fury that surged within him. With a thunderous roar, the giant elephant took shape, bellowing towards the heavens, while Sake emanated an overwhelming aura of power. Sake laughed heartily, allowing Tao Bai to writhe in pain like a dying dog, drenched in cold sweat, yet trembling in shock. Such strength. Sun Wukong gazed at Sake with envy. The 30 energies of the giant elephant, while not inherently formidable, unleashed a force within Sake that was powerful enough to astonish all present. At this time, Sun Wukong was still unable to defeat Master Rashi, and Sake's energy was equivalent to a quarter of Wukong's own power erupting nearby. Naturally, Sun Wukong was left in awe. The ability to harness 30 energies filled Sake with immense joy, a delightful surprise indeed. Initially, he had planned to wait until he condensed the fourth sealing talisman before attempting to retain a portion of the giant elephant within himself. But he never anticipated achieving this so swiftly. The presence of Sake was utterly unreserved, merely a mere 30 points, yet he cast a ravenous gaze upon Tao Bai. Have you contemplated your demise? Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap erupted from the heavens, and Sake's form appeared both divine and demonic. A tempest materialized in the sky, howling fiercely. Tao Bai was taken aback. The opponent's condition could sway the very elements. Could he truly be a celestial being? Sake stepped towards Tao Bai, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Divine finger technique. Perish, you arrogant fool, he proclaimed with a chilling laugh. Be cautious, Sun Wukong exclaimed, startled and anxious. After all, he had finally encountered someone akin to himself, and the tension was palpable. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light flashed by, striking Sake's throat with unerring precision. How is this possible? Tao Bai gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the seemingly unscathed Sake. No, this cannot be real. In the wake of the shock, he even dropped the high explosive bomb he had been holding. Sake sensed the faint energy emanating from the earthly crucible, casting a disdainful glance at Tao Bai. The tempest in the sky intensified, subtly accentuating Sake's formidable presence while reflecting Tao Bai's current state of bewilderment. No, this cannot be true. Why? Tao Bai looked up at Sake, his eyes filled not only with shock and confusion, but also with fear. As a person notoriously steeped in bloodshed, he was acutely aware of the malevolent aura that enveloped Sake. Damn it, how could this be possible? With his left hand, he gripped the ground fiercely, his fingers sinking deeply into the earth. Sake, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Tao Bai, struck down with a single palm, the force of his blow swiftly tearing through Tao Bai's garments. With a resounding thud, Tao Bai's skull shattered, resulting in his immediate demise, leaving no trace of his remains. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs and fragments of flesh. Crimson brain matter scattered across the earth, instantly tainting the soil within a 1-meter radius. UPA, startled, scurried behind Sun Wukong, his eyes wide with terror as they locked onto Sake. Sun Wukong's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure. Sake felt the boiling blood within Sun Wukong, regarding the young lad with newfound respect. It is truly fitting that he is the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. His very lineage aflame with fervor, even igniting a thirst for battle, yet he possesses the fortitude to rein it in with sheer willpower. Some ascend to the role of protagonist, and one can only marvel at the strength of their resolve. UPA, he has avenged you. With a comforting gesture towards UPA, Sun Wukong's eyes shimmered with envy. Sake cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong. Let us depart, Debo, he urged. Wait, Sun Wukong exclaimed anxiously. But Sake had already soared into the sky. Debo glanced at Sun Wukong, disregarding him, and followed after Sake.The, utterly annihilate the spacecraft, came the command. Upon hearing this, Debo concentrated an immense energy in his hands, which swiftly transformed into a brilliant beam of light, slicing through the heavens to strike the descending spacecraft. A resounding explosion ensued. Sun Wukong was once again left in utter astonishment. Sake was just recently described as formidable, yet with this display, Kadarbo transcends humanity. The sheer magnitude of such an attack raises questions about the very limits of human energy. Could this possibly be a divine entity? Sun Wukong marveled, unaware that even the deities of Earth could not possess such extraordinary power. It was not only Sun Wukong who was taken aback. Among the three observers in the heavens, two were equally astonished. Such strength, he could potentially annihilate stars. The celestial being's forehead was marked by prominent veins, a testament to his anxiety and unease. As Sake witnessed the spaceship explode into a fine mist, he confirmed that there was nothing of significance to be leaked. He accelerated his form, navigating through the tempestuous storm, soaring along the Corinta until he reached the summit. Upon seeing Sake materialize before him in an instant, the cat sage's fur bristled in surprise. My goodness, so swift. Debo's cold gaze scrutinized the cat sage, yet he was filled with perplexity. The king seemed to be well acquainted with everything, despite the fact that he had been closely following him for the past decade. Once the initial shock subsided, the cat sage realized something was amiss. After all, he was a sage. Collecting himself, he directed a question at Sake. Who are you, meow? Sake gazed at the unfamiliar yet familiar cat immortal before him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 42. With the celestial beings in hand, seek the deity once more. Sake, with his impassive expression and curled lips, startled the cat immortal. I am a deity. Do not provoke me, I warned. Unfortunately, the space atop Colinta was constructed with columns, leaving him shivering in a rather awkward manner. Debo's gaze revealed disappointment. This peculiar being, exuding an odd aura, possessed nothing of significance to warrant attention. Sake gazed at the cat sage. I offer you 100,000 pounds of fish in exchange for a jar of divine beans. Debo was taken aback. After all, they were Saiyans. Even without pillaging planets, they had the capacity to seize from others. Previously, they had engaged in such practices under the command of their king. They had arrived with more than 10 spacecraft, all acquired through conquest. When had it become necessary for the Saiyans to barter? No way, meow. The cat sage, overwhelmed with anxiety, felt a blankness in his mind. It was only after speaking that he realized. What fish? His eyes sparkled with affection as he fixated on Sake. Fish. Indeed. But 100,000 pounds is far too little. The cat sage surprisingly did not consider demanding more divine beans. Instead, he lamented the insufficiency of fish. 100,000 pounds was already a considerable amount. If you are willing, we shall catch live fish for you. If not, we shall seize them. The cat sage, startled, instinctively recoiled and regarded Sake with apprehension. I must tell you, I am a sage. Debo responded with palpable disdain. A sage? Even a deity can be vanquished by our king. Can a god truly survive in the cosmos? Whether others believed it or not. Debo himself was the first to harbor doubts. Sake remained expressionless. Whether you believe it or not, Debo possesses the ability to obliterate the entire Earth. Even the two above would vanish without a trace. The cat sage, fur bristling, clutched his wooden staff tightly, retreating step by step. Do not act recklessly. Our planet is home to formidable experts. Debo narrowed his eyes. Experts? Where are they? I see none. An overwhelming aura surged forth, as if from a bottomless abyss. A tempest arose, compelling the cat sage to grip the railing for dear life. You dare to drink the toast of goodwill, but instead receive punishment? Who do you think you are? Together with Debo's menacing visage, he resembled a demon heralding an invasion from the depths of hell. Both their tails remained unfurled, dancing freely in the air. Debo's presence intensified, becoming as vast as a chasm, with the very air around them fracturing, as if it sought to rend the Earth's atmosphere asunder. A thunderous roar erupted. The violent winds clashed with the air, conjuring thunder that swarmed like myriad serpents in a frenzied dance, amplifying their might. The cat sage felt as though he could scarcely breathe, his vision clouded with countless divine and demonic apparitions. In the divine hall, the deity abruptly rose. This cannot continue. We must not provoke them, or the earth will meet its doom. Deity, shall I descend to inform the cat sage? Bobo asked, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. Ignoring the celestial phenomena stirred by Debo, he appeared blissfully unaware of Dabo's formidable strength. Just as the deity was about to speak, the cat sage within the Kaling Tower meekly conceded. I will exchange. With a wave of his hand, Sake signaled to Dabo, who understood immediately, tempering his explosive energy as he coldly floated behind Sake. Sake gazed at the cat sage, determined to demonstrate his ability to seize directly. Energy coalesced in his hands, and a three-legged furnace materialized, soaring into Kalinta amidst the sage's incredulous gaze, transitioning into the next layer of space. Before long, a vat of celestial beings emerged, soaring directly into Sake's grasp. This. Sake's stature increased, leaving behind a resonant sound. Dabo, go fetch 100,000 pounds of fish for him. Dabo's cold expression was equally filled with astonishment. Even if the fish weighed merely 100 pounds, he would have to make 1,000 round trips. Is he truly going to do it? The figure of Sake had vanished, leaving no trace behind. In his helplessness, Dabo turned to the cat sage. You, accompany me. I shall procure for you 100,000 pounds of fish. The cat sage was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. Huh, me? Dabo replied with a sense of inevitability. Who else? To catch 100,000 pounds of fish, how many trips must I make? The cat sage's astonishment was palpable, his expression frozen momentarily before he sprang up. No way, no way. In this day and age, there are still people unaware of the universal capsule? Dabo gazed at the cat sage in confusion. What? The cat sage animatedly gestured. It's the universal capsule. Dabo twitched the corners of his mouth, staring at the cat sage as if he were a fool. What use is it? The cat sage immediately elaborated, and upon hearing, Dabo understood. They would seize a universal capsule, then catch the fish and present it to him. While the cat sage remained anxious, Dabo had already soared into the sky with a rush. Such a simple task. Dabo felt remarkably at ease. Sake ascended gracefully, soaring through the air for quite some time before sensing an anomaly. Why had he not yet arrived? He paused in midair, furrowing his brow in contemplation. A faint energy enveloped his entire being, as his robe billowed around him and his pores opened wide, drawing upon the vital essence from the cosmos. At the same time, he focused intently, pondering the presence of Bobo. Does he truly know of our existence? He must, thought the celestial being. Bobo remained as composed as ever, unperturbed by the situation. Was he not an extraterrestrial? How could he possess knowledge of us? And what could he possibly want? The celestial being's brow furrowed deeper in thought, grappling with the implications. Bobo, he wouldn't be here to harm us, would he? No. Bobo shook his head, offering a brief explanation. There is no intent to kill. The celestial being remained indecisive, but Bobo's words dispelled his concerns. Celestial being, if he is aware of our existence and has been on Earth, it is only a matter of time before he seeks us out. The celestial being's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, Bobo, lower the barrier and allow him entry. Bobo nodded, moving swiftly yet with purpose as he exited the grand hall. Sake was pondering how to locate the Temple of the Celestials when he sensed two distinct auras. Quite perceptive. The furnace provided him with energy, and soon Sake soared towards the Temple of the Celestials. The deity stood in the plaza alongside Bobo. Upon witnessing this scene, Sake's lips curled into a faint smile. You are indeed clever. As a formidable being of the cosmos, what brings you to Earth? Sake gazed at the celestial being and uttered words that left him even more astonished. Take me to meet the Realm King. What? The divine being could hardly fathom that Sake's true intent was this. The Realm King was a deity of higher dimensions, ruling over the entirety of the northern galaxy. Sake not only knows, but is also well aware that he can meet the King of the Realm. What do you intend to do? Sake's profound eyes gazed intently at the divine being, transcending into divinity. When Sake emerges, the divine beings are left in a state of both shock and admiration. To attain divinity, one must possess a benevolent heart. Do you believe you are capable of such a virtue? Sake approached the celestial deity without a care. What are your intentions? He inquired. You have no alternatives, do you, Divine One? The expression on the deity's face darkened, for the individual before him was overtly threatening him. A threat to a god. Sake gradually approached the deity, while the colossal elephant within him began to tremble. Externally, Sake maintained an impassive demeanor, yet internally, he was profoundly shaken. The elephant was moving on its own. This was unprecedented. Although he possessed the incomplete technique of the Divine Elephant Suppression, the awakened elephant, devoid of consciousness, should not have exhibited any autonomous response. Yet, here it was, unfolding before him. Sake gazed at Bobo, who stood beside the deity, testing the waters. Mr. Bobo's identity was indeed shrouded in mystery. However, Bobo was merely a divine attendant of the deity, devoid of any true enigma. Chapter 43. Sake's chilling words as he prepared to refine the fourth sealing talisman. Sake's gaze was profound, filled with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Memories of the unfolding narrative flooded his mind. Which divine attendant could serve 3 deities? This was merely a statement. The previous gods might have also been Bobo. Furthermore, Bobo was capable of contending with 2 small super Saiyans in the end. Was he, perhaps, undergoing growth? Why had he not matured before? The colossal elephant, once devoid of spirit, now emitted fluctuations autonomously. It was not Bobo, for he would twist its head off to use it as a ball. Ordinary or extraordinary, Mr. Bobo was well aware of the confusion he stirred in others, yet that mattered little to him. The angels, too, could not intervene within the cosmos. I believe Mr. Bobo would refrain from acting recklessly. The echoes of sorrow reverberate within, as the colossal elephant mourns. Sake's heart trembled slightly. The words just spoken had undoubtedly resonated with Bobo, though whether this resonance was of a positive or negative nature remained unclear to him. His yearning for the divine grew ever more fervent. In this cosmos, aside from the deities, even the formidable mastery of the ultimate techniques, which could surpass the gods in later stages, lacked true dominion over the rules. It was merely an illusion of control. The rest were predominantly innate abilities or skills cultivated through unique practices. Intriguingly, the laws of this universe appeared simultaneously formidable and fragile. A cohort of powerful beings, lacking mastery over these rules, could indeed vanquish those who wielded them, as exemplified by Jillian. O divine being, could you escort me to the Realm King? What is your intention? The divine being's expression turned solemn. The strength of the individual before him was perplexing, seemingly minuscule, yet accompanied by an exceedingly powerful ally who regarded the laws of the universe as inconsequential. Sake uttered little, casting a glance at the celestial deity and Bobo before turning away. He contemplated retreating to Earth for a period of seclusion. This was indeed Sake's intention. Beyond the influence of Beerus, it was imperative for him to restore his strength. He had promised Reina he would return, yet he had yet to fulfill that vow. The fourth seal also required consolidation. His decision was merely a spur of the moment. He had not anticipated that the heavenly furnace would be incapable of sensing divine energy. For today, the deity of Earth was but a false god, lacking mastery over significant principles. He had completely overlooked this aspect. Beerus had stated that without reaching the divine realm, one could not perceive the essence of a deity. Yet, in the Z Saga, Goku and Bu treated King Kai's planet with such ease, traversing it as if it were a mere restroom. That, quite frankly, defies explanation. Not to mention, in the earlier stages, one could travel to King Kai's planet or the Grand Kai's planet at will, whether to unleash destruction, engage in training, or simply dine. If one were to dismiss the Earth's celestial deity as a false god, one might question the legitimacy of the King Kai, who, after all, was the embodiment of the universe's core. He cannot, and should not, be regarded as a mere pretender. While King Kai may not be particularly noteworthy, the supreme Kai of the Kai realm is undeniably authentic, a deity of the highest order, reaching the zenith of the King's palace. Why then can Goku come and go with such ease? Does he possess a key? Is being a god akin to taking a bus? Sake believed that his cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique would indeed be an exception. However, he found himself utterly unable to sense any response. Thus, he proposed that the celestial deity guide him to the planet of the realm for further training. Unexpectedly, while the deity did not impart any enlightenment, it did frighten Bobo quite a bit. Fortunately, Bobo maintained his composure. Otherwise, he would have revealed his true intentions. It appears that even the divine harbors many secrets. The true world is indeed a fascinating place. Excitement gleamed in Sake's eyes. Soon, when he conjured the fourth rune, it would become truly entertaining. The divine temple swayed unsteadily, and he wondered, had it departed? Bobo's hands hung naturally at his sides, his gaze as tranquil as a crystal-clear lake. This lake, unfathomably deep, remained beyond exploration. The gusts of wind howled as the aircraft descended upon Kalinta. The feline sage bristled once more. Once again, are they coming? Sake leaned casually against the railing atop the tower. We shall depart once Dabo delivers the fish to you. The cat sage trembled, yearning for this fearsome deity to take his leave. You must be feeling rather bored. Would you not consider checking on his progress? No need. He has just seized the universal capsule and is now hastening towards the seaside. The corner of the cat sage's mouth twitched. Seized? Is he not a celestial being? For heaven's sake? Does he not possess any sense of dignity? With a smile playing at the corners of Sake's mouth, a surge of energy swiftly flowed into the colossal elephant. Suddenly, a colossal embryo awakened, transforming into a joyful pink elephant, merrily swinging its trunk and stomping its legs. Sake's aura surged once more, reaching a formidable combat power of 60. Huh. The cat sage gazed at Sake with a look of bewilderment. Just moments ago, Sake's combat power had doubled. Although this increase was somewhat illusory, it undeniably represented a genuine enhancement. Sake paid no heed to the cat sage. As a surge of energy continuously transformed, attempting to forge a second new rune. With each alteration in the thickness and direction of the energy, Sake felt he was making significant strides toward success. Failure begets success. The more failures one endures, the closer one is to triumph. The energy incessantly shifted and combined, subtly hinting at a tendency to liquefy. Each time it dissipated after a setback, it nourished and enriched Sake's flesh and skin. Once he could naturally condense his bones, he would be nearing success. What he was forging was a life rune, aimed at extending his lifespan. This endeavor required meticulous attention and unwavering perseverance. After approximately half an hour, Debo approached with a serene expression, his entire being exuding a faint metallic scent. My lord. Sake opened his eyes, a smile dancing upon his features. Is it done? My lord, there appears to be something amiss on earth. Oh, what is it? I have sensed a peculiar energy, dark and formidable in nature. A smile of contentment appeared on Sake's face. Debo could perceive this. He had already reached a rudimentary understanding of the atmosphere. Even before they set foot on Earth, he had sensed it, though he chose to remain silent. There were not just one or two, but numerous currents. Albeit many were still feeble and had yet to manifest. With the heavenly furnace in hand, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the energies around him, capable of detecting any unusual fluctuations within his encompassing realm. Sake understood what it was, yet it would not erupt until 2 decades later. My lord, am I correct in my assertion? The Saker has already taken flight. Indeed, it is true. However, it is of no concern to us. That individual appears, and the destruction of the deity is inevitable. The earth is on the brink of demise. Sake did not conceal his words from the cat sage, who wore a solemn expression. He did not believe that these formidable individuals would intentionally jest with him. Wait, you have yet to mention any impending crisis. The Saker had already flown out of Kalinta. Debo let out a cold snort, discarded a universal adhesive capsule, and turned to follow Saker. Wait a moment. You haven't said anything yet. The cat sage exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Sake spoke of matters concerning the very fate of Earth. How could such grave issues remain unclarified? With outstretched hands, he stood frozen atop Corinta. In the celestial hall, the recently calm deities were startled into a shiver. Bobo, is what he said truly factual? Bobo's eyes flickered with depth. As a formidable being, he would not jest lightly. The deity's body trembled. Why does Earth suffer so many calamities? What shall we do? Bobo's gaze was as profound as a bottomless abyss. Sun Wukong. The deity paused, taken aback. Sun Wukong, that child? Bobo nodded. That group possesses strength, benefiting from superior genes. If Sun Wukong and his kin are nurtured diligently, they too can ascend to greatness. Moreover, his nature is inherently virtuous. The deity, lost in contemplation, slowly turned and returned to the celestial hall. Chapter 44, The Convergence of the Fourth Seal, astonishing all divine beings in Earth's realm. Meanwhile, Sake, harboring a vat of celestial beings, departed from Corinta with Debo, seeking a desolate and remote island. Debo, I require a period of seclusion. The Earth's gravity is too low for your training. You may enter the depths of the sea to hone your skills. Yes, my king, Debo responded, though he cast a lingering glance at Sake, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Sake was acutely aware of Debo's intentions, but chose not to elaborate. The air shifted, and the uneven terrain lay as smooth as if it had been meticulously plowed by an iron harrow, with dust swirling around. Sake gazed at the horizon, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. As the dust began to settle, he descended gently to the ground, assuming a meditative posture, focusing his mental energy inward. Within him, 840 million colossal particles coalesced into a divine elephant, shrouded in dimness. The only area that radiated brilliance was along the spine. An ancient giant could drain a brook, yet I find myself woefully inadequate. The energy of this universe is exceedingly homogeneous, far inferior to the formidable might of the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing force in its native, boundless realm. The disparity in strength is profound, leaving me at an impasse. I can solely strive to awaken the giant further. Henceforth, I shall await the surprises that the Saiyan bloodline's innate connection to alternate dimensions may bestow upon me. Sake vaguely recalls that over 300 colossal elephants possessed legendary strength. Now, with more than 200,000 majestic elephants, he has yet to even graze the threshold of established norms. This is undoubtedly abnormal. Either the cultivation method lacks a crucial element, or it is devoid of the divine markings, which has hindered his ability to achieve complete mastery. Sake controlled the energy, continuously infusing it into the awakened giant elephant. At the spine, numerous mists of energy re-emerged, swirling incessantly. Sake felt an ever-present lack of vigor. As he lifted his gaze, the furnace of heaven and earth surged forth, expanding rapidly until it enveloped him entirely. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in tumultuous clouds, as silver serpents of lightning intertwined amidst the thunderous roars, giving rise to an immeasurable tempest. Within the depths of this storm, a formidable essence materialized, drawn in by the celestial furnace, and was wholly absorbed, transforming into the energy coursing through Sake's being. With the influx of this essence, the mighty symphony of a great elephant resonated within him, creating a harmonious orchestration. The immense energy at the base of his spine continued to accumulate, shrouded in mist, nearing the point of becoming an ocean, yet no crystallization had yet manifested. Sake's face flushed crimson as he bellowed in fury. Not enough, not enough. Heavenly furnace, draw from the depths, exert your force. Each breath taken by 50,000 colossal elephants could coalesce into a crystallized seal, and as time progressed, the task would only grow more arduous. Initially, he focused solely on the 50,000 elephants. Once they were sufficiently nourished, he could summon a dense mist, which would then condense into liquid and subsequently crystallize. However, as the process advanced, he was not only responsible for the 50,000 elephants, but also for the colossal forms that were continually absorbing energy. Thus far, each influx of energy was evenly consumed by 200,000 elephants, yet the amount entering Sake's body was still but a mere drop in the ocean. Were it merely a matter of transforming mist into liquid and liquid into crystal, it would suffice to sustain him while simultaneously awakening the elephants, leaving Sake with some residual energy. Yet, once the seals were crystallized, the energy within him would be woefully inadequate. This was a significant reason for his reluctance to hastily crystallize the seals. High in the vast sky, the rich essence of the world seemed on the verge of transforming into mist, inciting the winds into a tempest. Any being with a battle power below 10,000 would be instantly torn asunder. The heavenly furnace, akin to the colossal elephants drawing water, relentlessly probed into the heart of the world's essence to absorb its vitality. Sake trembled violently. Not enough, not enough, far from sufficient. With another furious roar, a fierce solar storm erupted from the sun, located 150 million kilometers away from Earth, its core burning fiercely. More, stronger energy surged towards Earth. Not enough. Not enough. Furnace, absorb for me all energies that can penetrate. Absorb them all. The furnace shook violently, then grew even larger, resembling a canopy that swirled incessantly above Sake's head. Operating beyond its limits, a fissure opened in a place on Earth known as the Five Elements Mountain, from which a colossal force erupted as if a volcano had awakened, rapidly manifesting on Earth. In another location, a pitch-black iron door creaked open, and a dark aura spread towards Earth like a gluttonous beast, only to rapidly retreat as if scorched by the sun, yet it seemed bound and tugged, rolling away to vanish from Earth, merging into the primordial energies of the high heavens. On the Cultivating, the cat immortal was in a state of dismay, fur bristling, curled up beneath the central pillar at the tower's peak. Meow, meow, meow. How powerful. What kind of monster is this? I sense many energies that do not belong to Earth being drawn in by that unknown force, some capable of obliterating the planet. Yet they vanish in the blink of an eye. Meow, meow. How terrifying. What will happen to Earth? Will it be destroyed? Will I perish? The cat immortal trembled in fright, while the deities of the divine hall fared no better. The temple shook, and waves of unknown and inexplicable energies spread into the sky. The deities sought to intervene, but could only watch helplessly, powerless to act. Yet, Bobo, unusually serious, squinted his eyes into slits. The Five Elements mountain was directly obliterated by the Supreme Lord Lousy. What the hell? Who opened the gates between worlds? My flames are being violently disrupted. The posture is ruined. Gohan, Gohan, do you know what is happening? The deceased Gohan, halo above his head, clung desperately to the protruding relief on the pillar. Lord Anning, please save me. I am on the brink of demise. I cannot hold on any longer. Right away, let me finish this last bite of pasta. A colossal shadow rushed towards Gohan. In hell, the throne room of King Yanluo collapsed, and King Yanluo was struck unconscious by the falling pillars. What is happening? Is someone attacking hell? Quickly summon Lord Kai. The little demons of hell seized the opportunity to escape, creating chaos in an instant. On the King Kai's planet, he awakened from his slumber. What is going on? His two antennae swayed rapidly, searching for the cause. Upon discovering Sake's location, King Kai's face turned pale. How could he be so powerful? He is almost on par with Frieza. Did Frieza not annihilate the Saiyans? What on earth is happening? Could there be a Saiyan this strong? He has attracted so many primordial energies from different realms. What is he trying to accomplish? My heavens! He is actually devouring different energies. Has he gone mad? The colossal iron gate sealing the demon realm has swung open, instilling fear in the hearts of leaders such as Azura and Chimei. Is it truly as alarming as it seems? The energy of the demon realm is swiftly dissipating, leaving me at a loss for how to report this to the divine. If this seal is broken, the true demon realm will return, and Earth will be unable to withstand it. Perhaps I should inform the deities. We are ill-equipped to handle this. Azura bowed his head in silence, refraining from uttering a word. Countless powerful energies were consumed and refined within the furnace, continuously flowing into the body of Sake. Sake, unyielding in his approach, welcomed all into the colossal body of the giant elephant. Acquiring an abundance of energy, the elephants gathered their strength, joyfully exhaling, their breath merging into a misty vapor. This state did not merely flicker and fade. Instead, it lingered on. Chapter 45. The fourth seal unfulfilled. Sake descends into madness 3 days later. Within the spinal region of Sake, the mist swiftly contracted. A single droplet of gaseous liquid plummeted from the vapor towards the aperture of an alternate dimension, causing the previously seamless seals to part, creating an opening. For the first time, the liquid seemed to sound the charge. As the mist began to fall in a gentle patter of gaseous droplets, increasing in number until, in a heartbeat, it cascaded down in a torrential downpour. Merging densely with the fluid below, Sake-The expresses that once the liquid has solidified, the formation of crystals cannot be far behind. With the crystallization achieved, the sealing symbol is destined to materialize as well. Sake's heart was tumultuous, and he was oblivious to the instability of his breath, as an inexplicable surge of ferocity welled up within him. The alternate dimension, however, was the terrifying realm that sustained the Saiyan great apes, Super Saiyans, Super Saiyan 2s, and even the subsequent transformations into Super Saiyan gods. The strength of Sake is so feeble, yet it dares to dream of encroachment and dominion. It resembles a river with a sealed mouth, still possessing a breach, lacking formidable force. Now, as the final gap is on the verge of being sealed, completely damming the river, a tempestuous aura continuously stirs up tumultuous waves, assailing Sake. At this moment, as a wisp of energy escapes, Sake's bloodline begins to boil, and signs of fury manifest within its spirit. If Sake continues on this path, he may very well transform into a mindless, ferocious giant ape under the overwhelming impact of an alternate dimension. At that juncture, even if he fails to achieve Super Saiyan status, his battle prowess in the form of the giant ape would soar to over 60 million, capable of shattering the earth in an instant. In doing so, he would inevitably find himself adrift in space, ultimately succumbing to the myriad energy storms that roam the cosmos. What is happening to me? Why am I feeling such agitation? Could it be that I am on the verge of initial success, causing my emotions to become tumultuous? Such a state would be detrimental to maintaining control. If I do not seal my emotions tightly, the consequences could be dire. In Sake's heart, a sense of urgency prevailed, yet he found himself devoid of better means. In the world of Dragon Balls, everything is strikingly straightforward. Sheer brute force suffices. The notions of spiritual cultivation, physical fortitude, or methods to harness the primordial energies of the universe are utterly absent. One merely needs to incessantly refine their body to enhance their strength. At present, it is a matter of who can act more swiftly and powerfully. If he cannot maintain control before the impending closure, his fate will undoubtedly be grim. There is little room for contemplation. For now, he must rely on the element of time. As Sake endeavored to maintain his balance, he simultaneously accelerated the process of the celestial furnace, absorbing a myriad of chaotic energies and transforming them into vapor. Within Sake's body, the blood began to boil, and specialized cells proliferated rapidly, emanating a formidable aura. His skin's pores expanded, and strands of black hair sprouted swiftly. Hurry, I feel an overwhelming heat. My body is on the verge of boiling. At the spine, a surge of gas and liquid conjured towering waves, amidst which glimmered specks of light. Those were crystals, as the gaseous liquid transformed into solid forms. Within the confines of Sake's body, the blood boiled with increasing ferocity. Portions of the vivid crimson fluid became obstructed, transforming into a dark hue, as a tempestuous, malevolent aura of slaughter gradually permeated the surroundings. Beneath the ocean's surface, Debo struggled to unleash his fists and feet. The king's advice was remarkably potent. It was as simple as entering the depths to cultivate, and I sensed my rate of advancement accelerating threefold or fourfold. At this pace, within a year, my combat prowess could potentially reach 200,000. Such an exaggeration seemed almost surreal. Debo was not situated at the abyssal depths. Merely around 4,000 meters down, approximately 40 times the standard gravity of Earth, merely twice that of Vegeta's planet. As Debo struck out, the once tranquil seabed erupted into chaos, sending shockwaves that obliterated countless ancient rocks. A powerful surge even reached the depths of the ocean, stirring up tumultuous waves that churned a significant amount of sediment and marine silt, revealing a distinctly pale object that seemed out of place in the oceanic depths, rolling incessantly under the weight of this force. With no discernible aura, Debo could not detect its presence. As the fluctuations intensified, the rice cooker gradually drifted towards the shallows, hidden from any perceivable awareness within the deep sea. The malevolent aura emanating from Saku ultimately permeated the depths of the sea, reaching Debo. What is happening, my lord? Debo, startled, abandoned his training and ascended directly from the ocean floor. As he emerged, a wave of sinister and terrifying energy bore down upon him. What is this? Sake's eyes were a fierce crimson as he spotted Debo's arrival, unleashing a powerful strike toward him. My lord, what troubles you? It is I, Debo, I assure you. Despite his words, he dared not confront the king and swiftly dove into the sea to evade his wrath. Sark could not contain the brutal savagery concealed within his bloodline, succumbing to an invasion of his psyche, transforming into a mindless monstrosity. His body was cloaked in a profusion of hair, exuding an aura of unparalleled malevolence. Each movement was accompanied by an overwhelming, crimson tempest. Sake, in a futile attempt to shake the tree like an ant, ultimately fell victim to a toxic fate. This was, after all, the fundamental source of the Saiyan clan's mutation. To employ the immature Divine Elephant Suppression technique for restraint, especially under conditions of insufficient energy supply, is nothing short of a delusion. If one were to seal thee in one decisive stroke, then cautiously pursue further actions, perhaps success could be achieved. The atmosphere of thee is tainted, and coupled with the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, which has long been used to subdue hell itself, it has inevitably absorbed the boundless evil essence of the underworld. While the depth of power may have intensified, the sacred essence required to purify this malevolent aura is still far from sufficient. Roaring in despair, Sake raised his voice to the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the earth, as dark clouds gathered overhead and the stars in the cosmos shifted in an instant. Sake, empowered by malevolent energy, astonishingly caused the upheaval of celestial phenomena, undeniably showcasing his formidable strength. Within, Sake clung to the last vestige of his spiritual light, gritting his teeth as he endeavored to harness his energy, attempting to seal the rift into the alternate dimension once more, yet all his efforts proved futile. His mental resolve was eroded, and his body slipped from his control. The colossal figure of the elephant, devoid of guidance, began to fade. Sake's final glimmer of spiritual light could only watch helplessly as he descended into madness, launching an assault on Debo and wreaking havoc upon his surroundings. Cursed be this fate. I must awaken. I require energy, and above all, I need time. If my body succumbs to the transformation of the giant ape, I will be utterly lost. With a combat power of 60 million, in a state of frenzy, I could swiftly dismantle the earth, leaving me stranded in the void of space. With no hope of survival, Sackling felt a profound anxiety, yet found himself powerless to intervene, merely observing. How could this be? He was on the verge of sealing the otherworldly space. All that remained was to gradually master and control it. Why had everything suddenly slipped from his grasp? Was it the machinations of the otherworldly space? But it was merely a realm, was it not? How could it exert such influence over him? Moreover, what was the nature of the blood coursing through his veins? What on earth was happening? Sark struggled to maintain his brilliance against encroaching darkness, anxiously shouting in desperation. As the embodiment of Sak wreaked havoc upon the external world, a single forceful stomp transformed the island beneath him into mere dust, causing the sea to surge inwards. The swirling clouds of dust, compounded by the encroaching waters, further incited Sak's wrath. Under the sway of his malevolent nature, he unleashed a torrent of energy with both hands. Striking against himself, the cat sage clung desperately to the edge of the altar, trembling as he beheld the demonic visage of Sak within the vessel. What can be done? Who can withstand such a force? The most dreaded outcome has come to pass. O divine beings, please halt that wicked creature, annihilate him. In fervent prayer, the cat sage found himself before the celestial deity, who knelt in dismay. Chapter 46. The shocked few. What shall we do? How can we proceed? Bobo, momentarily stripped of his usual naivety, bore a grave expression. Divine One, we can only beseech the dragon for a wish. The deity, in agony, collapsed to the ground. Bobo, you are aware that the dragon's power cannot surpass mine. I am incapable of besting Sak, and the dragon cannot vanquish him. The deity's voice quivered with panic. Bobo, it is futile. If we rely on the feeble rules governed by otherworldly beings, the dragon might be able to help, but to eliminate a formidable foe, we must depend on the martial artists of Earth. Alas, the mightiest among them is Master Rashi, who cannot defeat the dragon. Bobo's eyes were deep with concern as he hastily elucidated. Great Divine One, we must inform the cat sage to leave the altar and alert Master Rashi to prepare the mystic seal wave. Bobo's voice steadied, calming the frenzied deity, whose eyes brightened with realization. Yes, indeed. The mystic seal wave, there is still a chance. Sak is consumed by madness, his aura overwhelmingly vile. It should surely work. Bobo refrained from giving a direct answer. Great Divine One, Sun Wukong is on a quest for the final Dragon Ball. Once found, we can have him wish upon the dragon. The deity appeared momentarily bewildered. Mr. Bobo, the dragon cannot resolve this issue concerning Sak. The deity's teeth gritted at the mere mention of the name. No, there is no need for resolution. We merely require time. Great Divine One, if Sak can regain control and escape his frenzied state, he will undoubtedly return to his zenith. At that juncture, as his savior, he should not pose a threat to Earth. Bobo's words ignited a spark of hope within the deity, who sprang to his feet. Yes, yes. With the dragon's assistance and the divine rules I command, perhaps we can indeed succeed. In such a case, Sak would surely express gratitude towards Earth and might even become its new guardian. Mr. Bobo, time is of the essence. You must contact the cat sage immediately and instruct him to act. Sun Wukong and his companions may not be familiar with us and might be reluctant to comply. Bobo nodded, clasping his hands behind his back, as a mystical carpet appeared beside him, hovering gracefully before he ascended upon it. With remarkable speed, he established contact with the cat sage. Together, they swiftly sought out Sun Wukong, who was currently engaged in a contest of wits with the fortune teller. Lord Bobo, there is no need to rush. Let us wait until they have finished. The cat sage was in a state of agitation, nearly beside himself. Yet, there was still no urgency. The Earth was on the brink of collapse, and these individuals were woefully negligent. It is worth mentioning that the two had, in passing, seized the last Dragon Ball from Pilaf. At this moment, 7 Dragon Balls were indeed gathered here. After a heartfelt farewell with his grandfather, Sun Wukong turned to the fortune-telling old woman, who began to employ her divination skills to ascertain the location of the final Dragon Ball. Curiously, there appeared to be nothing at all. The old woman, drenched in perspiration, extended her trembling finger towards the sky. No, the Dragon Ball is right there. Bulma could no longer contain herself and approached the fortune teller, delivering a sharp reprimand. Nonsense. Do you take us for children? Are you perhaps a charlatan? The fortune teller, having traversed the earth for centuries, despised being accused of ineptitude in her craft and erupted in indignation. Nonsense. My divination is infallible. I declare the Dragon Ball is indeed there. Sun Wukong summoned his flying nimbus, ascending higher into the sky, surveying the area before descending once more. Oddly, there was nothing to be found, only dark clouds and lightning, which struck him repeatedly, causing him considerable pain. Bobo, sensing the opportune moment, dispelled the concealment technique and revealed himself alongside the cat sage. The others remained perplexed, while Master Roshi and son Wukong wore expressions of delight. However, the cat sage was not as pleased. After a shudder, the fortune teller stared in astonishment at the pitch-black Bobo, who stood slightly taller beside the cat sage. Her voice tinged with despair. Could it be that a deity has descended? The cat sage, filled with urgency, descended swiftly. Master Roshi, Wukong, it has been far too long. Ah, cat sage, indeed, it has been a while, Master Roshi replied, his expression reminiscent and surprised as he regarded the cat sage. Yet, son Wukong appeared bewildered. Didn't we just meet not long ago? The cat sage felt a wave of frustration, as if a flock of crows had taken flight above his head. The earth trembled with an unparalleled force, yet son Wukong found himself utterly unable to sense the extent of this power. In truth, aside from the humans residing near that desolate island and the hidden deities among them, everyone was acutely aware that their lives hung by a thread. The occasional earthquakes were merely perceived as natural occurrences, causing no significant concern. This tale is extensive. Bulma, inherently impatient, insisted that they get to the point without delay. Master Roshi, momentarily overwhelmed, nearly fainted on the spot, rolling his eyes and disregarding Bulma's urgency. Wukong, this time, the Dragon Balls possess immense significance, and you must not utilize them, he declared. On what grounds? Bulma retorted, her anger palpable as she glared at Master Roshi. Indeed, who are you? Just because you are acquainted with Master Roshi does not intimidate us, Yamcha interjected, brandishing his fists menacingly. They had endured countless trials to gather the Dragon Balls and were not about to relinquish their hard-earned gains. Krillin, ever the cautious one, remained silent. He was astute and observed the subtle respect Master Roshi exhibited towards the cat sage, while it was evident that son Wukong recognized him as well. He chose to quell his inner curiosities, deciding that merely being present to witness this was sufficient and that it was best not to speak excessively. Reluctantly, Master Roshi summarized the situation. So, the earthquakes we are experiencing are the result of someone losing control? Upon hearing this, Yamcha's expression turned to one of shock as he fixated on Master Roshi, his skepticism unmasked. To be precise, it is a demon, not a mere human. Are you suggesting that there are two beings like us, both with tails? Indeed, it is him. One individual miscalculated during training and has now succumbed to madness. We must make a wish upon the eternal dragon to restore him. Seeing Bobo perched high in the clouds, seemingly unwilling to descend, Bobo ventured closer to inquire. Then why not have the god suppress him? The eternal dragon is a creation of the gods. If the dragon can accomplish it, surely the gods can as well. Exactly. UPA's father is still waiting for Wukong to resurrect him with the Dragon Balls. First come, first served. Do you not comprehend? Master Roshi sighed, exasperated by Bulma's fiery temperament. Are you suggesting we allow the entire planet to be annihilated? Bulma recoiled, shaking her head fervently. No, I have yet to kiss, to marry, and to have little babies. I refuse to perish. Son Wukong gazed up at the ominous clouds, coming to a realization. Master Roshi, are you implying that the earthquakes are global, and that the clouds have darkened because of Saku's aura, affecting the entire world? Master Roshi nodded affirmatively. Indeed. And the other half of the sky has already reversed the sun and moon. Time is of the essence, and the gods cannot intervene. Everyone was left in profound shock. Could such a formidable being truly exist, capable of influencing global phenomena and compelling deities to descend to the mortal realm? Moreover, what was it that son Wukong had uttered? That individual possesses a tail as well. Those familiar with son Wukong cannot help but shiver at the thought of a possibility. Chapter 47. The cat immortal intervenes. The divine dragon comes to assist. After a brief pause, the cat immortal spoke. As a deity, he certainly required dignity. He could not openly admit that even the celestial gods were no match. Thus, he must rely on the powers bestowed by the dragon. The cat immortal sheepishly offered an explanation. As gods of earth, they were unable to resolve the issue themselves and had to depend on a group of mortals to take action. He felt a sense of shame. Unbeknownst to the cat immortal, there would be many more humiliating moments ahead. This was merely an appetizer. The more one faces embarrassment, the easier it becomes to bear. Yamcha suddenly interjected with a rather foolish remark, prompting several eye rolls from the group. Can't we just defeat them? He suggested, disregarding the destruction of the planet. These bizarre celestial phenomena are occurring. If you go over there, you'll get your brain bashed in. Defeat them? In reality, they are far too formidable. Even the dragon may not succeed. It's merely a flicker of hope. Unable to tolerate Yamucha's naivety, the cat immortal stepped forward to clarify. Bulma, face-palming in disbelief, lamented that her boyfriend was rather dim-witted to utter such a response. However, why was this the case? They were the good guys and had even vanquished that villain. Tao Pai Pai. Confusion was etched across Sun Wukong's small face. I'm not certain, but we need to utilize the Dragon Balls. Therefore, Sun Wukong, for the safety of all humanity on Earth, could you grant us the opportunity to wish with the dragon? Sun Wukong hesitated. UPA was still waiting to rescue his father. I'll give it to you, but can you bring UPA's father back to life? He guards the sacred land of Korin Tower. And that wicked Tao Pai Pai has killed him. The cat immortal shook his head. It's impossible. Even the celestial gods cannot resurrect him. So, if you intend to resurrect someone, UPA's father would have to wait a year? The cat immortal chose not to conceal the truth and earnestly conveyed to Sun Wukong. The dragon can only grant wishes for individuals who have died within the past year, and their bodies must be intact. Once a year has passed, the soul is reincarnated, making resurrection impossible. Then that won't do it all, Bulma exclaimed vehemently. Master Roshi and Baba the fortune teller observed calmly, fully aware of what was at stake. Their gazes fixed on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong found himself in a dilemma. Wukong, consider this carefully. We cannot resolve this great predicament. Just as the cat immortal finished speaking, the ground trembled violently, and numerous cracks appeared in the tiled arena. A third of Baba's palace was destroyed in the recent quake. In the sky, Bobo's expression grew increasingly grave. He was becoming ensnared deeper in this situation. Further delay would diminish the dragon's chances of success. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong pulled out all the Dragon Balls. Here you go. Let us save the Earth, I said to UPA. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Sun Wukong's cheeks. He tossed the Dragon Balls to Master Roshi and turned to summon the flying Nimbus, leaping onto it with determination. Bulma's anxious gaze followed closely, her heart aching with concern. Wukong, Yamcha whispered in an attempt to comfort him, though he felt a deep disdain within. Master Roshi, having gathered all the Dragon Balls, swiftly ascended and presented them to Bobo. Sir, please make use of them. The fate of the Earth hangs in the balance, and decisive action is imperative. Bobo nodded, arranging the Dragon Balls carefully. Master Roshi descended once more. Come with me, Turtle Hermit. I have something important to discuss. Sake, besieged by a flicker of inspiration, found himself increasingly overwhelmed, teetering on the brink of despair. Hope seemed a distant memory. This time, it truly felt as though doom was imminent. He had miscalculated, never anticipating that the development of a trump card would summon such a multitude of unforeseen calamities, leaving him at a loss. If the colossal elephant possessed sentience, how could it permit a mere alternate dimension to act with such impunity? That being was a formidable entity, capable of subduing the boundless depths of hell. Standing upon the infernal legions and bearing the weight of the celestial gods, it commanded an incomprehensible force. Yet, to find himself vanquished in the realm of Dragon Ball was a bitter pill to swallow, as various malevolent energies bore down upon him. A sense of resentment surged from the depths of his soul, hinting at a potential descent into madness. Should his mind falter, Sake would inevitably succumb to malevolence, wielding the power to obliterate all creation. Even with the elephant's enhancement, there lay a chance of survival amidst the cosmic void, followed by the annihilation of the entire Dragon Ball universe. The figure of Sake has grown to an imposing height of approximately 10 meters, his entire body cloaked in countless strands of fur reminiscent of a colossal ape. His forehead is elevated and flattened, his gaze aglow with a fierce crimson light. A broad, substantial nose emits breaths akin to thunder, while his elongated teeth resemble the formidable fangs of a giant primate, and his jaw protrudes prominently. His hands are as large as fans, his waist as thick as a small cart, and his feet measured nearly 1 meter in length. Dabo has taken refuge at a considerable distance, having just endured the overwhelming pressure of the king's mighty slap, feeling as though his very insides might erupt. The force was overwhelming. The gust of wind generated by that strike compressed the seawater, leaving him akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. Utterly at the mercy of the tumultuous forces around him, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. As the ominous shadow of impending doom loomed over Sake, a resounding voice suddenly reverberated through the air, awakening Sake from his stupor. I cannot do it. It is beyond my capabilities. Other forces are currently influencing me. Meanwhile, on the divination platform, Bobo, the divination elder, Bulma, Yamchu, Krillin, and others, including Poir and Oolong, gazed at the dragon with wide-eyed astonishment. What does this mean? It cannot be done. A flicker of realization crossed Bobo's eyes. How can we awaken him? The dragon shimmered with a crimson light, its tone both regal and obsequious. Are you certain of this wish? The onlookers, having previously experienced the dragon's overwhelming presence, were left aghast, their jaws nearly dropping. Initially, they had harbored doubts. But after Bobo's wish, their skepticism dissipated entirely. Given the dragon's current demeanor, they were convinced that Bobo was indeed a divine being. After all, why else would the dragon seek to curry favor with Bobo, if not for gluttony? Bobo hastily shook her head. No, my wish is to awaken him. That cannot be accomplished. Even he cannot achieve it. The power is too great, transcending the dragon's rules, rendering awakening impossible. His mind may be alert, yet his body and soul remain tainted by malevolent energies. Bobo's eyes were calm, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Then remove the evil presence from within him. That cannot be done. Bulma and the others were utterly flabbergasted. Wait, aren't all wishes supposed to be possible? Bobo's 3 wishes had all been deemed unattainable by the dragon. Was this task more arduous than resurrecting the dead? Bulma and Yamchu exchanged glances, a singular thought emerging in their minds. This dragon is utterly inept. It may very well be incapable of reviving anyone. The two simultaneously felt a sense of relief regarding Goku's unfulfilled wish for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Krillin observed with trepidation. His expression one of reverence. His mind appeared utterly blank. Then allow him to regain control of his body. This time, the dragon did not declare it impossible. Instead, closing its eyes, seemingly engaged in some form of communication. As the ethereal light of clarity returned, Sake breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. He had nearly succumbed to utter despair. At that point, even the Supreme Kai would have struggled to restore him. It dawned on him that he had recognized the sound that had resonated within the luminous sphere. Was it a plea for assistance, as the dragon appeared to intervene? Prompted by insufficient strength? He pondered who it might be. During this particular moment, the only possibility was the segment where Sun Wukong summoned the dragon to rescue Upa's father. Could it be the cat sage, or perhaps a celestial deity? That authoritative voice reverberated once more within his enlightened consciousness. Chapter 48. Casting the sun into the sky, how might I assist you in reclaiming dominion over your corporeal form? Sake remained composed and replied, I cannot achieve that. However, if you could provide me with a substantial amount of energy, I would be willing to attempt to regain control. After Sake's response faded, he remained unperturbed, confident that the outside world was devising a solution. All he needed to do was wait in silence. Meanwhile, Bobo found himself in a predicament, just as Sake had anticipated. He was at a loss. As he contemplated how to assist Sake in regaining control over his body, he realized that an immense amount of energy was required. He resolved to provide it, yet found it impossible. Everyone around him was flabbergasted, and even Bobo clenched his small hands tightly in frustration. The sheer impossibility of the situation was maddening. What purpose did he serve if he could accomplish nothing? Fortunately, the dragon spoke up to clarify the situation. There was no fixed quantity, and the rules could not be realized. Bobo gritted his teeth, nearly shattering his molars, desperately wanting to suggest. Why not send him to the sun? However, he dared not voice it. If he attempted to send Sake up there, his companion Debo would surely learn of it and could wreak havoc upon the earth. It was entirely subjective, leaving him utterly helpless. How much energy was needed? He had no idea. Bobo's eyes glowed with a peculiar blue light in his fury. Suddenly, Bulma stepped forward. How much energy does he require? Our Universal Capsule Corporation can provide it. Bobo was taken aback by her foolishness. Did she think that they could supply the rudimentary energies of coal, oil, or gasoline? Such things were utterly ineffective for martial artists. Can you facilitate a conversation between us? Bobo inquired. Is that considered a wish? His eyes widened in disbelief. You can accomplish nothing, and yet you deem this a wish? Do you believe I won't obliterate your core? Even the usually mild-mannered Bobo was enraged, his tone darkly threatening the dragon. What good is a dragon that can do nothing? After 2 consecutive tremors, if we wait any longer, the earth will surely shatter. All right. This will be considered a gift, the dragon conceded, glaring at Bobo with its large eyes. No one paid heed to Bulma, who, initially indignant, was now wide-eyed at the prospect of communicating with such a formidable creature. She had forgotten that even the dragon could relent. With a cunning glint in her eye, she surveyed her surroundings, deeply intrigued by someone capable of planetary destruction. "Mr. Sake, can you hear my voice?" As Sackling heard the gentle voice of Bobo, he restrained his excitement and calmly spoke. "Speak. It seems you are unaware of the turmoil that Earth has endured. Enough with the trivialities. I never anticipated the severity of this matter. The energy is insufficient, and my spirit is affected. If you wish to avoid the destruction of Earth by my hand, you must provide me with a substantial amount of energy. I am aware that Earth lacks it, and those celestial beings are equally incapable. I have already drawn energy from alternate dimensional spaces, but you certainly can assist." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. What had she just heard? The celestial beings were indeed real, and the existence of dimensional spaces was authentic. What profound implications this held for scientific advancement. How do you extract energy from these dimensional spaces? Also, are you of the same race as Sun Wukong? What is your kind, the monster clan? Is your weakness akin to Sun Wukong's, centered around your tail? Bobo's mouth twitched. He had yet to respond when Bulma's barrage of questions continued. "Silence, you superficial woman." Bulma was taken aback, her expression filled with discontent as she glared at Bobo. Yamcha shared her indignation, casting a fierce look at Bobo. How could one be so rude to a lady? Just as he prepared to roll up his sleeves, Bobo raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a sharp sound, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Krillin and the fortune teller looked innocently perplexed. What had they said to warrant such silence? Bulma and Yamcha frantically touched their mouths, only to find smooth skin where words had been. "What shall we do?" Bobo hastily added. "The dragon can grant only one wish." Sackling is now in a state of convulsive frenzy. He has lost his sanity, and while it would be a commendable choice to venture to Namek, it is unlikely that the dragon will be able to fulfill such a wish. The current deities are utterly oblivious to the state of the universe and are unaware of their own origins, let alone the whereabouts of Namek. Furthermore, given Sackling's own dismal condition, a journey to Namek may very well result in the destruction of that planet. The only solution that Sack could conceive was singular: to harness the sun's energy directly. Bobo, struck speechless, could only part his lips in astonishment. Initially, he had merely murmured to himself, "Surely not, surely not." Securin could deduce this? Sark, upon finishing his words, felt a pang of regret. In his current condition, unless a sudden rending of his body occurred, only the ethereal light could absorb energy. The mere appearance of some energy, after being absorbed and transformed by the celestial furnace, would merely supply power to the colossal elephant, offering no assistance whatsoever to the ethereal light, rendering it futile. "Are you truly certain you wish to cast yourself into the sun?" Upon hearing this, Sack found it quite reasonable, though he was uncertain whether he could withstand it. On the sun, the overwhelming energy could undoubtedly tear him apart in an instant. Yet Ling Guang could seize the opportunity to recover, mastering his body while simultaneously harnessing the surging energy of the sun to complete the fourth ceiling symbol. Sack's ambition is sufficiently profound, allowing him to undergo a transformation of his very being, uniting both light and darkness. This is akin to the Divine Elephant's mastery over the formidable power of confinement. Reaching an extraordinary level of profundity, it transcends mere physical strength, delving into the essence of life itself. Sack, having amassed over 200,000 colossal elephants, had long attained the corresponding legendary realm. Yet, he had not even attempted the requisite 9 life and death challenges, let alone the transformations of legendary blood essence, soul, void, and even the 5 elements. Without the assistance of the divine mark, Sack, by all reasonable standards, should find it impossible to cultivate to profound depths. He could merely rely on the ceaseless infusion of energy into the colossal entity, awakening it and progressing solely in aspects of strength, speed, and reflexes. Yet, this approach is inherently limited. The constraints of a mortal physique are insurmountable. Without the divine mark, how could a mere mortal engage in the practices of the divine? Unless one shatters the confines of their being, akin to grass transforming into the most fundamental cells, recombining into a tree, delving deeper into essence, evolving into chemical substances and molecules, and ultimately reassembling into a world tree. Therein lies a glimmer of hope. Sack now has the opportunity to, in a sense, achieve the elevation of the divine image suppression technique by tearing apart his physical form, thereby bestowing spirit upon the colossal elephant. which will enable a continuous transformation. The prerequisite is that he must survive and successfully undergo this metamorphosis. Sake's brilliance flickered. This was not impossible. He let go completely, transforming into a mighty ape. With a combat power of over 6 million that could surge tenfold to 60 million. Frisia's brother, Cooler, was estimated to possess a combat power of 470 million. Given his racial characteristics, he survived even after entering the sun. With the aid of the heavenly furnace and the ability to absorb the essence of colossal beings, he could sustain himself as long as his brilliance remained intact. There was a chance. If this delay continued, death was inevitable. A gamble was perhaps the only path to an infinite future. Gritting his teeth, Sake made the hardest decision with unwavering resolve. He cast it aside. Bulma's eyes widened in shock, while Krillin broke into a cold sweat, but Yamcha wore a look of satisfaction. That monster heading to the sun was doomed without a doubt. Thus, would not all crises be resolved? Would he not be able to return to the city, embraced by beautiful women, reveling in their admiration and affection? Chapter 49. Piccolo's premature emergence, terrified beyond measure. Bulma was initially struck with profound astonishment, followed by a sparkle in her eyes. My goodness, this man truly possesses courage. Though a monster, if he were handsome, it would not be unthinkable. Moreover, being of the same race as Goku, he should be able to revert to a human form. With a robust physique, he ought to be quite handsome. Could it be that she has found the most ideal boyfriend? With this thought in mind, Bulma cast a dissatisfied glance at Yamcha. The man beside her seemed increasingly inadequate. Upon arriving in the city, he had been flitting about, engrossed in trivial pursuits, which was far from admirable. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Yamcha, he was already the subject of his girlfriend's disdain and was soon to face his first heartbreak in life. After receiving confirmation from Sake, Bopo voiced one last concern. If I send you to the sun, what will happen to your friend? Sackling, without a moment's hesitation, replied. As for Reina, he will undoubtedly be aware. Let him slumber, awaiting my return. Bobo was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. If Sakro had no confidence, how could he possibly put himself in a position of certain demise for the safety of the earth? Sake must surely be striving for a rebirth through perilous means. Understood. Bobo has begun to make wishes to the Divine Dragon. Hey, may I inquire, who is Reina? Is she a woman? Bulma suddenly exclaimed with great ire. Her face flushed, and a look of grievance upon her countenance, resembling a little girl who has lost her cherished doll. Sake naturally disregarded Bulma's opinions and thoughts. Having fulfilled his wish, Bobo witnessed Sake's sudden and complete disappearance amidst the rampant destruction. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the energies from hell, the demon realm, and even the divine realm began to dissipate, with various portals slowly closing. Dabo, who was hiding nearby, was taken aback by Sake's abrupt vanishing. Was it instantaneous movement? No, there were no fluctuations in energy. As realization struck, Dabo rushed forward, meticulously searching the ravaged land. How could this be? Where had the king gone? In a fit of rage, Dabo's overwhelming aura surged forth, soaring into the heavens, shaking the very core of one's spirit. With a fierce roar, Dabo's face turned crimson, engulfed in frustration and fury. He raised a hand, concentrating immense energy within his palm, initially intending to unleash his power upon the ground. He ultimately refrained, redirecting it towards the sky. A massive, pale blue energy shot forth, piercing through the atmosphere and propelling itself further into the distance. Just as Bobo had made his wish, the divine dragon scattered into the air. After a moment of quiet anticipation, although the clouds had yet to clear, the earth no longer trembled. Satisfied, Bobo's attention was suddenly captured by a beam of light shooting into the sky. The oppressive aura emanating from Dabo reached him from afar. Without needing to think, Bobo instinctively recognized it was Dabo. His expression shifted dramatically, regardless of those remaining in place. He mounted his magic carpet and swiftly departed. The crisis on Earth had not been entirely resolved. Only when Dabo was subdued and could lie in wait could the threat of Earth's annihilation truly be considered vanquished. When Sake vanished, no one took notice. A rice cooker was hurled by the waves onto a beach. By unfortunate chance, a frightened crab scuttled across the rice cooker, its sharp pincers tearing through the firmly affixed runes. With the runes shattered, the rice cooker began to tremble violently, releasing a sinister, malevolent aura. Ha! Who has torn the runes and unleashed me, the Dark Lord? I can grant you one wish and devour you. Without the runes, how can a mere shell contain me? Break. With a snap, the rice cooker shattered, emitting the sound of plastic cracking. The air twisted, and a grotesquely distorted green circle materialized in the sky. A terrifying laughter echoed far and wide. Fortunately, the chaotic energy from Debo and Sake's madness had intensified the seismic activity beneath the Earth's crust, causing towering waves to surge hundreds of meters high along the coast, leaving the shore and surrounding areas deserted. Otherwise, a child's cries would surely have been silenced. Haha. The Dark Lord Piccolo has returned. Divine beings, martial champions, did you ever expect my return? Heh. Do you think tearing the runes could confine me? Such foolish delusion. Now, it is time for the Dark Lord Piccolo to showcase his grandeur and become the strongest ruler of this world. Just as Piccolo was about to finish his declaration, a dreadful aura from Debo approached ominously. Bloodthirsty, powerful, insane, and irresistible. Piccolo trembled as if he were an old throat caught in phlegm from 1982, overwhelmed by fear. His green skin turned purple, his face frozen in a terrifying, malevolent grin, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down, his eyes motionless, filled with dread. So powerful. I cannot fathom how far away it is, yet I feel its pressure immobilizing me. The intensity of Debo's aura only deepened the sensation. Piccolo was undoubtedly the most formidable being on Earth at that moment. After a long while, he finally regained his composure, gasping for breath, hands propped on his knees. How many years have passed on Earth to give rise to such a terrifying entity? No, I cannot act recklessly. I must lie low and wait until I understand this world before plotting my next move. Summoning his courage and suppressing his inner terror, Piccolo turned and leaped inland. Each bound spanned dozens of meters. The aura extending from Debo frightened Piccolo so much that he dared not fly. Meanwhile, an airship was hurtling towards Piccolo through the tempest. Inside the airship, the dog-headed being, Ashu, struggled to steer the vessel. Lord Pilaf, the storm is too fierce. It's dangerous. Enough chatter. There must be precious treasures at the eye of the storm. If I obtain them, I shall command the entire world and become the one and only king. Pilaf, strapped in his seatbelt, wore a grimace, gritting his teeth and clenching the armrests tightly. Beside him, Mai was in a daze, frothing at the mouth and mumbling incoherently. As Bobo rushed towards Debo, he encountered the spaceship piloted by King Pilaf and his companions. With overwhelming force, he effortlessly coerced the trio into submission. The airship swiftly turned around, and within, King Piccolo sat regally upon a throne he had conjured, observing Pilaf and his companions with a knowing smirk. Is it true that the object you speak of, capable of granting any wish, is called the Dragon Balls? He inquired. Indeed, master, replied Pilaf. Kneeling and raising his head with a sycophantic expression, if one gathers all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the eternal dragon, who will fulfill any wish. Piccolo pondered this notion, contemplating the potential for hope should such a treasure exist. Very well, he commanded, retrieve the Dragon Balls for me. And when I ascend to the throne, I shall bestow upon you bountiful rewards. A barely perceptible smirk crossed Piccolo's face as he began to weave grandiose promises. However, it is not that we are unwilling to go, Pilaf quickly interjected, trembling in fear, but the eternal dragon has just granted a wish and has now turned to stone. We must wait a year for it to regain its energy and resume its power before we can locate it. Upon hearing this, Pilaf, fearing Piccolo's wrath, prostrated himself. Shivering in terror, his companions were no better off, bowing their heads to the ground, too afraid to speak or even raise their gazes. Having witnessed Piccolo's terrifying aura, the 3 were nearly paralyzed with fear, their spirits crushed and rebellious thoughts extinguished. Unbeknownst to them, they were quite fortunate. Chapter 50. Piccolo Lurking. Sake's divine light begins to manifest in times past. Had Piccolo received such news, he would not have hesitated to swiftly sever the heads of Pilaf and his companions. However, the overwhelming pressure from Debo rendered him mute, too intimidated to make a move. Having just acted with trepidation, he found little interest in dispatching the trio. The year-long wait aligned perfectly with his intentions of lurking and biding his time. Meanwhile, returning to Sake, the divine spark remained oblivious, suddenly appearing within the solar photosphere. Bobo did not truly wish to bring about Sake's demise. Eliminating Sake would yield no benefits for Earth unless he were to act directly. Yet, if he could act, he would not be reliant on the dragon's power. Thus, he transported Sake to the relatively stable region of the solar photosphere. The temperature of the sun gradually decreases from its core outward to the photosphere, maintaining a steady decline until it reaches this layer. The photosphere, at 500 kilometers, transitions into the chromosphere, where temperatures begin to rise once more. Consequently, the temperature within the photosphere is at its lowest, while the core's nuclear reaction zone reaches a staggering 15 million degrees Celsius, exerting a pressure 300 billion times that of Earth. If Sake were to enter the core zone, his chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. However, positioned within the photosphere, his likelihood of survival would undoubtedly increase. As for how he might escape from within the sun, that matter is irrelevant to Bobo. Additionally, it is noteworthy that nearly all visible light emanates from this layer. Should Sake make good use of it, he could potentially awaken 200,000 colossal particles once more. Upon entry, Sake ceased to suppress the alternate space, and a tumultuous aura surged forth. In an instant, Sake's physique underwent a colossal transformation, morphing into that of a great gorilla. With a resounding roar, he expressed his fury, relentlessly trampling about. Yet, before he could stabilize his form, his body began to deteriorate. The 200,000 particles of the colossal elephant merely amounted to 6 million combat power. With the tenfold augmentation of his giant ape transformation, he barely reached 60 million combat power. Within the luminous sphere, he found himself struggling, his fur singed. And before he could fully expand, he vanished once more into the searing plasma. His flesh began to crack, unable to sustain itself, bursting forth as skin, muscle, and bone began to dissolve. There was no respite for Sake's body, which commenced its disintegration without delay. Even the savage aura of the alternate dimension could not endure, rapidly evaporating under the intense heat of the luminous sphere. Devoid of a physical form, those energies resembled rootless floating weeds, swiftly dissipating within Sake. The alternate dimension sensed the fluctuations in the external environment. The transmitted energy gradually diminished, internal oscillations began to subside, and the three sealing symbols hinted at a potential reinstitution of their confinement, while the fourth sealing symbol's liquid aura manifested with scattered crystals. As his body faltered, the Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique instinctively continued to operate, yet it could not stem the tide of decline. Sake had condensed an excessive amount of energy into runes, resulting in a formidable power that remained untapped, akin to a child wielding a colossal hammer. As the otherworldly energy governing his body began to dissipate, Sake's mind became a chaotic whirlwind, and he instantaneously realized he seemed to find himself in an endless, searing inferno. Overwhelmed with excitement, he thought, indeed, I can entirely reclaim control of my body by harnessing the harsh conditions of the sun. Yet, he pondered the method. The Divine Elephant's prison technique was unable to manifest its true strength, and the urgency to solidify the fourth seal was paramount, leaving no room for error. At this juncture, Sake still harbored ambitions akin to a celestial dog devouring the sun, envisioning a serpent swallowing an elephant, intending to capitalize on the waning power of the otherworld, to seal it in one decisive strike, and then gradually plot his course. The form of Sake continued to disintegrate, as the fierce flames of the true sun relentlessly refined him. His mental resolve, as well as his more tangible body and the otherworldly space within, were all subjected to the sizzling sounds of evaporation. Yet, no matter how intense the flames raged, the colossal elephants remained utterly unmoved, standing tall and unwavering, impervious to the tumultuous inferno that swirled around them. A flash of inspiration surged through Sake, as a sudden realization struck his mind. The Celestial Forge possesses the extraordinary ability to consume the energies of myriad realms, and I have previously ruptured over 2,000 stars to facilitate this flow. The flames that burn merely touch the surface. I can indeed harness the Celestial Forge to devour energy, awakening the colossal essence within me, and incessantly reconstituting my flesh, bones, and skin into a harmonious whole. Even the essence of alternate dimensions shall merely serve as sustenance for my growth. I am fully capable of absorbing it all. With newfound clarity, I assert dominion over my once decayed form. This marks the first and only occasion. Henceforth, my body shall be governed solely by me, Sake. Sake roared menacingly. Heaven and earth, emerge from the crucible. Devour, fuse, unleash. I shall refine all, disregarding the sun as if it were not. Under the roar of Sake, the heavenly furnace reformed anew. Initially, it was no larger than a thumb. With a single inhalation, it expanded by a tenth. The true strength of the heavenly furnace lies in its essence, yet its actual power is contingent upon Sake's own prowess. Its capacity to devour the sun is indeed remarkable. With each act of consumption, the heavenly furnace grows stronger. As its absorptive power intensifies, the cumulative energy acquired by the colossal elephant also amplifies. The might of the elephant nourishes the furnace, establishing a virtuous cycle, thereby slowing the rate at which Sake's dissipating form approaches oblivion. Sake felt an overwhelming joy, knowing that his thoughts were indeed correct. The Divine Elephant Town's prison might be a supreme technique, even without obtaining the mark of the gods. The awakened giant elephant was impervious to the harm of the mortal realm. After a period of time, with the cooperation of the furnace and the giant elephant, the essence of the would be refined and merged into one, leading to a tremendous surge in his power. Awaken, O might of the giant elephant. I inherit your spirit and strength, invincible in the cosmos. In the depths of Sake's soul, a fervent cry resounded as the colossal elephant's elongated trunk swung high, letting out a resounding bellow. In that moment, the mighty elephant transcended the confines of alternate realms, disregarding the fourth seal, bestowing its formidable presence upon Sake's being. At this moment, Sake resembles a colossal elephant, a deity of heaven and earth. The true fire of the sun, the primordial energy of the universe, and the essence of otherworldly realms are all compressed beneath the weight of this gigantic creature, merging into a singular entity, which is then imparted back to the colossal elephant. Sake trembled violently, his entire being disintegrating in an instant, leaving only a flicker of spiritual light. Surrounding this light were 840 million particles of colossal elephants, most shrouded in obscurity, save for 21,000 that radiated brilliance. In the blink of an eye, after dispelling 200,000 suppressing spinal elephants, Sake's available power surged once more to 300,000. The spiritual light morphed incessantly, condensing, expanding, and contracting, infused with energy, only to expand again before contracting anew. After 9 iterations, the spiritual light of Sake was on the verge of coalescing into a tetrahedral shape, a trace of divinity emanating from within. A peculiar rune materialized within Sake's spiritual light. With the appearance of this rune, the colossal elephants trumpeted joyfully, expelling a torrent of energy from their mouths and nostrils. Suddenly, a drop of blood, crimson with a hint of gold, materialized beneath Sake's spiritual light. The omnipresent solar true fire sought to incinerate this audacious substance that dared to provoke it. The heavenly furnace and the colossal elephants seemed to have forgotten it, still exerting their immense power upon it. Chapter 51. Fortuitous Blessing. Attempting the fourth sealing rune again. The solar true fire, unrelenting, surrounded the blood like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Crackle. The blood remained motionless, even absorbing a trace of the solar true fire. The true fire boiled, akin to an enraged lion. Suddenly, another drop appeared. The solar true fire could not react in time, as drop after drop of blood emerged. Following this were internal organs, bones, meridians, acupoints, skin, and hair. As the colossal elephant particles dissipated, a strikingly handsome man materialized from thin air. Who else could it be but Sake? As Sake opened his eyes, it was as if a divine being had awakened, causing the surrounding sun's fiery rays to retreat in reverence. Sake's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He opened his mouth to inhale, akin to a great whale drawing in water, as the boundless fiery rays of the sun surged into his being. Sake belched, expelling a torrent of warm air. Next, it would be within. As Sake concluded his words, an ancient colossal elephant emerged silently behind him. With a graceful sweep of its long trunk, countless flames of the sun vanished into oblivion. Its robust form spanned the expanse, creating a vacuum amidst the sun, while its powerful limbs exerted dominion over time and space. The tempest born from the abrupt disappearance of energy gradually subsided, its mane swirling with vitality as the essence of an otherworldly realm continuously flowed towards it, merging seamlessly with the great elephant. It was a display of divine might akin to a prison, with blessings as vast as the ocean. According to the classification of the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing prowess, Sake's strength was at least comparable to that of a legendary third transformation, akin to a being of the void. Sake should acquire the divine technique of the sacred elephant's prison strength concerning the reconstitution of the corporeal form. This esoteric art is indispensable for ascending to the legendary realm, and it is essential for every practitioner to master such a secret. Upon the moment of promotion to legend, when the technique is activated, an explosion occurs within the body, shattering all acupoints, meridians, and energy seas into a chaotic maelstrom. Subsequently, through various cultivation methods, the body is reforged amidst this chaos. This is known as the first transformation. the blood-soul transformation. However, Sake is at a disadvantage. He has not undergone the metamorphosis of awakening the 20,000 colossal elephants, and thus cannot even begin to contemplate the technique. During this recent outburst, having been scorched by the true fire of the sun, he fortuitously meets the criteria for transformation, even surpassing the blood-soul transformation in its profundity. His very flesh, bones, and soul have undergone a metamorphosis, with his spirit now imbued with a hint of divinity and his blood shimmering with the golden hue characteristic of deities. The sacred elephant's prison strength operates autonomously, initiating the transformation process, achieving completion in a single instance. The blood-soul transformation and the soul transformation are both realized. This metamorphosis is of an essential nature, distinct from the transformations observed in the Holy King realm, intertwining the energy properties of the Dragon Ball universe with cosmic laws. It is a transformation unique to Sake. From this day, from this moment, Sake has truly embarked on his own path, one that is uniquely his within the Dragon Ball universe, yet transcending it. The next phase will be the void transformation, or a semblance thereof. A name Sake has whimsically chosen out of a desire for ease rather than the creation of a new term. As long as Sake completes this, he can traverse space without relying on the unique energy properties of the Dragon Ball universe, achieving feats akin to instantaneous movement. Sake's formidable strength provoked the sun's true fire, which, after a brief retreat, surged forth with even greater potency. Its power escalated to 2, 3, 5, and even 10 times that of its initial force. Flames roared, reaching temperatures nearing 8 million degrees. With claws bared and fury unleashed, it tore through various obstacles to launch a ferocious assault on Sake. The turbulent energy caused the air to emit a piercing shriek, transforming these cries into sonic assaults that similarly advanced towards Sake. Sake remained unfazed by it all, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth widened, eventually erupting into a hearty laugh directed towards the heavens. Come forth, the stronger, the better. The sound of the Sake resembled the mournful notes of a flute, reverberating through the air, dissipating the howls of the surrounding space. The furnace of heaven and earth had grown to the size of a palm, as it devoured the essence. The sun's true fire flowing like a myriad of streams converging into the sea, reluctant to be consumed by the furnace. Ultimately, it transformed into vapor, entering the body of the Sake. Sake's body trembled as he stood proudly amidst the blazing flames of the sun, his internal energy surging rapidly, continuously infusing the colossal elephant particles within him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resonating sounds erupted from within Sake, and in an instant, another 10,000 colossal elephants awakened, bringing the total to 220,000 awakened elephants within him. Currently, Sake possesses an astounding energy level of 6 million, coupled with his physical strength. Even without transforming into a giant ape, he is capable of vanquishing those with battle powers below 30 million. The furnace momentarily stagnates, and his form expands once more, now only slightly smaller than a ping-pong paddle. Moreover, the pervasive and surging energy around him coalesces into an energetic river, continuously flowing into the furnace of heaven and earth. Sake's gaze was piercing. The alternate dimension lay subdued, no longer resisting, and he was not surprised that the colossal elephant could summon its entire strength. This was a golden opportunity to completely seal the alternate dimension at the spine. Once he departed from the solar environment or the alternate dimension acclimatized, the challenge of effortlessly forming the fourth sealing symbol to confine the alternate space would increase exponentially. He needed to seize the moment. However, Sake's eyes widened with fury. Heaven and earth, forge my power. Once again, an immense surge of energy flowed into him, awakening 10,000 colossal elephants within, culminating in a terrifying total of 230,000. A multitude of residual energy within him surged forth, merging into the bodies of the 200,000 colossal elephants that suppressed the otherworldly space along his spine. With 230,000 colossal elephants at his command, he was nearly capable of subduing all defiance in the mortal realm, an unstoppable force. Sake felt that with a single, full-force strike, he could shatter the sun, and even the slightest breath of his essence could extinguish the stars. Sake remained indifferent. He understood that this was merely an illusion of overwhelming power. While shattering a star was conceivable, obliterating a planet with a single strike was utterly implausible, let alone destroying the sun. His continual awakening of the colossal elephant was simply a means of securing a contingency, providing a formidable assurance for himself. Sake seeks to eradicate the lingering threats of the alternate space, and it is undoubtedly wise to secure an escape route for himself. A mere 20,000 colossal elephants, with a combat power of 600,000, is evidently insufficient. Presently, with 30,000 colossal elephants and a combat power of 900,000, coupled with the heavenly furnace, he should find temporary safety within the solar sphere. There is no need for haste regarding the void. I possess the ability to teleport, and with the awakening of the colossal elephants to 230,000, I am prepared to act at any moment. The alternate space appears to be stirring once more. As I acclimate to the sun, it seems to be adapting as well. In light of this, I shall first seal it away before contemplating further actions. A frigid glint flickered in Sake's eyes, a hint of divine authority stirring the tempest. Despite the fortuitous turn of events, where even the essence of enlightenment bore a semblance of divinity, his blood had undergone significant transformation. Yet this ordeal was exceedingly harrowing, a brush with death. The outcome was favorable, but the adversary's intentions were far from benign. Thus, it was imperative to first seal the anomalous space. 30,000 awakened titans continuously inhaled and exhaled, while the external celestial furnace began to contract. Without Sake exerting his utmost power, the sun, unlike the earth, could only allow the furnace to diminish its battlefield. Like the celestial torrents of the Milky Way transforming into gentle streams, the furnace's potency naturally waned. Sake remained indifferent to the outside world, focusing solely on preserving his corporeal form from any grievous harm. As his mental energy shifted, it manifested above his spine, surrounded by a colossal elephant of 200,000 surging energies. Below him, 3 complete sealing symbols occupied the interface of it, while the remaining side was filled with a gaseous liquid. Chapter 52. Sealing the second transformation of the body. Sake's gaze was firmly fixed on the bubbles that occasionally surfaced in the gaseous liquid. Astonishingly, it was the essence seeping through from another dimension. Very well. You are quite resilient, are you? The atmosphere was laden with tension as the mighty elephant unleashed a torrent of breath once more. The air coalesced into a swirling mass above, continuously churning and colliding, while droplets of vapor continued to cascade downwards. Sake contemplated a matter. He had once undergone a dissolution of his corporeal form, leaving behind a glimmer of spiritual essence. This essence underwent a transformation, imbued with a trace of ethereal divinity, enabling his restoration. Yet, the otherworldly realm persisted, with seals and even gaseous fluids manifesting impeccably. What, then, could be the connection? Could it be? Sake harbors an outrageous conjecture. Sake underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. His physique transformed in ways that were nothing short of extraordinary. His meridians expanded, growing more robust and resilient. The flow of energy coursed through these pathways as if traversing a clear and unimpeded expressway, swift beyond compare. The colossal elephant exhaled with increased velocity. The condensing of gaseous liquid accelerated, while the mist grew ever denser. Within the ocean of energy and liquid, an abundance of crystals began to form, even accumulating in clusters. These crystals commenced a dance of collision and fusion. Observing this from another realm, who would remain indifferent? Once again, a frenzied eruption ensued. Sake let out a cold laugh. Regardless, he seized the control of the celestial furnace, allowing it to no longer absorb energy, as the aura from the surged forth, enveloping him and spreading outward in all directions. Sake now possesses an unyielding spirit, impervious to the onslaught of the otherworldly aura, which feels to him akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yet, he remains indifferent, even going so far as to command the colossal elephant, deliberately releasing the seal to allow the chaotic essence of the other realm to rampage freely. The ever-present solar flames outside could hardly tolerate such insolence. If you consume me, I have no recourse, but to wield such a brutal aura against me is a blatant disregard for the sun's authority. Like cats spotting a fish, they recklessly pounce upon the otherworldly essence. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like oil meeting fire, the otherworldly aura swiftly dissipates under the scorching embrace of the solar flames. Realizing the peril, the otherworldly essence retreats once more. Sake's eyes were profound and deep. He inhaled with great force, akin to a colossal elephant drawing in water. A stream of fine, radiant sunlight flowed through his throat and into his lungs, subsequently circulating throughout his entire being. Sake let out a low grunt. Despite his currently formidable physique, forcibly absorbing the fiery warmth radiating from the sun inflicted considerable harm upon him. Sake, heedless of the searing flames engulfing his body, allowed 30,000 colossal elephants to detach partially, guiding the true fire of the sun towards his spine at the threshold of the otherworldly passage. The resistance of the alternate space melted away like snowflakes, swiftly retreating within. The corner of Sake's mouth curled upward, a silent declaration of defiance. Yet, a sense of perplexity lingered within him. The alternate dimension was undeniably a realm of energy, its essence ferocious at best. Yet it felt as though it possessed a form of intelligence. There was no time for profound contemplation. A portion of his consciousness directed the celestial furnace, while another portion guided the colossal elephant, channeling an unceasing flow of solar flames to suppress the tumultuous energies of the alternate realm. The majority of his focus was devoted to the immense beast, urging it to exhale and accelerate the formation of crystalline structures. Meanwhile, the energies from the alternate dimension, unwilling to submit, continued to clash against Sake.'s dominion. Sake remains unrestrained, engaging in a fierce contest with the blazing sun, wholeheartedly concentrating the gaseous and liquid forms. As time flows on, the accumulation of these elements intensifies, ceaselessly colliding, and a surge of vital energy emanates from within Sake. The spirit of Sake is radiating waves of joyous laughter. The air and liquid intertwine like the sea, with surging tides that are sufficiently potent to consolidate the sealing talisman. Sake did not rush to achieve success. Instead, he concentrated on delivering the final blow to solidify the crystal and create the sealing talisman. He understood the necessity of thorough preparation, ensuring that the otherworldly entity would have no opportunity for resistance. The denser the gaseous liquid became, the greater his control. After a while, the gaseous liquid expanded by 1/3, intertwining to envelop 3 sealing talismans. As the spiritual force of Sake coalesced, an immense pressure surged towards the energy sea, exerting its dominance. Suddenly struck, the energy sea experienced violent fluctuations, resulting in the emergence of countless crystals. Sake's spiritual force fixated intently on the chi sea. The essence within the chi sea rapidly contracted, and countless crystals emerged, swiftly coalescing. The familiar crystalline panel materialized as the essence flowed into it, and intricate patterns began to form with great speed. Just as the 4th seal was on the verge of completion, an otherworldly presence, seemingly imbued with intelligence, sensed the anomaly. A chaotic surge of energy erupted, causing the essence within the panel to scatter and the patterns to become disordered. As the spiritual force of Sake surged, the colossal figure of the sun's true fire converged its radiant energy entirely into the spine. Externally, Sake's mouth, vast and cavernous, became the conduit for the countless forges that were unable to absorb and refine the energy of the sun's true fire, which flowed into his maw in a torrent before dispersing throughout his form, ultimately settling within his spine. Sake's body exuded a charred aroma, with portions of his superficial skin taking on a yellowish hue. The overall appearance was one of utter desolation, yet he emanated an air of haughty defiance, surveying his surroundings with an imperious gaze. From his spine, an influx of solar flames surged forth, unable to diminish Sake's colossal presence. As he pursued the chaotic energies from at the cost of self-destruction, the lesson imparted to Sake was a poignant reminder of the principle that every entity meets its match. Sake is no longer within the sun. Devoid of the sun's true fire, he faces the final counterattack from the alternate dimension, inevitably succumbing to madness and ultimately leading to the planet's destruction, followed closely by his own demise. At present, everything lies firmly within Sake's grasp. With a deft maneuver, the malevolent aura surging forth from the alternate dimension is eradicated, and any resistance dissipates entirely. It is akin to a reservoir releasing its waters in the face of the sun, instantaneously evaporating every drop both within and outside its confines. Observing the vanishing aura from the alternate dimension, the colossal elephant inhales deeply, drawing the remnants of the sun's true fire into its vast body. The elephant's eyes glimmer with vitality, radiating waves of joy. Sake remained composed and collected, skillfully controlling the sealing talismans as they descended, aligning seamlessly with the initial 3 talismans, creating an impenetrable barrier. Sake felt an ethereal clarity, as if he were floating towards the heavens. The 4 sealing talismans had completely sealed off commencing the extraction of its energy. Each talisman emanated a faint silver glow, with delicate strands of energy flowing forth and permeating Sake's limbs and bones. This energy circulated throughout Sake's entire being, and astonishingly, his recently reconstituted form grew even more formidable, undergoing some inexplicable and enigmatic transformations. After the Reformation, Sake's physique became robust, and his energy intensified. In simpler terms, a punch that once delivered an attack power of 30,000 now yielded 35,000 post-Reformation. Likewise, his energy, which previously allowed for a maximum of 30,000 attack power, now matched that enhancement. This outcome was undeniably favorable, yet the power and energy remained disparate, capable of manifesting either independently or in a supportive role. After being nourished by the energy provided by the sealing talismans, Sake sensed a subtle trend towards the unification of his energy and physical form. In essence, the harmony of spirit and flesh was emerging. It was no longer merely energy residing in his meridians, acupoints, or body. Instead, it resembled a state where each cell embodied energy, and each strand of energy constituted a cell, though, of course, not to such an exaggerated extent, as that remains the ultimate aspiration. Presently, he was merely achieving a trend of merging with his blood. Since blood is an intrinsic part of his physical form, it can be considered a unity. At this stage, the connection was still tenuous, yet Sake was progressing in this direction, continuously and abundantly. The nuances were so subtle that, had it not been for the initial experience, he would have remained oblivious to them. Chapter 53. Breakthrough completed. Coincidence. Ultimately, should he succeed, Sake might even attain complete mastery over his bloodline, enabling him to alter his form at will. If he were to grasp certain rules, it is conceivable that he could transform into a Kaioshin or Beerus, blurring the lines of reality. Of course, he could not replicate the unique relationship between the Kaioshin and Beerus, but he might very well substitute for the lesser deities beneath them. The internal changes were far from over. The fusion of energy and blood was a gradual process, and upon reaching equilibrium, further transformations would cease. The sealing talismans continued to provide a steady stream of energy. This energy flowed into the giant elephant, whose eyes no longer appeared murky, but instead shimmered with a flicker of clarity. It was faint and subtle. Had it not been for Chung Chun's heightened awareness of the energy's trajectory, he would not have been able to discern it at all. The spirit of Sake has returned, and with a sudden awakening, his eyes opened to a sight of sheer astonishment. The colossal elephant is awakening. Each individual giant is undergoing transformation, and now its battle power is likely at an astounding 30,001. Sake was genuinely astonished. His divine essence sparked within him, leading to a transformation of his physical form, while the giant elephant remained largely unchanged. As the seal drew energy from the alternate dimension, the giant elephant surprisingly began to evolve. This evolution was a continuous process, ever-changing. With the completion of the interdimensional seal, energy flowed, and upon the completion of its task, the giant elephant dispersed, gradually returning to its original position. By a twist of fate, this journey to the sun allowed me to fully unleash my power, achieving a combat strength nearing 70 million. My body transformed, my true energy concealed, yet there lingered an almost imperceptible urge to coalesce into divinity. It was simply ineffable. Sake was filled with astonishment, his body exerting strength as the scorched and yellowed surface disintegrated, revealing skin as pure and smooth as white jade, accompanied by an inexplicable aura. He hovered serenely within the sphere of light, exuding an inviolable sanctity, his essence transforming into a density akin to lead or mercury, closely entwined with his very blood. His cells resembled those of a newborn, radiating the vitality of life. At the age of 150, this was not yet his limit. His life force was continually surging, and his lifespan was perpetually extending. Sake has made remarkable progress this time. The essence of the Divine Elephant's prison-breaking technique has undergone a fundamental transformation. Even without possessing the marks of the gods, he is now qualified to cultivate this profound art. Compared to his state before entering the sun, the likelihood of the giant elephant transforming into the primordial elephant has increased by more than tenfold. Furthermore, there exists a transitional phase known as the dragon elephant stage. At present, Sake's cultivation has only awakened to its juvenile stage. The formidable power of this technique remains largely untapped. The realm of Dragon Ball is characterized by an intricate chaos and combat prowess, with the ascension of strength appearing rather irregular. It remains uncertain whether the dragon elephant could be the pinnacle of this world. Each realm operates under its own distinct set of rules, and Sake, being a novice, is not fully aware of these intricacies. The calculation of 70 million in combat power adheres to the metrics of the Dragon Ball universe. Currently, His physical form and energy have both strengthened considerably when assessed through the lens of actual combat capability. The 70 million units of energy he possesses undoubtedly yield far greater potential. It is unclear if the dragon elephant, prior to entering the sun, merely regarded Sake as an exceedingly fortunate mortal. While he harbors thoughts of surpassing Beerus, he lacks the confidence to do so. After uncovering the secrets of the alternate dimension and attempting to master it, he estimates only a modest one-third chance of surpassing Beerus. In the Dragon Ball realm, Goku and Vegeta are the true protagonists, one blessed with extraordinary abilities, and the other perpetually nourished by the universe. As for Sake, aside from the fortunate acquisition of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, he possesses little else of note. At present, Sake resembles a deity of war. Albeit still in the embryonic stage, not yet even a newborn. Yet, even in this nascent form, he embodies the essence of divinity. He is a being in constant metamorphosis, an evolving god, with his transformation being both relentless and perpetual. Given the opportunity, he could transcend both form and energy, surpassing the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe. At that moment, no one would be able to shatter his physical being, nor withstand his energy. The unexpected convergence of seals has bestowed upon him numerous surprises, while his mastery over alternate dimensions has granted him immense delight and confidence. The next step involves completing the void transformation, allowing the power of space to coalesce throughout his entire being, facilitating yet another metamorphosis towards a divine physique. Sake's eyes sparkled brightly like stars, while the world around transformed into a furnace, shrinking to the size of a badminton racket, pulsating with energy. However, I have mastered my second technique, and there is no rush to alter the void. It is time to return to Earth and take Debo to the planet Sharada to see Reina. She must resent me by now. With a smile gracing his lips, Sake attuned himself to the essence of the Debo, and in an instant, he vanished into the radiant sphere of sunlight. As Sake departed, a void was created, and the surging energy of the sun enveloped this area, its waves radiating outward, gradually diminishing. Debo, who was cultivating in the depths of the sea, heard the familiar voice of Sake, and his body trembled. He stood frozen in place, murmuring to himself, "How peculiar! I fear the king has lost his mind, as I seem to be experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations." Sake chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "You fool! Take a good look at who I am." Debo rubbed his eyes vigorously, somewhat astonished. "You haven't vanished. Could it be real?" Sake, filled with helplessness, pondered how this fellow could be so oblivious. In an instant, he darted before Debo, seizing him firmly as they swiftly ascended towards the surface of the water. Debo hesitated. He was capable of navigating the depths of Earth's oceans, plunging beyond 4,500 meters, which equated to an astounding 450 times the force of gravity. The strength of this individual rendered him momentarily paralyzed, whisking him away with remarkable speed. "Who are you? When did such a formidable being emerge on Earth?" "It is your brother, the great-headed fiend. We are returning to the planet Salada to meet Reina." Doubts still lingered in Debo's mind as he hesitantly questioned, "Are you truly the king?" Sake felt helpless, pondering why he had never realized how foolish Debo truly was. "Do you believe anyone can discern what you are truly thinking?" Debo's face still bore an expression of skepticism. Sake yearned to pry open his mind to uncover the truth of the matter. A surge of emotion welled up within him. It appeared that his words had indeed reached Bo, who had been diligently training at the ocean's depths all this time, truly heeding his counsel. Upon arriving on Earth, Sake realized that a year had already elapsed, and even the formidable Dark Lord had emerged. It is no surprise that he is aware of Rienar. However, few are likely to know of the planet Sharada. It was at this moment that Debo finally awoke to the truth. "My lord, you are indeed a true sovereign. Surely, I am not merely dreaming." Sake delivered a playful punch to Debo's head. "How does it feel to be such a big fool on Earth during this time?" Debo grimaced. "If it weren't for my prolonged stay beneath the sea, I would feel as though my body were rusting." Sake let out a light chuckle. The winds began to stir, heralding the commencement of a grand spectacle. Debo, bewildered, pondered whether the king was referring to the one known as the great demon King Piccolo. Sake nodded and shook his head. "That was merely an introduction, yet it bears no relevance to us." Sake spoke halfway, his next words hanging in the air, unuttered. What was amiss? Upon hearing this, Debo furrowed his brow. What was his purpose for coming here? Surely, he must have sought our assistance. Sake let out a light chuckle, surprised by the timely arrival of Sun Wukong, who had conveniently come to find him just as he was preparing to return to Earth. Now, there are over 230,000 awakened giants, and he is certain that Sun Wukong's return at this moment is nothing but a coincidence. Chapter 54, Hope and Disappointment. Piccolo exchanges wishes, while Dapu wears a look of disdain. After all, it is merely a battle power of 260. As a Saiyan, being unable to elevate oneself for such a long time truly reflects the fate of the Forsaken. Sake erupted into hearty laughter, leaving Dabo momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed such unrestrained mirth from Sake before. What could possibly be amiss with his words? You can indeed be rather foolish at times. Dabo was perplexed as the two burst forth from the water's surface. The king? Let him come. There are but a few Saiyans remaining, each one exceedingly precious. Sake stood suspended in midair, gazing in the direction of the approaching Sun Wukong, and calmly inquired, "Do you know him?" Dabo, perplexed, replied, "Isn't that Sun Wukong? Though I cannot fathom the peculiar nature of his name or why he mingles with earthlings." They were following Sake when Sun Wukong had yet to be born, and they certainly would not be aware of his awe-inspiring prowess. "Do you not find him reminiscent of someone?" Sake continued. Dabo furrowed his brow in contemplation, realizing that he had indeed overlooked this detail. As the mention of this name crossed his mind, the faces of the Saiyans flickered through his consciousness. His body trembled. Bardock, the son of Bardock, the king, is that correct? Dabo had not possessed a significant presence among the Saiyans. Were he an ordinary individual, he might have remained unaware. However, Bardock was different. There was not a single member of the Saiyan race who did not recognize him. He bore the title of a low-class warrior, yet possessed a battle power exceeding 10,000. It remained uncertain who was stronger between him and King Vegeta. Furthermore, Bardock was somewhat unconventional. He was deeply sentimental and never abandoned his comrades. Thus, the entire Saiyan clan was familiar with him. "Wait a moment, Your Majesty. Bardock has only one son." Upon uttering these words, Dabo's body shuddered. "No, I recall that Bardock's wife, Jine, was pregnant, and the date of her delivery was shortly after our departure." With this deduction, even Dabo himself found it hard to believe, yet excitement surged within him. So, it seems that Goku is indeed Bardock's son, albeit sent away due to his inferior potential. But that doesn't tee add up, even if he were sent away. It should have been half a year later, by which time Planet Vegeta was already destroyed. How did Goku manage to survive? Murmuring to himself, Dabo suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with hopeful anticipation. "My lord, do you think there might be more Saiyans who have survived?" Sake averted his gaze and cast a glance at Dabo. "Do not overthink it. Do you truly believe it is feasible?" Sake's gaze was profound, akin to the stars. "Frieza would never permit the survival of numerous Saiyans. After all, we have the Jinyu force pursuing us, do we not?" Dabo paused. Then, refusing to concede, retorted, "My lord, I acknowledge your formidable strength. Yet this possibility is not entirely absent. If a fraction of the warriors disobeyed Frieza's orders and did not return to Planet Vegeta, they could potentially survive, could they not? The scenario you propose is not without merit," he continued, "but let us not forget the technology at play. All technological apparatus of the Saiyan race is sourced from Frieza. Be it detectors or spacecraft, he possesses the capability to eavesdrop and even pinpoint their locations. Do you truly believe that the simple-minded Saiyans would conceive of such a notion without guidance?" Dabo's expression was one of astonishment. The king's assertions were indeed accurate. His current achievements and clarity of thought stemmed from his association with the king. Otherwise, such ideas would have been inconceivable. It was implausible for the other Saiyans to arrive at this conclusion. In the past, he might have arrogantly believed that the Saiyans were invincible save for Frieza. However, after a decade of traversing the realms alongside Sake and encountering formidable figures, he naturally dismissed the notion of Saiyan invincibility. The excitement in his eyes dimmed. Could a race of just over 100 individuals still be considered a race? Sake understood the turmoil within Dabo's heart and gently patted his shoulder. "There's no need to overthink. We shall take our time. Although we are just over 100, after a decade, we should be able to grow to 200. With this reassurance, Dabo felt a bit more at ease. As long as there is hope, he believed that under the leadership of the great king, they would swiftly reclaim their former glory. No, they would far surpass the Saiyan race under King Vegeta and transcend Frieza, becoming the new sovereigns of the universe. At that moment, Son Goku arrived. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the agile figure of Sun Wukong glided through the air on his somersault cloud. With keen eyes, he quickly spotted both Sake and Dabo. "Ah, at last, I have found you." Were you deliberately waiting here for me? Sake remained silent with a faint smile, while Debo's lips curled in disdain. As a proud Saiyan, he found it beneath him to mingle with those lowly humans of Earth. Such individuals were unworthy of being counted among his kin. Sun Wukong had intended to offer a thorough explanation, but suddenly, the sky was shrouded in darkness. Sake remained remarkably calm. This situation could only mean that Piccolo had gathered all the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Son Goku's expression changed abruptly as he took control of his flying nimbus and soared towards Sake. Hurry, there's no time. We need your help to defeat the evil demon King Piccolo. In his reckless haste, Son Goku found himself confronted by Dabra, who let out a cold snort and unleashed a powerful aura that pressed down upon Goku. Caught off guard, Goku plummeted into the sea with a swift whoosh, bubbling and sinking beneath the surface. Dabra, unfazed, allowed his immense energy to radiate outward. In a desolate plain, a dirigible floated silently in the air. Pilaf and his companions, their mouths stuffed with white cloth, sat back to back on the ground, bound tightly by ropes encircling their waists. The demon King Piccolo emanated an aura of age and decay, yet wore a sinister grin. Before him, the Eternal Dragon had completed its introductory speech and awaited Piccolo's wish. Doubt flickered in Piccolo's treacherous eyes. This green dragon, emerging from the 7 orbs, felt strangely familiar, yet he was certain he had never encountered such a being before. How peculiar. Could it be that I am simply growing old? The thought passed swiftly. His primary desire remained to restore his youth. Eternal Dragon, grant me. Boom. A powerful force surged forth, the very pressure that Dabra had exerted upon Son Goku still unyielding. Piccolo stumbled back in fright and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Pilaf immediately soiled himself in fear. Fools, you too, pretend to faint. Pilaf whispered urgently, tilting his head, closing his eyes, and breathing faintly. Asu and Xiaowu, still bewildered, quickly followed Pilaf's lead and feigned unconsciousness. Piccolo glanced over and noted that Pilaf and his companions had indeed fallen. Oof, worthless fools. Such little power. And they faint at the slightest pressure. Perhaps they were overwhelmed by the sight of the Eternal Dragon. Since they have not witnessed my despair, it matters not. I must focus on myself now. Piccolo's gaze shifted to the Eternal Dragon, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. Initially, his sole ambition was merely to attain eternal life. He believed that with eternal life, he could become invincible, dominate the world, and eliminate the Celestial Temple. Dabra's aura jolted him back to reality. No, I underestimated that fellow. Even with eternal life, he could still vanquish me. Chapter 55, An Unfathomable Power to Frighten Son Goku. Piccolo's eyes brimmed with contemplation. Have you made your decision? What is your wish? Silence, trash. Do not disturb me. Piccolo roared at the Eternal Dragon. Eternal life is out of the question. But what about immortality? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Piccolo swiftly dismissed his new idea. Immortality would not augment his power. That formidable entity could annihilate him infinitely. Even if that weren't the case, should that individual employ the magic sealing wave to confine him within a vessel and relocate him, he might find himself forever imprisoned. Furthermore, if he were to be immortal, would not that being from the heavenly palace also enjoy the same fate? This was a scenario he sought to avoid at all costs. Perhaps he should consider seeking unparalleled combat prowess? A flicker of contemplation danced in Piccolo's eyes as he boldly addressed the dragon. I desire invincible strength. Piccolo's ambition was admirable. Currently, there existed individuals on Earth who threatened his very existence. Acquiring unmatched power would enable him to eradicate that unknown, formidable presence. The following year, he would again seek the Dragon Balls, wish for immortality, and subsequently obliterate the dragon, ensuring that no one else could successfully wish again, thereby allowing him to reign over Earth unchallenged. As for the deity, he could either seal him away or absorb him. Compared to his ultimate goal, accepting that being's continued existence was not entirely unpalatable. Piccolo's aspirations, however, were swiftly dashed when the dragon spoke. I'm sorry, that cannot be granted. Piccolo stood frozen, trembling, before erupting in furious exclamations. Damn you! Did you not claim that any wish could be fulfilled? Why can't this be granted? On what grounds is it impossible? The dragon, unperturbed by Piccolo's ire, glared with its bright red eyes. Wishes require a tangible reference. What you propose is not a wish, but mere folly. Piccolo felt as though he had swallowed something foul. What was this absurdity? Invincibility. How could there be no reference for such a creation? In the distance, Sake felt a pang of confusion. Piccolo's wish was not to regain his youth? Had he mistakenly picked the wrong script? He appeared so aged. On the brink of death, could this truly work? Yet Piccolo remained undeterred. To conquer Earth and ascend to kingship, he would not easily relent. Then grant me inexhaustible strength. Initially, he intended to wish for extraordinary talent to enable his breakthroughs. However, time was of the essence. That powerful unknown entity was so brazen, surely desiring to pursue similar ambitions. A fierce confrontation was inevitable. With little time to spare, he deemed it wiser to secure some tangible benefits. As you wish. The radiant red light in the eyes of the eternal dragon surged, seemingly in fulfillment of Piccolo's wish. Piccolo felt his body undergoing a rapid transformation. Decay morphing into the miraculous, the deeply wrinkled visage rejuvenated into a youthful and exquisite form, and his mental vigor surged immeasurably, no longer exhibiting the demeanor of despondency. Piccolo found himself revitalized, aided by an inexhaustible source of power, as if he were experiencing a second spring. Moreover, the relentless flow of strength coursed through him, and he sensed his power escalating, once, twice, and continuing until it reached fivefold. Uncertain of his exact battle prowess, he felt that in this state, he could obliterate the earth with a mere punch. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. The brilliance of the eternal dragon began to dim as it opened its mouth, declaring, "Your wish is granted, now farewell," preparing to disperse. A cold glint flickered in Piccolo's gaze as murderous intent surged within him, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. "Since I have achieved 3 effects with a single wish, your existence is no longer necessary." Chanting these words, a dazzling white light suddenly manifested in his hand. And with a swift motion, the beam penetrated the dragon's form before it could transform into a dragon ball, instantly annihilating the eternal dragon. With a series of sharp cracks, 7 stones fell and subsequently shattered into fragments. Observing this scene, the ever-watchful Sake could only click his tongue in astonishment. "My lord, it's nothing. I merely witnessed a decisive individual in action. Perhaps I should learn from him." In Sake's mind, thoughts incessantly revolved around his forthcoming plans on Earth. Regarding the matter with Bic, he found himself devoid of any strategic advantage. The impending Saiyan crisis might, perhaps, provide him with an opportunity to visit King Kai. It is indeed a lamentable situation. Despite possessing divine qualities and a baseline combat power of 7 million, he remained unable to sense King Kai's planet. It seemed rather unjust that Sun Wukong, with a mere 3 million, could perceive it effortlessly. This world appears to be exceedingly biased. One would expect that my divine essence would render such perception more accessible. Sake, feeling discontented and finding the conversation lacking in substance, remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Shall we proceed then?" Sake gazed at the eager Debo, yet hesitated. Piccolo had already changed the script, now boasting a combat power exceeding 1,300. Considering his inexhaustible strength, even Raditz would fall. Goku's power, merely over 200, rendered him no match for Piccolo. If he were to depart, would Goku perish, leading to the world's collapse? No. Perhaps it was prudent to wait a little longer. Debo stood silently behind Sake, an expression of cold resolve etched upon his face. Essentially, he would not dare to contradict the king's words. Soon, a captivating performance would unfold. With a hint of a smile at the corner of his eye, Sake spoke in an utterly tranquil tone. Having tempered his imposing presence, we followed Sun Wukong to explore further. Debo, obedient, transformed from a tempest of fury to a mere whisper in an instant. Sake nodded in satisfaction, yet was soon rendered speechless. He saw Bic frozen in place, his face a portrait of incredulity. This fellow, indeed, had altered his perspective due to Debo's influence. So, are we merely the 2 butterflies fluttering our wings? How absurd. With a smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Sake gazed at the drenched figure emerging from the sea, glaring furiously at Debo. "What are you doing? Do you not comprehend the urgency of the situation? If Bic successfully makes his wish, there will be no one left in this world capable of restraining him." As Sun Wukong emerged, he bombarded Debo with questions, and upon finishing, he looked around in bewilderment. "Huh, why is the sky cleared?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Could it be that the dragon, upon recognizing him as the Demon King, has chosen not to grant his wish and fled instead? Or perhaps my grandfather is aiding me. Seeing Sun Wukong in such a state, Sake could only express his helplessness through sarcasm. "The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased. Do you now believe yourself to be capable?" It was time for him to ruthlessly shatter Sun Wukong's illusions. I asked, could it be possible that the formidable Piccolo had granted wishes? Excitement froze on Sun Wukong's face, as he awkwardly scratched his head. So that is how it is. But wait, if Piccolo had indeed granted wishes, his power would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. We must hasten to thwart him. Observing the deep concern etched on Sun Wukong's face, Sake refrained from further teasing him. With a calm command, he said, "Dabo, that fellow is not yet worthy of my intervention. You shall step in and teach him a lesson." Just as Dabo was about to spring into action, confusion clouded his features. Teach him a lesson? A Saiyan to teach a lesson? Isn't that merely a euphemism for a relentless beating? With a faint smile, Sake uttered words that caused Sun Wukong's expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 56. Piccolo's Contingency and the Diminished Efficacy of the Senzu Beans. That fellow still serves a purpose. We cannot eliminate him. However, he has indeed grown significantly stronger. With a bit more effort, he could easily devastate the surface of the earth. What? Is that true? Sun Wukong's worry became increasingly evident as he urged Sake to act swiftly. Dabo regarded Sun Wukong with disdain. It's one thing not to eradicate these native inhabitants. After all, they have transitioned from pillaging and slaughter to mere plundering. One might say they are reforming. But now you wish to protect them? Even if that were acceptable, they are capable of defending themselves. Yet, your power level is merely 200. You cannot even safeguard them. Dabo, brimming with newfound confidence, had forgotten that he had not surpassed a power level of 1,000 for many years. Relegated to the role of a logistical support member of the Saiyan race on Planet Vegeta, it was already an immense stroke of fortune for such a weakling to speak before the king, let alone dare to urge him. Did he truly believe he was worthy of such audacity? Due to Sake's demeanor towards Sun Wukong, Dabo restrained his reprimand, burying his confusion within. That fellow has indeed changed considerably. What? Sake, what are you saying? Sake did not pay any attention to Sun Wukong and led the way towards the direction of Bic. Behind him, Dabo followed closely, soaring through the air, while Sun Wukong rode on his Nimbus cloud, darting swiftly. Sake was taken aback by the profound transformation of Bic. Upon acquiring boundless power, he did not recklessly seek out Dabo, nor did he allow arrogance to consume him. Instead, he chose to quietly conceal himself, as he was in the midst of laying eggs. No, it was not merely the act of laying eggs. That individual was the first to contemplate a contingency plan. Gazing at the model giant egg soaring into the sky, Sake found it intriguing. The future had become shrouded in uncertainty, igniting a fervor within the hearts of the strong. Bic sensed the vigorous life force within the colossal egg. My child, you are my ultimate trump card. That individual possesses an unfathomable depth of power, and even now, I cannot guarantee victory. However, as long as you thrive, I shall face death without regret. Remember that essence. Remember the aura of that being from the divine temple. Just in case. Bic clenched his fist, remaining silent. He was uncertain of his ability to surpass that individual. The moment had arrived. But Bic's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. Crouching down, he gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 2 large eggs appeared, subsequently shattering. Witnessing this, Bic directed a surge of energy into the 2 giant eggs. With a crack, 2 creatures emerged, one with a large mouth, the other plump, both greenish little monsters radiating an intense aura, far surpassing even Sun Wukong in strength. Sake furrowed his brow. Dabo, you all stay here. I shall go ahead and take a look. After Sake spoke, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Prior to his arrival on Earth, he had once promised Dabo that he would teach him the art of instantaneous movement. However, upon reaching Earth, he first sought out the mystical Senzu Beans, and then ventured to a deserted island to prepare for the creation of the 4th sealing technique. Little did he anticipate that the alternate dimension would resist, plunging him into a state of chaos. Subsequently, he entered the sun, and then there was silence. To this day, he has yet to impart the knowledge of instantaneous movement to Dabo. Given Piccolo's current peculiar behavior, he naturally finds himself devoid of time. He must soon return to Planet Salad, and it seems time is not on his side. Alas, wait a moment. Where are my Senzu Beans? Sake suddenly recalled that his primary objective upon arriving on Earth was to acquire the mystical Senzu Beans. These extraordinary beans serve as a remarkable loophole. Even if Goku and his comrades ascend to Super Saiyan Blue, a single bean consumed would restore them to their prime in an instant. Although he could not fathom how such an astonishing phenomenon could be cultivated on Earth, he hastily procured a barrel of these beans. However, he subsequently abandoned it on the island, succumbing to madness and neglecting the precious cargo. Surely, my Senzu Beans cannot be gone, he mused. Though the rhetorical nature of his inquiry did little to assuage his certainty, leaving him in a state of despair. His initial goal had thus slipped through his fingers, a consequence of his own making. To whom could he appeal for reason? Just imagine the multitude of formidable warriors he could have nurtured upon returning to Saiyan planet with that vast barrel of Senza beans. He could have personally engaged and severely wounded a Saiyan, only for their power to double with the consumption of a single being. Now, however, it was all for naught. "My lord, I managed to salvage a few," he lamented. Sake, filled with excitement, gazed eagerly at Debo. "Is it with you?" Debo's face flushed with embarrassment. "Your Majesty, it's not much, merely a handful, but if you desire, I could retrieve some from that cat." Just then, the celestial cat, peering into the world through the current vat, was startled and swiftly leapt to the opposite rooftop. Wait, I have none left." Beside the vat, a rotund figure was noisily munching on celestial beans. The celestial cat glared at him in fury. "How can you be so gluttonous when I'm in distress? Stop immediately. No more celestial beans for you." The portly individual was Jackalope, whose presence at Corinta Tower was a mystery, as he lingered atop, indulging in feasting and drinking. Jackalope stuffed another handful of celestial beans into his mouth and mumbled incoherently, "With so many celestial beans, what's the harm in me having a little? Such stinginess." The celestial cat, with fur bristling in anger, roared, "How dare you question me? Do you not comprehend? That fellow is coming, and if he seizes even one vat, we are doomed." Jackalope, cheeks bulging and chewing incessantly, paused and glanced around. "Who is it? I shall make him aware of my prowess." The celestial cat scoffed. "Oh, really? If you can best him, you may feast on as many celestial beans as you desire. As long as I possess them, I shall not hinder you." However, upon uttering these words, the celestial cat realized his folly. If he allowed Jackalope to triumph over those two, what distinction remained between them? This exchange would only lead to his own detriment. "Very well, you are a celestial being, and your word holds weight." The celestial cat soon comprehended that if Jackalope could indeed vanquish those two, he would willingly remove his own head to serve as a chamber pot. Humph, that man's servant. Bick couldn't withstand a single blow, and Bick nearly defeated Sun Wukong. Were it not for Bick's disdain, Wukong would have perished long ago. The celestial cat, not lacking in wisdom, invoked Sun Wukong as a measure of combat prowess, ensuring Jackalope understood the gravity of the situation. Jackalope's mouth hung open in disbelief. "So formidable? You may attempt to summon them. Sun Wukong himself seeks their assistance. Do you truly believe you surpass Sun Wukong by a significant margin?" A figure with a tail flashed through Jackalope's mind, and he shook his head vigorously. "Surely, such an entity cannot suffer from hunger?" The cat sage is rendered speechless. The primary function of the mystical beings is undeniably to heal wounds, yet this fellow before him absurdly utilizes them merely as sustenance. Such a gross misuse of precious resources. Returning to the matter at hand, Sake shakes his head resolutely. The mystical beings were once the divine artifact he yearned for. During that time, his energy merely possessed sharp offensive capabilities, not much different from the energy in the Dragon Ball universe. Now, whether he possesses them or not holds little significance for him. Having undergone the transformations of blood, soul, and spirit change, his energy has fundamentally diverged from the essence of that found in the Dragon Ball realm, allowing him to effortlessly mend the injuries of the weak. In comparison to the mystical beings, another matter undoubtedly piques his interest far more. Chapter 57. Piccolo strikes with lethal precision. Sake falls victim. Never mind, let us first observe the actions of the Demon King Piccolo. After speaking, Sake vanished without a trace. He sensed that Bick was up to some mischief, leaving him disinclined to concern himself with matters of lesser significance. Sake vanished, and Sun Wukong looked around, bewildered. "Where did Sake go? Have you seen him?" Debo replied with an icy demeanor. "That was the king's instantaneous movement. Is it so surprising?" Sun Wukong's face was filled with confusion. "What movement? Is it connected?" Debo's veins bulged as he clenched his fists tightly. "Nothing. Let us go." Sun Wukong remained perplexed. "Hey, wait for me." His heart burned with eagerness. He yearned to master flight and instantaneous movement, skills he longed to learn. His resolve to follow Sake and acquire these extraordinary techniques grew ever stronger. Sake has undergone a remarkable transformation, mastering the art of energy manipulation to an extraordinary degree, enhanced by the wealth of knowledge from Planet Adrat and Namek that resides within his mind. In an instant, he teleports and immediately cloaks himself in invisibility. Even so, not a trace of energy escapes him, remaining undetected by Piccolo. Gazing at his two subordinates, the slender one named Dambalin and the rotund, winged one called Sinbaro. Piccolo's lips curl into a smug smile, his expression brimming with pride. You are to eliminate all the martial artists on Earth. The two demon warriors respond with sinister laughter as they take to the skies. Yes, my lord. Sake gazed in astonishment. In the original text, Piccolo only expelled the Birdman and Dambalin before encountering the winged adversary. The latter's strength is certainly not so formidable, possessing merely 1/3 of Piccolo's combat prowess, exceeding 400. During this period, there were no martial artists on Earth capable of contending with these two monstrous beings. Sake pondered for a moment, refraining from taking action. He wished to observe the subsequent maneuvers of Bick. This fellow was peculiar, not at all resembling someone recently liberated. Everything seemed meticulously orchestrated. Yet, what about the three individuals beside him? Was it a matter of worldly inertia? Bick remained utterly oblivious to the presence of others nearby. Now rejuvenated, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. With all contingencies prepared, the reappearance of that individual after a year surely held significance. Should I intervene? Sensing the boundless power surging within him, Bick felt an unusual swell of confidence. However, he concluded that it was still unwise to act recklessly. He needed to take further measures. Sake was rendered speechless. This fellow was excessively fearful of death. He conveniently overlooked his own trepidation towards Frisia, recalling the time he desperately sought ways to enhance his own power. What he termed tactical survival, Piccolo simply regarded as cowardice. Piccolo's eyes darted around as he pondered his next course of action. A revelation struck him. Sake was filled with curiosity. He was well acquainted with the methods of the previous Bick, yet the current king of Bick was a complete enigma to him. Could it be that this individual could truly discover a means to counteract Dabo? It seemed implausible. Suddenly, Bick's green visage flushed a deep crimson, as an unsettling energy began to surge within him, spreading into the air around. Sake was astonished. This individual had been lurking in the shadows for an entire year. And now, fully aware of Dabo's approach, he brazenly chose to reveal his presence. Is this a case of an old man hanging himself? No, this person, despite his malevolence, is not foolish. As soon as the words were spoken, his expression instantly grew solemn. He sensed a peculiar aura, one that was entirely different from that of the Dragon Ball universe. What is this? So malevolent and terrifying? No, wait. My giant elephant is actually exhilarated. As Sake gazed upon himself, the awakened giants trumpeted with joy, exuding an essence reminiscent of the arrival of spring. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Sake's eyes. Indeed, it must be the demon realm. Piccolo truly possesses the ability to invoke it. The Dragon Ball universe can be likened to an egg, with countless planets nestled within. While beneath lies hell, and beneath hell is the demon realm. Sake was not only unrestrained, but even eagerly anticipated the establishment of a permanent portal to the demon realm by Bick. What is the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique? It is a profound art meticulously crafted by the Supreme Sovereign, utilizing all his strength and essence, specifically designed to subdue the underworld, restrain the myriad demons, and elevate the divine realm. If you emerge from the demon realm, it is akin to a lamb entering the lion's den, a perilous venture indeed. Should the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique manage to absorb the essence of hell and the demon realm from the Dragon Ball universe, it could undergo a metamorphosis, purifying the inherent malevolent aura it carries. This is entirely distinct from the essence invoked through the celestial melting furnace. It is a pure and unadulterated energy. Indeed, it is as such. Once secured, you shall achieve monumental success. Sake gazed with fervent anticipation at Beak, hoping for his triumph. Having acquired the wish of the dragon, Beak found himself endowed with boundless strength. As he relentlessly pushed his limits, his combat prowess surged at an astonishing rate. By the time Dabo arrived, his battle power had already exceeded 10,000. Sake found himself at a loss for words. This world, in its essence, is far more advanced than the first realm of the Divine Elephant, where deities coexist, and even the power of cultivation is uniform. Yet, it is fraught with contradictions and conflicts. One might even argue it is remarkably fragile. In any practice of cultivation, acquiring power is an inevitable outcome. The core objective should be to elevate one's essence. The Saiyans falter, Namekians are inadequate, and even the Earthling's cultivation proves futile. Despite venturing beyond the cosmos to engage in battle, they are ultimately vanquished by the very forces of the universe. In a brief moment, Piccolo's combat strength surged from over 1,000 to more than 10,000, leaving him utterly speechless. The fluctuations of the primordial energy of heaven and earth were scarcely pronounced. Whence did this power originate? Perhaps it remains unclear to Sake. Yet it is undeniably astonishing. Alas, has Sake not arrived? Where is he? Goku, gazing at Piccolo, was not struck by the latter's newfound strength, but was instead preoccupied with searching for Sake. Piccolo glared menacingly at Dabu. You must be the enigmatic one, he remarked. Dabu, dismissively eyeing Piccolo, thought little of him, considering him merely a combatant of 10,000 power level, hardly a concern. Energy coalesced in his palm, radiating brilliance. Without a word, he unleashed a surge of energy towards Piccolo. Piccolo, his expression one of ferocity, retorted, I am the Dark Lord. How could I possibly engage in combat with a mere underling like you? Perish, scum. With a furious roar, Piccolo propelled the newly formed demon realm space towards Dabu. Sake's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Baiku would be so resolute. Upon their encounter, he audaciously employed the magic realm's spatial powers against Dabu. Entering the magic realm did not guarantee Dabu's survival. In a moment of urgency, he revealed himself and shouted, Dabu, do not confront him head-on. Hasten your departure. Sake, exuding formidable strength, charged forward with unwavering resolve, pushing aside Dabu and Sun Wukong with one hand while confronting Piccolo with the other. Damn it, what are you doing? In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists an unspoken rule that one cannot interrupt an opponent's power-up. Piccolo's immediate unleashing of his ultimate move took Sake completely by surprise. Igniting his fury, with a swift motion, he met Piccolo's attack head-on, inflicting severe damage and sending him hurtling away. After clearing Dabu and his companion, Sake concentrated his formidable energy in his free hand, directing it towards the chaotic realm of the demon world. He would not permit such disorder to unfold, as it could lead to catastrophic consequences. With a resounding explosion, the overwhelming energy rippled through the space, sending Pilaf and his companions screaming upwards amidst a torrent of water. Sake paid no heed to these matters, displaying a look of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Chapter 58. The void becomes hopeful, and Beak becomes the key. Sake's fist struck the rift in the demon realm, and an inexplicable wave of spatial energy captivated his hand. Sake felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through his fist, only to dissipate into the void. Sake's gaze sharpened. His physique had grown astonishingly powerful, capable of effortlessly crushing such a rift in space with a mere punch. Yet he found himself unable to extricate himself. Ah, there's even a tiny ant here. The Demon King Piccolo returned, wiping the purple blood from the corner of his mouth, eyes gleaming with fury and a mocking sneer. Very well, you have managed to wound me, the mighty Demon King. This is the first time I have been injured since breaking free from my seal, and you have done well. Sake pays no heed to Bick. With a combat power exceeding 10,000, he could stand there and withstand blows for an entire year without issue. Yet, he is captivated by the peculiar fragment of space before him. The opposite side connects to the realm of demons. How could Bick possibly bridge that gap? With his other hand, he concentrates his power, a howling sound accompanying his strike as it crashes against the fragment of the demonic realm. It is but a mere shard, yet it dares to display its ferocity. Sake, with unwavering confidence, delivered a punch that ultimately bore no fruit once more. No, he found his hands ensnared within the shards of space, while a torrent of energy surged forth from within him, only to collide with the malevolent essence of the demon realm and dissipate. Dabu and Sun Wukong retreated in disarray, their faces betraying a grave concern. The Dark King Piccolo was, astonishingly, far more formidable than anticipated. Dabu moved to rescue Sake, but was halted. Do not intervene. Suppress Piccolo. You cannot slay him now. Dabu, perplexed, pondered the situation. This adversary had indeed experienced a tenfold surge in power within a brief span, which was no trivial feat, however. A disparity of tenfold still remained between them, and should he transform into a giant ape, that gap would widen to 100-fold. How could it be that he was deemed unslayable? Without uttering a word, Dabu unleashed a formidable roar, channeling immense energy as his form flickered rapidly. Piccolo, grinning maliciously, remained unfazed by Sake's threats. He summoned a whirlwind of energy around him, undeterred by Dabu's presence, and with all his might, advanced to meet Dabu head-on. Piccolo was enveloped in a dense shroud of dark energy, astonishingly drawing upon the essence of the demon realm. A golden light flickered in Saku's eyes as divine power surged forth, shattering the fractured space conjured by Bick, which splintered like a mirror. Crack! Sake was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. As the fragmentation of space intensified, the force that beckoned him grew increasingly formidable. compelling his body to drift closer to the demon realm. Humph! Do they dare to attempt to devour me? Alas, it is futile. By channeling my essence, I manifest my spirit. With every gesture, I wield the might of a colossal elephant. The mighty roar of the Sake resembles the furious trumpet of a divine elephant, as it emanates crackling sounds from within, akin to the thunderous stampede of hundreds of thousands of colossal elephants charging forth. Sake's physique erupted with a formidable power, the energy within him surging and racing with fervor. Like a colossal elephant, he unleashed an explosive force. The energy within Sake swelled like a snowball, growing larger and accumulating in abundance. His body began to expand, his meridians, flesh, and bones becoming broader, stronger, and more resilient. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Sake's eyes, a manifestation of the divine elephant's displeasure towards the audacity of the demon realm's defiance. As Dabo clashed with Bick, a tempest of unrelenting winds raged, and Sun Wukong, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, retreated time and again. The mighty elephant once again erupted with a thunderous roar of fury. The energy within him reached its zenith, coursing through his entire being. From the very cells, through the blood, the marrow, the veins, the meridians, the dantian, and even the skin. The flow of energy was vividly palpable. Sake trembled with immense power, resembling a divine elephant awakening from slumber. A faint ethereal silhouette, with the head and trunk of an elephant and the body of a human, materialized behind him. As this apparition emerged, Sake seemed to ascend to godhood, emanating an aura of authority that transcended mere energy. Suddenly, the earth fell into a profound silence, and all living beings bowed in reverence. Dabo and Bick, kneeling upon the ground with heads bowed low, dared not to gaze directly. In the celestial palace, the deity knelt with a resounding thud upon the divine throne, while Bobo, with an expression of indifference, slightly inclined his body beside the deity. Corinta the cat sage, the island turtle sage, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and even the recently departed Dambalin and Zimbaloo all prostrated themselves before him. The surge of Sake's power was immense, as he deftly seized control, imprisoning the shattered realm of the demon world. With a firm stance, he grounded himself, channeling the entirety of his strength through his waist, which coalesced in his right shoulder. With a fierce shout, a resounding explosion echoed, a crackling sound akin to that of shattering glass. The fractured space of the demon realm endured less than a second before emitting a cacophony of destruction. Suddenly, a wisp of pitch-black flame erupted from within the rift, fleeting yet powerful, and was swiftly absorbed into Sake's being. This flame was resilient, as if imbued with the very essence of the demon world's trials, continuously drawing forth its formidable energy. The energy within Sake could not be contained, leaving it to rampage unchecked within. Sake let out a low groan, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. The flames of the demon realm? Sake's eyes shimmer like the stars. Sake is indeed injured, yet the severity is not grave. The heavenly forge begins to exert its power within, while the flames of the magic ring struggle violently, but remain as feeble as a chick attempting to approach the forge. No, something is amiss. Sake immediately ceased the consumption of the infernal flames from the demon realm. With the flames extinguished, their pull vanished, swiftly burrowing into the remaining parts of Sake's body, deftly steering clear of the furnace. Sake's physique, harmonizing with the energy and the damage inflicted by the fiery ring of magic, swiftly recuperated. As he healed, he discerned that his meridians and acupoints were expanding and strengthening. This was not merely a transient enhancement bestowed by external power, but a profound and enduring augmentation of his very essence. Sake is overjoyed. Is this not a fortuitous turn of events? Haha, the inferno of the demon realm, splendid indeed. The energy channels and meridians have become significantly more robust, greatly enhancing my confidence. Sake is indeed capable of performing the void transformation, as his body has already coalesced the runes of space. After all, he possesses the strength of over 230,000 colossal elephants, having long since attained the prowess required for the void transformation. However, he has chosen to restrain himself from breaking through, primarily due to his eager desire to return and reunite with Reina. As for the Saiyan race, he does not hold it in particularly high regard. Furthermore, he is uncertain about his grasp of the situation. He is unable to perceive the rules governing it. Both the blood-soul transformation and the soul transformation have only been achieved through the characteristics of the sun's shattering of all things. And even this has brought him to the brink of death on numerous occasions. Sake has chosen to remain unchanged for the time being. For him, The transformation into the void merely serves to master the powers of space. In simpler terms, it is merely an embellishment, failing to rise to the level of significantly enhancing his capabilities. In the world of Dragon Ball, as long as he can continually increase the total amount of energy within him, he harbors no fear. Regarding the rules, having better ones would be advantageous. Yet their absence does not pose an immediate concern. Seizing this opportunity, he will undoubtedly not let it slip away. Dapu, swiftly defeat Piccolo and bring him here, as he is of great importance. The profound voice of Sake reverberated through the desolate ruins. He was astonished that Piccolo could offer him such an unexpected surprise. Opening the portal to the demon realm, albeit merely fragments of space, was indeed remarkable. This place was littered with shards of spatial essence. In other worlds, he might have struggled, but in hell and the demon realm, it was like a meat bun thrown to a dog. He intended to seize this opportunity to complete the void transformation, allowing himself to undergo another metamorphosis. He was convinced that if he could traverse the legendary 9 transformations, he would surely master the rules of the Dragon Ball universe. Though the Dragon Ball world appeared weak, once he grasped its rules, it would signify his capacity to devour entire realms. Should he dare to consume the entire world, he might shatter his constraints and witness broader horizons ahead of time. If he can conquer the Dragon Ball universe, why should he not venture into other realms? The crux of the matter lay with Piccolo. Only he could continuously unlock the fragments of the demon realm's portal. Chapter 59. The earth trembles. The goddess killing intent Dabura, grinning maliciously, fixed his gaze on Piccolo. He had noticed Piccolo's peculiar condition. Though not particularly powerful, his strength seemed inexhaustible, an unending flow. Despite having severely injured Piccolo, he could recover in the blink of an eye. Moreover, his combat capabilities were gradually increasing with each confrontation, now reaching 15,000. Yet, what did that matter? Even at 500,000, he remained confident in suppressing Piccolo. Do you hear that? The king has spared your life for a reason. You should be grateful for his mercy. Upon uttering these words, he sensed the immense power that had bound him dissipate. And without pondering why the king chose to spare Piccolo, Dabura soared upward, delivering a powerful punch toward him. Piccolo's eyes darkened, radiating malevolent energy. Damn it. Do you think me easy prey? Once I take down that fool, you believe you can escape? With that, Piccolo gathered all his strength to confront Dabura. His power was limitless, capable of rejuvenating with each breath, and every strike was delivered with utmost vigor. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, his ferocity was unmatched. This was Sake's deliberate design. Although Dabura had witnessed numerous battles at his side, most had been mere displays of overwhelming strength. In truth, they had rarely engaged in genuine combat. This presented an opportunity to rigorously hone Dabura's skills, preventing him from perpetually assuming the role of the second-in-command. As the two clashed once more, Sake's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Dabura possessed methods to restrain Piccolo. If all else failed, he was there to back him up. Did he truly believe that binding him would prevent him from striking? Sake once again infused energy into his corporeal form, causing the colossal elephant to tremble. A tremendous pressure surged forth towards the inferno of the demon realm, meticulously unraveling and gradually devouring its formidable powers. These extraordinary forces were consumed and melded by the giant elephant, ultimately transforming into the energy that Sake wielded, nourishing himself in the process. The flames of the demon realm, however, were not to be underestimated. They retaliated fiercely, desperately siphoning the essence of the demon realm. Sake was under the impression that extricating himself from the peculiar environment of the sun would render the search for a similar abundant setting exceedingly arduous. To his astonishment, however, Bick had altered his wish, bestowing upon him an unexpected surprise of considerable magnitude. By subduing Bick and acquiring the ceaseless essence of the demon realm, coupled with the refining flames of that realm to strengthen his physique, and with fragments of space cascading around him, he was on the brink of achieving his third transformation. One could only say that Lady Luck was favoring Sake, eagerly providing him with warmth and fortune. The ethereal silhouette of the elephant-headed figure gradually faded, as Sake unleashed his formidable prowess, condensing his energy to form a sealing talisman within his body, with the disruptive essence of the alternate space no longer hindering him. The formation of the talisman proceeded with remarkable ease. In an instant, a crystal-clear sealing talisman burst forth from Sake's being, spinning gracefully as it hovered above his head, suppressing the various energy storms and fragments of space around him. As the talisman emerged, the demon realm's pull upon him diminished significantly, allowing Sake to seize the opportunity to break free from its grasp. He moved with newfound agility, his eyes radiating a sense of joyous anticipation. It was his time to shine. Sake, in a state of unrestrained activity, exudes an overwhelming force that transforms into a furnace of heaven and earth, slowly revolving around him. The surrounding vital energy of the universe, the dissipating flames of the demon realm, the essence of that realm, and fragments of space are all drawn in, subdued, refined, and fused to nourish him. A torrent of mixed and formidable energy penetrates the colossal elephant's form. The giant creature, welcoming all, consumes it without reservation and subsequently exhales this energy, allowing Sake to wield it. This essence flows into Sake's being, integrating with his flesh, bones, and the meridians of his dantian, further enhancing and fortifying him. Within Sake's body, a burgeoning power of space began to manifest, yet it remained woefully insufficient. The air around Sake surged with intensity. "Debo, is it not resolved yet? We must hasten," he urged. "If he intervenes, the excitement will dissipate." Debo had been by his side for over a decade. It was time to offer guidance. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong watched anxiously, yet he found himself unable to penetrate the fray. The residual force from Debo and Piccolo's assaults far surpassed Sun Wukong's mere 200 combat power. Such strength, such formidable prowess, will I ever attain such might? I must dedicate myself to training diligently. Sake heard this, and a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Indeed, Sun Wukong would eventually grow to such formidable strength. However, he was still far from reaching the current prowess of Debo. The foes he would face in the future were none other than the terrifying Frisia, a being capable of annihilating entire planets with ease. As Sake fervently absorbed the trials of the demon realm, he simultaneously contemplated the essence of spatial power, while also extending his mind to sense the battle between Debo and Piccolo. The more he observed, the more he found himself at a loss for words. Debo's combat style was excessively brutish, recklessly exhausting his energy, while Piccolo exhibited an utter disregard for injury and depletion. Sake suddenly furrowed his brow. His body shifted slightly as his gaze fixed intently on the sky 3 kilometers away, while others could not perceive it. He distinctly saw a diminutive robot flitting through the air, its eye-like components emitting a faint red glow. Was this the creation of Dr. Gero? With the current capabilities of the bioandroid organization, would Cell become even more formidable? Sake subsequently dispelled this notion. In a world with his presence, variables had long since emerged. It was either the primary timeline or the development of a unique temporal path. It was improbable that Sheru harbored the inexhaustible power of the Cell. Unless, of course, in this world, Sheru sought to exert his influence in another realm. But with him around, how could such a scenario possibly unfold? In the Divine Temple, the deities anxiously gazed upon the battles unfolding in the lower world. "Bobo, what do you think Sake intends to do? What are his ambitions?" An unforeseen event loomed. The demonic portal was sealed on Earth, threatening its very existence. Bobo's gaze was profound, seemingly oblivious to the sight of the deities struggling to rise. His expression remained serene. "Divine One, I believe Sake is in the midst of training." Training? How much more could he possibly train? He has already survived in the sun. What more does he seek? The visage of the elder deity contorted with rage, his voice booming with fury. This is Earth, the planet under his dominion. Sake is so reckless. Does he truly believe that no one can impose sanctions upon him? Bobo observed silently, his expression revealing unease. He is merely a Navi divine attendant, entirely oblivious to these matters. The Sakna, utterly distinct from the denizens of the Dragon Ball universe, possesses an inner strength that embodies divinity while simultaneously exuding a profound demonic essence. Remarkably, he is capable of thriving within the sun's embrace and subduing the gates of the demon realm, drawing in the very essence of its dark atmosphere. Sake's combat power is merely 70 million, and he remains perplexed. Naturally, he cannot divulge more to the deity, just as the previous deity acted. This current one is only aware of sealing Carrick 2, lacking even the knowledge of Carrick 2's ultimate techniques. That being said, the ultimate move recently executed by Bick bears a striking resemblance to Carrick 2's Hell Vortex. One merely opens the gates to the depths of hell, while the other unlocks the portal to the demon realm. We must devise a strategy to punish Sake. Do you possess any solutions? Destroying the Earth might render them incapable of surviving in space. The deity roared. But how could that be feasible? If the Earth ceases to exist, what purpose would there be in eliminating Sake? Then it seems there is no alternative. On Earth, no one stands a chance against him. The deity's gaze flickered, and his mind raced with thoughts. Perhaps seeking assistance from Lord Yama could yield some reinforcements. Bobo was taken aback, gazing at the deity in confusion. Chapter 60. The half-finished spatial talismans, Sake's intimidation of Bic. Is the deity truly considering borrowing powerful beings from hell? Matters of the mortal realm should be addressed by its own inhabitants. Is it so casual to summon hell's warriors? While the deity has the ability to transcend life and death, traversing between the mortal world and hell, he ultimately must relinquish his divine responsibilities. When faced with Lord Yama's scrutiny and the obligations to the denizens of hell, how shall he respond? This seems to be a reckless consideration. Preparing to summon aid to forcibly eliminate Sake. It seems that Sake has not committed any particularly egregious acts, so why is the deity behaving so irrationally? After a moment of hesitation, Bobo cautiously inquired, might the price be excessively high, O divine being? The deity, panting heavily, was acutely aware of the grim reality. Previous deities had met unfortunate ends, yet as a god of earth, faced with a lack of hope in the mortal realm. Should he merely stand by and witness the annihilation of earth under his watch? His inherently benevolent nature forbade him from allowing such a calamity to unfold. We could consider other options, should circumstances change, Bobo suggested tentatively. The deity's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. There is no opportunity for that. Look at the state of the earth. Piccolo wreaks havoc, and Sake and his allies remain adversarial. If they were to conspire, it would truly spell disaster. Should Piccolo acquire inexhaustible power, even my demise would be futile against him. This risk is one I cannot take. Earth cannot afford it. Bobo fell silent, pondering the gravity of the situation. Your speculation seems rather paranoid, he finally remarked. If Sark wished to annihilate the Earth, why did he initially consent to enter the sun? In the vastness of space, there remained a glimmer of hope, but entering the sun was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor, fraught with certain death. Yet, against all odds, he agreed and returned alive. Was there truly a need to hasten the demise of another? Bobo silently voiced his discontent in his heart, refraining from intervening in the divine decisions. Having served 3 deities, he had never overstepped his bounds. Whatever the celestial beings intended to do, he would comply without question. The consequences, naturally, would rest upon the shoulders of the gods themselves. Sake remained oblivious to the fact that the deities were on the verge of madness, seeking formidable beings from the depths of hell to eliminate him. He was currently engrossed in contemplating a solution to the robotic adversary. Dr. Glow was a rare gem, an exceptional talent in the realm of Dragon Ball, whose expertise in creating androids was indeed a remarkable yet somewhat regrettable endeavor. When one considers technology, it may seem merely adequate at times, yet at other moments, it astounds with its brilliance. There are numerous feats that their cultivation cannot accomplish, which technology can effortlessly achieve. The crux of the matter lies in the Saiyan's lack of understanding of technology. Sake held confidence that he could facilitate the transformation of his kin, enabling them to thrive in the vastness of space. But what of the weaker ones? Even if they could survive in the cosmos, their speed would be nothing short of disheartening, utterly inferior to that of a spacecraft. If he could assemble a team to develop advanced technological products for the Saiyans, their prosperity would be assured. To speak of the importance of healing pods, they were indispensable for them. After all, the supply of Senzu beans was limited, and his energy reserves were similarly constrained. The technological healing pods would provide unparalleled assistance to the Saiyans in their early stages. A glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes as a beam of energy shot forth, swiftly obliterating the diminutive machine. He resolved to seek out Dr. Glow. It would be a grave misstep to overlook such potential. What good was it to dominate Earth? Sake, having vanquished the robot, began to consume various forms of power, primarily that of space. He remained oblivious to the rules governing this energy. Yet the potency of the spatial fragments gradually melded into his corporeal essence as it coursed through his meridians. Moreover, the colossal elephant seemed to either intentionally or unintentionally assist him. As he absorbed and exhaled, the spatial energy embedded within the fragments transformed into brand new sigils, inscribed into the very flesh of Sake. This process proved far more formidable than mere spatial energy entering his being. His own consumption and fusion could merely be likened to ingestion, devoid of true digestion. The giant elephant served as his stomach, assimilating the spatial energy and condensing it into sigils that he could readily absorb, which were then re-etched into his corporeal form. Though these spatial sigils were imperfect and lacked the resplendence of sealing symbols, they represented a refined force that he could fully command. Unlike those from other realms, these spatial sigils were uniform, resembling rectangular prisms, adorned with incomplete patterns akin to ink that had been abruptly halted mid-stroke. Faced with the incompleteness of the spatial sigils, Sake found himself at a loss. Beyond the foundational evolution of the Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique, which encompassed the primary method of the 800 million colossal elephants, he had not acquired any other techniques or powers. The Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique comprises three great methods: the transformation of strength, the supreme spiritual transformation of the past, and the supreme combat transformation of the future. He had managed to create a semblance of the earthly melting furnace through the transformation of strength, which could be loosely termed a robust cultivation method, allowing for the absorption of the myriad forces of the world into a singular entity. Through the suppression of otherworldly spaces, he could conjure new seals akin to those of imprisonment, the gates of hell, and the pure lands of deities, while also fabricating an ancient paradise within a unified technique. However, he found himself utterly incapable of attaining the legendary transformation that absorbs the essence of the governing rules. This was the foundational method for altering one's physique, a skill beyond Sake's grasp, leaving him to rely solely on his innate instincts to cultivate as his strength ascended. The Dominator's body is immensely powerful and filled with profound mysteries. It is a method of physical cultivation that initiates changes in the very structure of blood, enabling the emergence of divine blood through the essence of life. However, this experience was vastly different from the merging of Sake's chi and blood, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, or the divide between clouds and mud. "My lord, they are approaching," announced Dapo, as he controlled Bic, gradually flying closer. Sake gazed at Beak with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor wholly insincere. "You are quite astute, having made your escape so early," he remarked. Beak stared at Sake in astonishment. "You know me?" With a mysterious smile, Sake uttered words that sent shockwaves through Piccolo. "Not only do I know you, but I am also acquainted with the one from the Heavenly Temple, and I have even met him." Piccolo's energy surged dramatically as he struggled against Dabo's grasp. "So, you were sent by him to subdue me?" Piccolo's emotions flared, and his aura turned ferocious, causing his combat power to escalate from 15,000 to an astounding 20,000, nearly overwhelming Dabo's ability to contain him. Sake's eyes narrowed, emanating an aura of terror, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with winds howling and sand swirling. "Calm yourself, or I shall take your life," he warned. It was unclear whether it was the imposing presence or the words that subdued Piccolo, who ceased his struggles. "Even if you perish, the one on earth shall follow suit. The earth is godless, and I remain indifferent." Piccolo was taken aback. "Are you aware of the connection I have with that being?" Meanwhile, Son Goku, who was somewhat dazed, was swept up in Sake's sudden surge of power, causing him to plummet to the ground in an unfortunate manner, sprawled out in a large shape, leaving a small crater. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, he made an effort to rise, battered and bruised, and asked in a muddled voice, "Which one? What connection?" Dabo cast a dismissive glance at Son Goku, his disdain becoming increasingly evident. He could not comprehend why the king's attitude towards this individual fluctuated so wildly, especially since Son Goku appeared truly feeble and foolish. A faint, sinister smile appeared at the corner of Sake's mouth. Chapter 61. The Hostility with Sun Wukong, Energy Depleted. "I not only comprehend your connection with that particular individual, but I also possess knowledge of your origins and the whereabouts of your kin." What? The former reaction belonged to Piccolo, who stood in stunned disbelief, utterly forgetting to resist. The latter was, of course, the divine being preparing to summon souls from the underworld. Both of them remained motionless, their faces adorned with shock. The deity's expression was one of dazed bewilderment. This was nearly his sole obsession. Having painstakingly extracted it from Piccolo, he now found it invoked once more by Sake. To claim indifference would be a lie, as Piccolo, too, gazed on with eager anticipation. Sake did not elucidate the meaning, continuously opening the portal to the demon realm. "I shall disclose to you the information regarding the races." Dabo wore an expression of hesitation as he contemplated certain matters. Following Sake and wandering through the cosmos for an extended period, he had witnessed much. "Speak freely of whatever may be on your mind." Sake's expression was stern and imposing, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of amusement. The formidable image he had crafted for himself must not be shattered by his own actions. If Dabo wished to inquire, he would naturally express his curiosity in due course. Without offering some incentives, how could one expect Beak to wholeheartedly assist in unlocking the portal to the demon realm? Dabo was no fool, and he would not disappoint Sake's expectations by remaining silent. "My lord," he began, Are you referring to the Namekians? I have heard whispers of them throughout the cosmos. Sake bore a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Reina and I had once visited, and we borrowed their Dragon Balls. Reina's abilities, which could be described as exaggeratedly surpassing yours, were also a result of the guidance provided by the Elder of Namek in unlocking her potential. Sake, with a subtle expression, turned to look at Bick. Let us commence now. Sake's voice was laced with skepticism, emanating an air of superiority. Bick clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, determined to rise once more. I hope what you say is true, otherwise. Sake's gaze turned frigid, his aura blazing like the sun. You have no room for resistance. Do you believe that the dragon's wish can ensure your survival? The rules governed by the dragon are dictated by the prowess of its creator. Surely, you do not presume that a dragon conjured by someone lacking a legacy could surpass the one crafted by the Elder of Namek. Piccolo's pupils constricted, his aura fluctuating precariously. What did you say? Do you not find this familiar? Piccolo's expression darkened, his mind racing as he recalled the sequence from the initial summoning of the dragon to Sake's mention of the Namekian dragon's wish. Are you implying that the dragon was conjured by that individual? Sake plays with flavors. Otherwise, who else on earth could conceive such a divine entity capable of bending the rules? Are you not also capable of creating some warriors? Sake glanced towards Dambalin and Zimbaloo as he spoke. Bick's pupils constricted, and he discreetly cast a glance at the sea. He recalled that Sake had come over from the very beginning, which led him to wonder if Sake had observed the entire process of him creating his offspring. Rest assured, if you continue to prattle, I shall eliminate both you and your future self. Bick was taken aback in fear. Sake was indeed aware. He dared not utter another word and silently summoned all his strength to regain control of the portal to the demon realm. The moment he made contact, Bick's expression darkened. The power was overwhelming. He could not maintain control. The furnace of heaven and earth, akin to the size of a basketball, gradually expands, voraciously consuming the energies of the demon realm and fragments of space. There is no need for your concern. You need only to continue its expansion or maintain its stability. Sake's tone was laced with astonishment. Bick, informed Dapakarik II of his whereabouts. Dapo shall unbind that fellow from his seal and bring him forth to unleash the hell vortex upon me. As Sake fervently absorbed the energy of the demon realm, he suddenly spoke. Piccolo wore an expression of disbelief. Is there truly someone eager to court death? Are you so impatient with life? Dabo scoffed. Enough of this nonsense. We shall proceed as our lord commands. Piccolo, deterred from further comment, relayed the location of the temple sealing the second Carrick to Dabo, and then mustered his strength to seize control of the demon gate with fervor. He had been instructed to make it as large as possible, and he dutifully complied. With his heart still steeped in malevolence and his power intertwined with that of the demon realm, he maneuvered effortlessly through this force. As long as it was sufficiently vast, he would eventually consume Sake, and then find a way to eliminate Dabo, restoring his invincibility. With Dabo departed, only Sun Wukong remained, anxiously standing in place. He was naive, not foolish. The malevolent aura emanating from the demon gate was nauseating. Sake, seize this at once. If this continues, many lives will surely be lost. Sun Wukong bellowed. But his words fell on deaf ears. Realizing the futility of confronting Sake, he gritted his teeth and began to compress the energy within his own body. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, a robust yet feeble beam of energy soaring straight towards Piccolo. Piccolo merely snorted, dismissing Sun Wukong's attack with indifference. The chasm between a combat power of over 201 of 20,000 could not be measured, despite his current exertion to open the demon gate. His power was inexhaustible. He could stand there and withstand Sun Wukong's onslaught for an entire day without consequence. In the celestial temple, the deity observed this scene. Engulfed in hesitation, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow, a visage of turmoil. Perhaps I should seek assistance. Sake might not divulge his origins. If I do not act, the demon gate will only grow larger, and with the addition of the second Carrick, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. He decided to wait and observe. Bobo remained silent, standing quietly in the temple square. Within the Korin Tower, the cat sage furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament. Who could possibly hold him accountable? Meanwhile, Master Rashi and Krillin, among others, had finally prepared to board the aircraft. Master Wutian, are we truly to confront the Demon King Piccolo? He is a formidable foe, one whom even you, Master Wutai, could not defeat. Do we stand a chance? Rashi's expression was grave. It is the duty of martial artists to intervene. I faced the crisis posed by Sake. How could I refrain from addressing the now weaker Piccolo? Krillin, drenched in sweat, appeared apprehensive. But why do I sense an even greater threat now than during the Sake crisis? My goodness, why do such monstrous beings keep emerging on Earth? What are we to do? Thus, we must diligently train. Only then shall we be equipped to confront such crises, Rashi advised. Krillin muttered under his breath, dissatisfied. I haven't even trained that hard. In less than a decade, I'm nearing the level of someone who has trained for centuries. What more must I do? Sake remained indifferent to the external world. The energy conveyed by the gate of the demon realm was still singular, rendering the void transformation fundamentally unattainable. His entire meridian system, the sea of chi within his dantian, his bones, and flesh coalesced into a fragmented spatial talisman, yet he was utterly incapable of harnessing its power. It was as futile as using a mere fishing line to catch fish. Meanwhile, his body was inundated with colossal particles of energy. This immense force had no outlet and could not elevate Sake's transformation. It could only seep into the colossal particles, constantly awakening them. It was a pity. The disparity was too great. Fortunately, he had not attempted the void transformation under the sun. Sake allowed the colossal elephant within him to awaken continuously, the overwhelming aura incessantly siphoning energy from the demon realm. Chapter 62, Debo's Punishment, the Misfortunate Sake.The. Debo swiftly returned, grasping a figure approximately 3 meters tall. Your Majesty, Debo respectfully addressed, discarding the creature in his hand, his eyes brimming with menace. He unleashed the hell vortex upon the king. As Sake.The. emerged, he was immediately bewildered by Debo's flurry of strikes, only to be subsequently brought here. Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard Debo's cold voice. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered such a demand. He had forgotten how Debo knew of his ability to wield the hell vortex. What? A glimmer of cold light ignited in Debo's eyes as he extended a finger, a beam of light piercing through Sake.The. in an instant. You had better unleash it quickly. Sake.The., gritting his teeth against the pain, revealed his sharp fangs. Having lived for centuries, I've never faced such a request. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Sake.The., undeterred, directed the hell vortex towards Debo. Debo was entirely unfamiliar with these techniques. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself ensnared. Damn it, what are you doing? Debo roared, unleashing a powerful aura to counter the vortex's pull. Yet, his reaction was a fraction too slow. Initially dismissive, the gravitational force intensified, rendering him unable to escape. Sake had no choice but to act, with a cold snort. The colossal elephant unleashed a formidable gust of wind, and Sake, with a swift motion of his hand, struck the vortex of hell. His usual power exceeded 7 million, rendering the vortex conjured by Sake.The. utterly powerless against him, shattering it with a resounding crack. Debo, after enduring so many battles, you still have yet to awaken your sense of vigilance. Sake's dissatisfaction loomed, pressing down upon Sake.The., who found himself on the ground, his mouth filled with dirt. Despite his furious roars and desperate struggles, they proved utterly futile. My lord, I beg your forgiveness. Debo knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His head bowed in shame. After all these years, it was the first time he had ever knelt. He understood all too well that the king was genuinely furious this time, enraged by his lack of ambition. A fierce glimmer flashed in Sake's eyes. With one hand freed, he concentrated and conjured a luminous orb of radiant light. The orb soared forth, penetrating into Debo's being, causing his vitality to visibly wither until it dwindled to a mere 200 combat power. I shall seal your energy, elevate my own, and subsequently surpass the barriers I have established. Debo bore an expression of anguish, yet dared not utter a single word of dissent. Sake now appears not to be aloof, yet the majesty and divinity he embodies render him impossible to gaze upon directly. Indeed, my lord, Debo feels unworthy of your teachings. Sake is genuinely infuriated this time. Having traversed into this realm, he finds Debopi Reina by his side for an extended duration, yet in the face of such challenges, he remains unable to stand alone. Despite his numerous admonitions, the Saiyan's arrogance remains unyielding. While he adeptly navigates this situation, what will happen when he finds himself ensnared next time? Previously, in a fit of rage, he could attribute his overwhelming strength to the predicament, leaving Debopi helpless. However, such a fundamental blunder cannot be permitted to arise again, particularly not due to Debopi's hubris, which could plunge him into a perilously passive position. This, he must rectify. The temperament of Vegeta is entirely unacceptable. Much of the subsequent crises on Earth stem from Vegeta's character. not to mention the exacerbating influence of Sun Wukong. Contemplating this, Sake disregards Carrick and turns his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Why do you linger? What purpose do you serve by remaining here? Sun Wukong, with reddened eyes and clenched teeth, responds, I must stop you. Your actions will bring ruin to the earth. Sake let out a disdainful snort. If anyone were to claim the title of Earth's destroyer, it would undoubtedly be Sun Wukong. However, he had no intention of providing any explanations. Others sought to benefit from the exploits of the protagonist, but he remained entirely indifferent to such pursuits. Perhaps he entertained this notion at the outset. Yet as he consolidated his seals and absorbed the energy of over 2,000 stars, coupled with undergoing 3 unique metamorphoses under the sun, he found himself devoid of such needs. His choice to remain on Earth was solely due to its proximity to divine beings. Who knows why he still failed to sense the aura of the divine realm? Only through greater understanding could he swiftly dissect the essence of the deities and gain mastery over himself. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique was lacking, even at its pinnacle. It merely boasted a combat strength of 2 billion. It may have increased slightly since then, but it certainly did not rise significantly. At later stages, the disparity between 2 billion and 4 billion in combat power was minimal. If he desired stability, he must innovate and reform a brand new technique from the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, one that would enable him to reach the zenith within the Dragon Ball universe. Currently, undergoing an experience akin to the legendary 9 transformations seemed a viable approach. All of this was inexorably tied to the divine and alternate realms, which was why he chose to remain on Earth. Yet, staying on Earth did not imply he would tolerate the absurd ideologies of Sun Wukong. In his quest for strength, he would not resort to unscrupulous means, but he would not allow an ignorant individual to disrupt his path. His voice was exceptionally grave. Leave, or I shall suppress you as well. Sun Wukong, with a serious expression, assumed a combat stance. I will not fear you. Sake was infuriated. The disparity between him and Bick was 100-fold, let alone with that individual. With a mere thought, his fury stirred the air, conjuring a sudden tempest. Before Sun Wukong could react, he was hurled away, crying out in dismay, to an unknown distance. Silence ensued. As soon as Sake uttered those words, the second Carrick shivered. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable presence of that long-tailed imp nearby, and the formidable figure before him seemed to have tempered his demeanor considerably. At this moment, however, he was unabashedly exerting immense pressure upon him. He sensed a surge of liquid within him teetering on the brink of losing control. Trembling, he prostrated himself on the ground. Indeed, even if he wished to rise, he found himself utterly incapable. Why not promptly unleash the hell's vortex upon me? A cold and stern voice resonated through the air. Carrick was on the verge of tears. After a painstaking effort to break free from his restraints and escape, he encountered such a figure. What was the point of seizing a divine position under these circumstances? With such a ferocious deity present, he would still have to tread carefully. The individual before him seemed to embody the very essence of dominion, with moods that shifted unpredictably, causing the heavens and earth to respond in kind. Even as a deity, one could not attain such power. In this very moment, he wished to demonstrate his capabilities, yet the overwhelming pressure rendered him immobile. How could he possibly act? Carrick felt an internal struggle, but chose to remain silent, suppressing his frustration. Upon concluding his statement, Sake realized that Carrick was rendered immobile, and thus withdrew his oppressive aura. He found himself increasingly enamored with this manifestation of power. It was remarkably effective and extraordinarily convenient. Against these individuals of feeble combat prowess, it proved unerringly advantageous. A guaranteed success with each exertion. Carrick, too, feeling utterly aggrieved, rose to his feet and unleashed a furious roar, invoking the hell's vortex as if to expel his pent-up rage. A palpable force began to exert itself upon Sake's form, and he recognized the familiar essence of the underworld, causing the colossal beast to stir restlessly. Sake's expression remained neutral, neither sorrowful nor joyful, as he expedited his cultivation technique. The transformation of Sakeburn, which had been at a standstill, has once again commenced, albeit slowly. Yet, it is insufficient, profoundly inadequate. Sake sensed the transformation of his body and sighed inwardly, contemplating his next course of action. Chapter 63. No one can see through Sake. The spatial talismans had already begun to coalesce. Yet Sake felt no urgency to complete the void transformation. However, if the realms of demons and hell could not support him in achieving this, his only recourse at present was the essence and energy of the divine realm. given the current pace coupled with the divine realm. The speed at which he could condense the spatial talismans rendered the completion of the void transformation exceedingly unlikely. Damn it. I never anticipated that the void transformation would require such a multitude of diverse dimensional essences. What should I do? If I fail this time, I shall inevitably have to wait until Zama's appears again. I cannot help but wonder if my battle power of 2 billion, combined with the Super Saiyan transformation, will be sufficient for me to prevail. Sake was unprepared for the arduous journey of cultivating such formidable techniques in the realm of Dragon Ball. The primary obstacle was time. The rules governing this world were exceedingly harsh. In other realms, a span of several decades, or even a century, would allow him ample opportunity to devise a strategy. Yet in Dragon Ball, the stakes were drastically heightened. A single misstep could result in falling irretrievably behind. As the destined protagonist, Sun Wukong's ascension in strength was nothing short of exponential, while Vegeta, the most gifted practitioner, managed to keep pace with Sun Wukong's training speed through sheer pride and indomitable spirit, despite facing an almost insurmountable lack of opportunities. He was filled with doubt regarding his own capabilities. Sake's nonchalance is predicated upon his possession of absolute self-preservation capabilities amidst the potential cataclysms of the universe. I still have access to alternate dimensions. However, they are merely sealed for the time being and remain undeveloped. I am uncertain whether I will complete this within the next decade. Following the transformation of the void, there still exist numerous elements, such as the 5 elements: yin and yang, domains, spirits, celestial bodies, and immortality. Among these, the domains and celestial bodies pose no challenge for me. Once successful, even if I cannot undergo a metamorphosis into a corporeal form, I shall still wield the power of a demigod. At that juncture, I should be able to evolve from a colossal elephant into a primordial entity, rendering myself invincible within the realm of Dragon Ball. Sake's gaze flickered as the colossal elephant voraciously absorbed the energies emanating from the furnace, continuously coalescing spatial sigils. The transformation of the void was crucial. These sigils would permeate his very flesh and bones, fostering a new corporeal form that could almost be likened to his cellular structure. His body was destined to transcend into an entirely new realm, becoming more resilient, as space would be to him what water is to a fish, utterly unrestrained. Thus, the transformation of the void was paramount. The greater the absorption of energies from alternate dimensions, the more perfected the spatial sigils would become, culminating in greater power. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique, a pinnacle of mastery, demanded vast quantities of otherworldly energy even at its most basic level to nourish it. Only through gradual metamorphosis could he elevate his life force to that of a divine physique, ultimately unlocking the potential for the elephant's transformation into its primordial form. Standing atop the invincible pinnacle, he would instill fear and reverence in gods, demons, and specters alike. You too, intensify your efforts. Beck and Carrick too were on the verge of retching. The relentless control over the 2 great gates was beyond their capacity to endure. Moreover, they too were subjected to the onslaught of these turbulent storms. Had it not been for Sake's formidable furnace, which absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy, they would have long succumbed to the pressures, plummeting into the realms of demons or hell. In their vicinity, 1/3 of the sky was shrouded in inky darkness, teeming with countless malevolent entities. Another third was obscured in a murky haze, echoing with the mournful wails of tormented spirits, while the remaining third basked in radiant sunlight, yet remained eerily silent. With the invasion of 2 alternate realms, Earth, this mortal planet, could scarcely withstand the assault. It appeared resplendent, yet was steeped in an atmosphere of despair. My lord, it is not that I am unwilling, but I can only do so much, Carrick too lamented, his face drawn with sweat and desperation. Beck fared better, his strength inexhaustible. He maintained the maximum intensity of the demon realm gate, and with Sake's furnace siphoning energy, the pressure was manageable. However, Carrick too was not so fortunate. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Sake's eyes. This individual was not as formidable as he had imagined. At present, he possessed a combat power of merely a few thousand. Even with the aid of certain means, it would only amount to several tens of thousands at most, still requiring external assistance. In this light, the assistance he could offer was rather insignificant. Sensing Sake's murderous intent, King Carrick too dared not utter another word, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hell's vortex, open for me, open, open, he cried out in despair. Yet, even with such fervent pleas, the hellish vortex barely opened a fraction more. The murderous intent within Sake showed no signs of abating. Tremors coursed through him as a single drop of water fell slowly to the ground, instantly saturating the earth beneath. He was terrified, truly terrified of death. My lord, I still have my worth. When the realms of the demon world and earth converge, I can unleash power 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold greater than now. Carrick too was no fool. He could easily discern Sake's current predicament. Confronted by this aberration capable of devouring the energies of both the demon world and hell, he dared not exhibit any disrespect. His only source of confidence lay in the hellish vortex, yet the other party treated the vortex as mere sustenance, rendering any comparison futile. Fearlessness in such a context was utterly absurd. Sake restrained his murderous intent. Striking now would be futile. In the celestial hall, the deity's countenance darkened ominously. Bobo, observe him. See what he is doing. Does he regard Earth as merely a banquet table? Damn it, damn it. Earth is besieged by the malevolence of the demon realm and the underworld. Can it still be called Earth? Should the spatial integrity weaken, the malevolent spirits of hell and the demons of the abyss could freely manifest upon our world. Would chaos not ensue? Who shall safeguard Earth henceforth? Even a single rift to the demon realm necessitates dedicated oversight and suppression. The deity's murderous intent surged, a level of agitation he had never before experienced. The actions of Sake are utterly reprehensible and will result in immeasurable losses for our planet. It is imperative that he be sanctioned, otherwise, the Earth may face impending destruction. Sake remained indifferent to the sentiments of the deities, observing Carrick too as he pondered deeply, ultimately relinquishing his prior intentions. He held no fear of Carrick too's potential growth. Even with advancement, reaching a battle power of 7 million seemed implausible. Presently, in his colossal ape form, he could face Frieza without trepidation, let alone this minor demon. Dabo, accompany Son Goku and undergo rigorous training on Earth. Dabo stood respectfully to the side, unaware that the flames of this predicament would soon engulf him. He had assumed the king merely intended to discipline him, believing that by remaining near the sovereign, he could acquire knowledge and enhance his abilities, which seemed acceptable. However, the reality was starkly different. Was he being exiled? With a resounding thud, Dabo knelt, sending a cloud of dust into the air. My lord. Dabo acknowledges his mistakes and implores you not to cast him away. Sakwaner. Dabo, do you believe I intend to expel you? Dabo lowered his head even further, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Remember, Sun Wukong's potential far exceeds your imagination. By following him and engaging in continuous practice, you can undergo rapid growth. In your current state, it is unsuitable for you to continue accompanying me. Dabo trembled. My lord, have you truly made up your mind? Sake discerned the hesitance and unease within Dabo at a glance. His voice inadvertently softened. Once again, he posed the question, return to the 100,000. And you shall comprehend the reason. This left the onlookers thoroughly bewildered. Who exactly is this person whose emotions oscillate so dramatically? With a flick of his wrist, a resplendent rune, shimmering with radiant energy, materialized in Sake's palm, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. Chapter 64, Mastering the Power Seal. The rune departed from Sake's hand, embedding itself into Dabo's forehead. This seal contained 1/3 of my strength with a combat power of less than 4 million, making it utterly indomitable. However, there are only 3 opportunities, and the method of control has been imparted to you. Go forth. Dabo bowed respectfully, then turned to soar in the direction where Sun Wukong had departed. Sake will undoubtedly fulfill his words without fail. Sake bestowed upon him a seal, signifying that he was not entirely banished. As long as he exerted himself, he could undoubtedly return to the king's side. Dabo's heart was considerably eased, and ultimately, all his worries dissipated. The words of Sake startled those who heard them. With 1/3 of his strength amounting to 4 million, Sake must possess a staggering combat power of 12 million. What a terrifying figure. Though they were unaware of the exact implications of this combat strength, they could sense Sake's formidable prowess. Continue, he commanded, until I call for a halt. Sake coldly remarked, it is certain that spatial talismans cannot be forged. Enhancing one's foundation is indeed beneficial. As the flowers of the Saka fell, a fierce roar erupted from the demonic realm. The fabric of the earth trembled and tore asunder, unleashing a multitude of terrifying auras that swiftly enveloped the planet and surged outward. In the hall of the gods, the deities trembled with urgency, desperately striking their divine staffs upon the ground. It is over, it is over. Hesitation was ill-advised in the face of such a dreadful creature's emergence. Beside them, Bobo watched in bemusement. In such a brief span of time within the mortal realm, Sokka had already conjured a myriad of troubles, and the gods, in their comings and goings, would undoubtedly expend even more time. Could the deities truly descend into the depths of hell and return with formidable allies to maintain order? Sake gazed at the monstrous entity from the demon realm, his eyes narrowing with a chilling intensity, a surge of malevolence rising to the heavens. Before the colossal elephant, the demon dared to defy. Enraged, the giant let out a thunderous roar and leapt forward, vanishing into the depths of the demon realm. Sake observed with a detached gaze, quietly absorbing the energies of the demon realm. Soon, the tremors subsided, and the colossal energies surged into Sake's being. Piccolo and the second Prince Carrick were left utterly bewildered. Was this a monkey or an elephant? After a considerable time had passed, Sake gestured for them to cease the energy absorption. Continuing further would yield diminishing returns. What remained was primarily a matter of accumulation, transcending the mere act of absorbing energies from these two worlds. The diffusion of the Sark energy has spread across a radius of 20 miles, thoroughly permeating every nook and cranny, both above and below the heavens, leaving no trace untouched. At present, the Earth is ill-equipped to manage this otherworldly energy. Should even a trace remain, the entire planet could face contamination, and certain life forms may transform into monstrous or spectral entities. Sake aims to eradicate these hidden dangers in one fell swoop. As he exerts his formidable control over this space, the heavens and earth stir tumultuously, and swirling sands begin to coalesce into myriad earthen blades. This realm resonates with Sake, collectively exerting pressure upon various otherworldly energies. Beak and Carrick, too, upon retreating, witness Sake wholeheartedly commencing the suppression of the demonic realm and the hellish vortex. A glint of cold light flickers in Beak's eyes. At this moment, there exists a significant opportunity to thrust Sake into the demon realm. With a combat prowess of 25,000, his strength has reached an unprecedented pinnacle, and his ambitions are rekindled. After much deliberation, Beak ultimately relinquishes this notion. The reason is simple, it is fraught with uncertainty. The corners of Sake's mouth curled slightly, his eyes filled with regret. Knowing better, Beak had kept a contingency plan. Should Beak dare to act recklessly, he would undoubtedly annihilate him. Alas, it is unfortunate that Beak refrained from taking action, for he too would certainly not survive. Sake's fierce aura suddenly faltered. As if struck by a tremendous force, his countenance shifting dramatically, and his body retreating in a flash. This is not good. Both King Piccolo and Carrick too were startled, caught unawares, when a powerful suction force began to act upon them. Damn it! The two erupted in curses, a translucent energy shield rising from within their bodies. Ah, help! Carrick too, the weakest among them, could barely withstand the pressure for less than 10 seconds before yielding, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground as he was inexorably drawn toward the fissure of the demon realm. King Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, trembled uncontrollably, initially stepping back, only to be pulled closer to the rift by the overwhelming force. Damn you, what trickery is this? Piccolo roared with a ferocious expression. At this point, how could he not realize that it was Sake's doing? With Sake at the helm, everything appeared tranquil and unruffled. However, upon his departure, the immense and astonishing pressures of this place were laid bare. Sake had long contemplated the execution of the two. A sardonic smile graced the corners of Sake's lips as he summoned two brilliant orbs of energy with his hands. The simplistic realm of the demon world may not suffice to vanquish both Piccolo and the second King Carrick. It would be prudent to act decisively to avert future complications. Caution is advised, for this space possesses formidable strength. One must withstand its might. A grave resonance filled the air as the immense energy in Sake's grasp surged forth with a deafening roar. Without a trace of doubt, the formidable demon King Piccolo surged into the demon realm. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, resulting in the silent demise of King Carrick too, while the battered Piccolo valiantly struggled to resist. Sake was utterly unconcerned, as a formidable energy coalesced once more within his palm, with transparent runes of power igniting across the expanse of space. Sake raised his head, gazing calmly at the shattered realm of the demon world. Damn you, you are cursed. You have betrayed me. Sake remained indifferent and aloof. While Beak might survive in the demon realm, his existence within the rifts of that realm was utterly unattainable. The divine dragon's rules wielded insufficient power. Beak would be shattered within the fissures, his strength gradually dissipating. Only when the presence of the Demon King Bick had vanished did Sake employ a sealing talisman to suppress the two alternate spaces. To avert any potential mishaps, he refrained from utilizing the talisman to absorb the energies of the two realms. Instead, he delicately wove the vital essence of Earth to mend the spatial rifts. The cosmos possesses a self-healing capacity. As long as it is not subjected to destruction over a short period, it shall restore itself to its original state. Having resolved the predicament, Sake utilized his energy manipulation to once more advise Debo, ensuring that all was in order before he vanished from Earth. He has departed? Truly? The celestial deity gazed in disbelief at the spot where Sake had vanished. Bobo, with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly remarked, "Indeed, he has left." Yet, the celestial deity fretted, but where could he possibly go? How could he simply disappear? Sake is indeed an unstable factor, and his sudden disappearance is profoundly concerning. Popovich remained silent, standing quietly with his imposing presence. The recent upheaval in Sake has caused the celestial beings considerable concern, though the duration was brief. The resulting complications were numerous. The divine beings diligently searched the earth, only to find nothing. Indeed, he was truly absent from the planet. The celestial being lowered his gaze in contemplation, and upon raising it again, his expression turned notably grave. "Bobo, you are to summon the esteemed martial artists of Earth to the celestial palace for training." Even Bobo, typically composed, was taken aback by this sudden directive. What could this mean? Observing the serious demeanor of the celestial being, Bobo nodded earnestly. It appeared that the pressure from Sake had become so immense that the divine being was now placing his hopes on Sun Wukong. The celestial being's gaze was outward, yet his mind incessantly pondered a singular question. Where was the Namekian? Why was he alone on Earth, suffering from amnesia? What manner of race were the Namekians, indeed? Sake gazed at the astonished Nehru and the Grand Elder. "Excuse me, may I pass?" Chapter 65, Farewell to Raynor. Sake glanced awkwardly at the Elder. He had just executed a swift teleportation with remarkable grace, yet he had forgotten that his combat power was merely 7 million, rendering him incapable of sensing Raynor, who was far away on the planet Salada. Suddenly inspired, he opted instead to sense the combat prowess of Nehru. "Hello, Nehru, your combat power is impressive. It has reached 60,000. Sake, with a forceful shift in conversation, scrutinized Nehru. Ordinarily, it would take another 11 years for Nehru to attain a battle power of 40,000 during Frisia's invasion. Yet, astonishingly, he has reached 60,000 years ahead of schedule. By the time Frisia arrives, he may very well achieve a battle power in excess of 100,000. It is evident that he has been spurred on by the presence of Raynor, which has undoubtedly motivated Nehru to intensify his training, resulting in this remarkable prowess. This development is indeed intriguing. After his disruption, the future incarnation of the Demon King, also known as the second generation of Piccolo, will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in strength. It is reasonable to surmise that it could exceed 200,000. Previously, Nehru, with a power level of 40,000, fused with a Piccolo of several thousand, resulting in a staggering battle power of 1 million. Now, if we consider a Nehru at 100,000 fusing with a Piccolo at 200,000, could their combined might not soar into the tens of millions? Should an unexpected variable arise among them, might they not reach billions? And if Piccolo were to return and merge with the Supreme Kai, would their battle power not skyrocket into the realms of tens of billions? A mysterious smile graced the corners of Sake's mouth. For this world is becoming increasingly fascinating as the future unfolds. Sake's peculiar smile startled Nehru. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, I do not take kindly to that sort of behavior." Sake understood and spat out a mouthful of blood. "How could you say that? If you feel that way, then I feel even worse. What kind of reasoning is that? It's hard to believe you are a peace-loving Namekian." Sake retaliated with a sharp remark, causing Nehru's face to flush with embarrassment. The Grand Elder observed the scene with a smile. "My dear child, do you have something to say?" Sake then assumed a serious demeanor. "Elder," he said, "I merely passed through and was on my way home, yet I momentarily lost my bearings. Thus, I utilized my familiarity with Nehru to teleport here." The Elder nodded. "Do you require assistance?" "No, not at all," Sake replied. It was a jest, after all. He was now a formidable expert with a combat power in the millions. It would be absurd to seek aid from the Elder of Namek. He pointed his right hand, forming it into a sword-like gesture, and placed it on his forehead. With a swift motion, He vanished, only to reappear, looking around like a headless fly. How peculiar. Where am I? There is a powerful aura here. He continued. The ground on this planet is remarkably comfortable, so soft and yielding. No sooner had he uttered these words than the earth trembled, soil cascading down, accompanied by a bizarre cry, as ripples spread through the air. In the distance, the mountains appeared to lower continuously. Sake looked up and was utterly astonished. Goodness, what a colossal creature. The creature emitted a peculiar cry before vanishing once more. However, something felt amiss. That energy was indeed extraordinary. Sake stood amidst the extraterrestrial beings, allowing their curious and peculiar gazes to linger upon him as they passed by. Anyone would feel a twinge of apprehension when suddenly surrounded by unfamiliar individuals. Sake sat down cross-legged, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. It was peculiar. That surge of energy seemed remarkably beneficial to me, yet I could not recall its precise function at that moment. Sake furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After a quarter of an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes, barely able to contain his excitement. Could it be? Sake held his breath, his right hand poised like a sword. He thought to himself, perhaps it would be worth a glance. After a prolonged period of intense concentration, Sake abruptly opened his eyes in astonishment. How peculiar! How could he no longer sense that powerful presence? It was so formidable, how could it possibly elude his perception? After leaving, Sake was unaware that the monstrous entity did not continue its wrath. Rather, it fell into a profound silence. A heavy wave of energy permeated the entire planet. And subsequently, he became entirely enshrouded with it. It was as if that creature had transformed into the very planet itself. How could one possibly sense a planet? Naturally, it would fade into oblivion. He let out a sigh. It was not a matter of urgency. He resolved to remember the star system where Mech-Star resided. And in due course, he would seek it out, or perhaps later connect with the Kai to assist in his quest. Sake possesses a remarkably carefree disposition. He is not overly anxious about the current inability to locate it, for he remains uncertain when the void will ultimately be fulfilled. Worrying over this matter proves futile. Upon regaining his composure, he perceives something amiss. He realizes that everyone is gazing at him with peculiar expressions. How strange. Does he appear unseemly in some way? With a flick of his tail, he swishes it once more, and at last, the realization dawns upon him. He slaps his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah! My identity as a Saiyan has been revealed." Sake could only manage a wry smile. His identity and appearance were hardly a secret in the vast expanse of the universe. While Frisia's faction was likely oblivious, many planets on the side of righteousness undoubtedly possessed his likeness. However, he never anticipated that, after more than a decade, these individuals would still retain memories of him. It seemed rather absurd to hold on to the recollection of a villain from so long ago. Without further ado, he vanished once more from the planet, allowing its inhabitants to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sake is notorious throughout the cosmos, although many believe him to be deceased. His formidable presence lingers. He is the audacious individual who single-handedly challenged the might of a significant portion of the universe's righteous forces. A man who even managed to vanquish spaceships through sheer human strength. Being in the company of such a figure is undeniably daunting. Amidst the throngs of beings in the universe, a few lurk with suspicion. Is that Sake? It appears to be him. Wasn't it said that the 5 despicable members of the Jinyu Force had eliminated them? How could he possibly be here? I am uncertain whether we should report this to King Gula. Certainly. But should we inform Frisia as well? Why are you worrying about that? Frisia has nothing to do with us. We are merely spies dispatched by King Gula across the cosmos. Even if a report is necessary, it is up to King Gula to decide. You are fretting over trivialities. Besides, do you even know if Frisia's minions are present here? That is a valid point. Let us proceed to inform King Gula that Sake yet lives. Wait, if Sake is indeed alive, does that mean the group of Saiyan children he once saved also survived? The group paused momentarily and then hurriedly departed. It seems an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. Currently, there should only be 4 Saiyans in the universe, Vegeta and his companions, along with that individual who escaped from Frisia's army, as spies of King Gula's forces. This is the extent of their knowledge. Naturally, Sake remains oblivious to all of this. After several swift instances of instant transmission, he finally sensed Reina's energy. Is it merely over 100,000? It seems Reina has been remiss in her training. After a brief furrowing of his brow, Sake vanished once more into a distant star, only to reappear where others had gathered around Raynar. After a span of over a decade, Raynar had not undergone significant changes. The Saiyan race remains youthful before adulthood, maintaining their vigor until they reach old age. Who could it be? Raynar's expression shifted dramatically as she sat in the grand hall, suddenly exclaiming with fervor. Sake nodded silently. His strength may have been lacking, yet his vigilance was commendable. With a solemn tone, he spoke, "It is I." Chapter 66. Like a deity, instilling fear in the Saiyan race, Raynar's expression was remarkably captivating. After a stunned silence lasting a full 10 seconds, she trembled as she inquired, "Sake? Is it truly you, Sake?" Sake gazed at the excited Rena, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It is I, though it seems." Sake surveyed the surroundings, finding the grand hall devoid of any substance, reminiscent of Planet Vegeta. It seemed as though nothing had improved. The planet salad had long been obliterated, and its return to the original position should not have posed significant troubles. The Saiyans of yore were hardly paragons of virtue. Thus, it was improbable that any race capable of threatening the Saiyans existed in this vicinity, if any at all. With no external enemies, Raynar possessed ample ability to lead the surviving Saiyans toward development. However, the current reality was quite the opposite. The condition of the Saiyans was not dire enough to be described as tragic, yet it was undeniably far from favorable. Raynar felt her cheeks flush. Previously, she was merely an ordinary combat Saiyan, not even a squad leader, utterly ignorant of management. Now, she was thrust into the role of overseeing more than 100 individuals, a task she was ill-equipped to handle. Her attempts to replicate past practices resulted in a disjointed approach. Were it not for her formidable strength and the reliability of the chosen individuals, most of whom were young Saiyans, significant issues would have arisen long ago. At present, the Saiyans resembled untamed wildlings. "I apologize." Sake gently ruffled her hair, his affection evident. "It's nothing. This is my fault for taking too long." Reyna pouted slightly. As a warrior Saiyan, she seldom displayed such vulnerability. Were it not for her exhaustion and deep-seated grievances, alongside her reliance on Sake, she certainly would not have shown such a childlike demeanor. "Fear not, I shall take charge. Your strength has diminished somewhat. Focus on enhancing your combat abilities." Reyna nodded in silence. "Shall I summon them?" The gaze of Sokka stirred with a tumult of emotions. Behold, Reyna turned and exited. Sake was perplexed, but soon discerned the reason, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his irritation. This predicament still fell upon him. Among the Saiyans, no one possessed a profound understanding of technology. He had abandoned Reyna and her group midway, solely focused on resolving the turmoil within his own body, neglecting their needs entirely. In his estimation, Reyna had a battle power exceeding 40,000, as long as they avoided the likes of Frieza and his ilk. Escorting this contingent of several thousand Saiyans should pose no challenge. Yet, the stark reality was that their vast kin lacked even the most basic technology. The spacecraft that had brought them was long out of fuel, rendering any escape impossible. Communication could only be achieved through manual flight. With a flicker, he vanished from the grand hall, reappearing beside Reyna. Extending his hand, an immense force coalesced into an invisible hand, seizing the fleeing Saiyan. Taken aback by the sudden control, the Saiyan wore an expression of sheer panic. What was happening? Sake observed everything with utmost clarity, feeling an increasing sense of helplessness. These individuals had grown complacent. Their vigilance all but vanished. As for me, there is no need for alarm. Upon concluding his words, Sake witnessed the Saiyan stumble and fall. Guarded. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Sake, his brows deeply furrowing. Were it not for Reyna's presence and his own tail, he might have unleashed his fury. "Tate, this is King Sake," Reyna proclaimed, her voice laced with authority, unable to bear the shame. Only then did the Saiyan named Tate regain his composure. However, Reyna, the queen, lamented that no spacecraft had returned from the cosmos recently. Sake had encountered this individual before, albeit not intimately. He never anticipated such stubbornness. "What? You believe I cannot teleport just because the queen can?" Naturally, he would not undermine Reyna's dignity. When others spoke thus, he would naturally comply with the honorifics. It was only then that Tate grasped the situation, hastily dropping to one knee. During the era of Vegeta, and even under Reyna's stewardship, this custom remained unchanged. He was thus accustomed to kneeling. Sake furrowed his brow and, with a casual gesture, unleashed a tremendous force upon Tate, compelling him to rise involuntarily. Tate gazed at Sake in astonishment, pondering the true extent of the strength possessed by this king, whom he had encountered only a handful of times. They had only heard of his prowess through Reyna, and apart from the recent surge in their own powers, they had never witnessed such might firsthand. From this moment forth, there is no need for subservience. The acts that demean our dignity will be abolished for all of us on Saiyan planet. With that declaration, he left no room for Tate to respond. A massive aura enveloped him, employing a unique technique to connect with the very essence of the planet, creating a rhythmic tremor. To all Saiyans of Saiyan planet, I, Sake, the king of the new Saiyan clan, have returned. Gather at Queen Reyna's palace within 2 hours, or face annihilation. Sark allocated such a significant amount of time, sensing the presence of lowly beings with combat capabilities exceeding 200. The urgency of the situation suggested that those individuals might not arrive in time. The current energy reserves of Sake are immensely vast, and with the knowledge of both the Adrat and Namek stars, accomplishing these minor tasks becomes remarkably effortless. The move executed by Sake astonished not only Tate, but also Reyna. What sort of technique is this? It is enigmatic and beyond comprehension. The current prowess of Sake is truly formidable. Tate, initially taken aback, is left with nothing but profound admiration and endless reverence. He perceives an immense aura emanating from Sake's being. It begins in tranquility, only to erupt into a ferocious tempest that reverberates through the cosmos, before once again settling into a serene state. Then, a monumental voice begins to resonate. Tate is uncertain how far this sound may travel, but it is evident that all Saiyans within the vicinity will hear it. This is nothing short of extraordinary, potentially reaching a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. If the king's power is indeed this terrifying, could they too aspire to such heights? After all, Queen Reyna has selflessly aided them, and King Sake has similarly elevated their strength in the past. Sark regained his composure, standing silently in place. 2 hours was but a trifling matter. The stars gradually shifted, casting a veil of twilight over the sky. The Saiyans began to emerge, one after another. Sake gazed with satisfaction. Within a mere 2 hours, all the Saiyans had assembled on the planet Saiyan, observing the curious gazes directed at him. Sake unleashed an immense aura without mercy. Except for Reyna, every Saiyan found themselves unable to withstand it, gritting their teeth and collapsing to the ground. Curiously, as long as they humbly knelt and refrained from harboring rebellious thoughts, they felt no pressure. However, the moment any notion of defiance arose, an overwhelming weight descended upon them, as if an insurmountable mountain were pressing down upon their backs. The Saiyans regarded Sake with reverence akin to that of deities. Who am I? Some may have forgotten. Yet, the vengeance for Frisia's annihilation of Planet Vegeta and the massacre of our kin must not be overlooked. The Saiyans remained silent, their fervent eyes fixed upon Sake. This shall be the last time I command you to kneel. From now on, Saiyans need not bow before me, nor before the queen. Saiyans must rise and stand tall, living with dignity. The Saiyans' eyes sparkled with fervor. Their blood surged with primal intensity, instinctively submitting to the powerful. Sake's actions proved far more effective than rational discourse. After a brief silence, they erupted into thunderous cheers. Indeed, it was the mighty Sake. Observing the Saiyans' fervor, Sake chose to douse their enthusiasm. Chapter 67. Elevating the Saiyans' combat prowess. I shall merely observe, never to intervene. The resonant voice, akin to the evening drum and morning bell, conveyed piercing truths. The Queen's combat power stood at 107,000, mine at 7 million, and Frisia's at 120 million. The once enthusiastic crowd stood in stunned silence, grappling with the insurmountable chasm between their abilities and those of their formidable foes. Sake cast a glance at the increasingly despondent and even irritable crowd, letting out a cold snort that instantly jolted them awake from their stupor. Thus, your strength is insufficient, woefully inadequate. A bold Saiyan boldly questioned Sake. Great King Sake, despite our prolonged training, our progress has been exceedingly slow, rendering it impossible for us to catch up. A sly smirk danced upon his lips, revealing a hint of malevolence. I can assist you in rapidly enhancing your strength. Before the Saiyans could revel in this prospect, an oppressive pressure materialized from thin air, exerting itself to the brink of their capabilities. Some of the more resolute Saiyans struggled to lift their heads, staring in disbelief at Sake. Confusion enveloped them. Why would their king resort to such measures? Moments ago, he appeared as a deity. Now, he seemed a demon. They sensed that the previous intimidation had morphed into a genuine intent to obliterate them. Tragically, they could not even perceive the murderous intent. Sake's actions resembled the casual squashing of an ant. None of the Saiyans could withstand this onslaught, and one by one, they fell, bloodied and grievously injured. Strangely, once incapacitated, The oppressive weight vanished entirely. Even so, they teetered on the brink of death, lying feebly on the ground. Reyna stood silently at his side, voiceless. She already comprehended Sake's intentions. Even if she were unaware, she would never question his actions on behalf of these Saions. The pressure had dissipated completely, and among the surviving Scions of Salad, none could withstand Sake's arbitrary assault. Sake gazed upon the scattered 100 Scions, taking a deep breath. The colossal elephant's trunk unleashed a torrent, as the energy within surged rapidly. As the energy flowed along a designated path, the sharp aura of aggression gradually dissipated, giving rise to a profound essence of life. Sake astonishingly harnessed the power of the Divine Elephant's prison-breaking technique to manipulate the nature of his energy within. In the realm of Dragon Ball, energy is classified into two primary categories, offensive and supportive. The offensive type predominantly seeks destructive power, while the supportive type encompasses a vast array of functionalities, including healing, instantaneous movement, and the manipulation of time and space, along with various other capabilities. However, within the Dragon Ball universe, pure offensive energy lacks any healing properties, and energy endowed with healing capabilities falls significantly short in terms of its destructive potential. Sake can now effortlessly transform at will. Once he completes his 9 metamorphoses, his power attributes will undergo a complete transformation, allowing him to achieve all effects without the need for internal conversion. With a mere thought, his aura can heal while simultaneously possessing formidable offensive capabilities. A wave of green mist spreads through the ailing crowd of Scions. Sake, with his formidable prowess, exudes an effortless mastery, exhibiting remarkable precision in his actions. Ensuring that the Scions remain free from imminent peril, a verdant mist envelopes the arena, shrouding the Scions in its embrace. A subtle smile graces Rina's lips, indeed. Sake's intervention is nothing short of grand. This display surpasses the mere figures he uttered, leaving a profound impact. Following their grievous injuries, it is only natural for this cadre of Scions to experience a resurgence in their combat abilities, perhaps even tripling their strength. As the green haze dissipates, waves of unrestrained ferocity surge into the heavens. How is this possible? My strength has increased by more than 5 times. One exclaims, while another jubilantly declares, I've reached 3 times. How utterly astonishing. The enhancement of power is remarkably effortless. The Scions, upon realizing their newfound strengths, abandon their restraint and revel in their liberation from pressure. The atmosphere electrifies with turmoil as the winds whip and the dust swirls. Rina's expression darkens. The lack of reverence among the Scions is disconcerting. Cease this at once. Quiet yourselves immediately, or I shall personally intervene to put an end to this. Her authority, honed over the years, still commands respect, with her commanding voice. The Scions exchange glances and retract their exuberance, as the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipates, yielding an eerie silence akin to still waters. The onlookers gaze upon Sake with awe, yet their trepidation is directed towards Rina. This behavior among the Scions is untenable. Reform is imperative. In the stillness of the cosmos, a spaceship traversed the route within the galaxy of the planet Sharada. Boss, we've detected a massive energy fluctuation that vanished almost immediately. It must be a treasure, exclaimed an enthusiastic crew member within the control room. Are you out of your mind? There are no planets in this vicinity. Where could a treasure possibly come from? The leader retorted, incredulous. The young crew member appeared bewildered. However, the energy fluctuation does resemble that of a treasure, he insisted. Nonsense. That is undoubtedly the energy storm from a cosmic eruption. How could it be a treasure? I told you, yet you still dare to argue with me. Have you lost your senses? The leader snapped. For crying out loud, our latest star charts indicate this system has no planets. Just as he concluded his remarks, another crew member suddenly burst forth with excitement. Planets, energy, I can feel it. Boss, he may be onto something. The leader hesitated, caught in uncertainty. Sensing the leader's indecision, one of the younger crew members grew anxious. Over a decade ago, a fellow pirate had seized numerous energy blocks, but was subsequently hunted down by the Galactic Patrol. Despite the patrol's issuance of a bounty, that pirate had vanished without a trace. The crew theorized that the patrol had eliminated him, fearing backlash for their inhumane actions, hence fabricating the narrative of an escape. Their suspicions were not unfounded. The stolen energy blocks were of immense value, and had the pirate genuinely escaped, the patrol would have searched tirelessly. Instead, they only issued a bounty, and there was no evidence of the patrol actively hunting him. Consequently, It was widely believed that the patrol had eradicated that group of pirates. Now, they found themselves in a similar predicament, facing the relentless pursuit of the Galactic Patrol. For the sake of treasure, if the patrol catches up to us, another ignored bounty will be issued in this desolate system. The losses would be catastrophic. And it would be unwise to act recklessly, one crew member cautioned. Boss, we have the Galactic Patrol on our tail. If we delay too long, we could be in grave danger. We must learn from the fate of the previous pirates and tread carefully. Before he could finish, the pilot of the spaceship interjected with fervor. Boss, the fluctuation is immense but fleeting. It is undoubtedly a treasure, a great treasure. The crew member who had been cautioning the leader was now exasperated. Treasure, you say? There's a whole squad of Galactic Patrol behind us. Are you willing to risk everything for a mere treasure? You may not care for your life, but dragging the entire crew into this peril is reckless. Do you not fear the prospect of failure before we even begin our venture? The leader found himself increasingly torn. There was no doubt the younger crew member would not deceive them. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us observe the situation. We are merely escaping, not venturing in. We shall not engage." Chapter 68. Once again, the Star Pirates. The Saiyan team from Planet Salad, the subordinate, rolling his eyes, exclaimed, "What difference does it make if I can't slip in? If we rush over, can you just abandon it? We're doomed for sure. We won't even be able to crawl away. If you're going to run, then just run. Why the greed? Boss, we truly cannot proceed this way. The Galactic Patrol is right behind us. Any mishap could spell disaster." The turmoil continued, with the great Emperor Tower having vanished, and then Yang Qi appeared in the shadows. "Listen, you incompetent fool. Fearful of this and that. Are you still a Star Pirate?" "Indeed. We are Star Pirates. Why should we fear the Galactic Patrol? Unless the Frisia army shows up, then perhaps we should be concerned." "Exactly. What is there to fear? The energy detected by our ship must be a magnificent treasure. Just think of how much we could gain if we find it. Besides, without any planets around, it must be a natural treasure of the cosmos. If heaven bestows a gift, one must seize it, or face dire consequences. Do you understand? Fool, go back and read more." Laughter erupted among the group of subordinates, mocking the one who had dared to advise caution. His face flushed with anger. "This group is utterly foolish, devoid of wisdom, with the flames licking at our heels. You are still preoccupied with satisfying your desires. What are you doing? No matter how inept the Galactic Patrol is, if they catch up with us, our little limbs will be utterly defenseless." While the mockery continued, their leader's confidence began to swell. They were right. There was no need for concern. They were simply reluctant to waste time and energy. If the Galactic Patrol dared to pursue, they would retaliate fiercely, leaving their adversaries in disarray. "Oh, how mighty our leader is!" The subordinates cheered, lavishing him with praise. Yet, a sense of unease stirred within the leader's heart. Such compliments felt ominous. It would be wise to avoid them. Change your praises, and steer the ship swiftly towards the source of the energy surge. The subordinate who had mentioned the planetary response was left utterly bewildered. "What? They said the ship detected a planet. I can't vouch for the rest. But this star chart must be flawed. Does no one believe what I say?" He chose silence. A famous cosmic sage once proclaimed, "Silence, oh silence. One either erupts in silence or perishes within it." If there were indeed a planet behind them, he would unleash his frustration upon this foolish lot. 3 days later, anguished cries echoed within the ship. "See, I told you I would erupt. I said the ship detected a planet, and all of you disregarded me. How despicable." The Star Pirates were in a state of confusion. They possessed the most advanced star charts, and this location was not supposed to harbor any planets. But what then? Was that round object ahead? That was not merely a sphere. They had transformed into one. This celestial body had not even been charted. Perhaps it was an original planet conjured from thin air, and who knows, it might indeed harbor some enigmatic treasures. With the ship's scanning capabilities set to their utmost, we surged forth. This time, a bountiful reward awaited the one who discovered something of value. Upon hearing the mention of rewards, the excitement that had brightened the expressions of my subordinates faded, replaced instead by a languid demeanor. When their leader refrained from discussing rewards, camaraderie flourished, and everyone could share in the spoils. However, once the notion of a reward was introduced, the outcome invariably turned unfavorable. The leader's lips twitched in displeasure. "What? Do you hold me in disdain?" My subordinates, unafraid of their chief, responded in unison with disdain. "Chief, if you had not mentioned rewards, perhaps we would have been motivated to strive harder. Your rewards lack substance, and the brethren do not believe in them." The leader's lips twitched again, his eyelids fluttering. Humph. The Galactic Patrol is nipping at our heels. Should they catch wind of our activities, it would spell trouble. Not to mention, we would undoubtedly waste a considerable amount of energy evading them. We must hasten to land on the planet and resolve matters swiftly. Upon hearing this, my subordinates rallied, steering the ship with fervor toward the planet that lay before us. What they did not know was that this very planet was Saiyan, the one that Sake had wished to restore, currently inhabited by over 160 Saiyans. 3 days prior, these Saiyans had endured the ravages of Sake, with most of their combat prowess diminished to below 5,000, while only a few remained at around 1,000. Furthermore, some exceptional warriors had reached a power level of 30,000. Aside from Saku and Reina, there were currently 13 adult Saiyans on the planet Saiyan. After Sake enhanced their combat capabilities, he divided a formidable royal guard into 2 teams, specifically tasked with safeguarding the Saiyan Grand Hall and the Queen. Given Sake's current prowess, a mere flick of his wrist could obliterate the so-called royal guard. However, this was merely a matter of prestige and the establishment of regulations for the future expansion of their clan. As the esteemed sovereign of the universe, a Saiyan king must not be without a powerful entourage. 8. Bagu and Wooly are 3 of the 4 who escaped from Planet Vegeta alongside Sake. They originally formed a small team, which included also Ba, who tragically perished on Vegeta. The 4th member, Dabo, has since surged ahead in strength, boasting a combat power exceeding 100,000 and currently facing punishment on Earth, accompanying Sun Wukong. Additionally, there are 10 others, including Ifa and Tate, leading the Royal Guard. Ifa and Tate each command a team comprising 1 adult Saiyan and 4 youthful Saiyans, forming 6-member squads. Each member of the Royal Guard possesses a combat power no less than 5,000. Sake's directive is that within a year, all members must exceed a combat power of 20,000, with the captains achieving no less than 50,000. Although this strength may not surpass that of the Jinyu Force, it is nonetheless commendable. With continued effort, there may yet arise an opportunity to routinely dominate the Jinyu Force during the impending crisis on Namek. The remaining 8, Bagu, and a tall Saiyan named Hark serve as the enforcement team, each leading an adult Saiyan and overseeing 8 youthful Saiyans, thus forming a 30-member enforcement unit to manage the Saiyans and uphold the new regulations instituted by Sake. Sark can only speak of rules now, not the law. The Saiyans are few in number. Currently, there are only 1 white and over 60 others. Even more astonishingly, after more than a decade, Reina has not permitted the Saiyans to reproduce. When he witnessed this scene, he nearly choked on his disbelief. The inability to enhance their strength and the poor quality of life for the Saiyans is a burden he cannot shake off. Yet, after so many years, with so many eligible Saiyan individuals, what purpose does it serve to refrain from procreation on this planet? To merely admire the scenery? After 3 days of adaptation, the royal team comprised 4 adults and 8 young Saiyans. The enforcement team consisted of 6 adults and 24 young Saiyans, leaving 120 young Saiyans as regular members, along with 3 adult Saiyans serving as instructors responsible for the training, education, and well-being of the group. They attempted to descend upon the planet Saiyan, a fact that Sark and Reina had long since noticed, though they refrained from intervening or voicing their thoughts. As the captain of the royal team, the strongest among them, Tate was the first to detect the approach. "Eva, have you noticed?" Tate inquired. Eva, bewildered, responded, "Noticed what?" Just as she spoke, her expression shifted. "Is there a spaceship heading towards our planet?" A wicked smile crept across Tate's lips. Chapter 69. Open the door. The space pirates bring warmth. Heh, Eva, this is a splendid opportunity. Eva stared at Tate as if he were a fool. Tate, our latest rule states that we cannot plunder without reason, nor can we kill indiscriminately. Tate's face darkened, and he awkwardly lowered his head. They are, after all, the malevolent Saiyans. For over a decade, they have kept a low profile, and since King Sark's return, they have been even more restrained. Where does one seek justice in such matters? They are approaching our planet with ill intentions for sure. Eva glared at Tate with annoyance. If their intentions were truly malicious, the king would have acted long ago. He would not wait for you. Focus on training that little brat in your team, she admonished him. Tate frowned, murmuring in discontent. Eva, we are the royal team, tasked with protecting the king and queen. How can we allow the king to engage when faced with an enemy? What is there to train in those little brats? I am on the verge of surpassing a battle power of 40,000. You need to step up. or you shall not be worthy to be called Tate's woman. Inside the grand hall, Sark closed his eyes, nearly bursting into laughter upon hearing Tate's words. The Saiyan clan is indeed excessively rugged. Whether in their approach to tasks or emotions, they often judge based on physical strength, even in matters of reproduction. How curious it is that Tate and Eva have found a match in one another. Indeed, it can be regarded as a fortuitous circumstance. As the newly appointed king of the Saiyans, he is indifferent to matters of the heart. His primary concern lies in the proliferation of the Saiyan race through the birth of new offspring. The only individuals he perceives as possessing a semblance of emotion are Bardock and Jine, along with himself and Reina. If one were to rely on affection as a catalyst for procreation, the extinction of the Saiyan clan would be inevitable. It is far more challenging to temper their ferocious nature and cultivate a sense of refinement before engaging in matters of romance than it is for him to augment his battle power by an additional 6 million. Those young Saiyans are prone to bouts of madness. Having returned merely 3 days prior, he found himself unable to restrain his temper, resulting in 12 instances of conflict. One can only imagine the immense effort Reina expends to keep them in check. No wonder her combat prowess has not seen significant enhancement. This is not merely a matter of Saiyan intent. Among their kind, even the slightest provocation can incite fury, leading to a loss of reason and the onset of fierce battles. This also underscores Vegeta's formidable strength. While Goku often appears as a naive simpleton due to his mental impairments, Vegeta relies on his unwavering resolve to master his emotions. The disparity in their inherent talents is extraordinary. Were it not for the fortuitous advantages bestowed upon Goku by the universe, he would indeed struggle to rival Vegeta. The space pirates present an opportunity. Should they manage to temper their tempers and subdue those marauders, they could once again traverse the cosmos. If this proves unfeasible, it would be prudent to remain on Planet Salad and engage in further training. Mastery over one's emotions is essential for effective cultivation. With his eyes shimmering like stars, Sake concealed boundless power within. His return was not merely a visit to the Saiyan race. The seal of the alternate dimension had been completed, and the ultimate technique he envisioned was now perfected. Next, he would commence his training with Lina. In his mind, Sake pondered deeply as outside the grand hall. Tate and his entourage soared towards the landing site of the spacecraft. Sake does not confine Tate in their actions. The role of the royal team primarily involves confronting the remaining factions, accentuating the formidable presence of Sake and Reina. During ordinary days, the 12 principally focus on cultivation. As soon as Tate makes a move, Ifa, accompanied by their squad, resolutely follows suit. Not only are their 2 teams undeterred, but even the 3 enforcement squads pursue without hesitation. The 3 remaining adult Saiyans gaze on with envy. They wish to keep up. Yet they are encumbered by 120 Saiyan dependents. Look, what are you staring at? Instead of striving for improvement, you should be preparing to confront formidable foes next time. If you do not devise a way out of here, you will continue to be a burden. When faced with such matters again, you will find yourself still stuck here, missing out on the heat of the moment. One Saiyan, dissatisfied, chided. Another Saiyan voiced their discontent. Instructor, are you not the same? They may be lacking in strength, yet the 3 instructors here are among the weakest of the adult Saiyans. Kid, do you seek a beating? The young Saiyan, undaunted, clenched their fists. You wouldn't dare. King Sake has decreed that excessive corporal punishment is forbidden. If you threaten to act recklessly, King Sake will certainly punish you. Instructor. The instructor who had reprimanded the young Saiyan darkened in expression, channeling their energy to unleash a pressure towards the young Saiyan. Boom. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Has this individual grown so powerful? Look, in the sky. Everyone instinctively glanced upward. Wow, what a massive fireball. Fool, that is merely a phenomenon caused by a spaceship descending, generating heat through atmospheric friction and igniting oxygen. A bloody fireball. Another Saiyan, with a pallid visage, muttered with suppressed fury. Sake gazed at the descending spacecraft, an unmistakable smile dancing in his eyes. Space pirates, yet again, how fascinating. Renard curiously approached him. Sake, why do you say yet again regarding space pirates? Have you encountered them before? Sake suppressed a smile and nodded gently. Indeed, he had encountered them before and even vanquished a band of space pirates. It was quite perplexing how that group of pirates possessed such immense energy. Yet they proved to be of considerable assistance to me, significantly shortening my cultivation time. Reina, with her eyes brimming with curiosity, restrained herself from inquiring further. Sake gazed at the descending spaceship and softly uttered, Reina, if they possess any wisdom, they will leave the vessel behind, and we must prepare to let them go. Reyna paused, hesitating as she looked at Sake. Sake, isn't this a bit too perilous? Their strength is insufficient to navigate the cosmos. Without Frisia as our ally, we find ourselves surrounded by adversaries on all sides. Sake intended to enhance the warrior's combat prowess from a different perspective. By mastering the alternate dimensions, he believed that if he could connect them, this group of Saiyans would be impervious to the ruthless energies of those realms and could transform into great apes at will. Consequently, their minimum combat strength would exceed 10,000, with some captains boasting a staggering 400,000. As long as they continued to operate in squads throughout the cosmos, issues would be minimal. Unless they encountered a few anomalies or Frisia himself, this band of Saiyans would remain unthreatened. The universe is vast, making it unlikely to stumble upon Frisia easily. Furthermore, if he could teach them the art of instant transmission, everything would be manageable. A sense of overwhelming energy, extending beyond the galaxy, detected a peculiar spacecraft, prompting a mischievous smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps I have found a solution. Lena was momentarily taken aback by Sake's demeanor, feeling an undeniable surge of frustration. While she had not fully absorbed all the knowledge regarding energy from the planets Yardrat and Namek, she possessed sufficient understanding from Yardrat to wield energy more efficiently than most individuals in the universe. With over 100,000 units of energy, she was formidable, and combined with her skill, she could faintly sense the spacecraft approaching their planet. What could their intentions be? A smile danced at the corners of Sake's mouth. Rest assured, our arrival is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. Chapter 70. New Techniques. Sake's grand vision. Noticing Lena's confusion, Sake patiently elaborated. Consider this, Lena. They are entirely unaware of our presence. Our sudden emergence is evidently in pursuit of the Star Thieves vessel. We are merely victims of an unfortunate circumstance. Lena furrowed her brow. Yet I still find it hard to comprehend. Do the Star Thieves truly remain oblivious to the Galactic Patrol's pursuit? How could they dare to descend upon the planet's surface? Sake, do you think this could be a ruse? Perhaps that Star Pirate vessel is, in fact, a Galactic Patrol ship, deliberately approaching us to apprehend us? The reason they are termed Star Pirates rather than Star Bandits is due to their comparative weakness. When confronted by the Galactic Patrol, their only recourse is to flee. And even in the vastness of space, escape is not guaranteed. To dare land on a planet would almost certainly spell doom. While the Galactic Patrol may appear weak against the Saiyans or the Frisia force, they possess the might to obliterate every life form across the cosmos, save for Frisia himself. Indeed, Frisia and his cohorts are the sole bandits of the galaxy. Just as Star Pirates hastily evade the Galactic Patrol, so too do the Patrol flee in terror from Frisia's raiding parties. The chasm between Star Pirates and bandits is as vast as the galaxy itself. One is akin to a filthy cockroach, while the other is a fierce tiger. It is entirely reasonable for Reyna to harbor such concerns. Without Frisia's backing, she lacks the confidence to confront the Galactic Patrol. Sark gazed at the fiery orb on the horizon. No, it was undoubtedly space pirates. Rather than speculate, it would be wiser to rely on one's instincts. Those insignificant minions were no match for Tate and Ifa. That group must have been oblivious to our presence, which is why they chose to land on the planet Sharada. What could they possibly be up to? Were they truly contemplating a desperate struggle? Lena furrowed her brow in confusion, still unable to discern the reason. Normally, space pirates would flee upon encountering the Galactic Patrol. Could it be that the pirates aboard that vessel had lost their sanity? Sake chuckled softly, for he had already surmised certain reasons. By calculating the distance and time taken by the space pirates to reach this location, he realized that it coincided perfectly with the day he had manipulated the global energy, summoned all Saiyans for a meeting, grievously injured them, and subsequently healed them to enhance their strength. He had repeatedly infused his own energy into the cosmic essence of Saiyan planet, and then, through various methods, unleashed an array of wondrous energies, stirring the planet's vital force, thereby easing his own exertion. The fluctuations of energy between the planets were beyond his control and undoubtedly spread outward. Under normal circumstances, the dispersion of energy between planets was lethargic and chaotic, with minimal fluctuations, making it exceedingly difficult for spacecraft detectors in the vastness of space to register such energy dispersions. However, that particular day was unlike any other. He wielded the energy with precision, each movement deliberate and potent. If his conjecture was accurate, that spacecraft must have been equipped with an energy detection system. Unfortunately, It had fortuitously intercepted the moment he was manipulating the energy, leading it to believe that this planet harbored treasures, thus prompting a perilous pursuit for riches. Regrettably, in such risky ventures, the odds of loss were overwhelmingly against them. Indeed, one might lose everything, even their very life. Sake wore a mocking smile at the corner of his lips, muttering under his breath. Reyna furrowed her brow even tighter. Sake, I fail to comprehend the meaning behind your words. And what shall we do about the matter of the Star Pirates? The Galactic Patrol is also approaching. They may come to investigate. Should we not hide? Hide. Sake turned, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he fixed it upon Reyna. We have committed no crime. Why should we hide? As soon as Sake finished speaking, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly reminded that he was, in fact, a wanted criminal across the cosmos. Yet, he pondered, why should we hide when we possess such formidable strength? Does Frisia ever feel the need to evade the Galactic Patrol? Lena rolled her eyes in response. Can we even be compared to Frisia? With a confident smile, Sake declared, indeed, apart from their numbers, Frisia cannot possibly be our adversary. Reyna rolled her eyes, contemplating the formidable aspects of the situation. The Jinyu Force, along with his headquarters, an array of technological advancements, and Frisia's own combat prowess, she remarked, counting meticulously on her fingers, piece by piece. Sake merely smiled, offering no reply to Reyna. Just wait. Once this predicament is resolved, I shall reveal to you the reason why. Sake has resolutely made up his mind. For 3 days, the Saiyan race has barely managed to stabilize. During the time he and Reyna are away, there shouldn't be too many issues. Whenever he desires, he can swiftly awaken 250,000 colossal elephants. At that moment, Reyna will be able to utilize his sealing symbols to control the alternate dimension. Although she may not be able to cultivate in the same manner as he does within that realm, it will not hinder her transformation into a giant ape or her ascension to 3 million Super Saiyan form. Such feats are entirely feasible. Why is it that the Saiyans of the 6th universe can achieve Super Saiyan transformation simply by concentrating their energy on their spines? It ultimately boils down to matters of emotion. The seals of Sake possess the extraordinary ability to isolate emotions within alternate dimensions, rendering the transformation of Saiyans utterly effortless. As for the notion of the seals becoming corporeal, such a phenomenon is non-existent. The alternate dimension is enigmatic, existing beyond the confines of this universe. Otherwise, Sake could not possibly transform from ash back to form, as the alternate dimension remains firmly anchored to his spinal column. It may appear that the seals have infiltrated the bodies of various Saiyans, yet they have merely traversed into the alternate dimension, still under Sake's dominion. This scenario is akin to these seals becoming seeds of a singular plane, with Sake residing in the highest plane. Through these seals, he successfully manifests as a colossal ape, while the Super Saiyan is relegated to a lower plane. As time flows, Sake can invoke the supreme power of the Divine Elephant's prison technique through the alternate dimension in a unique manner. Particularly, the divine and demonic seals, the gates of hell, the sanctuaries of the gods, and the ancient heavens will become his ultimate techniques. There exists the potential to crystallize the flame of hope, relying on the cultivation of faith. Provided that he fully masters the alternate dimension, in the Dragon Ball universe, any newly born Saiyan will instinctively coalesce a seal, forming an imprint from the moment of birth, thus becoming part of Sake's lower plane. The only concern now is whether the energy of the Dragon Ball world is sufficient for Sake's ascension. Awakening 840 million colossal elephants, with the potential of 50,000 seals, can only yield 168 million seals. An endeavor to master the alternate dimension seems utterly delusional. For now, setting aside the future, merely leveraging his seals to control the strength of Saiyans in the alternate dimension, or employing the seals, effectively aids Sake in incessantly absorbing and refining the energy of the alternate dimension, facilitating his cultivation. These seals continuously coalesce power, transmitted through the void to Sake, subsequently entering the particles of the colossal elephants, thus perpetually awakening them. The awakening of these colossal elephants not only enhances Sake's strength, but also accelerates his mastery over the alternate dimension. Only through complete control can his ultimate vision be realized. As long as the alternate dimension is sufficiently potent, serving as a convergence of realms akin to the Dragon Ball universe, he can forge techniques that transcend the boundaries of supreme power. Sake narrowed his eyes slightly, and a vast wave of energy surged outward. This wave resonated with the soul, yet did not exert any oppressive force. Chapter 71. the concept of the eternal source domain, suppressing all enemies. Given its unparalleled might, it shall henceforth be known as the eternal source domain. As Sake uttered this name, a spark of consciousness flickered in the depths of his colossal form, and an aura of malevolence, grandeur, and divine majesty began to become ethereal. It seemed to embody the very essence of all origins. The Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique had transformed, completely diverging from its original path of advancement. Now, it was a practice uniquely belonging to Sake. The foundational cultivation method for refining the eternal source domain, or even the creation of the eternal source domain itself, including the supreme dominion, would emerge within this domain. Of course, this remains a mere concept for now. Even if everything proceeds smoothly, the alternate space within Sake's spine must connect with countless vast and powerful cosmic realms. If there are numerous universes akin to the Dragon Ball cosmos, Sake's ultimate journey would halt at the Dragon Elephant. The limits of the Dragon Ball universe are quite low. Any universe that can reach the level of obliterating an entire cosmos within just a few decades or centuries harbors fundamentally flawed rules. Given these imperfections, the universe's potential must inevitably be diminished, a fact that cannot be disregarded. The more potent the display of power, the more it indicates the inherent frailty of the universe, incapable of governing the beings that arise within it. However, Sake is somewhat different. Having undergone 2 transformations, he has retained the alternate space, indicating that the Saiyan bloodline is indeed formidable, while the Dragon Ball universe itself is merely weak. Alternatively, it suggests that the Saiyan lineage can connect with the alternate space, allowing for continuous evolution of the bloodline, surpassing the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless of the interpretation, it bodes well for Sake. This signifies that even after transcending Dragon Ball, the immense power of his bloodline will not diminish. It will continue to provide him with formidable support. The only challenge now lies in whether the alternate space possesses a sufficient number of universes, enabling Sake to continually absorb cosmic energy and undergo complete evolution. Sake, how have you become so different? Sake remained silent. The colossal elephant, embodying a unique essence that did not belong to any divine realm, was inherently linked to its creator, undergoing remarkable transformations. It could be said that Sake had now ascended to the status of a new, self-fashioned deity, one exclusively representing the science or the particular school of cultivation he belonged to. Given the opportunity, he might even wield the flame of hope, igniting faith and creating worlds anew. It is apparent that Sake's future rivals that of the Omni King, and unlike the creations dictated by the latter's rules, he possesses formidable combat prowess. Presently, a single colossal elephant corresponds to a battle power of 30, one within the Dragon Ball universe, which may appear unimpressive yet is in a constant state of evolution. Furthermore, the mere realization of infusing his essence into the elephant has facilitated such significant enhancement, an extraordinary feat in itself. Reina, it's all right. We shall discuss it once Tate and the others have resolved matters, she reassured. Reina did not probe further. Do you think they will pursue total annihilation? After all, we have exerted considerable pressure, Reina inquired with concern. Had she not aspired to become a queen, she would have struggled to endure such an extended period without the release of her violent impulses. Back on that distant planet, she had nearly succumbed to madness. If Sake's combat power had been sufficient to subdue her, coupled with the subsequent rampage on Yardrat, where he slaughtered numerous extraterrestrial beings, she might not have been able to withstand it. The ability to control her murderous rage was only achieved after the events on Namek. These Saiyans, once suppressed, might become dangerously frenzied over time, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. Sake remained silent, unable to provide an explanation, even to himself. Logically, this group of Saiyans, initially weak and under the thumb of Vegeta, had only grown stronger due to the influence of him and Reina. Their propensity for violence was not necessarily formidable. However, the unpredictability of circumstances posed a significant challenge. The alternate dimension inhabited by these Saiyans presented a considerable dilemma. As time elapsed and their combat prowess increased, the ramifications of this alternate space on them became more pronounced. Previously, they could unleash their pent-up aggression through slaughter and combat. Now, they were confined to fighting alone, leaving Sake uncertain of its efficacy. Sake's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. If they could exert control, it would signify the power of creation, and I would bestow upon them an unimaginable future. Reina observed with curiosity, refraining from further comment. What she possesses, she will inevitably acquire. This notion fills her with immense confidence. Suddenly, A wave of overwhelming pressure surged forth. The battle commenced. Sake's gaze was piercing as he observed the location where the star thieves had descended. The moment those miscreants emerged from their vessel, his companions were rendered speechless. Boss, am I seeing things? If that's the case, perhaps I truly am. Boss, I didn't chase any women last night, so why on earth am I seeing illusions? Another chimed in, TCH. It appears that whether one seeks companionship or not leads to symptoms of deficiency and hallucinations. I, on the other hand, indulged last night for a full hour. The leader, his countenance slack, felt his face flush in response to the absurd chatter of his underlings. Silence, you fools, he bellowed, his voice laced with fury. After berating his subordinates, he cautiously approached the peculiar beings with tails, amidst the incredulous gazes of his crew. Esteemed ones, please. There has been a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Tate radiated an aura of ferocity, his eyes ablaze, as he flicked his tongue across his lips. Ifa, let us divide the spoils equally and resolve this swiftly, shall we? Ifa, exuding an overwhelming force, unreservedly pressed against Tate's presence. No way, these individuals must not be harmed. Preposterous. Tate exploded in outrage, his fury causing a shockwave that made the air crackle with tension. Thud, thud, thud. The star thieves, witnessing this display, felt their knees buckle and collapse to the ground, utterly defeated. Please spare us. We were wrong. We failed to recognize your power. We deserve our fate. We are foolish. After subduing Ifa, Tate emanated an aura of ruthless dominance. Ifa, these are star thieves. If we do not eliminate them, shall we allow them to linger? Sweat dripped from Ifa's brow as she realized her combat prowess was a mere 34,000, significantly overshadowed by Tate's near 40,000. She could hardly withstand the oppressive force he exuded. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her resolve. Tate, we must not indiscriminately slay the innocent. This is our code. Have you forgotten? Her words ignited a spark of hope among the star thieves, their eyes glimmering as they fixated on Ifa, wishing they could empower her to overpower Tate. In their eyes, this female scion seemed far more benevolent than Tate. Preposterous. These individuals are star thieves, not innocents. By eliminating them, we can commandeer their spacecraft and soar through the cosmos. Ifa struggled to maintain her stance, while behind her, the scions unleashed their formidable energy, straining against Tate's pressure. Facing 6 opponents alone, Tate appeared utterly unfazed. If you refuse, I shall command my team to eliminate them. His words sparked interest among the scions behind him. Stop, Tate. We can capture them and hand them over to the king for judgment. We need individuals knowledgeable in technology for research, and we also require some sparring partners. If you kill them, they will be rendered completely worthless. Ifa's final plea struck a chord with Tate, who smirked and withdrew his menacing aura. You make a valid point. As the two individuals gradually regained their composure, the swirling sandstorm subsided, settling upon the star thieves. They could only silently lament their plight, too fearful to move. Chapter 72. Capturing the Star Thieves, the purple sprite, Mimigu. Who could have imagined that on this uncharted planet, not even marked on star maps, there existed a congregation of scions? From their discourse, it seemed there was also a formidable king among them. Could it be that King Vegeta had not perished? If so, why had there been no news of scions wreaking havoc across the cosmos in the past decade? Well, perhaps such thoughts were distractions. The pressing concern was what lay ahead for them. Would they become fodder for the scions? What fate awaited them? It was quite exhilarating to ponder, was it not? Ah, how nerve-wracking and unsettling it all was. They had set out to seek treasures, only to stumble upon a band of monkey fiends. Fortunately, one of the female scions, possessing a kind heart, chose to spare their lives, at least for the time being. The band of star thieves was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, their minds racing with various notions. From the leader to the youngest member, anxiety permeated their ranks, each worrying about their own destiny. Only one small brother, who had initially advised the leader against this venture, had his eyes darting with intrigue. It seemed that, for the moment, death was not imminent. This group of scions would likely take them to meet their king. Did this not present an opportunity for him to remain among the scions? The female scion had mentioned the need for individuals knowledgeable in technology to stay within their ranks to further scientific pursuits. Was this not a splendid opportunity for him? Among the star thieves, who could rival his understanding of technology? He had been born too late, for by the time he could navigate the universe, the scions had already become legendary. It was lamentable that this once infamous race, notorious throughout the cosmos, had met its demise at the hands of a meteorite. Yet here they were, witnessing so many Scions firsthand. There could be no mistake. They were fierce, brimming with murderous intent, possessing robust tails, the ability to fly, and formidable individual strength. With his eyes whirling, this cosmic being contemplated deeply before finally resolving to act. He stood up decisively. Esteemed lords, I possess a commendable scientific aptitude and can contribute to technological research. A smile spread across Ifa's face. Excellent, come closer to me. Without granting Tate the chance to intervene, a powerful unseen force swept through, drawing the young brother to Ifa's side. Gazing upon the diminutive figure, barely 4 meters tall, with violet skin, pointed ears, and a tuft of fur, Ifa found himself increasingly enamored. What is your name? He inquired. Reporting to you. My name is Mimi Gu, the young one replied. Ifa beamed with delight. Very well, Mimi Gu, you are quite remarkable. If your technological prowess meets our standards, you will undoubtedly contribute significantly to our Scion race. And we shall bestow upon you many benefits. Even if you do not, you can educate the young Scions as we undergo our transformation. Ahem, Ifa. Tate was already displeased. And seeing Ifa's increasing verbosity, he coughed to remind her. Ifa suddenly came to her senses and promptly fell silent. However, the joy in her eyes was impossible to suppress. If she could bring this fellow to meet King Saku, it might very well change the current state of the Scions. If they could once again harness technology, the Scion race could indeed experience a renaissance. Mimi Gu, initially anxious, felt a sense of relief. Being able to accompany such formidable Scions was a privilege that many would covet. Rest assured, as long as you genuinely possess technological prowess, the rewards will be plentiful. Ifa assured Mimi Gu with a smile, aware of the need to refrain from excessive chatter. Mimi Gu's heart warmed. Realizing that the Scions were not as terrifying as she had imagined, they were, in fact, quite approachable. The leader of the Star Pirates and his underlings were utterly dumbfounded. What was Mimi Gu doing? Was she betraying them? A somewhat confused henchman suddenly leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Mimi Gu, hurling insults. You treacherous wretch. A glint of cold light flashed in Ifa's eyes as energy coalesced in her palm. A beam of light shot forth, and the Star Pirate collapsed with a thud. This startled the entire band of pirates, and Mimi Gu was no exception. Goosebumps prickled her skin. She wanted to flee but was paralyzed by fear. The earlier sense of relief dissipated like mist. After all, these were Scions, notorious throughout the universe. How could they possibly be benevolent? Let us go? Bring them all back and await the King's decree, Ifa commanded, glancing at Tate. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to bring the spaceship? Tate reacted as if he had stepped on a tail. What nonsense. You can't expect me to carry it back, can you? Ifa's threatening gaze bore down on Tate. Can't we each take one side, or let them pilot it back? Tate scratched his head awkwardly, fully aware that such an arrangement was unfeasible. Reluctantly, he complied and lifted the spacecraft. That is more like it, Ifa said, grasping Mimi Gu and turning toward the Grand Hall. Behind her, 10 Scions, eyes glinting with intent, kept a close watch on the 30 or so Star Pirates as they all soared toward the hall. Meanwhile, Tate unleashed his full energy, carrying the spaceship and trailing behind at a measured pace. This group may not possess formidable combat prowess, but one could never be too cautious with advanced technological weaponry, which could, to some extent, pose a threat to them. Thus, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Sake gazed into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. They have returned. The Scions are evolving, requiring not much effort on his part, which is indeed a positive development. He had observed the recent scene with clarity, and a resolution formed within his heart. After Reina, it would be Ifa. Tate currently stands as the mightiest force, yet his temperament leaves much to be desired. A true powerhouse is undoubtedly one who can master their emotions. Tate still has a considerable distance to traverse. The question remains, what should come next? Sake understood the significance of Reina. In the vastness of the starry sky, a galactic patrol spaceship was approaching them. That was truly a thorny dilemma. Neither eliminating nor releasing her seemed appropriate. Should they imprison her instead? Sake's gaze flickered as he contemplated a possibility in his mind. Reina, he inquired, what do you think would happen if the Scions were to collaborate with the Galactic Patrol? Sake's words startled Reina, causing her to gasp in astonishment. It was inappropriate. Sake remained silent, deeply contemplating Reina's words. The emotions of a Scion are indeed difficult to control, which is far from ideal. Regardless of whether the Galactic Patrol acknowledges or admits this, should a Scion take to enforcing the law, their temper might lead to unleashing a few energy blasts that could obliterate an entire planet, resulting in considerable chaos. Nevertheless, let us first observe this band of star thieves. As Sake spoke, Ifa, accompanied by a throng of followers, approached the palace with great fanfare. "Your Majesty," Ifa proclaimed. And the 10 members of the royal entourage echoed in unison, "Your Majesty." A group of star pirates trembled in fear, collapsing to their knees, perspiration pouring down their faces. Their complexions ashen. They were not foolish. They understood that their fate now hung in the balance. Life or death rested solely in the hands of the sovereign. "Your Majesty, spare us," they pleaded. "We are but star pirates, unaware that we intruded upon the domain of the mighty Saiyan race. We beseech your mercy." The star pirates clamored in desperation for clemency. Sake, however, said little more, closing his eyes as he focused his energy, causing it to swirl and condense within. A brilliant radiance materialized above Sake's head. Upon witnessing this, the star thieves turned pale with fear. Chapter 73. The Star Thief Leader's Cunning in the Vastness of the Cosmos. Such occurrences often heralded an imminent attack. Their combat capabilities were indeed modest, ranging merely from dozens to just over 100. As the saying goes, one does not need to have eaten pork to have seen a pig run. They had witnessed too many formidable beings unleash their power in the universe, whether through energy blasts or light techniques, which were quite similar to Sake's current display. In their sheer terror, they prostrated themselves, begging for mercy. "Great King, spare us. Great King, spare us." Sake paid no heed to the pleas for mercy from the band of star thieves. With a decisive thrust of his hands, the energy orb surged forth toward the desperate rogues. Among those kneeling, some repeatedly bowed their heads in apology, having been raised on tales of the Saiyan's formidable reputation, their timid natures rendering them incapable of resistance. Yet, in the eyes of others flickered a fierce glint as they stealthily reached into their garments. To sit idly by and await their fate was not in the nature of a star thief. They thrived on the pursuit of fortune, often embracing peril along the way. As Saku made his move, they instinctively devised a counterattack. The 7-star bandits, with sinister expressions, surged forth from the kneeling crowd. "Die, you despicable trash." A flicker of alarm crossed Ifa and Tate's faces. Tate's ship remained in hand, yet his reaction was sluggish. Ifa swiftly advanced, closing in on the 3 who had erupted in fury. "Stand down." The imposing voice of Sakui resonated, causing Ifa to retreat reluctantly, her anger directed at the 7-star thieves advancing towards her. For the first time, a look of regret crossed her face. Deep within, she loathed herself for having impeded Tate, which now allowed this band of vermin to undermine the king's authority. Sake gazed calmly at the 7 space pirates brandishing their technological weapons. It seemed they possessed a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that mere physical prowess could not inflict harm upon him, hence their reliance on advanced technology. "Now, I have a singular inquiry for you." Despite their bewilderment at the energy sphere Sake had conjured soaring above them without inflicting any damage, the 7 remained disdainful and menacing. "What are you? To presume to command us? Your life is in my hands. You lack the right to question. Comply with my demands. Surrender your spacecraft. Relinquish the treasures of your planet to us. Prepare ample energy and sustenance, and then accompany us as we depart. Otherwise, we shall obliterate your head without hesitation." Ifa, initially seething with anger, was rendered speechless by the audacious demands of the pirates. "Are you making a request or casting a wish? One wouldn't dare make such a wish before a wishing well." As her anger dissipated, it was replaced by scorn. Were it not for the potential humiliation of her sovereign, the technological implements wielded by these pirates seemed as trivial as toys. With a combat power exceeding 30,000 and devoid of the formidable weaponry aboard her spacecraft, she held no fear of them, not to mention the vast, starry strength of her king. These individuals were nothing more than mere buffoons. Sake scarcely exchanged words with this group. The Galactic Patrol's vessel had already entered their Sharada star system, and in approximately 2 days, it would reach their planet. He did not have the luxury of time to squander. Given their unwillingness to engage further, he deemed it best for them to perish. The 7 individuals were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into mocking laughter. "You must not be aware of your predicament, lad. Our energy guns are aimed squarely at your head. Do you truly believe you can mock us while under the threat of such weapons?" One of them, with a throat that betrayed him, widened his eyes in panic, discarding his energy gun and desperately clutching at his neck in a futile attempt to save himself. Before he could draw his last breath, 6 beams of light materialized from the air, piercing through the throats of the remaining 6. Just moments ago, They had been vibrant, but now, as they staggered in agony, clutching their necks, their once boisterous bravado was extinguished in less than a second. In the presence of over 20 onlookers, the seven fell, their bodies collapsing with a resounding thud, unable even to spurt forth blood due to the searing energy that had consumed them, their faces a deep shade of purple, eyes wide with torment, forever unable to close. The intensity of that energy was palpable, witnessing the excruciating demise of their comrades. The remaining 20 or so individuals fell into a frenzy of bowing and wailing, some with hearts that felt as though they would rupture, while the more timid among them, unable to withstand the psychological strain, unleashed their primal instincts to assuage their emotions, filling the air with an ancient, raw essence. Sake cast a cold gaze upon the 20 or so extraterrestrials kneeling on the ground. Now, those who possess knowledge of technology and understand its intricacies, please rise and stand aside. Upon the utterance of Sake's words, the previously tumultuous scene fell into an eerie silence. Subsequently, the seven-star thieves tremulously rose to their feet. They were not foolish. Upon disembarking from the spaceship and hearing Ifa's discourse, they discerned that the Scions were indeed researchers. However, a lack of personnel did not necessarily imply their utility, and there existed various forms of such deficiency. For instance, the experimental platform also lacked researchers, and binding individuals to it for experimentation constituted another form of absence. They remained utterly oblivious to what their future might hold, standing apprehensively at the side. Their hearts were burdened with myriad worries. Their once carefree and unrestrained lives had been upended by their leader and those two canine proponents, plunging them into a state of perpetual trepidation. Life, a time of triumph, must still be approached with caution, for this predicament was undeniably dismal. A glint of cold light flickered in Sake's eyes as the energy orb hovering above them emitted a radiant beam once more. With a sizzling sound, one of the seven technologically adept individuals, unable to contain his fear, retreated. Yet, no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not outpace the energy beam unleashed by Sake. With a sharp hiss, he clutched his throat, gasping for breath. Do not attempt to deceive me. Your petty tricks are mere child's play to me. In the dim light, the defeated star pirate knelt upon the ground, his former leader burying his head in despair, sweat cascading down like a rivulet. As he tentatively raised his gaze and caught sight of the Saiyan king, his heart plummeted. To his dismay, the figure before him was none other than the infamous Sake. A name etched in infamy throughout the cosmos, pursued by both the forces of law and lawlessness alike. Rumors had circulated of his demise. How could he still be alive? The star pirate leader, paralyzed by fear, could only tremble and curl into himself, desperate not to attract Sake's attention. Yet, such hopes were futile. Long before they had even set foot on the planet Solarda, Sake had meticulously gathered intelligence on these marauders. The leader, evidently, was not of a stature that would allow him to evade Sake's notice. Observing the leader's demeanor, Sake found himself intrigued. So, you are aware of my identity? He mused. The leader kept his head bowed, too afraid to meet Sake's gaze, let alone engage in conversation. Sake's ruthlessness is renowned throughout the universe. Only he dares to offend both the underworld and the establishment simultaneously. Are you pretending? If so, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Sake gazed at the leader with a playful intensity. The leader shuddered, feeling a rush of warmth flood towards his lower half, struggling to contain himself. No, please, my lord. Do not. I am but a humble servant. Perhaps you could let us go? He implored. By the way, my lord, the Galactic Patrol is in pursuit of us. Only by fleeing will we remain unnoticed here. The leader's reasoning was straightforward. Despite the Scion's formidable strength, their prolonged absence from the cosmos suggested a fear of being hunted. They surely wished to remain concealed. With this assertion, he hoped that perhaps his captors would grant him clemency. Chapter 74, Consolidation and Recruitment, Gak's Spaceship. As Sake narrowed his eyes, the surrounding air suddenly dropped in temperature by 5 degrees. Did you not claim that you did not know me? How then do you possess knowledge of our fear of the Galactic Patrol? The leader shuddered, his mind racing at an accelerated pace. With fervent bows, he implored, esteemed one. It is not I who am acquainted with you. This is indeed my first encounter with you and your esteemed companions. Yet, with audacity, I venture to suggest that I have glimpsed members of your lineage before. If I am not mistaken, you must belong to the Saiyan race. Sake cast a knowing gaze at the leader of the Star Thieves, advancing towards him with deliberate steps, each one seemingly treading upon the very heartbeat of the thief. As Sake drew nearer, The leader's complexion grew increasingly pale and devoid of color. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Reply, my lord. I am called Bapuyu," came the trembling response. "Look at me." Observing Bapuyu's state of trepidation, Sake narrowed his eyes slightly. "Now, do you recognize me?" Bapuyu hastily nodded. "Who am I?" "The king of the Saiyan race." As Sake narrowed his eyes, a terrifying aura descended, causing the kneeling star thief to crumble under the pressure and collapse to the ground with a resounding thud. Only Bapu remained unscathed, yet in such circumstances, it became a form of torment, an excruciating psychological torment. "What is my name?" Sake waited for 2 seconds, observing the unyielding demeanor of his adversary. He extended his right index finger, from which emanated a faint wisp of energy, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, with that mere trace, Bapu felt his soul detach from his corporeal form, sensing the impending doom of the world. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, I beseech you for mercy. I am Sake, a wanted criminal in the cosmos. And it is only through the whispers of the universe that I have come to know this. I implore you, spare my life. I am willing to allure the Galactic Patrol to ensure they do not disturb your seclusion." Bapu wept, calling out for his parents, gripped by fear. The energy emanating from the tip of Sake's finger seems capable of annihilating the universe, leaving no room for even a flicker of resistance in his mind. Upon witnessing his admission, Sake chose to spare him. He gazed at the 12 space pirates who knelt before him, their expressions varying. With a mere thought, the energy orb suspended in the air erupted, releasing a searing heat and casting a dazzling light that enveloped the surroundings. A hissing sound resonated, and when the tumult subsided, only 12 cosmic marauders remained. The others, including the bodies, had vanished without a trace. Among these 12 were Mimi Gu and 6 others with a scientific background, along with Baboy and 4 others who exuded a non-bloody aura. In truth, Baboy possessed the most sanguinary essence among this band of pirates. The reason for his retention was twofold. Firstly, to effectively manage the remaining pirates, and secondly, to allow the Saiyans to glean some managerial wisdom and cunning. It is rather amusing, as the Saiyan race has virtually no inclination for deceit or trickery. Even the cunning King Vegeta executes his schemes in a manner so transparent that others can perceive each step with clarity. It is almost a disgrace to the lineage of their names. Consider the planet Yardrat, and then the planet Namek. Even the kind-hearted among them exhibit a facade of respect when dealing with themselves. When faced with an opponent they cannot overcome, they endure, biding their time to strike at the opportune moment. Such tactics are foreign to the Saiyans. As for his personal instruction, he lacked the patience for such endeavors. He had been willing to abandon them once. It was unlikely he would now invest any further effort. Sake's objective remains the cultivation of the formidable God Elephant Suppression technique, and he is soon to accompany Reina, seeking suitable mentors for the Saiyans. These instructors must impart valuable knowledge while posing no threat to the security of the Saiyan race. Bapuyu certainly qualifies, as does Mimi Gu. In a couple of days, if the Galactic Patrol has appropriate candidates, they may also be retained. This time, barring unforeseen circumstances, Sake is expected to be near the Shalada star system, allowing him to swiftly return in the face of any peril. An old adage states that while people may not teach one another effectively, one can learn through experience in a single instance. He trusts that Ifa and Tate can manage these tasks adeptly. Ifa, take Mimi Gu and the 6 extraterrestrial beings to dismantle the spacecraft and establish a research facility. We must first create communication equipment. This massive planet is hampered by our limited communication capabilities. "Yes, my king," Ifa replied respectfully. After Ifa departed, Sake turned his attention to Tate. "You shall accompany Bapuyu and the other 5. Observe closely, learn diligently, and engage in occasional combat training." Tate acquiesced with a grimace, knowing full well that the utility of these 5 was questionable, and their presence might prove burdensome. Sake did not provide an explanation. As a king, how could he possibly elucidate matters to his subordinates? 8. Bagu and Hake led the enforcement team in patrolling the primary areas of Saiyan activity. Their main objective was to prevent Saiyans from engaging in excessive combat and to ensure adherence to the newly established regulations. Occasionally, they also undertook the task of educating the younger Saiyans. The planet Sharada has settled into a tranquil state. Sark sat cross-legged in the Grand Hall, a magnificent energy enveloping his entire being. The cells of Sake's body emanate a faint silvery glow, a manifestation of spatial power. Unfortunately, the spatial runes are incomplete, rendering their potency almost non-existent. leaving only a hollow shell. In contrast, the blood within his body resembles a blend of lead and mercury, with 9/10 being blood and 1/10 being essence. At present, the essence can seamlessly blend into the bloodstream, albeit only partially. Every action taken possesses immense power, capable of moving mountains, filling seas, and reaching for the stars and moon with effortless ease. In the realm of Sake, where 840 million colossal elephants reside, 250,000 of these majestic beings have now awakened, freely traversing within the entirety of the particled divine elephants. However, the energy is insufficient, and the awakening of these giants is not as rapid as desired, with a mere 250,000 giants. The total battle power amounts to 7,520,000, coupled with my physical prowess and the advantages of the sealing talisman. Confronting Frisia should pose no significant challenge. At present, Sake's body has yet to coalesce into a defined space, and his energy lacks the requisite purity. The majority of the energy that enters his being undergoes continuous refinement within the colossal elephant, ultimately transforming into sustenance for the giant creature, which in turn serves as the wellspring of Sake's power. Within Sake's body, his mental power continuously commanded the chi, transforming it into a mist. This mist coalesced into liquid, which then solidified into crystal. Before long, a resplendent and translucent talisman, entirely composed of condensed chi, took form. A smile danced at the corners of Sake's mouth. Success was within grasp. All that remained was to await the arrival of the Galactic Patrol for a discussion, after which I could lead Reina to a place abundant in energy to assist her in mastering the alternate dimension. Sake is capable of establishing an eternal source domain amidst chaos, and thus he will not permit this source domain to merely serve as a reservoir of energy. Only through the collective practice of a sufficient number of Saions sharing the same bloodline in an alternate space, akin to divine elephants elevating the divine realm, can he compel all Saions to elevate his eternal source domain. Sake was filled with exhilaration, silently anticipating the unfolding events. Within the confines of a galactic patrol ship in the Saiyan star system, a peculiar being, standing at less than 150 centimeters tall, adorned in smooth silver with interwoven shades of purple and light blue, manipulated the craft amidst the starry expanse. His eyes resembled two quail eggs, and his ears bore an odd shape, drawing the attention of a human girl with blonde hair, donned in suspenders. She glared discontentedly at the pilot. "Hey, Gak, what are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them. They've surely fled." Gak, visibly disgruntled, retorted, "Don't just talk. Come help. Headquarters has sent a message that I must attend to." Halfway through his sentence, Gak's eyes widened in terror as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. What? This is impossible. Chapter 75. The Flight of Officer Gak. Sake ignored Gak's frightened demeanor caught the girl's attention. Hey, what's wrong? If you have a horror story, you must share it with me. I could use some material for my novel. Gak, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he piloted the ship, internally screaming. What time is it? There's no time for novels. I'm trying to escape. Hey, Gak, what are you doing? Why are you silent? Why are you changing the ship's direction? What about my material? The girl, sensing the shift in the ship's course, questioned Gak with displeasure. Thais, stop it. This is serious. Headquarters has informed me that Sake is not dead. Frisia has received word and is dispatching the legendary Jinyu force to eliminate us. According to intel from headquarters, this area was once known as the Saiyan star system, home to a renowned planet sharing its name with the sun, a planet that is the ancestral home of the Saiyans. Our ship's sensors have detected it. Comparing it with the database, it is indeed the former Saiyan planet. I don't know who possesses such power to silently add a planet to the cosmos. We must flee quickly. It won't be long before the Jinyu force arrives. As they have also received this information, they cannot locate Sake and will surely investigate this ancestral Saiyan planet for clues. Having spoken, Gak felt a slight easing of his anxiety. He was overwhelmed with fear. As the saying goes, when the path is high, the devil is higher. How could he possibly stand against the malevolent Saiyans? The combat capability of the patrol officers hovered around 2,000, rendering them no match for mature Saiyans. Confronting either Saiyans or the Jinyu force, which hunted them, was a futile endeavor. As Gak noticed the ship's direction change and the surrounding stars retreating, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. What is this? You are a galactic patrol officer. How can you be such a coward? He grumbled, turning to Thais. What nonsense. We are executing a strategic retreat. Upon his utterance, he too perceived an extraordinary transformation within the spacecraft. A silvery point of light materialized out of thin air, spiraling incessantly, while a pitch-black void emerged. Opposite this void, an ancient, desolate hall flickered into view, a fleeting glimpse, accompanied by the ominous sound of a thick, black rod slicing through the air. What on earth is happening? Without turning his head, Jack randomly pressed a few buttons on the control panel. Once the ship's automated control system took over, he stepped away from the console and approached the peculiar space. How strange, what is this? Ties pondered thoughtfully. I believe this resembles a wormhole. Perhaps we could traverse to the other side. Her excitement grew as she gazed at the black hole behind the silvery point in the air, eager to take a leap. Jack longed to express his concern, but could only helplessly wipe the sweat from his brow. Do not act impulsively. We do not even know the situation on the other side. Ties forcefully shoved Jack's arm aside. Truly, you are the renowned galactic patrolman, yet you are so timid. Step aside and let me explore. With anticipation etched on her face, Ties grasped the capsule, poised to leap. Before the two. The minuscule aperture gradually shrank until it vanished entirely. What is happening? Ties glared fiercely at Jack. In her eyes, only he could have caused the disappearance of that black hole. It was a black hole, a rare opportunity to experience, and now it was gone. Damn you, Jack. Bring it back. After her outburst, Ties lunged at Jack, gripping his neck tightly. Jack's fighting prowess was not considerable, and he was reluctant to harm Ties. His eyes flickering with unease. It wasn't me. I have no idea, I swear it. Then how do you explain this? A perfectly good black hole suddenly vanished? On the planet Shalada, Zack sighed. Indeed, an incomplete spatial rune is utterly ineffective. Not only is the condensation and release velocity painfully slow, but it also fails to maintain stability in size, direction, and energy. If one were to enter, and the spatial passage were to be interrupted, one would be lost in the chaotic currents of space, and that would spell disaster. After murmuring to himself, Zack suddenly recalled something, a grave expression crossing his face. If I were to enter a spatial turbulence, would I not absorb a substantial amount of spatial power and extra-dimensional energy, thereby perfecting the void transformation? Zack's face was filled with a surge of emotion, yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Having undergone 2 transformations, his lifespan had significantly increased, without exaggeration. He surely possessed several millennia of life ahead of him. There was no need to gamble with such grave risks, especially when the potential rewards were not as substantial as one might envision. What he needed was to simply endure and strive a little harder, for in due time, he would achieve the transformation into the void. There was no rush. Zack, with intense focus, vanished from the Grand Hall. Upon reappearing, he found himself aboard the spacecraft Gak. Ties and Gak were flailing about in the center of the ship like headless flies, searching frantically. Greetings to you all. The voice of Zack suddenly reverberated through the air, catching the two off guard and causing them to jump in fright. Upon glancing at Zack, Jack realized that it was more than just a simple fright. His body trembled violently, as if shaken by an unseen force. On the other hand, Ties, embodying the fearless spirit of a young calf unafraid of tigers, appeared oblivious to Zack's notorious reputation, her curious eyes surveying him from head to toe. How did you come to be here? Did you just emerge from a spatial portal? But I didn't notice at all. How peculiar, how fascinating. Is that your ability? And what do you want from us? Who are you? Was that scene behind the spatial portal a glimpse of your planet? Where exactly is that? Ties chattered incessantly. Meanwhile, Jack was on the verge of panic. What on earth was happening? Did this bold girl even realize who had arrived? As a police officer, Jack was well versed in the profiles of various criminals, and having just heard Zack's name mentioned, he mentally reviewed it again. Now, looking at the figure before him, it was unmistakably Zack, unchanged in the slightest. Such a revelation sent shivers down his spine. I am Zack, the Saiyan who is being pursued by both the forces of good and evil across the entire universe. After Zack spoke, he cast a peculiar glance at the approaching Ties. How curious it was that this individual, much like Bulma, seemed to possess an unusual disposition. With a reflex arc that was decidedly elongated, did he not fear to draw closer? Did he not notice that Gak was on the verge of collapse? Do not harm her. She is innocent. Zack glanced back, and to his astonishment, Jack mustered the courage to speak. Zack was unaware that in Jack's eyes, he exuded a foul stench and a grotesque aura, while malevolent spirits roared around them, incessantly devouring the space. Ties, indifferent to the surroundings, had already pressed herself against Zack, curiously exploring his form. How peculiar. This was my first encounter with a Saiyan. Aren't they often described as monkeys? Yet, they possess so little fur. Sake, with an expression of peculiar astonishment, swatted away Ty's hand that was attempting to wander downward. You scoundrel, where do you think you're touching? After Sake's outburst, his expression shifted dramatically as he soared into the air, casting an indignant glare at Tai. Through gritted teeth, he seethed. You dare to disregard the possibility of me eliminating both of you? Chapter 76. The Science and the Galactic Police's willingness to collaborate. Gak trembled as he drew forth his weapon, casting a fearful glance at Sake. In stark contrast, Tai remained largely unfazed. What a miser, she remarked nonchalantly. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess any hair. I am simply gathering some material. However, she noted that your tails indeed bore a striking resemblance to those of monkeys, thick and robust, with a pleasantly soft texture. Gak was nearly on the verge of tears, wishing fervently to rush forward and cover Ty's mouth. Did she not see how incensed Sake had become? Why provoke him further with such relentless taunts? Gak cursed inwardly, harboring no fondness for Sake. To be precise, no one understood Sake's notorious deeds better than the Galactic Police. They had even speculated on the reasons behind Sake's survival, conjecturing that he had orchestrated the demise of certain extraterrestrials and seized their spacecraft, among other transgressions. The Galactic Police may lack in combat prowess, but their intellect was undeniably sharp. Sake gazed at the disgruntled TASS, feeling utterly speechless regarding the antics of the undergarment family. Are they all so neurotic? He paid no heed to TASS, who only seemed capable of bullying Jack, posing no threat to anyone else. Galactic patrols? Jack hesitated, instinctively nodding before abruptly halting, vigorously shaking his head. No, we are not. We merely drift through the cosmos. Jack hastily denied, his mind racing through images of Sake after his emergence. Relieved to find no fury present, uncertain of survival, he at least felt that his chances were significantly greater than if he had revealed himself as a galactic patrolman. TASS was filled with confusion. This individual appeared indeed more formidable than Jack, yet he was a wanted criminal. Why would a patrolman fear him? Jack, draw your weapon and apprehend him. Why do you insist you are not a patrolman? Jack sprang onto the top of the spaceship, producing a resounding clash of metal. Damn it, TASS, don't put me in a bind. I am not a patrolman. After his outburst, he cautiously observed Sake. Look at my feeble state. I am certainly no patrolman. I am merely jesting with her, indulging in a bit of cosplay. Jack forced a smile, his anxiety mounting. But wait, you said it yourself? And you even took me to the galactic headquarters. Is that a place accessible to just anyone? Jack fell to his knees, goosebumps prickling his skin, beads of sweat cascading down. Please, sir, do not heed her nonsense. This is a fabrication, a deception. We are truly ordinary individuals. Sake gazed for a while, soon finding it tedious. Since Jack dared not act, he resolved to strike. With a mere lift of his hand, immense energy coalesced in his palm. Upon witnessing this, Jack's face turned ashen. If you must kill someone, take me. She is merely a trivial figure from a remote locale. Spare her. Jack drew a firearm and began to unleash a barrage of shots at Sake, creating a surreal sensation reminiscent of a chaotic scene. May I have a word with your galactic king? Jack, regaining his composure, observed Sake unscathed, his breath hitching in trepidation. What is there to discuss? Sake furrowed his brow. He had originally intended to incorporate the Science into the patrol force, envisioning an unconventional method of combat across the cosmos, thus continuously enhancing their strength. However, even the Galactic King dared not confront Frisia. Should he become aware of the Science integration into the patrol, Frisia would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, leaving the king unable to manage numerous factions. This star system, centered around the Saiyan galaxy, spanned a region of 10,000 light-years, designated as the Saiyan territory, for which we are responsible for maintaining order. Gak stared in astonishment at Sake. What was this about? Was this not an empire within an empire? Autonomy over such an expansive area of 10,000 light-years. What did the Science intend by this? Sake observed the bewildered expression on Gak's face, but chose not to elaborate further. His strength was insufficient, and he dared not venture deeply into the precinct of the police headquarters to meet the Galactic King. That place harbored many ruthless and vicious individuals, and should the Galactic King be unleashed, he might not fare well. As a proposition, any cosmic criminals apprehended by your police could be confined within this designated area, with the Science entrusted to oversee them. Naturally, for troubles that you cannot resolve, You may offer compensation to invite the Scions to assist you. This applies to all, including Frisia. In Sake's heart, he added a phrase within the limits of his abilities. Frisia is not the only malevolent entity in the universe. His father, King Cold, along with Guldo, Dor, and other formidable beings such as Bojack, who was sealed away by the four Kais, Dubra, the demon Hirudegarn, and the evil energy wave, are all of note, not to mention the morally ambiguous beings that gradually redeem themselves over time. Furthermore, considering the nature of the Dragon Ball universe is neither excessively high nor low, it is not uncommon for dimensions to fracture, allowing for casual traversal between parallel realms, suggesting there may be numerous other monstrous entities lurking. Beyond that, within the 12 universes, and even in the remnants of other obliterated universes, there are still some who seek vengeance. While encounters with these adversaries are not guaranteed, prudence dictates preparation for such eventualities. Should the Galactic King face insurmountable foes in the future, he may seek Sake's assistance, which could prove exhausting. Currently, Sake merely broached the topic. He is not in a rush to forge a collaborative agreement with the Galactic Patrol, the force under the Galactic King. This endeavor could indeed be mutually beneficial, contingent upon the trust established between both parties and the Scions' willingness to mend their ways and assist one another. With Scions aiding and maintaining order across a span of 10,000 light-years, the patrol's strength in other regions would significantly increase. Moreover, the formidable prowess of the Scions would ensure that the forces of chaos and malevolence are kept at bay, fostering stability and peace in the area. Additionally, they would assist in suppressing cosmic criminals, a truly advantageous arrangement. However, these matters are beyond the purview of a mere patrolman like Jack. This issue requires reporting to the Galactic King, who holds the authority to make such decisions. Sake understood quite well. He felt relatively assured about Gak. Yet he noted that the demeanor of the unfamiliar patrol officers might not be as amicable. Very well, return and inform the Galactic King that this matter is mutually beneficial. As the newly appointed Scion King, I shall ensure that my subordinates act within established guidelines, thus fostering a state of stability and harmony throughout the region. By the way, the starry marauder you were pursuing has been dealt with, so your mission is considered accomplished. Gak, however, grew anxious, exclaiming, "No, they do not deserve death." Sake's expression was devoid of emotion as he waved his hand, conjuring a luminous barrier before them. Not all were annihilated. The malevolent were vanquished. Yet a significant portion remained on the planet Salada, under the vigilant supervision of the Scions. After Sake finished speaking, he vanished into the spaceship. Tai was left bewildered. Where did he go? I still have so many questions, and he hasn't answered them. How can he just leave? Tai continued to inquire into the empty air. She was particularly intrigued by Sake's sudden appearance and disappearance, as well as the mesmerizing technique that conjured a shimmering screen with figures moving upon it with merely a wave of his hand. Such technology could surely render television obsolete. Chapter 77. The perfect gigantification of Reina Jack's tense demeanor entirely relaxed, and he collapsed limply onto the ground. Good heavens, I thought I was going to perish. Foolish Jack. He reminded himself, Sake was not a bloodthirsty individual. Why was he so frightened for no reason? Perhaps we should pursue a deeper investigation on Salada Planet, Tai suggested. Leaning closer to Jack, her beautiful face adorned with a charming smile, aiming to entice him for her own purposes. Jack shivered in fear. Have you lost your mind? We narrowly escaped death this time. Why would you want to walk into the lion's den? Do you even possess any common sense? He shook his head firmly. No, I must report to the Galactic King about what was just said. Jack tilted his head, pondering carefully. Yet, there seemed to be merit in what had been suggested. After all, if the Scions returned and posed no threat to the galaxy, it would indeed be advantageous for them. The pressing question remained. Could the Scions survive under Frisia's oppression? If they could not, then all their hopeful aspirations would be mere castles in the air. But if they did survive, might there not be someone capable of sanctioning Frisia, this malignant tumor? The more Jack contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a glorious future beckoning him. Yes, I must meet with the Galactic King to inform him of the current state of the Scions and analyze the pros and cons. Suddenly, Jack sprang to his feet and dashed to the control room. Accelerate, accelerate, let's go, he exclaimed with infectious enthusiasm, as if fueled by adrenaline. Tai, feeling slighted, stormed over, bent down, and whispered into Jack's ear, "Foolish Jack, did you hear me? I want to go to Salada Planet to gather materials for my novel." With a grimace, Jack resolutely piloted the spaceship towards the Galactic Police headquarters. On Saiyan planet, tranquility returned, interrupted only by occasional explosions and muffled sounds. The evidence of Saiyans engaged in combat, all teeming with vitality and fervor. Sake strolled leisurely through the palace, the sound of his footsteps echoing around him. The grand doors creaked open, revealing a graceful figure entering, the enchanting Reina. "Sake, you were looking for me," she said. Sake gazed at the weary Reina, inquiring, "What troubles you? Is the establishment of the Science Museum not progressing as envisioned?" Reina nodded with a tinge of bitterness. "Indeed, it is quite challenging. Aside from Mimi-Gu, the research capabilities of the other six are rather feeble, and they struggle with independent operations, let alone independent development." Sake's noncommittal stance is neither surprising nor unexpected. If one were truly formidable, they would not have fallen into the depths of becoming a space pirate, living a life fraught with uncertainty. The emergence of talents like Mimi-Gu represents the manifestation of a protagonist's halo, were everyone to be a scientific genius. How could these practitioners assert their prowess in the universe? With a mere flick of the wrist, one could create a superweapon capable of annihilating an entire star system. Even the mightiest would be left dumbfounded. When it comes to close combat, unless one refrains from displaying hostility and resorts to ambush, how could one not develop formidable defensive weapons alongside the invention of super-offensive armaments? The disparity lies in the resources available. What is lacking is primarily scientific personnel. Sake's mind recalled the sensations he had perceived on Earth, along with the presence of those robots. There are indeed formidable scientists scattered throughout the cosmos. Setting aside the members of Frisia's army, even if he were to capture one, he would hesitate to employ them. It is not that he fears complications. Rather, the remaining Saiyans are simply not up to the challenge. Without the requisite 3 million power levels, and without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he cannot instantaneously traverse the necessary distances. Furthermore, at present, only Reina has mastered the art of instantaneous movement. He has little inclination to seek out other extraterrestrials. Mimi-Gu is somewhat acceptable. Aside from her gaze, she aligns with his aesthetic preferences, while the majority of other alien beings are grotesquely misshapen, which he finds unappealing. The alternatives are either Namekians or Earthlings. Yet, he is unable to transport any of them at this moment, not to mention, with nearly 8 million in battle power. He cannot even reach Earth. He sighed. No matter, first he must procure the communication equipment. Sake's demeanor was calm and unhurried. He held no expectations that the group would succeed in developing a spacecraft, let alone a medical pod that could not be compared in value. For them, the significance of the medical pod far surpassed that of a spacecraft. Never mind, let them flounder here. I shall take you to a different place. Noticing Reina's expression of confusion, Sake patiently elucidated the path he had arranged for her. Are we not going to intervene? I assigned Ifa and Tate to handle such situations. As long as their lives are not at risk, they should be allowed to take risks. Otherwise, how could they ever hope to lead the entire Saiyan race in our stead? Reina furrowed her brow, perplexed. They were the rulers. Why should others lead the Saiyans? Let us proceed. Sake extended his hand to grasp him, swiftly vanishing amidst the planet Saiyan. Concurrently, the primordial energies of heaven and earth began to tremble. As Sake's admonitions and arrangements resonated through the cosmos, reaching the ears of every Saiyan, Sake took Reina to the nearest planet, instinctively commandeering a spacecraft, and set course for the desolate star system. After all, the Galactic King had yet to agree to a collaboration. Were he to embark on the path of becoming a custodian of order, Sake might have acted differently. But for now, he embraced the most convenient course of action. If those who were wronged were to discover this, they would surely curse Sake in their hearts. Sake, accompanied by Renaer, soared directly towards a distant star. Sake, you must undergo a transformation. Do you recall the legends of our lineage? The Super Saiyan? Sake chuckled with amusement. Indeed, upon reaching a combat power of 3 million, one could transform and defeat Frisia. Do you remember? Lena recalled everything that Sake had once said, nodding with excitement. Sake, you mentioned that your combat power is nearing 8 million. Is that true? A smirk of satisfaction curled at the corners of Sake's mouth. You have surmised correctly. However, I do not wish to rely on Super Saiyan transformations in battle. Unless absolutely necessary, I will continue to depend on my standard strength. After all, is not the Super Saiyan form a manifestation of our power? Sake did not respond but enigmatically stated, you will come to understand in due time. For now, I shall assist you in mastering the secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sake gazed at Reneier's wide-open mouth and smiled gently. A transparent sealing talisman emerged from within him, vanishing into her forehead amidst her bewildered and puzzled expression. Sake, do not speak. Immerse yourself in the experience, he instructed. Under Sake's guidance, the talisman entered Reneier's body without hesitation, swiftly making its way toward the otherworldly realm located at her spinal cord. Suddenly, Sake extended his right hand, unleashing a powerful wave that spread outward. Reneier's previously pained expression contorted into a more ferocious grimace as her form rapidly enlarged, and her body hair thickened and intensified. Sake exerted direct control over the energy, unleashing a wave of Brut's light that transformed Reina into a colossal primate. With her crimson eyes ablaze, Reina let out a thunderous roar. Roar! Sake's gaze sharpened, and the seal upon his body radiated a brilliant glow. The seal that had just entered the alternate dimension of Reina's spine also shimmered with light before vanishing into the ether. The colossal ape, transformed from Reina, bore a clear and discerning expression. What is happening? Chapter 78. Sake's technique achieves success, the supreme future of the eternal source domain. Upon uttering her words, Reina sensed an anomaly. How could this be? Sake, what is this? With a smile upon his face, Sake remarked that achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, particularly the perfect transformation into a great ape, would greatly conserve one's energy. However, he pondered why, upon transforming into a great ape, he retained consciousness. Considering himself merely a mid-tier warrior, he urged to take a moment to truly assess his battle prowess, noting that a power level of 1.28 million is not easily managed. He cautioned against causing any damage to the spaceship, for if it were to be harmed, they would have to embark on their journey anew. A faint smile graced the corners of Sake's mouth. At that moment, he had little energy to spare for Reina. As the sealing talisman entered Reina's realm, she naturally became its primary beneficiary. Ordinarily, a single sealing talisman would be insufficient to suppress the chaotic energies of a different space. However, the extraordinary connection between Sake's sealing talisman and the one in question rendered it effective. It seemed as though the alternate dimension within Reina's spine served as a portal through which Sake's 4 alternate realms projected their phantoms, aiding her in subduing the chaotic energies. Consequently, Reina was able to exert indirect control over the entirety of this alien energy. While she may not wield it with complete ease, she remained unaffected and was able to accelerate her cultivation without any hindrance. Reina reaped immense benefits. Yet Sake was the true benefactor. Not only did he gain the ability to freely manipulate 5 sealing talismans, but he also sensed a tremendous surge of volatile energy coursing through him. The celestial furnace rippled as it absorbed this energy, which was subsequently transmitted to the colossal elephant. After a process of refinement and transformation, the remaining energy erupted forth, still brimming with vigor. As this surge of energy emerged, it rushed towards the particles of the giant elephant. The energy storm swept through, awakening 1,000 colossal elephants within Sake in rapid succession. Sake also experienced a rapid breakthrough brought about by an immense surge of energy. It feels exhilarating. If this continues, Frisia would be inconsequential. Once I undergo my 9th transformation, the giant elephant will evolve into a dragon elephant, rendering Beerus insignificant. Sake's heart swelled with exhilaration as he murmured to himself. Even so, the continuously awakening giant elephant was merely a secondary benefit. Initially, Sake's intention was to forge his unique skill. However, he soon realized that it had transformed into a novel technique. This evolution not only accelerated his cultivation, but also facilitated the metamorphosis of his physical form, gradually leading him towards a divine body imbued with divinity, and even presenting the possibility of igniting the divine flame. The alternate dimension of Sake, due to the sealing and suppression of the enchantment, has confined a small fragment of space. This expanse is devoid of discernible distance, lacking in vertical orientation, and is engulfed in chaos. Let us provisionally assign a value to the space in which Saku is confined, delineating it with a scale of 10, and designate it as the eternal source domain. The seal that Sark bestowed upon Reneier, upon entering the alternate dimension, similarly imprisoned a portion of space, with dimensions and intensity roughly equivalent to 1. Initially, the 2 realms were entirely unrelated. However, due to the seal, a connection began to form between them. In this realm, Sake resembles a celestial paradise, the primordial origin of all existence. Lienerer appears to have conjured a diminutive plane amidst the boundless chaos, as if it were nestled beneath the divine sanctuary of Sake's exalted deities. This divine sanctuary, crafted by Sake, possesses the capacity to summon boundless darkness and light from the eternal source, giving rise to an innumerable array of miniature worlds. These worlds are destined for perpetual growth, yet the majority of their energy is transformed into sustenance for the eternal source. This relationship mirrors a symbiotic bond. As Sake's eternal source flourishes, the miniature worlds receive minimal assistance. However, as these worlds continue to expand, they, in turn, bolster the eternal source. Should the eternal source falter, unless a new world emerges to take its place, the countless smaller worlds beneath it will inevitably collapse. Presently, Sake remains feeble, incapable of crafting seals or bestowing them proactively. It necessitates Sake to condense seals within itself, subsequently infusing them into the Saiyan beings. As the eternal source of Sake continues to grow, it will ultimately attain the ability to create autonomously, to allocate resources without effort, and to manifest extraordinary powers. At that juncture, Sake's eternal source will wield the supreme might of the divine image suppression technique. Various schools of thought, including sealing techniques, summoning arts, domain laws, world laws, and doctrines of faith, will converge into a singular mastery. As Sake continues to grow, coupled with the ever-increasing population of the Saiyan race, his strength will inevitably experience a rapid and passive enhancement. His eternal source domain is destined to evolve into the supreme and sacred realm of the gods, a sanctuary where Saiyans can forge miniature worlds, thereby augmenting their power. Sake, in his later stages, could even disseminate his own cultivation methods, allowing beings from myriad realms to practice his techniques, thereby creating countless dimensions as numerous as the grains of sand along the Ganges. These dimensions could contribute, albeit in a minuscule way, to the refinement of Sake's methods. However, one should not underestimate the sheer magnitude of dimensions akin to the grains of Ganges sand. Even so, such practices are not attainable by ordinary individuals. One must transcend the mortal realm and ascend to the celestial or divine state to achieve mastery in this art. Sake's vision of success filled him with immense excitement. What are 260,000 colossal elephants? Merely a combat power of 8 million. In conjunction with the transformation into a giant ape, it would merely amount to the annihilation of Frisia. Sake has indeed become exceedingly arrogant and inflated in stature. Possessing several formidable abilities, Frisia pales in comparison. He employs techniques akin to the methods of the divine, allowing him to thrive in the vastness of space, effortlessly transforming into a giant ape or achieving Super Saiyan status. Frisia truly can only be regarded as a mere younger brother. The Super Saiyan transformation boasts a staggering battle power of 400 million, and when combined with a robust physique and powerful techniques, even Frisia's brother Cooler is relegated to the status of a younger sibling. Haha, splendid. It is a tremendous advantage. And I never anticipated that the eternal source realm I envisioned for so long would only now be fully realized. Sake laughed heartily with excitement. Reina was also gradually mastering the giant ape, which was steadily diminishing in size. Sake, we must explore some clothing options. Mimi and the others simply cannot manage this, Reina remarked, utterly oblivious to her bare form presented before Sake. Sake's eyes widened in astonishment as he coughed incessantly. Renaer, be mindful of the impression you create. Yet, to his surprise, Renaer remained utterly indifferent. What was there to be embarrassed about? It was not as though he had never seen such things before. After all, they had put in considerable effort back then, and the child was now well into their teenage years. Sake coughed incessantly. Such a bold statement was beyond his capacity to bear. However, the entity you implanted within me is remarkably powerful. It has enabled me to master my tumultuous emotions. If every Saiyan possessed this ability, would our strength not increase tenfold? Sake's bitter smile revealed a profound understanding. It was not merely a tenfold increase, but rather 100-fold enhancement. In the great ape state, the training efficacy for Saiyans exceeds that of their normal form. Albeit maintaining the Bruz light wave above 17 million is typically unattainable. However, should they succeed in developing such a device, the Saiyans would gain mastery over the great ape form, free from the shackles of uncontrolled rage, thereby accelerating their training progress significantly. Unfortunately, he was aware of someone capable of such an innovation, none other than the single individual on Earth, Bulma. Furthermore, with a tenfold increase in combat power, the possibilities become numerous. In the past decade, aside from Frisia, the Saiyans have been unparalleled in the universe. Once Reina swiftly ascends and surpasses 3 million, stationed on planet Salad. Frisia will find no advantage. But what manner of race are the Saiyans? They grow stronger with each battle. After their first defeat, Frisia would find it impossible to catch up to Reina. Chapter 79. A Dual Enhancement of Power. Well, perhaps that's not entirely accurate. Frisia possesses an extraordinary talent and may not necessarily be left behind. Yet, even if he could match her, without enduring the inhumane trials of the afterlife, Frisia would struggle to achieve a breakthrough in his mindset to successfully transform into Golden Frisia. At that point, Frisia's sheer power would undoubtedly fall short against Reina. This matter shall be addressed at a later time. With a snap of his fingers, Sake adorned Reina with a casual ensemble. She tugged at it, bemused. Such peculiar attire. Yet it proved remarkably comfortable, albeit ill-suited for combat. Sake tapped his forehead. All right, Reina, it is time for you to diligently train. Have you not noticed the remarkable transformation you have undergone in mastering the giant ape? Reina, bewildered, responded, Transformation? What do you mean? Before he could finish, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across her face. What? My energy? In a mere instant, her power surged to 180,000. She had completely surpassed the strength of Jinyu. This enhancement in her abilities undoubtedly brought about a profound change in her mindset. Without a doubt, Reina was now fully capable of standing on her own. Does this imply that I now possess a combat power nearing 2 million? Reina, in disbelief, explored her own body, even probing deeper. Sake, am I truly not dreaming? Sake smiled faintly. This is merely the beginning. Focus on enhancing yourself. If you exert enough effort, you might even surpass a battle power of 300,000. Reina shivered slightly. Her spirit ignited with determination. Very well, let us proceed now. Sake wore an enigmatic expression. It is not us who shall go, but you. Go. Go where? Reina asked, her face a portrait of confusion. Clearly, her interpretation of go pertained to the enhancement of one's strength, yet it was evident that Sake's implication diverged from this notion. Sake revealed a smile tinged with schadenfreude. His own power was continuously ascending, leaving him little time to concern himself with Lainar's condition. With a mere wave of his hand, a vast aura enveloped Lainar completely. Hey, me, she stammered in confusion, barely finishing her thought before she was propelled out of the spacecraft, soaring toward the desolate star. Without the support of a star, rapidly enhancing one's strength is no simple feat. Lainar, forge ahead. May you attain even greater rewards. Sake murmured to himself, then closed his eyes, allowing the spacecraft to drift through the vastness of space. The eternal source domain had birthed a small world, one that required meticulous adjustment. Only through such refinement could its extraordinary power be fully realized. Otherwise, it would merely remain an empty shell. Although immensely potent, Sake found himself unable to wield it completely. The so-called eternal source domain was merely an ingenious fabrication of an alternate space, and he was uncertain whether this realm transcended the Dragon Ball universe or connected to others beyond his comprehension. All he knew was that this alternate space was imbued with a myriad of different worldly essences and an unfathomable reservoir of energy vast beyond his imagination. Before this moment, Sake relinquished his restraint over the colossal elephant, and an overwhelming surge of energy began to boil within him, relentlessly battering against his very flesh. Sake was enveloped in a palpable heat, emanating wisps of steam, as the membranes beneath his skin began to undergo a remarkable transformation, akin to the gills of a fish, allowing him to breathe in the energy of the cosmos. This process was distinctly different from mere absorption. It was as if he had metamorphosed into a fish, with the vastness of space becoming an ocean, entirely within the realm of his skin's membrane. As his inhalation intensified, the amalgamation of his blood and the surrounding energy deepened, reinforcing his tracheal passages and bodily tissues as they began to acclimate to the cosmic environment. He had already begun to transcend the void. In such an expansive universe, nothing could confine him. Sake has now preliminarily acquired the qualifications for survival in the cosmos. It can be said that he has become the sole mortal Saiyan capable of existing in the vastness of space. His flesh has undergone transformation, further extending to his bones, which have been fortified by an influx of energy that permeates them, resulting in his once pallid skeleton now exhibiting strands of a lustrous jade hue. Moreover, the energy expelled by the colossal beast gradually coalesces. Regrettably, a trace of its essence remains, transforming into ordinary energy. This energy is the very essence of life. Once it undergoes metamorphosis, it becomes a force governed by divine entities, capable of embodying the rules of existence. Currently, Sake lacks the profound essence, his divinity, divine fire, and physical form have yet to undergo a successful transformation. The notion of attaining divine power in one fell swoop is utterly unattainable. However, this flicker of spirituality has illuminated a path for Sake. Should he manage to condense his entire energy into such spiritual essence, the myriad characteristics of that energy would be at his command. With a mere thought, he could unleash boundless vitality for healing or manifest formidable destructive power, unmatched in combat. His body's acupoints are undergoing wondrous changes, as if on the verge of birthing a deity. There is a palpable restlessness within, with his spirit, energy, and essence reaching new heights, seemingly poised to unify and consolidate all great powers within himself. These transformations are enigmatic, even surpassing the mysteries of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. At this stage, the Dragon Ball realm should, in essence, be superior to the phase of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. However, due to the constraints of the cosmic crystal barrier, Sake is unable to absorb energies from the other 11 universes or even from the 6 perished ones. This predicament renders Sake's cultivation and metamorphosis into the void exceedingly arduous. The energies previously absorbed from Hell or the Demon Realm are fundamentally manifestations of the spatial energy from Universe 7 of the Dragon Ball world. These energies, reliant on the mortal realm, are insufficient to satiate the insatiable appetite of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Much like a human requires balanced nutrition, subsisting solely on rice may suffice temporarily, yet over time, it becomes untenable, hindering growth and potentially leading to demise. Sake diligently cultivates his skills, while poor Reina finds herself in dire straits. Her meager abilities are utterly insufficient to shatter the barrier of energy released by Sake, leaving her helplessly watching as she hurtles towards the star. Although she knows deep down that Sake would never harm her, she is unable to quell the rising tide of fear within her. Hey, Sake, where are you taking me? Can you hear me? Alas, this is but a futile hope. Sake cannot hear her at this moment. No, I do not wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with the star. Reina continues to pound against the sphere of energy encasing her, her hands and feet thrumming with vigor, her tail incessantly striking the barrier. The dull thuds only serve to pound her head and are of no avail. After a prolonged struggle, she gradually calms herself. No, Sake's intention to have me trained cannot possibly mean he is sending me to my demise. Moreover, having flown through space for so long without succumbing to suffocation, I can sense the immense energy within this barrier. Sake must be wishing for me to cultivate properly. The more she reflects, the more composed she becomes, a glimmer of clarity flashing in her eyes. After all, she is among the few who have received education from Adrad, and in this critical moment, she finally awakens to understanding. Yet, how am I to train in this predicament? Reina laments her situation, watching helplessly as she draws ever closer to the star. She can feel the abundant energy surrounding her, but it is of no consequence, as she lacks the knowledge of how to cultivate. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists no such thing as cultivation. It is all about honing the physical body, enabling the cells to store energy continuously, thus naturally enhancing one's strength, even allowing a mortal to wield divine power. Reina finds herself ensnared in this very dilemma. Without Sake's assistance, she cannot even transform into a great ape. Although it seems she has not approached the star for a long while, the energy barrier is in fact moving at an incredibly high speed. She releases an artificial moan, but it zips past without any effect. Very well, I shall merely examine the translucent white panel Sake has provided me. Chapter 80. Reina's longing and the enigmatic source of eternity. Reina, out of options, contemplates her situation and can think of only one course of action. She closes her eyes, striving to imagine and even attempting to control her energy to sense it. She possesses far greater knowledge than her fellow Saiyans and a profound understanding of energy. Unfortunately, her limited skills prove wholly inadequate. After a lengthy struggle, she resigns herself to defeat. Forget it, let it all be destroyed. This is the lament of the Saiyans. They cannot survive in the vastness of space, resembling headless flies in their plight. She has given up, yet not entirely. She holds on to the belief that Sake will intervene to assist her. Sake is also encountering difficulties on this side. All of Sake's mental energy converged into the alternate space. With the seal suppressing it, he was able to enter this realm, confined to that small area. Once inside, his mental energy swiftly coalesced into a tangible form, and within him resided over 260,000 colossal elephants, his aura brimming with vitality. Sake raised his hands and surveyed his surroundings. How astonishing! This resembles a tangible world. What exactly is the nature of the Saiyan race? As soon as Sake finished speaking, his countenance darkened. Who? The atmosphere instantly thickened, coalescing into a transparent shield. Before Sake had the chance to exhale in relief, the shield began to ripple like ocean waves, and he sensed an unknown entity consuming his essence. Sake's expression darkened. He had sealed the symbols to suppress the, establishing an eternal source domain. And there should not have been any unknown elements here. His countenance grew grim, and a surge of fury surged within him. Damn it, get out. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating throughout the surroundings. The entire eternal source domain trembled in response. As Sake's gaze sharpened, he perceived an enigmatic presence rippling in the air. How peculiar. His mental acuity, having been cultivated through rigorous focus, allowed him to discern nuances that eluded the ordinary senses. The fluctuations in the atmosphere resonated within him. No, it was not merely that. His mental faculties instinctively perceived this as daylight, yet the hues were far from white. His consciousness, unshackled from the corporeal constraints, revealed a spectrum of colors that diverged significantly from the mundane perception of daylight. This was decidedly not white. Sake's countenance darkened, a tempest of fury surging within him. Here, the power bestowed upon him by the four sealing talismans was vast and inexhaustible. His mental energy swept through the entire space like a storm. The four talismans conjured an egg-shaped realm, known as the Eternal Source Domain, where he stood at its center. His mental prowess not only permeated the entirety of the source domain, but also reached outward in probing exploration. Yet, the moment he ventured beyond the confines of the source domain, his mental energy was extinguished as if it had encountered scalding boiling oil. Sake's complexion turned pale, prompting him to hastily retreat, daring only to probe the entirety of the source domain. The external world resembled chaos, while my sealing talisman delineated a realm akin to a crystalline barrier, shaping a universe of its own. The talisman absorbed diverse energies from the outside, infusing them into my internal world, while simultaneously obstructing the tumultuous energies and wills from the external environment. Logically, there should be no issues within my entire source domain. Sake measured the circumference and discovered that the entire space was a mere 100 million cubic meters, which left him feeling quite disheartened. While 100 million cubic meters may seem substantial, when converted into a cubic form, it translates to merely 1,000 meters in length and width. With a height of only 100 meters, a rather paltry existence for a world, he casually condensed a small orb of light and tossed it into the vastness. Boom! A dull roar echoed, deepening the frown on Sake's face. The space was exceedingly unstable. Even an individual with a combat power of 10,000 could shatter the crystalline barrier upon entering the source domain. Sake felt a surge of frustration. The realm he held in high regard remained so feeble. No, that's not right. Sake furrowed his brow tightly, intently gazing at the spot where his anger had just erupted. The atmosphere seemed to thicken. No, it was not merely the air. Sake's eyes widened in disbelief. The entire source domain, under his strict control, should never have allowed such anomalies to infiltrate. Sake's first thought was the original invasion of the chaotic will from the other dimension into his source domain. Long ago, he had realized that the other space possessed a consciousness, having even managed to obliterate it several times with the aid of the sun. However, he had never anticipated that it could evade detection and silently infiltrate his source domain. Damn those wretched beings. They dare to act with such impudence. Sake swiftly darted forward, his form cutting through the air with a piercing sonic boom, before his opponent could coalesce into a tangible shape. Sake unleashed a powerful shout, directing his palms towards the recently targeted area. A radiant light burst forth as he skillfully harnessed and concentrated his energy into an offensive force, which swiftly shot forth. A faint, almost imperceptible sound of penetration echoed, as the swirling currents of energy rapidly expanded, merging with the surroundings. Sake's expression darkened. He was certain that he had indeed struck his opponent, yet the adversary seamlessly blended into the surroundings, eluding any trace of detection. As Sake soared through the sky in deep contemplation, an overwhelming surge of pure energy suddenly emanated from the seal. His combat prowess experienced a slight, yet significant enhancement. Within the confines of the spacecraft, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated, and shortly after Sake vanquished the swirling mass of air, the seal too emitted an essence of pure energy. The colossal elephant, having absorbed this energy, exhaled, and in that fleeting moment, 100 particles of the giant elephant were awakened. Sake was now filled with bewilderment. How peculiar! What could this possibly mean? His mental energy transformed once more into a tempest, sweeping across the entirety of the space. After a meticulous investigation, he still found nothing. Sake's figure flickered as he unleashed 2 formidable strikes, obliterating 2 slender, smiling vortices. Before long, his body trembled once more, awakening over 150 colossal particles. How peculiar! As the vessel began to sink, it became apparent that 4 swirling vortices had converged. Something was amiss. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Sake moved with agility, swiftly vanquishing 4 more cyclones. This time, before the colossal elephant could awaken once more, 8 additional cyclones began to coalesce gradually. Sake refrained from taking action, quietly observing. He too discerned a pattern, eager to uncover the intentions of these spectral entities. Sake was convinced that it was the will of an alien space beyond the seal that was at play, and he resolved to investigate thoroughly. This was his foundation, his means to transcend the Dragon Balls and dominate the heavens. Without clarity, he could find no peace, neither in rest nor in wakefulness. The 8 swirling vortices grew ever larger, their cores faintly giving rise to monstrous forms. In Sake's eyes, 2 strands of red light emerged from the very heart of these vortices. Sake could no longer contain himself and boldly struck first, unleashing a powerful blow that shattered a cyclone, causing the crimson light within to swiftly vanish. The remaining 7 cyclones remained unmoved, quietly coalescing into shape. Within Sake's body, 150 colossal particles awakened, causing an increase in energy once more. Perhaps it is the accumulation of quantity that brings forth a transformation. Sake finally sensed something amiss. His brows and eyes blossomed, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. The source domain grew ever more stable. Sake was taken aback by such an unexpected delight. If he were to continue vanquishing these peculiar entities, could it not significantly enhance the source realm? At that point, he might attain a level of power where he could not even breach the confines of the source realm with all his might. His full strength amounted to an astounding 400 million in combat power, although he had never transcended to Super Saiyan. Sake possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to transform into one. By defeating these monsters, the awakening speed of his colossal particles was increasing at an accelerated pace. Such a fortuitous circumstance was rare to encounter. Over 2,000 stellar energies could not bestow upon him such formidable power. Sake felt a surge of joy, and his unease dissipated significantly. As the cyclone coalesced to a certain intensity, Sake unleashed his fury once more, delivering a powerful kick with 1 foot and conjuring a sphere with 1 hand. His eyes radiating brilliance, effortlessly and elegantly. 8 cyclones vanished, only to be instantaneously replaced by 16. Chapter 81. The Evolution of the Source Domain. Sake, rather than being taken aback, found delight in the awakening of 1,400 colossal particles through 7 spiraling vortices, rendering the eternal source domain even more substantial. With less than 10,000 combat power, he was utterly incapable of breaching the fabric of space. These creatures could coalesce infinitely, which filled him with joy. Perhaps Sake's actions incited the will of the external realm. Or it could be the sudden accumulation of vast energy that stirred the currents of the entire eternal source domain into a frenzy, subtly hinting at a significant gathering trend. The winds wailed, reminiscent of a rampaging beast, fierce and terrifying, yet also echoing the mournful cries of the netherworld, with chilling gusts sweeping through. Sakshin was filled with immense joy. These items posed no threat to him, and could be effortlessly dismissed with a mere wave of his hand. However, for the source realm, they were an invaluable source of nourishment, akin to a panacea of unparalleled efficacy. Sake had not anticipated such a remarkable gain. If he could eradicate all the peculiar auras and wills, the source domain would transform into an entirely new world, an infinitesimal realm of 100 million cubic units. For the time being, the planet Saiyan is secure, and collaboration with the Galactic King is not as simple as it may seem. However, I can seize this opportunity to refine the source domain. This is indeed intriguing. I now find myself akin to Pangu, the creator, on the brink of manifesting a world. With only a final push remaining, Sake's figure flickered before the swirling vortex. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful strike, causing the tempest to dissipate. Countless streams of air vanished into the atmosphere, while remnants of murky energy steadily descended, and ethereal wisps gracefully ascended. Sake, resembling a phantom, swiftly extinguished 10 swirling vortices in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in his ears, and as he turned, he found himself chuckling. A diminutive creature, measuring merely 30 centimeters and adorned with a pair of fiery red eyes, had sunk its teeth into the back of his thigh. He was entirely unscathed, while the little beast had broken its own teeth in the process. With a fierce roar, witnessing the creature's audacity to bare its fangs, he unleashed a surge of energy that tore the creature apart. These small beasts, though feeble, possessed the peculiar ability to obscure Sake's perception and penetrate his protective aura. Yet they could not withstand the force of his energy strikes, an oddity indeed. Before the formation of the vortices, his energy had no effect on the air, as if striking against cotton. Everything about this situation was exceedingly strange. Sake remained indifferent, resolutely engaging in his relentless pursuit, unaware of the passage of time. The eternal source domain fell into a profound silence. Sake gazed down upon the source domain, his heart brimming with astonishment. In this surge, he had awakened 240,000 particles and a staggering 500,000 giant elephants, amounting to an impressive combat power of 15 million. Just a single transformation into a giant ape could effortlessly overpower Frisia. With nearly 2 decades remaining for stable development, this surge was undoubtedly a tremendous gain for him. Although the power and energy bestowed by the awakening of the giant elephants were significant, it was the eternal source domain that truly captured his attention. Currently, any combat power below 300,000 could hardly shake the entirety of the source domain. To obliterate it, one would require a combat power exceeding 300,000. It was a pity, however, that the source domain had not expanded. Sake spoke with nonchalance, yet within his heart, there lingered not a trace of despondency. Indeed, this state of affairs was his optimal condition. In the realm of origin, a profound struggle unfolded between heaviness and ethereality, akin to a celestial conflict between divine and demonic forces, where one side would not perish while the other would never yield. 2 currents of energy converged, one descending from the heavens, the other rising from the earth, creating an inexhaustible tempest at their intersection, where even a terrifying aura of annihilation was birthed, only to be extinguished under immense pressure. In the lofty expanse, Sake soared with an air of superiority at the juncture of energies. Surrounded by those who had succumbed to his might, what significance did their abundance of energy hold? Standing within the source domain, he embodied divinity, malevolence, the progenitor of all existence, and the wellspring of every form of energy. 2 streams of energy clashed relentlessly, annihilating one another, only to integrate into the source domain, becoming a part of its essence. Suddenly, fossils coalesced within the source domain, their originally pristine crystals now tainted with darkness, ravenously absorbing the myriad energies that were dissipating around them. Sake observed in silence, until the seal transformed into a deep black, and an eerie blue arc of light flickered upon the crystal. Sake was well aware that the intricate energy patterns crystallized within the seal were precisely those peculiar symbols of the seal. The seal itself was formed by the tremendous natural energies coalesced from 200,000 colossal elephants. At present, Sake possesses a formidable energy reservoir of 240,000 units. Thus, the emergence of a blackened form is hardly surprising. As the seal continues to absorb an ever-increasing amount of energy, a sudden glimmer of white light erupts from the core of the seal. This white light swiftly radiates outward, instantaneously drawing a stark line of illumination through the darkness of the seal. The upper portion begins to sparkle with a myriad of tiny white lights, while the lower half descends into an even deeper and more profound darkness, permeated by an aura of malevolence and terror reminiscent of a sulfurous abyss. At the juncture where the white line meets the darkness, a conspicuous point of brown light materializes, standing out distinctly. The seal shows no signs of ceasing. It continues to absorb energy relentlessly until it ultimately halts, vanishing into the eternal realm of the source. Boom. In the eyes of Sake, divine light radiated. Ever since he harmonized with the Saiyans to forge a new technique, the godly elephant suppression art underwent unimaginable transformations, and now he could only await in silence. He sensed that all these changes were under his control, should he wish for them to cease. they would undoubtedly revert to tranquility. Fortunately, Sake was not foolish. Such transformations would undoubtedly enhance the technique's mystique, and he had no intention of intervening to impede it. The source realm trembled. Its already limited space began to tear asunder. Two clashing energies, unwilling to yield to the formidable force, rose in ethereal clarity, enveloping the heavens with a cacophony of faint sounds, as if countless angels were singing. Curiously, the rising clarity coalesced, creating a vast phantom that loomed in the sky, reminiscent of a colossal entity reigning above. Conversely, the murky energy sank, its hue deepening and darkening, encroaching upon the earth with an unfathomable abyssal depth, entwined with a dissonant melody, akin to innumerable demons whispering. The dense murk amassed, dominating the ground, conjuring forth various foul and malevolent aromas, as if the infernal realms were peering into the center. In the midst, a wondrous essence permeated the land and sky. Alas, everything was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of substance. The source realm appeared to divide into three. Brilliance soared to the heights of the heavens, surveying all beings. Darkness lurked in the depths, poised to strike, while the center was left with an insipid gray fog, lacking any intimidation. All this seemed to depict a triad of divine, demonic, and human forces, each claiming their own territory, neither interfering nor obliviously coveting one another. This entire scenario was felt by Sake. The space remained eerily vacant. Save for the energies that occupied the heavens and the earth, and the various gray mists in between, with naught but the absence of tangible forms. Sake's expression was one of astonishment. With such strength, he was already capable of creating and shaping the heavens, and even exhibited signs of evolving the myriad gods and demons, as well as the myriad realms and all things within them. Sake observed the desolate expanse, a slight furrow forming upon his brow. With a flick of his hand, a sealing talisman materialized, and he gazed intently at the brown light flickering in the center, lowering his head in contemplation. As his imagination flourished, excitement coursed through him. Could it be? Resolute in his thought, Sake's form split into two. His current embodiment was a manifestation of psychic energy, shifting and coalescing at his whim. Crack, crack. It seemed as though an immense force was compressing the space, which could no longer withstand the pressure, beginning to fracture gradually. The sky, the central earth, and the abyss coalesced into a robust beam of light converging upon Sake's spirit entity. The psychic form welcomed all with open arms, absorbing everything without reservation, until the trio ceased their energy release, succumbing to exhaustion. Chapter 82. The Birth of a World. The Onslaught of the Otherworldly Wolfboom. The space erupted suddenly, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy from the external realm. The psychic force exuded immense pressure, directly suppressing all the incoming energies. The sealing talisman was unyielding, its gates wide open, permitting the unrefined energies to enter the eternal source domain. The human avatar gradually transformed, evolving into a chaotic, three-legged cauldron with dual ears. Once formed, the cauldron voraciously absorbed all varieties of energy, leaving not a trace, not a drop behind. It radiated a primordial energy. A breath of vitality capable of nurturing all things within the cosmos emanated from this power. Sake was perplexed by the sensation, as if the world were absorbing chaotic energy, subsequently transforming it into primordial spiritual power. Sake extended his hand, energy flowing into his palm, yet he found himself unable to harness it for the outside world. A bitter smile crossed his lips. How naive I have been. If this energy were indeed of such a nature, how could I possibly wield it now? Releasing my control, the energy began to permeate the entire source domain. As the energy intensified, the great cauldron appeared increasingly elusive, becoming ephemeral. It seemed to vanish into the void, transcending into the will of the world, transforming into an ancient deity, and then morphing into a primordial demon. Sake can perceive his doppelganger and recognize that it is a manifestation of his own power, which is not to be wielded, but merely to suppress the source domain. Yet, within the source domain, he is by no means a formidable opponent for the great cauldron. It is a peculiar sensation. That which was once an extension of his mental energy has now transformed into the great cauldron, both under his control and simultaneously beyond it, creating an unsettling discomfort. Sake quietly observed as the great cauldron grew larger and larger, soon enveloping him and encompassing the entire source domain. In the blink of an eye, the cauldron vanished without a trace. Sake was not surprised. He could fully sense that if it were not for the great cauldron's ongoing presence, he would have summoned it forth to experience its essence. The great cauldron rapidly transformed the entire source domain, with the sealing talisman acquiring a core, thereby further enhancing its power. The crystalline walls of the source domain grew ever more resilient and stable. In the present day, without a force of 1,000,000, one could hardly hope to disrupt the fabric of the source domain. Sake's countenance was filled with exhilaration. He had never anticipated that his haphazard tinkering would evolve into something that would bestow upon him such an abundance of surprises. Indeed, the greater the disappointment, the more profound the hope. In what felt like an instant, yet also an eternity, the great cauldron had irrevocably transformed into the heart of the source domain. Subduing all directions, the sealing talismans began to gradually converge. Sake gazed quietly, gathering an immense power within, poised to strike at any moment. His source domain resembled a parasite nestled within an alternate space. Initially, he had merely intended to infiltrate, yet the alternate space erupted in fierce resistance. Now, having successfully established a parasitic bond, it seemed implausible that the alternate space would not retaliate. Indeed, without granting him a moment's respite, a demon wolf burst forth. This creature measured approximately 10 zhang in length, occupying nearly 1/3 of the height of the source domain when reared. Its tail extended 2/3 the length of its body. Cloaked in gray fur, with eyes glowing a fierce crimson and exhaling a breath laden with chaotic energy. Howling fiercely, the demon wolf squeezed through the entrance and roared at Sake, its gaping maw poised to unleash devastation. As a flash of red light flickered in its eyes, a chill ran down Sake's spine. Trouble was imminent. Sake was exasperated. The power of this individual was undeniably more formidable than that of gods and demons. Their aura of brutality laid bare without pretense. With a mere thought, he sealed the talisman, completely shutting off the passage to the outside world and imprisoning the demonic wolf. Sake gazed in astonishment at the demon wolf, sensing a slight diminution in its aura. Although the pressure remained formidable, it was at least somewhat diminished. How? Damn it. My mental strength is insufficient to achieve either the Great Ape transformation or Super Saiyan. I was careless and failed to evade. Sake, with words of defiance, unleashed his immense power towards the demonic wolf with unwavering resolve. He understood that his departure might very well lead to the collapse of the source domain. Envisioning a perfect sphere, he recognized that while the alternate dimension might struggle to contend with him, the source domain had just unwittingly opened a significant breach, drawing in the energies from the other realm, thereby exposing itself to grave vulnerabilities. It was only natural for the forces from the alternate dimension to infiltrate, seeking to dismantle the seals from within. The formidable strength of this demonic wolf was indeed formidable. Sake stands firm, for he is the master, the one who wields control. The primary target of the demon wolf is none other than him. Should he be absent, the demon wolf would show no mercy, ruthlessly wreaking havoc upon the source domain. This is a scenario that Sake would never allow to unfold. Fortunately, the source domain has taken shape, and the brief pinnacle of their confrontation should pose no issues. With a single strike, space itself is rent asunder, shattering like a mirror, yet no sound escapes into the void. Enraged, the demon wolf is taken aback, not anticipating Sake's audacity to make the first move. With a fierce howl, it exhales, unleashing a beam of energy that hurtles towards Sake, accompanied by a terrifying, malevolent stench that is more horrifying than the depths of hell itself. Sake dared not to be careless, his entire being emanating an aura of vigilance. As a continuous stream of energy from the source domain flowed into his body, transforming him into an inexhaustible electric motor. Nevertheless, the energy from the wolf demon's breath suppressed Sake's luminous energy pillar, gradually closing the distance between them. Sake, overwhelmed by despair, dared not evade. He could not withstand this strike, which possessed the power to shatter the very fabric of the source domain. He was unwilling to take that risk. The demon wolf flickered, breaching the veil of space, and materialized beside Sake. Sake, in a state of desperation, summoned forth a colossal entity, a magnificent elephant, which materialized into existence and charged towards the infernal wolf. With a thunderous impact, a formidable gust of wind shattered the very fabric of space, causing Sake to expel a copious amount of blood, his countenance instantly paling. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to endure, determined to sustain this effort until the wolf's formidable breath was exhausted. With another resounding crash, the immense elephant found itself unable to withstand the onslaught. its massive form retreating and once again fracturing the spatial continuum, eventually colliding with the crystalline barrier, bringing its advance to a halt. In a display of defiance, the elephant raised its long trunk, unleashing a roar of fury. Who is it? A divine being, crafted by the Supreme Sovereign, blessed by the energies and wills of countless deities, a mighty god that suppressed hell and upheld heaven, an existence capable of shattering worlds and returning them to chaos. Yet now, it found itself wounded by a mere, insignificant wolf. Enraged, thunderous wrath surged within. With a crackling flash, the very essence of lightning illuminated the realm, causing the entire source domain to tremble. The colossal elephant lifted its immense leg, disregarding the limits of the source domain's endurance, and brought it crashing down with unparalleled might, its form flickering as it once more advanced towards the infernal wolf. In the voice of Saxony, it is fortunate that the colossal elephant has attained sentience, enabling it to defend itself. The sealing talisman of the source domain has also withstood the test. Although the world lies in ruins, the crystal wall remains unyielding. Sake finally shattered the breath of the demonic wolf, his figure flickering as he maneuvered to the side of the beast. With a head of bronze and a mind of iron, his physique was reminiscent of the biological traits of a wolf at this moment. He paid no heed to whether the demonic wolf adhered to such characteristics, opting instead to strike from a familiar vantage point. With a swift motion, Sake unleashed a tremendous surge of energy within his palm. However, just as he executed the strike, he sensed something amiss. How peculiar. My strength has surged once more. What could be the cause? There was no time for contemplation as he forcefully struck the side of the demon wolf's waist. The demon wolf, indifferent to Sake's presence, bore a countenance that seemed to exhibit a disdainful smirk, its gray fur bristling, while its tail swept through the air with ferocity. Sake, filled with fury, delivered a powerful kick. A colossal elephant charged forth, joining forces with Sake to besiege the demonic wolf. The wolf, disdainful, flashed a crimson light in its eyes, conjuring numerous energy arrows from thin air. Sake's expression darkened. Damn it, this is not Dragon Ball. This is accursed magic. Chapter 83. The malevolent wolf unleashes its fury, the final resort. With an overwhelming surge of anger, the transparent energy shield rapidly thickened. But that was not the end. Sake delivered a powerful kick to the malevolent wolf, using the recoil to swiftly retreat. However, the miniature world was exceedingly confined. Resembling a standard sphere with a radius of less than 300 meters and a diameter barely reaching 550 meters, he too collided with the crystalline barrier. Yet the malevolent wolf's energy arrows rained down relentlessly, incessantly striking the shield with a cacophony of sounds. Sake struggled to endure under the onslaught of this energy attack, while the colossal elephant lamented pitifully, trembling as it attempted to rise. With its thick skin and robust flesh, the energy arrows from the demon wolf merely caused it discomfort. However, even it could not withstand the sheer force of the impending blow. Sake, with a mind racing wildly, found himself in a predicament. Though he possessed the ability to harness energy from alternate dimensions to transform into a colossal ape or achieve a super Saiyan state to vanquish the demonic wolves, he felt inexplicably constrained in this moment. Such powers were rendered utterly useless. Meanwhile, the giant elephant struggled to divert the attention of the demonic wolves, who were mercilessly assaulting it. In Sake's mind, thoughts raced as he sought a breakthrough. If this persistence continued, his eternal source domain would inevitably collapse, transforming into a realm of utter desolation. Damn it, there seemed to be no solution in sight. Sake was on the brink of madness, yet utterly powerless. Sake could no longer afford to be concerned with anything else. He could only muster all his strength. Heaven and earth, merge as one, come forth and consume. Drain him completely. Sake endured the relentless onslaught of tempestuous winds and torrential rains. Yet fortunately, the eternal source domain had been fortified in advance, allowing it to withstand the assault, albeit with great difficulty. Furthermore, a portion of the magic wolf's power had been absorbed by the source domain, simultaneously fostering a gradual, yet resolute enhancement of its own strength. Sake understood that as long as he could endure, gradually wearing down the magic wolf, the creature, like a rootless reed, was merely temporarily powerful. Even if he inflicted damage upon the source domain, as long as he could navigate through this crisis, recovery would inevitably follow. However, if he failed, he would fade into obscurity, becoming an ordinary Saiyan, The question of regaining his former strength would not merely be a matter of time, but rather whether he would have the opportunity to do so again. Sake strained to maintain the energy shield, his hands gathering a formidable beam of light, which he unleashed towards the demon wolf with a thunderous roar. Although the beam appeared substantial, it failed to even stir the source domain, rendering it utterly feeble. In the air, a grand cauldron materialized, aimed at the demon wolf, emanating a powerful force of attraction. In an instant, the demon wolf's energy dissipated at an accelerated pace. With 2 strikes directed at a single adversary, the demon wolf remained unperturbed, its disdain becoming increasingly evident. Such tactics evidently cannot shake him. In comparison to the overwhelming energy that fills him to the brink of explosion, these trivial measures are utterly insignificant. Upon witnessing this, Sake was not startled but rather elated. The arrogant demon wolf was, to him, an unparalleled advantage. The source realm was absorbing more energy, gradually mending itself, as numerous subtle spatial fissures began to heal, allowing both pure and tainted energies to slowly coalesce. The giant elephant continued to thrash in fury beneath the claws of the demon wolf, its robust and hefty form resembling a mere plaything, unable to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the demon wolf despite its larger size. The demon wolf's strength was overwhelming, while the giant elephant's power was feeble, rendering it momentarily incapable of contending. The current situation showed little sign of improvement. The surprise of Sake lasted less than a second. Damn, I must find a way. What other means do I have? Sake was in a state of frenzy, his mind racing at an astonishing pace, his entire being vibrating with intense agitation. I must seek external assistance, external force. Where the hell can I find such force now? If I could gather more seals, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. Sake suddenly stood still. The seal? No, I still possess another seal. In Sake's eyes, divine light radiated. An opportunity arises. Sake was at a loss, his thoughts drifting to the brown light spot in the center of the sealing talisman. He felt an intense conviction that it was that very talisman, embedded within Reneir's being. Sake hastily ceased his assault on the magic wolf, diverting his focus to summon a sealing talisman. He closed his eyes, only to open them anew, a resolute glimmer flashing within. There was no other recourse, otherwise he would undoubtedly falter. The sealing talisman materialized before Sake, radiant and pulsating, evoking a sense of imminent collapse. Sake, hesitant to linger any longer, directed his mental energy inward. The mournful cry of the giant elephant transformed into radiant specks of light, which then returned to merge with Sake's being. Sake dared not linger any longer. Channeling his mental energy into the sealing talisman, the 5th talisman materialized before him. However, attempting to summon it from thin air proved to be an arduous task. Sake felt an immense pressure weighing down on his mental faculties. Although he detected the presence of the 5th talisman, the sensation was profoundly uncomfortable. The attention of the demonic wolf had shifted towards him, its crimson eyes glinting with mockery. Sake summoned the seal without a hint of fear, however. It would not afford him any opportunity. Since the emergence of the magic wolf, though the tale may be lengthy, scarcely a minute has elapsed. Whoosh! A colossal beam of chaotic energy surged towards Sake, shattering the already fragmented space and revealing the ominous gray currents and perilous gusts within. As Sake perceived the 5th seal, before he could summon it, a radiant flame struck him, and his body, unable to withstand the force, became embedded in the crystalline barrier. The crystal wall shattered, resembling a spider's web, with numerous fissures appearing, through which strands of foreign spatial energy penetrated before they could be transformed. The eternal source domain's crystal barrier lay in ruins, poised to confront the vast and perilous spatial energies that were beyond comprehension. The situation in Sake has escalated to a perilous brink. As for himself, he is in an even more dire state. His body, once brimming with energy, has erupted violently, leaving only a shimmering essence of mental strength. In Sake's eyes, a crimson hue reflected the immense pressure he faced, beset by internal strife and external troubles, though perhaps it would be more accurate to say internal woes and external concerns. Regardless, everything seemed to be amiss. He understood that he could only resort to a desperate struggle, with no retreat in sight. Sake relinquished the source domain entirely, his mental force forcefully penetrating the brown light point of the sealing talisman. Gazing at the talisman in the distance, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly far, he implored, "Come to me. Come to me, bring me dominion." As Reyna soared towards the stars, a tingling sensation coursed through her back, prompting her instinctively to concentrate her energy in that area. Under Sake's command, the sealing talisman detached from Reyna's spine and soared towards him through the void. Once again, the ferocious aura of the alternate dimension invaded her psyche, causing her to undergo a sudden transformation into a colossal ape. Roar! Various brutal wills invaded her mind, and under the pressure of her mental force, she inadvertently found herself drawn into the talisman. The moment Reyna emerged, she realized she was hurtling towards Sake. Sake? The spirit of Sake has begun to show signs of fragmentation. He can no longer withstand the pressure. Upon hearing Lena's voice, he awakens. Lena? Sake, what is happening? Where are we? Lena surveys the unfamiliar surroundings, her expression one of bewilderment. Sake, overwhelmed with joy, had no time to explain. Reyna, quickly, help me activate the sealing talisman and send it flying towards me. As he spoke, another crack appeared in Sake's mental energy, leaving Reyna in a state of alarm. Sake, what is happening to you? There is no time, Reyna. Hurry, control the sealing talisman and direct it towards me. Sake, the urgency is palpable. With the flames licking at your heels, you still concern yourself with trivial matters. You must act promptly in accordance with the requirements. Dilly-dallying will only lead to the obliteration of his eternal source realm by the demon wolf, rendering Sake's aspirations futile, along with the bright future of the Saiyans. That villain, Frisia, will once again revel in his arrogance. Reyna raised an eyebrow and posed a question that left Sake utterly astonished. Chapter 84. Reyna successfully seals the demon wolf. Sake, I understand your anxiety, but regarding this sealing talisman you mentioned, how does one exert control over it? Sake found himself utterly perplexed. It was beyond his comprehension. Was it not simply a matter of conjuring thoughts in one's mind? He envisioned it soaring swiftly towards him. He focused intently, even attempting to coax it forward through sheer will. Yet, this peculiar object seemed impervious to his commands. Meanwhile, Reyna gazed at Sake with an expression of innocence, her large eyes fluttering in curiosity. Sake was on the verge of despair. At this moment, frivolity was unwelcome. The most crucial crossroads in life lay before him. Any careless action could potentially shatter all that he had painstakingly built. Crack. Once again, two fissures appeared in Sake's mental fortitude. Sake understood that waiting was no longer an option. Hope was dwindling, to the point of being virtually non-existent. Unable to await the arrival of the sealing talisman, he exerted his will to forcefully fill the crystalline barrier of the source domain. The outcome surpassed Sake's expectations. The very thought of hopelessness unexpectedly alleviated his stress. And rather than shattering further, his mental strength began to exhibit signs of cohesion. Sake suddenly realized that his thoughts had materialized. The seal did not need to come over. It could still assist him in enhancing the strength of the crystal wall. Sake rejoiced, his mental energy dissipating into the surrounding space. Lanier was taken aback. What about me? I inexplicably found myself here, and you just abandoned me after a mere glance? At the very least, you could return me to where I belong. Lanier shouted in desperation. But alas, Sake was preoccupied. His mental energy had already returned to the source domain. He gazed upon the utterly shattered realm, with only the crystalline walls desperately holding it together. The space had long since fragmented, with four seals radiating light, while a phantom of a grand cauldron overshadowed the entire source domain. Outside, a dimmer seal was struggling against the invasion of energies from an alternate dimension, and it appeared that it would not endure for much longer, despite having anticipated this outcome. Witnessing the scene still made him feel as though his eyes would burst with fury. With a roar, he bellowed, "Beast, perish!" After his outburst, the source domain transmitted a tremendous surge of energy, allowing him to coalesce a new form once more. With a wave of his hand, the sorcerer conjured a celestial furnace, directing a bolt of energy towards the demon wolf. The demon wolf regarded it with disdain, once more unleashing a fierce breath of exhalation. In Sake's eyes, a chilling brilliance surged forth as the fragmented space talisman flickered. The furnace vanished in a flash within the energy beam of the demonic wolf, only to reappear instantaneously upon the creature's forehead, merging into it amidst its terror-stricken gaze. Sake, cautious and vigilant, once more gathered a tremendous amount of energy in his hands, gritting his teeth to confront the arcane beam emitted by the demon wolf. The demon wolf, shaking its head and sniffling incessantly, was utterly taken aback by Sake's unexpected and peculiar technique. After confirming that there were no significant issues within its body, It realized that the only change was a slight increase in the speed of energy consumption, a trivial matter compared to the vast, immeasurable reserves of energy it possessed. Raising its head, a fierce glint ignited in its eyes. With a deafening howl, it summoned a tempest of spatial turbulence. Under different circumstances, in another time and place, Sake would have been elated, reveling in the opportunity to absorb the chaotic energies. However, in that moment, he found himself devoid of the inclination or strength to harness such storms. The demon wolf swiftly materialized beside Sake, its gaping maw, reeking of iron and blood. Lunging toward him, gazing at the glinting fangs, Sake felt a shiver run down his energy-formed body, prompting his mental fortitude to retreat instantaneously, distancing itself from the impending danger. Boom! The moment the demon wolf's fangs sank into his energy form, it detonated in its mouth, leaving it momentarily stunned, its jaws tingling from the unexpected impact. Sake exhaled in relief, as the source domain provided him with an unending flow of energy, allowing him to reconstruct his form once more. In the midst of misfortune, there was a silver lining. Within the source domain, as long as it remained intact and his mental fortitude sustained no fatal injuries, he could recover in an instant. The power of the demon wolf was waning, rendering it no longer a formidable opponent, and yet he could already perceive the glimmer of hope on the horizon. The corners of Sake's brows slightly relaxed, his inner fury diminishing, leaving only a profound gravity. He could perceive that the crystalline wall of the source domain was swiftly restoring itself. The demon wolf could not breach the crystalline barrier. Thus, the source domain was able to rapidly mend itself with its formidable restorative capabilities. If the demon wolf could achieve this feat outside, the source domain might have been powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the crystalline wall shattered. Yet, the demon wolf had unwittingly entered, making it easier to assault the source domain, but simultaneously providing a continuous influx of strength to the source domain. Sake gathered a substantial amount of energy in both hands and directed it towards the demon wolf. With a sigh of regret, he lamented his miscalculation. He had initially believed that his combat prowess was so far superior that there was no need to resort to formidable techniques like the Kamehameha or the Kaioken. However, the current situation was a stark reminder of his folly. After this encounter, he resolved to develop a few powerful offensive and defensive techniques, as facing adversaries of equal strength or those more formidable would put him at a significant disadvantage. The so-called ultimate techniques merely employed specialized methods to compress energy, resulting in a release capable of inflicting damage far exceeding that of mere energy alone, much like the difference between a liter of water, which possesses little lethality, and the devastating force of a high-pressure jet capable of shattering stone and metal. These special techniques are akin to high-pressure jets, varying only in their power output. Sake began to engage in a prolonged battle with the demon wolf. Should he find himself outmatched, he would instantaneously withdraw his mental energy, self-destructing his own energy form without hesitation. After all, the source domain's crystal barrier could not be shattered, leaving him unperturbed. It was merely a matter of expending a minuscule amount of energy, something he could easily afford. The source domain replenished him in an instant. The demon wolf howled furiously, yet it was utterly incapable of catching the elusive Sake. Before the emergence of the fifth sealing symbol, cracks began to form in the crystal barrier, and unrefined energy from the seeped in. As the fifth sealing symbol coalesced, Sake felt completely unburdened, allowing him to proceed with boldness and abandon. Time passed unmeasured, and the demon wolf's aura gradually diminished to a critical point, with its energy depletion accelerating at an alarming rate. Sake remains an inadequate adversary, and the source domain continues to be fragmented and shapeless. However, the outcome has arrived prematurely. The source domain is gradually restoring the initial formation of its space. Although it suffers destruction each time, it is far superior to the initial state of utter helplessness, where cohesion was unattainable. Thus far, the crystalline barrier has become imperceptible, leaving only an abyss of void. This void represents a more terrifying dimension than spatial rifts, with the crystalline barrier lying beyond it. Should one breach this barrier, it leads to an alternate realm. Fortunately, the source domain is entirely under Sake's control, albeit weak and ineffectual. Had it been the void of the Dragon Ball universe, Sake's current strength would have disintegrated upon entry, leaving no trace behind. Sake has commenced his counteroffensive, each fearless assault striking the demonic wolf with such ferocity that it howls in agony, its form marred by numerous wounds. As these injuries accumulate, The demonic wolf approaches its demise, its energy reserves depleting at an alarming rate, while the ethereal and corporeal energy furnace draws in power with ever-increasing intensity. In a pivotal moment, the demonic wolf trembles and, with a thunderous crash, collapses to the ground. Sake refrained from advancing, as he recalled that the otherworldly space possessed a will of its own. Should it feign death, a sudden and fierce strike upon his soul could prove disastrous. Even in his final moments, should he resort to self-detonation, it would only lead to his own suffering. Thus, he maintained a safe distance, continuing to attack from afar until the origin domain of eternity returned to its former state. The body of the demon wolf dissipated, yet Sake remained steadfastly distant. It was peculiar. Chapter 85. Assisting Lena, substituting with a subsymbol. Confronting the demon wolf proved remarkably facile, a stark contrast to the overwhelming pressure it had initially exerted upon entering the origin domain. Moreover, in the end, the demon wolf exhibited no resistance. Not even a desperate struggle, leaving everything shrouded in an eerie enigma. Sake stood at a distance, observing with a cold gaze, yet he refrained from approaching. His mental fortitude could shatter due to the tremors of the source domain, but he would never allow himself to be harmed. He would not take such a risk. The eternal source domain had commenced its restoration, this time accompanied by the fifth seal. Sake, preoccupied with pressing matters, hastily exerted control over the fifth sealing talisman as he departed. This act of control, however, revealed an unsettling truth. It became evident that the fifth sealing talisman had become one with the source domain. Any attempt to sever this bond would undoubtedly inflict harm upon the source domain, potentially leaving behind indelible scars that could never be healed. Sake found himself in a predicament. Injecting the sealing symbol into Reina's body was utterly impractical. Although it appeared that the fifth sealing symbol was within his grasp, in truth, it had scarcely departed from Reina's vicinity. In light of this proximity, the fifth sealing symbol remained close to Reina, with only a projection, along with the energy and ethereal essence of the sealing symbol, manifesting here. Apart from its corporeal form, the entirety of the fifth sealing symbol had been absorbed into the source domain. Sake furrowed his brow. If this were to happen, Renaer would be rendered useless. Once the other Scions bore the seal and received assistance from the alternate dimension, they would swiftly surpass Renaer. What significance would her reign hold then? Even under his control, the Scion clan revered strength above all. Without power, mere status would be utterly futile among the Scion kin. In the realm of Saxis, the eternal source domain has been completely restored to its original state. Sakuli floated in the air, quietly savoring the moment. Indeed, following this encounter, the stability of the source domain space has significantly increased. With the addition of the fifth seal, it can now endure intense battles with a combat power of 1.5 million, and for the time being, there should be no substantial troubles. After much contemplation, Sake devised a method. If it is possible to project into the source domain, then under the control of the source domain, why should it not be feasible to project outward? Sake reasserted control over the celestial furnace, watching its vast form overshadow the sky. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. Perhaps I could merge the sealing talismans with the furnace, creating a harmonious unity that would not only fortify the source domain, but also amplify their combined prowess, enhancing their ability to devour and refine. Resolute in his thoughts, Sake immediately set to work. Soon, sealing talismans were cast into the great cauldron, imprinted upon its surface, radiating a brilliant glow. Indeed, it was entirely feasible. The power had indeed increased significantly. However, it was no longer appropriate to refer to it merely as a furnace, nor could it exist outside the source domain. Thus, it shall be named the Source Cauldron, also known as the Celestial Cauldron. Upon finishing his words, Sake observed the heavenly cauldron tremble, voraciously consuming the external energies, causing the very atmosphere of the source domain to stir with vitality. At present, only the regions above, suffused with pure energy, and those below, steeped in impure energy, possessed a faint semblance of vitality. The overall air remained eerily vacant. Witnessing this scene, Sake chose not to conceal the heavenly cauldron. The most crucial aspect was that the matter had yet to be validated. How could it be dismissed so easily? Sake's expression grew solemn as his hands danced like butterflies among flowers, striking the heavenly cauldron with varying degrees of force and urgency. After the battle with the demon wolf, he discerned that the creature was far more than a mere organism from the Dragon Ball universe. It could potentially transcend even the confines of the seventh universe. It might encompass a spatial amalgamation of the 12, or perhaps even 18 universes, all under the dominion of the Omni King. Ideally, the most favorable outcome would be a connection to realms beyond the Dragon Ball world, significantly enhancing his chances of reaching the pinnacle of his potential. In fact, it may even lead to his eventual entry into other worlds. He had begun to purposefully practice diverse methods of attack, recognizing that straightforward approaches, while seemingly gratifying, were fundamentally foolish. During the power tournament, even with the formidable strength of Goku and his companions, they relied on the wisdom of Master Roshi and Piccolo. Similarly, in the face of the bizarre powers from other universes, they had not emerged unscathed. The disparity in strength was immense. If the odds were even, their inability to escape would spell disaster. While singular strength possesses its merits, confronting the myriad complexities of the future necessitated that Sake forge his own unique techniques. As he infused more and more energy into the heavenly cauldron, a spectral seal began to coalesce upon its surface. This seal, in stark contrast to Sake's own black and white essence, bore a distinct small brown dot at its center, radiating an immaculate whiteness. It was evident at a glance that this was Reina's seal, distinctly different from those evolved from the source domain. Sake felt a surge of joy. The first step had been accomplished, and now the subsequent, crucial second step awaited. Sake gazed intently, as power continuously emanated from him. For sealing symbols coalesced into a glimmer of light, merging into one, and infused into the newly formed shadow of the sealing symbol. As Sake gazed, a divine light erupted. His recent actions were not intentional. Rather, they were a spontaneous manifestation of the source domain. The very essence of spontaneity suggests that there is potential for development. After all, the source domain belongs to him, and his thoughts undoubtedly exert a continuous influence over it. If there were no urgency, the source domain could act autonomously based solely on his ideas, albeit the time required for such a process would be extraordinarily lengthy. Fortunately, the source domain is not yet formidable, and his efforts to propel it forward encounter no significant obstacles. However, once the source domain evolves into a fully fledged world, even his deliberate interventions would span countless millennia. Subsequently, Sake observed the tranquil transformation of the source domain as an outsider, experiencing a sensation akin to being uplifted and inspired. With Sake himself